Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
That technique. That isn't a sword meant to kill an enemy. It's a sword meant to perfect oneself. Indeed. What does it matter how one swings the sword? In the end, it is the swordsman, not the technique, that wields the blade. Thus, one must neither despair nor become overly elated. One must simply continue refining oneself. I agree that techniques shouldn't be overly fixated upon, though my conclusions lead elsewhere. What is the name of this martial art? It is called Nine Palaces Divine Traversing Sword and Nine Palaces Step. I had heard of both techniques before, but I had never actually seen them in practice. After Wudong's downfall, the survivors I encountered were all too preoccupied with mastering techniques that would make them stronger as quickly as possible. In that sense, a technique like the Nine Palaces Divine Traversing Sword, which required years of dedication for the practitioner to grow stronger rather than granting immediate power, had naturally fallen out of use. So this was how it was originally meant to feel. I agreed with the idea that the swordsman, rather than the technique, should be the one to grow stronger. But the reason for that growth, the ultimate goal, was vastly different from my own martial path. For me, the sword had always been a tool to kill my enemies, never a means of self-cultivation. Even if two martial arts originated from a similar concept, focusing on the self rather than the opponent, the end result could be entirely different. My sword was like a starving wolf, piercing into the enemy's space, breaking their stance, exploiting their openings, and relentlessly closing in until their last breath was snuffed out. But the Nine Palaces Divine Traversing Sword that Jin Yurian wielded did not concern itself with the opponent's actions. It began and ended with the swordsman alone. That was why it remained unaffected by external pressure, unwavering in its path, just as Jin Yurian continued to close the distance despite Tang Sowol's relentless barrage of throwing weapons. No warrior, no matter how strong, could always control the flow of battle. Any martial art that relied on dictating the opponent's movements would become exceedingly vulnerable in such situations. I wasn't sure exactly how yet, but I could already see that this philosophy could be quite useful in refining my own techniques. Instead of merely following the sword's trajectory, I focused on the intent behind each movement, repeating the process over and over. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol, realizing that she would eventually lose at this rate, took a desperate gamble. She abandoned her previous strategy of maintaining distance and using hidden weapons for suppression. Instead, she dashed forward, swinging her wide sleeves dramatically. Flutter. A grand motion. The flowing fabric of her robe painted elegant curves in the air, almost like a dance. And from within those billowing sleeves, a torrential downpour of deadly projectiles erupted. There was no precise targeting, no calculations. She simply focused on unleashing as many as possible. Many of them missed completely, flying off in random directions. Yet, paradoxically, that randomness worked in her favor. Jin Yurian, who had thus far been focused on deflecting each projectile one by one while maintaining pursuit, suddenly found herself unable to block or evade the overwhelming flood of weapons. A careful observer might have noticed that most of the projectiles were meaningless, scattered without aim. But caught off guard by the abrupt shift, Jin Yurian instinctively did what she had been doing all along. She prepared to deflect them. Ah, good grief. The third elder let out a weary sigh, rubbing his temples. At that moment, Jin Yurian's sword moved. Unbeknownst to her, hidden among the scattered projectiles was a feather needle, aimed precisely at one of her acupoints. Since internal energy use was minimized in this duel, it wasn't life-threatening. But if it struck, it could still cause a serious injury. This was exactly why a senior expert was acting as the referee. Before the needle could land, the third elder had already drawn his sword and stepped between them. Whoosh! With a single swing, the sheer force of his internal energy sent out a powerful gust. The thrown weapons, rather than being sent flying wildly, simply fell harmlessly to the ground as if pressed down by an invisible hand. Both combatants, stunned by the overwhelming display of martial prowess, flinched. Then, the third elder calmly declared, "That's enough. The winner is Tang Sowol of the Tang Clan. I trust you understand why. Yes. Jean Yurian, now noticing the feather needle gleaming on the ground, nodded with a sullen expression. She sheathed her sword and offered a respectful salute. It was an excellent match. I had the privilege of experiencing firsthand just how formidable the Tang Clan's hidden weapon techniques are. I feel the same. The swordsmanship of Wudong is truly remarkable. A proper exchange of martial arts, a fierce yet respectful battle, and a conclusion where both sides smiled in mutual appreciation. This was the ideal form of a friendly duel. Of course, after that, Tang Sowol, the blood venom unit leader, and I had to crouch down and gather up all the scattered projectiles. But overall, the atmosphere was warm and lively. Which was why I wasn't expecting what came next. I am Jean Beck, a third-generation disciple of Wudong. It is an honor to duel you, young master. I had anticipated facing someone of similar martial prowess. What I didn't expect was that my next opponent would be someone my age. And even more surprising, it was a face I recognized. A duel isn't necessarily limited to warriors of similar strength. If there is a significant difference in skill, it can also serve as an instructional match, where the stronger fighter guides the weaker one through direct combat. Of course, in a friendly duel meant to showcase each other's martial arts and foster camaraderie, it makes sense to pit opponents of comparable levels against one another. That said, it wasn't unreasonable for them to misjudge my abilities. I didn't normally exude my aura recklessly, so they could have easily underestimated me. The third elder had warned them in advance that I was far stronger than I appeared, but considering my unimposing presence and young age, they must have assumed I was at best at the early first-rate level. As for my opponent, Jean Beck, he was at the peak of the second-rate level, meaning our difference in martial prowess wasn't glaringly obvious. Furthermore, he was a third-generation disciple, around the same age as me, making him a seemingly well-matched opponent. The third elder looked a bit troubled by the situation, but while the pairing was unexpected, it wasn't something I found unreasonable or frustrating. What truly surprised me was that Jean Beck was a familiar face. Young master, it seems I didn't explain things properly. It's fine. I shook my head at the third elder's cautious tone, then turned to my opponent and gave a polite salute. My name is Cheon Hwi-da. Pleased to meet you. Why, yes, sir. Jean Beck, sensing something was off, hesitated for a moment, glancing around at the others before giving a small nod and drawing his sword. Despite already exchanging greetings, he awkwardly repeated his bow. It was a clumsy habit of his, one he still hadn't outgrown even years later, when he was nearly 30 and could no longer be called a youthful prodigy. As I drew my own sword, I took a closer look at Jean Beck. His face was noticeably younger than I remembered, yet his features were undeniably the same. The memories came rushing back. Before my regression, when the demonic cult had begun its invasion, when the 9 great sects and the 5 supreme clans started to collapse one by one, when the Murim Alliance, in desperation, formed an uneasy alliance with the Black Lotus sect. At the time, I was still within the Black Lotus sect, but I wasn't affiliated with any particular faction within it. After Heir Blood Hall fell, after I lost Seo Munwaran and Seo Lihyang, after I somehow managed to avenge them and, in the process, reached the transcendent realm, earning the title Sword Demon. Despite that, I had never led a military unit nor held a high-ranking position within the sect. Just as Seo Munwaran had once served as the Heir Blood Hall Master, only fulfilling the bare minimum of responsibilities without deeply involving herself in the sect's affairs. I had done the same. Aside from carrying out a few personal tasks assigned by the Black Lotus sect master, I had spent my days wholly devoted to the sword. At that point, my title suited me. I had nothing left but the sword. Though the sect master had always been wary of Seo Munwaran, myself, and Seo Lihyang, he had still been the first to rush to Heir Blood Hall's aid when it was attacked. The man had no tolerance for anyone who could potentially challenge his authority. But if someone did challenge him, he was swift and ruthless in his response. Seo Munwaran had undoubtedly been a potential rival, but she was also a member of the sect, and she had dutifully fulfilled her role. No matter how personal his grudge, the Black Lotus sect master could never forgive the Black Sky Sword Emperor and the warriors of Black Sky Sword sect for invading his own territory and massacring Heir Blood Hall. Even when I was half mad, consumed by my internal demons, he had aided me. The Black Lotus sect master could never be considered a good person, but he was an excellent leader. That was how he had managed to unite the heretical martial world for the first time in history. But the important part of all this was that at the time, I had already lost Seo Munwaran and Seo Lihyang before I met Tang Sowol. In other words, it was the period when I had sharpened my edges against everything around me, when my very presence was like a drawn sword. And that was when I first met Jean Beck, a survivor of Wudong's destruction, one of the scattered remnants of the fallen sect. He had answered the Muram Alliance's call and volunteered to participate in the uneasy, experimental coalition with the heretical sects. At the time, he was at the entry level of the Peak Realm, a remarkable achievement considering that many warriors remained first-rate their entire lives. But it was far from enough. Not enough to avenge Wudong. Not enough to restore its name. And standing before him was someone his age who had already reached the transcendent realm, the Sword Demon. Jean Beck had begun relentlessly asking me to teach him. Sometimes he followed me for an entire day, pestering me. Other times, he knelt before me, pleading. But back then, I had no patience for such things. There was nothing in my mind but the sword. I lived for the sword, and I knew I would one day die by it. That was why they had given me that title. I had ignored Jean Beck's requests. Every moment spent teaching was a moment I could have been swinging my sword instead. Even if I had agreed to teach, my techniques were meant for me alone. They would have been ineffective in the hands of another. And more than anything, at the time, there had been nothing for me to learn from Jean Beck's sword. But he had been desperate. With Wudong's sudden destruction, most of its treasured techniques had been lost. The martial arts Jean Beck had learned were decent, but they were far removed from the legendary techniques that once defined Wudong. To one day defeat the heavenly demon and destroy the demonic cult, to rebuild the name of his fallen sect, he needed a new divine technique to replace the flowing cloud sword. He had humbled himself before many swordsmen, seeking their guidance. But the results had been poor. Few were willing to share their techniques. And Jean Beck himself had struggled, torn between his Taoist roots and the hatred and killing intent that had tainted his blade. His grand ambition was commendable, but his skills and circumstances had not aligned. And in the end, he remained stuck in place. That was when the Muram Alliance and the Black Lotus sect fully joined forces. All the remaining peak stage masters of the Orthodox world set a trap to kill the heavenly demon. Jean Beck and I were among the warriors assigned to keep the rest of the demonic cult at bay. It should have been a simple task. No one, not even the heavenly demon, could withstand an assault from 8 peak stage masters. Or so we thought. But things never go as planned. The heavenly demon slaughtered every single one of them. And soon, we found ourselves trapped, facing the demonic cult from the front and the heavenly demon approaching from behind. Desperate and with no escape, Jean Beck burned his primordial origin chi to carve a path through the cultists, giving me a chance to flee. When I asked him why he would throw his life away for me, his answer was simple. Because you're stronger. If I survive, it changes nothing. But if you survive, there's still a chance to avenge us. So instead of saving himself, he asked me to avenge him. In the end, I couldn't withstand even a single strike from the heavenly demon and was defeated. But the fact remained I owed my life to Jean Beck. It was a debt I had never repaid, one that had lingered in the back of my mind for years. And now, unexpectedly, I had the chance to settle even a small part of it. SRNG. I slowly drew my sword and settled into a stance. Feet shoulder-width apart, arms centered, and the sword tip aligned with my line of sight. The most basic stance. But that was all I needed. The sword I was about to wield carried no complex techniques or profound mysteries. I wasn't sure how strong the present Jean Beck was, but before my regression, neither of us had anything to gain from each other's swordsmanship. But now, things were different. Jean Beck, his expression a mix of tension and anticipation, waited only until I had fully assumed my stance, then charged forward. His speed wasn't particularly fast or slow, but his movements were light, just as I had seen in his previous duel, ready to change direction at any moment. I watched his blade sweep diagonally toward me and responded with a simple horizontal slash. Chong! His sword was deflected in an instant. His arm and shoulder twisted from the force, throwing his stance off balance, but it wasn't enough to neutralize him completely. Jean Beck barely managed to correct himself and launched another strike. Considering he had just lost his footing, the power behind this next attack was impressive. I recognized this technique. Jean Beck must have trained in the Nine Palaces' divine traversing sword. This time, his blade came down in a vertical slash aimed at my head. But I noticed something, the slight tremor at the tip of his sword. He was still shaken from how easily his previous strike had been repelled. So I simply raised my sword slowly and let his blade rest against mine. Kagakak. A sharp scraping sound filled the air as our swords locked in place. But this wasn't a contest of strength. Jean Beck's sword had become stuck against mine, as if glued in place. Whenever he tried to thrust, I subtly pulled back in sync with his movement. And whenever he tried to retract, I pressed forward, maintaining close contact. That didn't mean he could freely control his sword's movements. Every time he attempted to swing, the influence of my blade subtly altered its trajectory, steering it off course. It was the principle of adherence. With internal energy, I could have easily turned this into an outright counterattack. But there was no need for that. Ugh. And Jean Beck struggled, swinging his sword wildly in an attempt to break free. I decided to speak. A vertical slash is better executed with decisive force rather than half-hearted variations. And no matter how flustered you are, your sword tip must never waver. What? Jean Beck blinked in confusion. I gave him a slight smile before continuing. It's the same principle now. If something isn't working, don't stubbornly force it, find another way. Stay calm. Don't panic. Never stop thinking about how to change the situation. Jean Beck's confusion deepened. I chuckled and added, what's the point of having footwork if you're not going to use it? If you can't win with the sword, then create distance. Oh. A look of realization dawned on his face and he quickly leaped backward. From that moment on, the duel followed a predictable pattern. Jean Beck swung his sword at me. I deflected his attacks and pointed out his weaknesses. I wasn't entirely familiar with the Nine Palaces' divine traversing sword, but I could tell it wasn't just some light and flashy technique. At first, Jean Beck seemed irritated by my interference. But as our exchanges continued, his expression grew increasingly serious. He had realized that I wasn't mocking him, I was genuinely trying to teach him. After about 40 exchanges, I had corrected every obvious flaw I could see. And Jean Beck was beginning to tire. So I ended it. With one final, powerful swing. Kong! A sharp metallic ring echoed through the air as Jean Beck's sword was sent flying, landing far away. For a moment, Jean Beck just stared at his empty hand in a daze. Then, as if he had just awoken from a long dream, he quickly lowered his head and clasped his hands in a respectful salute. I lost. Thank you for the guidance. It was a good duel. At the very least. I had done my part. I could only hope it was enough. Jean Beck walked off the training ground in a daze, his expression still blank, as if he hadn't fully processed what had just happened. What I had shown him wasn't anything extraordinary. Individually, they were all just basic principles. But when put together, their meaning shifted. One must wield the right sword at the right moment. That was the core of my martial arts philosophy. And for Jean Beck, who had learned the Nine Palaces' divine traversing sword, a style built on seamlessly linking countless techniques in countless ways, it would serve as valuable insight. As I sheathed my sword, I finally became aware of the murmurs from the surrounding Wudong disciples. He looks about the same age as Beck. How's he this strong? The elder did warn us, but still. I didn't expect this. Even among the second-generation disciples, how many could match that? It was understandable that they were astonished. From what I had observed while touring Wudong, most third-generation disciples were still in their teens and generally ranged from third-rate to second-rate in skill. That meant they were around my apparent age, which was likely why Jean Beck had been chosen as my opponent. The second-generation disciples, on the other hand, were mostly in their 20s and 30s, with the majority being first-rate and a few reaching the peak realm. But even those at the peak realm were still far from the level I had attained before my regression. For those unaware of my secret, I must have seemed utterly incomprehensible. Now that things had turned out this way, was the sparring over? Jean Beck had been an exception. I had used the duel as an opportunity to teach him, which made the match look unusual. But against a second-generation disciple, I could hold back appropriately and have a proper duel. I waited for a while, hoping for another challenger. But when no one stepped forward, I sighed internally and began stepping down from the training ground. It was at that moment. Haha, didn't I tell you all? This young master is far stronger than you expected. The third elder, Cheon Hwi-da, approached me, placing a firm hand on my shoulder as he addressed the disciples. His grip was strong, as if to stop me from leaving. I halted, curious, and the elder chuckled. First, let me thank you. I didn't expect you to go that far. Thanks to you, that rascal Beck will grow significantly from this experience. It wasn't anything special. It just happened that way. Huh, you're being modest. But isn't this a good thing? Watching old friends leave one by one over the years is a sorrowful thing. But seeing young ones forge new bonds is always a great joy. Why are you suddenly making this embarrassing? I just hope Wudong can be a good connection for you. I think it already is. I've heard many things these past few days from that ghost shadow thief friend of yours. I've also seen it with my own eyes. No matter who steps forward, I doubt you'll find this duel satisfying. That's not necessarily true. You say that, but you must be feeling unsatisfied, no? I remained silent, and the elder continued. Don't worry. I have something in mind. I really don't mind if it ends here. From the start, I had never expected anyone at the disciple level to be a true match for me. Perhaps the great disciple chosen as the next sect leader, currently training in the flowing cloud sword, could provide a challenge. Or maybe one of the elders. My martial skills before regression had already reached a level where only individuals of that caliber could stand against me. And right now, there were only second-generation disciples present. I had known this from the beginning, so I had long abandoned the idea of a balanced duel. But, as I see it, the disciples of Wudong are not lacking. It's just that your talent surpasses your age. Isn't that so? That's a rather burdensome compliment. And yet, despite that talent, you still chose to share your martial knowledge with Wudong's disciples, even knowing there was no direct benefit to you. I've received things from Wudong, too. It's only fair to give something back. Haha, you speak of fairness? Then consider this. If Wudong were to be too rigid with a young master not even past his coming of age, what would that do to our reputation? The third elder suddenly spoke in a loud voice, making sure the surrounding disciples could hear. I tilted my head in confusion. Then, with a sly grin, he said something completely unexpected. So, this time, I shall be your opponent. What? Just as you shared something with Jean Beck, I wish to impart something to you. And I seem to be the only one here capable of doing so. Are you serious? Of course. Truthfully, I didn't say much at the time, but I was quite curious. How is it possible for someone as young as you to possess such martial prowess? A duel between junior disciples and a duel against an elder carried entirely different weight. That was why I hadn't expected it from the start. But now, the third elder, Cheon Hwi-da, had personally offered to duel me. The dull disappointment I had been feeling instantly vanished. Excitement surged within me. Let's begin immediately. No hesitation at all. Cheon Hwi-da let out a disbelieving chuckle before stepping to the opposite side of the training ground, drawing his sword from his waist. Sr. Renji. The sword's scabbard was old and worn, and its hilt had been smoothed down from years of use. It looked almost pitiful. But the blade itself gleamed with a sharp, freshly honed edge. A well-maintained sword. And proof that its wielder had not neglected his training. As I drew my own sword and took my stance, the elder spoke. I'll grant you 3 moves. I won't hold back then. The moment I finished speaking, boom, I kicked off the ground. Not just an ordinary burst of speed, but an explosive acceleration, strong enough to create a small shockwave near my Yongchen acupoint. With a loud impact, the ground cracked slightly beneath me. And in just 2 steps, I reached my maximum speed. I closed the distance in an instant. Then, I stomped down powerfully, converting all my momentum into raw force, channeling it directly into my sword. A diagonal slash. A strike imbued with the essence of force, aimed at Cheon Hwi-da's chest. However, though I had swung first, his blade struck mine an instant earlier, hitting the base of my sword. It didn't matter how much force I had concentrated into a single point. If the direction of that force was disrupted, it would scatter. Before my attack could fully manifest, he had dispersed its power. It was a technique I often used myself, but experiencing it firsthand after so long was startling. That was quite the powerful strike. And you're incredibly fast for an old man. This is the Tai Scattering Light Sword, one of the oldest techniques in Wudong, dating back to when Zhongnan Mountain was still called Tai Mountain. Is it really okay to reveal that? This isn't a battle to the death, just a friendly duel. At worst, I'm only giving you the name of the technique. John Ilbai shrugged as he spoke, but even if it was just a name, I couldn't take it lightly. A martial arts name often contained the essence of its philosophy. From his sheer speed alone, combined with the name Scattering Light Sword, it was clear that his technique focused on rapid swordplay. That meant my response was simple. Thud. I stomped down again, raising my sword, not to channel power into it this time, but to solidify my stance. With my lower body firmly rooted, I swung my sword straight down. Heavy. Even heavier. No matter how fast a blade was, if it clashed with mine, I would force it back. Rather than concentrating power into a single point, I distributed it throughout my entire body and unleashed a strike fueled by raw weight. Speed often meant lightness, and lightness could never overcome heaviness. Unless, boom, a dull impact. Once again, John Ilbai aimed at the base of my blade, but this time, my sheer force prevented him from disrupting my strike. Instead, SRNG. He smoothly redirected my sword, guiding its trajectory away from him and into the ground. Exactly as I had expected. For a martial artist of his caliber, this level of counterplay was natural. And since he was deliberately allowing me 3 free strikes, his options were limited. His only real choice was to redirect my attack. A grin crept onto my lips as I took a bold step forward, right into John Ilbai's personal space. So close that it was no longer a sword fight, but practically a hand-to-hand combat range. Twisting my body, I adjusted my grip. With the blade held horizontally, I aimed the bottom of my sword's hilt directly at his solar plexus. At this distance, he wouldn't have time to parry or counter with his own sword. Huh. With a short exclamation, John Ilbai suddenly leaped back, swinging his sword, not to strike me, but to deter my pursuit. Swish. His blade grazed my bangs, neatly slicing off a small portion of my hair. Even though I had already taken a step forward, putting me in the perfect position to press the attack, I remained still. That was why he hadn't managed to fully endure my 3 strikes. In the end, he had been forced to swing his sword at me. John Ilbai clicked his tongue, shaking his head in disbelief. Well, now. I've wielded a sword for decades, yet here I am. I believe you only conceded 2 strikes. Would it be too much to ask for one more? Huh. That's all you're getting. Enough stalling, come at me properly now. How unfortunate. He grumbled, but the smile tugging at his lips was impossible to hide. I was likely wearing the same expression. We shared a brief laugh before straightening our stances once more, raising our swords toward each other. And then, Pabat. This time, John Ilbai moved first. His long beard fluttered as he charged, exuding an aura of a Taoist sage. But in his hands was a deadly razor-sharp blade. Sweek. His sword slashed toward me at a speed almost too fast to track. Unlike before, when he had merely received my attacks, this time, his intent was clear. He aimed to cut me down before I could even react. That said, it wasn't beyond my ability to counter. As his sword raced toward my chest, I twisted my body and took half a step back. His blade narrowly missed, skimming past my robes. And in that fleeting moment when his defenses were open, I thrust my sword forward. Not a slash. A stab. A direct, linear strike aimed at his shoulder. Difficult to recover from if it missed, but the fastest way to reach the target. Just as my sword was about to pierce his shoulder. Kong! A diagonal flash of steel abruptly intercepted my attack, knocking my sword aside. What? Rather than retrieving his sword for another strike, he had continued rotating with his previous motion, using the momentum to accelerate his next attack. Was it even possible to execute such a large movement so quickly, without any prior preparation? For a brief moment, I was caught off guard. But then, this was Wudong's swordsmanship. Techniques I once thought impossible to chain together. In the hands of a true master, they seamlessly connected, flowing like a river. Unlike me, who wielded the sword to strike at the opportune moment. His sword made every moment the opportune moment. Haha, a laugh escaped me. We were alike, yet so different. You can laugh in a fight? Cheon Hwi-da blinked, looking somewhat exasperated. But come on, wasn't this too much fun? You can laugh like that? Cheon Hwi-da looked at me with a puzzled expression. That was a bit much. For a moment, I felt an urge to argue, but instead of words, I chose to respond with my sword. Thud. I steadied my stance with a sharp step, regaining my balance after my sword had been deflected. Drawing power from my legs, waist, back, and arms, I lifted my sword in an upward slash. You sure impatient? Cheon Hwi-da countered calmly, his sword moving with precision. However, because he hadn't yet fully recovered from his last strike, his blade was still positioned low. No matter how fast his sword was or how versatile his techniques were, completely blocking this attack would be difficult. He would have no choice but to retreat, and that would allow me to seize the initiative. As I considered how to continue my assault, Cheon Hwi-da's sword suddenly flicked upward and tapped the spine of my blade. No, tapped wasn't the right word. What followed was another relentless exchange, not much different from before. A true contest of swordsmanship, a battle of pure technique. My judgment wasn't lacking, nor was my ability to execute my decisions. But as our swords clashed again and again, the gap in depth became clear. For a moment, I seemed to hold my ground, only for my sword to be deflected or redirected yet again. A distance that felt just within reach, yet he always remained a step ahead. It was frustrating, yet at the same time, awe-inspiring. No matter how I tried to exploit openings, his sword never faltered. Like a stream of light, his swift and fluid swordplay adapted seamlessly. Even when I boldly attempted to break through, the outcome remained the same. Strictly speaking, it wasn't as if my attacks weren't landing. At times, I managed to thrust my sword at just the right moment, or force him into a defensive position with a deep slash. Under normal circumstances, I would have broken my opponent's momentum, cut off their escape routes, and slowly cornered them until I severed their breath entirely. But against Cheon Hwi-da, all my attempts were absorbed into the overwhelming flow of his sword. Even when I disrupted his rhythm, he effortlessly incorporated the break into his own movement, as if it had never happened. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop his flow. Inevitably, the more exchanges we made, the more I found myself being pushed back. It felt as if I had been caught in a massive whirlpool, completely trapped, yet I had no way to escape. I finally understood. The person I was fighting wasn't just Cheon Hwi-da. I was facing Wudong itself. What I was truly up against was the legacy of Wudong's martial arts, which had begun with the Chuanjin sect and evolved over countless generations. It was a technique refined by the hands of many masters, honed and perfected over time, and now it was being wielded through Cheon Hwi-da. He wasn't the one swallowing my sword. It was Wudong. If even a Wudong elder was at this level, I couldn't begin to imagine how strong the sect leader must be. It was suffocating. Yet, at the same time, exhilarating. How long had it been since I was this completely immersed in swordplay? Still, if this continued, I would soon lose. Which meant it was time to show him something. Wudong's martial arts were indeed remarkable. But my sword, my life embedded within it, was not so fragile that it could simply be swept away. Just in case, I decided to warn him first. I hold no resentment toward you, Elder. What's this about all of a sudden? It's simply the nature of my martial arts. Please understand. Gripping my sword tightly, I unleashed the killing intent I had been suppressing. A thick wave of murderous energy spread across the training ground. An ordinary person would struggle to even breathe under its weight. For me, however, it felt like a breath of fresh air, as if an oppressive seal had finally been lifted. What in the world? Cheon Hwi-da's face twisted in shock. But his composure quickly returned. He had spoken with Ghost Shadow Thief, so he must have already known that I practiced a technique steeped in killing intent. What he hadn't expected was this level of it. Such a sinister aura. Who in the world taught you this swordsmanship? No one. If no one did, then what in the world turned you into this? I'll show you now. With eyes wide open, I charged toward him. I used the same vertical slash I had demonstrated before, fully embodying the principle of adherence. As expected, Cheon Hwi-da moved to parry, disrupting the trajectory to redirect my strike. However, this time, I altered my attack at the last possible moment, slightly twisting my sword's tip. Through my killing intent spread like a mist around us, I sensed his movement an instant earlier. That tiny adjustment was enough. I couldn't fully maintain the force behind my strike, but it also disrupted his ability to deflect it cleanly. Boom. For the first time in our duel, our swords clashed head-on, unleashing a deafening explosion of force. Cheon Hwi-da's eyes widened. A split second later, a sharp shock coursed up my arm. If I had been even slightly careless, I might have dropped my sword entirely. I clenched my grip tightly, forcing myself to endure it. A damp sensation spread across my palm. Blood, probably from a slight tear in my flesh. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that, for the first time, Cheon Hwi-da had shown a true opening. He had been forced to block an attack head-on, disrupting his stance ever so slightly. Even in that unstable position, his sword remained swift and precise. He immediately retaliated, slashing toward my face. He intended to use my reaction time to reset his stance. So, I stepped forward, deeply, lowering my upper body until it was nearly parallel to the ground, executing Iron Bridge stance mid-charge. A technique that required impeccable balance and strength. If I slipped, I would fall, completely exposing myself. But as long as I didn't make a mistake, it would be fine. Squeak. The cold steel blade sliced just above my nose. And the moment it passed, I straightened my posture and lashed out with a lightning-fast thrust. But Cheon Hwi-da wasn't just a master of swordplay. With perfect footwork, he stepped just out of my sword's range. His upper body remained completely stable, allowing him to transition seamlessly into his next technique. A rising diagonal slash from below. If I dodged or blocked, the endless chain of swift strikes would resume. So this time, I neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, I gripped the bottom of my sword's hilt like a hammer and slammed it down onto his incoming blade. Thud. Cheon Hwi-da's sword struck against the broad side of my blade and was driven straight into the ground. Had I been even a fraction too slow, or had my aim been slightly off, this duel would have already ended. But I had succeeded, and that was all that mattered. After all, merely responding to his techniques in a conventional manner would only result in me being devoured by the flow he created. Thus, I had no choice but to deny his sword. A rejection purely for the sake of rejection. I continued to swing my blade relentlessly, at times throwing my entire body into the attack. A scene of utter recklessness. But that was my sword. It didn't need to be elegant or refined. I could bear any number of wounds as long as I didn't die. The only thing that mattered was ensuring that my opponent perished first. I took pride in my swordsmanship, but in the end, my blade was merely a tool for efficient slaughter. As my killing intent surged, it naturally converged upon Cheon Hwi-da. At first, as befitting a supreme martial artist, he showed little reaction to the overwhelming bloodlust. But as it built up again and again, it eventually began to weigh on him. And then, for just a fleeting moment, the tiniest hesitation crept into Cheon Hwi-da's swordplay. He didn't stop. His speed didn't slow. He didn't even swing in the wrong direction. But for a brief instant, there was a flicker of doubt within his strikes. His first true opening. I clenched my teeth and lunged forward. Fiercely. More fiercely. Like a starving wolf that would die if it didn't feast. Like a rabid beast bearing its blood-stained fangs. Cheon Hwi-da's sword was still blindingly fast. His techniques still flowed endlessly, seamlessly connected. But I no longer allowed myself to be swept away by them. Even as wounds accumulated across my body, I thrashed and clawed my way toward his throat. There was no longer a single dominant flow dictating the battlefield. Instead, the training ground was now a battleground between two forces. One, an endless stream of sword light, weaving a web of small whirlpools. The other, a storm of chaos, raging violently against it. The more I swung my sword, the sharper my focus became. At that moment, the only things that existed in the world were myself and my blade. How many times had I lost myself to this instinct, to the rhythm of the fight? Enough. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy erupted from Cheon Hwi-da's blade. A sword aura that would have normally flickered like heat haze, now layered upon itself over and over until it burned like a raging inferno. With a mighty swing, he drew a clear line between himself and me. And just like that, it was as if I had been yanked from the depths of water, forced to take a breath. My heightened focus shattered. Half submerged in the trance of battle, my mind now fully resurfaced. At last, I took in my surroundings. The hushed stillness of the training ground. My own body covered in cuts and bruises. and John Il, standing across from me, his robe slightly nicked by my blade. Pointing at the faint tear in his garment, he smirked. This is enough. Surely you're satisfied now? I stared at the mark I had left before exhaling deeply. Then, sheathing my sword, I clasped my hands together and bowed in respect. Thank you for your guidance. Haha, it's been a long time since I've had such an exhilarating match. And with that, the duel was over. Of course, Brother Cheon. A word with you, please. Standing with her hands on her hips, half worried and half scolding, Tang Sowol was still waiting for me. After the duel ended, I stepped down from the training ground, leaving behind the murmuring disciples of the Jiangnan sect. It seemed my fighting style had left quite the impact on them. And yet, Brother Cheon, a word with you, please. Tang Sowol stood before me, one hand resting on her hip, her expression caught between concern and reprimand. I hesitated, glancing in her direction, but before I could even acknowledge her, she was already striding toward me with firm steps. Her eyes were wide open, her brows raised, her lips slightly pouted, and her cheeks puffed out just a little. Not exactly threatening, but unmistakably the expression of someone angry. Once she reached me, she planted both hands on her hips again and called out in a sharp tone. Brother Cheon. That was a friendly duel, wasn't it? That's right. Then why, pray tell, did you allow yourself to get so injured? Well, as you know, my martial arts have always been like this. I cautiously defended myself, but Tang Sowol's dark eyes flashed with a glint of green as she took another step closer. Yes, I suppose that's true. You do seem to think of self-sacrifice as a given in combat. Then, but as you said yourself, this wasn't a life-or-death battle, it was a duel. This was a duel with a Jiangnan sect elder. An opportunity like this doesn't come easily. I reflexively countered, but Tang Sowol simply stared at me in silence. Then, she stepped even closer. Perhaps because she was still slightly taller than me, my vision was suddenly filled with the sight of her chest drawing near. I knew this wasn't the time for such thoughts, but keeping my gaze in check was proving to be a challenge. Oblivious to my internal struggle, or perhaps enjoying it, her pout deepened. At that moment, I instinctively knew. No matter what I said, I wasn't getting out of this. So, instead of answering, I chose to act. I carefully reached out and cupped her cheek, pressing my thumb gently against her protruding lips. I'm sorry. From now on, I'll try not to get hurt in front of you. And if it is unavoidable, I'll at least let you know in advance. Her sharp gaze softened slightly, but not enough to be fully convinced. Sensing that my apology was still lacking, I thought for a moment before adding, And tonight, I'll spend time with you however you like. Whether it's playing dice or whatever else. At last, she broke into a bright smile. As soon as I withdrew my thumb, she placed her hands over mine, pressing them against her cheeks for a brief moment before slowly pulling them away. Then, she wrapped my hands in both of hers and said, It's a promise then? Yeah, I promise. And, just so you know, this trick won't work next time. Of course not. Good. Now, let's take care of your wounds first. Here? In front of everyone. Tang Sowol tilted her head slightly in confusion, then suddenly smirked as if she had caught on to something. Brother Cheon, what exactly were you imagining just now? I wasn't imagining anything. You weren't perhaps thinking that, in front of all these people and the esteemed elder John, I would lick your wounds clean, were you? Absolutely not. Well, the injuries aren't too deep, so using my fingers to apply the poison should be enough. But if you insist on using my mouth, not in front of others. I had intended to protest more firmly, but before I could, Tang Sowol simply shook her head with a bright smile. I'm joking. What? No need to look so flustered. Like I said, this level of injury can be treated just fine with my hands. Though, if you don't want scars, you should properly apply medicine later. With that, she started gently running her fingers over my wounds. The minor bleeding stopped almost immediately, and the pain dulled into a faint ache. At the same time, my heightened senses, sharpened by the duel, began to relax. Not enough to be dangerous, but enough to make a difference. As she continued treating my wounds with a small smile, she finally spoke again. So, what was it you were about to say earlier? I'd like to hear the rest. No. Ignoring my refusal, she grinned mischievously. Something about not wanting to show a certain side of yourself in front of others? Hmm. It's only natural to want to monopolize your betrothed's tongue, isn't it? Hee. Did you just laugh in the middle of that? Not at all. But in that case, you're saying that as long as there are no other people around, you'd be perfectly fine with it, right? I have no idea how we got to this point in the conversation. That means tonight, after your long and exhausting day, I'll have to properly take care of you, won't I? Can't we just play a few rounds of dice and go to sleep? The more flustered I became, the wider her smile grew. Well, as long as she was happy. Just as I was grumbling to myself internally, Elder John Ilby returned, having calmed the murmuring disciples. With a chuckle, he remarked, "It's hard to believe that the same person radiating such murderous intent earlier is now acting like this. Are you here to tease me?" Perish the thought. I meant it sincerely. The last time I felt killing intent of that magnitude was 40 years ago, during the subjugation of the heaven-slaying star. Just so we're clear, I have no connection to the heaven-slaying star. Oh, I know. I've crossed swords with him personally. I can say with certainty that you are not him. Besides, if you were, you wouldn't be acting like such a docile lamb in front of your betrothed. Are you sure you're not teasing me? John Ilby merely chuckled in response. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol finished tending to my wounds and straightened my slightly disheveled clothes before stepping back to admire her handiwork. Then, with a satisfied smile, she nodded. There. That should do. Should do what exactly? Were you intentionally ignoring Elder John? At that, she finally turned to face the elder and bowed. Thank you for guiding my betrothed, Elder John. Haha, well, I may have been a bit harsh, but I didn't expect him to be that relentless. Nor did I expect him to become so mild-mannered the moment you appeared. You truly found yourself a fine match. I do think so, yes. For a moment, John Ilby looked nostalgic, perhaps remembering the young Tang Sowol he had met once before. Meanwhile, she simply looked pleased, shoulders ever so slightly lifted. It was an annoyingly smug expression, but for some reason, it also felt strangely endearing. As I found myself staring at her absent-mindedly, John Ilby spoke again, his tone more serious this time. May I ask you something about your martial arts? Huh? Oh, of course, Elder. First, I've already explained to the disciples that your killing intent was merely an aspect of your martial arts, not a genuine attempt to kill me. Your swordsmanship was fierce, yes, but there was no true intent to take a life. I appreciate that. Even though it had been just a duel, my overwhelming killing intent had filled the training grounds as I clashed blades with the Jiangnan sect elder. If left unchecked, it could have easily led to the misunderstanding that I had actually attempted to kill Elder John Ilby. Knowing that he had cleared that up was a relief. As I let out a quiet sigh of relief, John Ilby continued. Now, onto the main topic. Your martial arts, you didn't learn it from anyone, did you? The way you phrase it makes it sound like I figured it all out myself. I did have help, you know. Even so, the one who completed it was you. Well, that's true. Even though we had only tested our swordsmanship without using sword energy, it seemed John Ilby had already noticed something. What is your martial art called? Guangrang Talmyung Wolf Seizing Life Technique. That name reeks of the unorthodox sect. That's because it's based on unorthodox martial arts. John Ilby went silent for a moment, seemingly in thought, before carefully speaking again. Would you consider becoming my disciple? Excuse me. Of course, I mean as an informal disciple. We can't have Tang family's future son-in-law bound to Jiangnan sect, now can we? I'm simply asking if you'd like to learn our martial arts instead of the one you currently use. Caught completely off guard, I hesitated. Sensing my confusion, John Ilby patiently elaborated. You've likely noticed it too. Even though the roots and philosophies differ, your martial arts and Jiangnan share some similarities. Well, I suppose so. Even if you had to start from scratch, regaining your current level wouldn't take long. Not to boast, but my skill level far surpasses even our sect leaders. That means I could push things a little further than normal, whether through advanced martial arts, elixirs, or other methods. Put simply, he was offering to personally train and refine my martial arts. Yet, I sensed no ambition from him, no desire to claim a prodigy for his sect. Rather, it felt like regret. It seems, Elder, that you want me to abandon my current martial arts. To be honest, yes. May I ask why? You may be fine now, but one day, your martial arts will consume you. Don't take this lightly, I've lived long enough to see it happen to several others. John Ilby's words weren't unfounded. There was a reason why so few unorthodox martial artists reached the highest levels. Without a firm foundation, their techniques, crafted solely to gain strength, would eventually spiral out of their control. I knew of many powerful warriors who had succumbed to madness, memories from my past life. But I was different. I might one day hit an insurmountable wall, but I would never lose myself to chi deviation. And for one simple reason. Jungnan's sword contains the teachings of its sect. A vast, unbroken flow of knowledge. If you want to know more, become my disciple. But my sword contains my life. Because ever since I had carved hell into my very soul, I had already crossed that threshold. I understood my own nature better than anyone. With the amount of killing intent I carried, I was already no different from a lunatic. Even so, this is my life. How could I possibly run from it? Cheon Hwi-da silently mulled over my words before letting out a weary smile. That's true. A man cannot abandon his own life. Thank you for understanding. I never intended to force you. But... He paused, carefully choosing his next words. Just remember that this path exists, should you ever need it. With that, I left the training grounds. For some reason, Cheon Hwi-da's back looked exhausted. Returning to the guest room. After the duel, I returned to my guest room. Tang Sowol, who had followed me in, immediately lit up with excitement. So, what should we do? What should we do for fun? I glanced at the door. The latch was securely locked, and the venomous Blood Brigade commander was resting in the neighboring room. In other words, in this room. It was just the two of us. Tang Sowol shut the door tightly and locked it carefully, her eyes gleaming. So, what shall we play? What shall we play? The wounds from the sparring match had already been treated, and the blood venom unit leader was resting in the adjacent room. There was no excuse to leave, nor was anyone likely to enter. In other words, it was just the two of us in this room. Realizing this, I started to feel a bit nervous. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol, seemingly without a care, was pulling out the gulpi, a set of traditional gambling tiles I had caught a glimpse of earlier in the morning. Well, it wasn't surprising. Gulpi were an old tool, sometimes used for fortune-telling. It wouldn't be strange to find some lying around the Wudong sect. Given that they performed rituals and wrote talismans for worshippers, using gulpi for divination wouldn't be anything out of the ordinary. The only issue was that gulpi were more commonly associated with gambling. She shouldn't be getting into this kind of thing already. Do you even know how to play? The rules can be quite complicated. Of course I do. The blood venom unit leader taught me yesterday. Was it really okay for him to be teaching his lady something like that? I was a little taken aback, but after hearing the details, it seemed more like he had given her a bit of preventive education so she wouldn't get scammed somewhere. If you bet money, it becomes gambling. And no matter how high your martial arts skills are, you can never beat a seasoned gambler. That's true. People usually think of gamblers as having fancy hand tricks, but in reality, they often exchange hidden signals, manipulate their opponent's thoughts, or even rig the gambling tools themselves. Just like the blood venom unit leader said, no matter how skilled you were in martial arts, there were ways to get tricked. So, the best option was to avoid it entirely, but the more you tell people not to do something, the more they want to try. If she had never been exposed to it, that would be one thing. But now that she knew about it and was interested, it was better to show her how to enjoy it without betting money. The blood venom unit leader had thought this through. As I was nodding in understanding, Tang Sowol suddenly leaned in, her eyes shining. So, how about a wager without money? I stared at her, trying to figure out what she meant. Perhaps due to the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, a rare poisonous herb, intensifying the poison within her body, her black hair and eyes now carried a faint green hue. Even before my regression, when I had only seen half of her face, I thought she was beautiful. Now, with both sides fully revealed, she was breathtaking, enough to hold my gaze all day without growing tired of it. However, while her appearance remained stunning, her overall demeanor differed significantly from my past memories. In my previous life, her emotions were faint, barely perceptible. But now, Tang Sowol reacted vividly, like a budding sprout full of life. Her crescent-shaped smile, the faint puff of breath from her nose, the way her lips twitched as if she were always ready to laugh, her anticipation was palpable. And when she leaned in close to me, the scent from her body drifted over, drawing my attention to her figure, one that even loose-fitting clothes couldn't completely conceal. Without realizing it, I turned my head and asked, "Aren't you a little too close?" Ever since the misunderstanding between us had been resolved, Tang Sowol had been acting comfortably around me. But this level of proximity? It had happened only a handful of times. Her response, however, was completely nonchalant, like she didn't see any problem at all. We're betrothed now, so isn't this fine? Betrothal and marriage are different. More specifically, the difference lay in whether or not I'd have to fight Tang Jinjin, the Poison King, in a forced duel if we crossed a certain line. Of course, it didn't seem like Tang Sowol cared about that at all. Slide. She gently cupped my cheeks with both hands and pulled me closer. The touch of her slender fingers and the unfamiliar warmth of her body sent heat surging through my head. Our gazes locked at the suddenly shortened distance. Then, in a firm but playful tone, she asked, "So, are you in or out?" Her words suggested a choice, but her eyes made it clear that she knew I wouldn't refuse. And really, at this point, did I even have a choice? She understood me all too well. Fine. So, what's the wager? Let's see. A favor, perhaps? The loser grants the winner one request. A favor? Yes. Of course, nothing unreasonable or excessive. That's not a bad idea. Saying that, I reached out and touched Tang Sowol's cheek in return. I wasn't about to be the only one flustered here. This much payback was only fair. In the past, she had always kept her right side covered due to the poison that eroded her skin. But now there was nothing but soft, smooth skin beneath my fingers. I guess I should start thinking about what I'll have you do for me. Ugh. Tang Sowol's face flushed instantly, caught off guard. Like a startled cat whose tail had been stepped on, she jumped back with a flustered expression. Then, let's start right away. Best of 3. Whoever wins twice first takes the victory. I don't mind. Tang Sowol poured the gulpy onto the floor. And then, what? She leapt up from her seat, screaming in despair. Her face had gone pale as if she had seen a ghost. But no matter how shocked she was, the outcome wouldn't change. Why am I getting completely wiped out, Cheon Hwi-da? Don't tell me. What? You just learned the rules yesterday. Where did you get the confidence that you'd win? I didn't expect you to be this good. Wait, you're not even that old yet. How are you so experienced? If you were paying attention, you should have realized at the moment I asked if you were sure about this instead of questioning the rules. Just answer me already. You're not cheating, are you? Just what kind of outrageous request are you planning to make me fulfill? I never cheated. It was purely a difference in skill. And to be fair, you were also quite unlucky. No, but seriously, how did this even happen? I was going to tell you even if you didn't rush me. It's nothing too grand. It's just that, when I was young, I spent some time running errands and barely scraping by in a gambling house. What? Well, that was only half true. When I was too young to be given proper tasks, I did work at a gambling house run by the Red Sand Gang for a while. But that wasn't the main reason. After I joined the Dark Soul unit, I finally got my hands on some money and went all in on purchasing martial arts manuals. At one point, I heard a rumor that a gambler affiliated with the Tang Clan was wagering a rising sword technique in a gambling match. The deal was simple. If I won, I would get the martial arts manual. If I lost, I had to pay 10 gold taels. Back then, due to the Dark Soul unit leader's petty restrictions, I couldn't access the good techniques stored in their archives. I had never learned the rising sword technique before, and techniques of that caliber were rarely up for sale. So, desperate, I took the chance. I didn't expect to lose 20 times in a row. At first, that gambler was thrilled to be draining my gold. But after 10 rounds, he started going quiet. By the 20th, he just handed over the manual and pleaded with me. He wanted me to forget everything that had happened. He was probably scared I'd hold a grudge and come for revenge. To be fair, I was frustrated and pissed off, but I never planned on retaliation. So, I accepted his offer. After that, we became somewhat acquainted, and he shared some insight about gambling. He said that in 1 or 2 rounds, anyone might win. But for a complete amateur like me, going up against a professional gambler, I was bound to get cleaned out. At the very least, he was decent enough not to cheat outright. He just took my money fair and square. Later, he ended up wagering elixirs in another gambling match and got his head chopped off by a temperamental unorthodox master. That so-called master was eventually hunted down and executed by the Tang Clan, but by then, the gambler was long dead. Since then, I swore off gambling halls entirely. Anyway, my gulpy skills now were the remnants of that desperate struggle to obtain the rising sword technique. For Tang Sowol, who had just barely learned the rules, defeating me was an impossible feat. After losing 2 consecutive rounds in our best-of-3 match, she collapsed onto the floor like a squirrel who had lost its acorn, utterly devastated. I chuckled at her miserable expression. Well, now, since I won, that means I get to make a request. What should I ask for? Ugh. You were only thinking about martial arts anyway, weren't you? Tang Sowol bit her lip and dramatically flopped onto the bed, shouting in an exaggeratedly tragic tone. You'll just ignore a bothersome person like me and run off to discuss martial arts with your seniors, won't you? What are you even talking about? I sighed, exasperated. We already agreed to spend the evening together, remember? And yes, I do love martial arts, but there's something else I like just as much right in front of me. So where exactly do you think I'd be going? It took her a moment to fully process my words. Then, her face turned red as she tried and failed to suppress a pleased smile. But as if suddenly realizing something, she looked down at herself only to freeze. Finally noticing how exposed she was in front of me, she yanked the blanket over herself, cocooning up like a silkworm. Only her face peeked out as she cautiously asked, then, what exactly are you going to make me do? It's nothing much. I just wanted to know, what is it that you want from me, to the point that you'd go this far just to ask? Tang Sowol flinched as if I had struck a nerve. She curled up slightly, hesitating, before finally straightening and speaking again. Was it that obvious? Not really. It just seemed a bit unnatural that instead of asking me directly, you used a favor as an excuse. You act like you don't pay attention to me, but you actually understand me quite well, don't you? Who knows? Maybe it's just that I'm watching you when you're not looking at me. Okay, that was kind of creepy. I was joking. Don't worry. Still bundled in the blanket, she giggled and lightly tapped my thigh with her forehead. As I stretched my legs out, she took it as an invitation and laid her head on my lap, looking up at me. You're right, Cheon Hwi-da. There was something I was curious about, but I couldn't figure out how to bring it up. Then let's do this. My wish is for you to tell me what's on your mind. You know, every time we have a conversation like this, I feel like I really lucked out with my fiancé. Chuckling to herself, she cleared her throat before continuing. Ahem. First, I want to make one thing clear. I'm not suspicious, nor am I jealous. Please keep that in mind. That just makes me more nervous, but all right. I'll keep that in mind. I nodded, and after a brief pause, she finally spoke. Cheon Hwi-da, you once said that when you look at me, you think of someone else, correct? I also told you that person no longer exists in this world. Then, do you also think of that person when you look at Seo Lihyang? An unexpected question. But I understood what she was trying to ask. Tang Sowol had realized it. She had noticed that when I saw Seo Lihyang, memories of the past, of the demonic sound which from my previous life, came rushing back to me. I hesitated for a long time, choosing my words carefully. And finally, I spoke. Then, do you also think of that person when you look at Seo Lihyang? The unexpected question caught me off guard, leaving me momentarily speechless. If she was asking whether seeing Seo Lihyang made me think of the Tang Sowol from my past life, of course, the answer was no. However, just as Tang Sowol reminded me of her past self, it was also true that seeing Seo Lihyang made me recall the Seo Lihyang from before my regression. Both of them were figures deeply engraved in my life, memories so profound that even I couldn't control their presence in my mind. That was likely why Tang Sowol had asked. She believed that my affection for her stemmed from someone in my past, an unknown presence shaping my current emotions. She wasn't entirely wrong. I did hold the present Tang Sowol in special regard. But the Tang Sowol of my previous life, who knew me, understood me, shared countless memories, and formed a promise with me that was never fulfilled, was just as precious. Strictly speaking, the unconditional goodwill I had shown the Tang Sowol of this life, and the love that had gradually bloomed from it, were undoubtedly influenced by the Tang Sowol from before my regression. And in that sense, Seo Lihyang was no different. Though I considered the Seo Lihyang of my past and the Seo Lihyang of today as separate individuals, I still remembered. I remembered how she used to act all prickly, only to tremble alone as a side effect of her pure physique. I remembered how she would flare up in anger over trivial pranks, then leap with joy over the smallest gifts. I remembered how she blushed when she received pairs of the same name as hers, how she whispered coy words in bed, how she sought reassurance with desperate gestures. I remembered the final breath she exhaled in my arms, the warmth of her blood as it flowed out, the complaints and curses she muttered as she died, the last words she never got to say, the faint scent of pear that lingered at the tip of my nose. I remembered all of it. It was a realization that struck too suddenly, a loss that hit before I had the chance to process it. And in the end, the void left behind had been filled with a rage so fierce that it burned even myself. Like soot that had sunken too deep, the memories clung to me, unable to be erased. Just as Tang Sowol was unforgettable, so too was Seo Lihyang, an existence I could never completely disregard, no matter how hard I tried. And inevitably, that lingering presence influenced how I saw the Seo Lihyang of today. After much contemplation, carefully choosing my words, I finally spoke. If Tang Sowol was asking whether my feelings for the current Seo Lihyang stemmed from my past memories, if she meant that the love that had been suddenly cut short was now growing again, I do think of her at times when I see Seo Lihyang. Tang Sowol's voice came out weak, trailing off in disappointment. I quickly added, but that doesn't mean anything will happen that you need to worry about. I already told you, didn't I? I have neither jealousy nor suspicion. But you must have felt uneasy. That's why I'm saying this again, just to be sure. She was still resting her head on my thigh. I gently ran my fingers through her black-green hair as I continued. You are my fiancé. I can't even imagine anyone else. You really are trying to seduce me, aren't you? If so, I'd say you've succeeded spectacularly. She smirked, seemingly unable to resist, bringing up what had happened in Guangdong. I wasn't that worried. But it's still nice to hear. Could you say a little more? More. Yes, more. That way, even if something happens, I won't feel uncertain or shaken. I wasn't entirely sure what she was getting at, but since she asked, I decided to be a little more honest than usual. I've always thought your eyes are beautiful, Tang Sowol. What? It's probably because of your poison spirit physique, but the way a faint green hue shimmers over your black irises makes them look like gemstones. Oh. That's... I wasn't expecting this kind of response. I just wanted to hear you say that I'm the only one for you. I'll add that too. Next, your hair. It's such a rare color, my eyes are naturally drawn to it. And the way you keep it well maintained, letting it flow down like silk, is beautiful. And when you tie it up for convenience, revealing the pale nape of your neck. It always catches my eye. And every time, it stirs something inside me. Adding it, you say. Just how long is this going to go on? Patience. This is only the beginning. Next, there's your lips, your scent, your fingers. The way you've become more comfortable with casual touches, how you keep brushing against me, and how every single time, your chest ends up pressing against me. Wait a moment. Cheon Hwi-da, you usually act so indifferent, but are you actually really into this kind of thing? Of course. I've just been holding back because of many reasons, whether it's Tang Jinshin's watchful eye, my martial arts training, or the fact that we're only engaged and I was worried you might not like it if things moved too fast. Why you've been holding back? That's why you're feeling uncertain, isn't it? It's not like I'm that uneasy. Her voice wavered slightly as she hesitantly muttered. I gently pressed my thumb against her lips. She ended up biting down on it, startled, unable to speak properly. Leaning in slightly, I whispered. Enough talking. Just listen, Tang Sowol. This is what you wanted, isn't it? Her eyes wavered like a candle flickering in the wind. Seeing that, I smirked and continued. Let's see. Next was lips, wasn't it? The evening was still young. There was plenty of time. As I stepped out of the guest room, the night breeze cooled my flushed face, its refreshing touch easing the lingering heat. Perhaps the wind had blown the clouds away. At the same time, the moon emerged, faintly illuminating the darkened world. It's later than I expected. What had been evening just moments ago had turned into deep night. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol, after enduring a relentless barrage of things I like about you, had succumbed to exhaustion and fallen asleep, still cocooned like a silkworm in my bed. Well, no wonder. She hadn't just blushed, she had shrieked nonstop in embarrassment. And let's not forget the sparring match earlier in the day. I would have liked to just lie beside her and fall asleep, but before that, I needed some fresh air. After all, she wasn't the only one feeling overheated. I exhaled deeply, looking around. It's dark. I could still make out my surroundings, but just barely. It was likely because tonight's moon was only a crescent. Not that it mattered, I wasn't planning on going far. If needed, I could always expand my chi sense to navigate. I only intended to take a brief walk around the small clearing in front of the guest rooms. After that, I'd have to pry Tang Sowol out of the blankets and send her back to her own room. Scratching my head, I put together this simple plan and started walking without much thought. I hadn't expected Tang Sowol to be thinking about something like that. And, honestly, I hadn't given it much thought myself. But since I had brought Seo Lihyang into the Tang Clan instead of leaving her behind, it was a matter worth addressing at some point. Lost in thought, I paced around for who knows how long. And then, in the dimly lit distance, I spotted a wiry, scarecrow-like figure. "What brings you out so late at night?" "Ho ho, it's been a while." "Ghost Shadow Thief, Elder?" "Indeed. It's me. So stop looking at me as if I were some ghost." But I had my chi sense spread out. "Heh, your skills are impressive, but you're still far from being able to sense me." "No, that's not what I meant. I was wondering why you were sneaking around in the dark, concealing your presence at this hour." "What? Don't tell me you stole something from Wudong again. You brat. Just what kind of person do you take me for?" "Well, according to your own words, a thief. One who, despite going all the way to Southern Barbarian Beast Palace and Northern Sea Ice Palace to steal treasures, ended up losing everything. The Heartguard armor he had snatched from Southern Barbarian Beast Palace had been shattered in a single clash against the Heavenly Demon, and the Northern Sea Ice Palace's martial arts manual had ended up in my hands. In short, for all his trouble, Ghost Shadow Thief had gained nothing in his later years, only hardship. So, I figured you might be trying to swipe something from Wudong to make up for it. I won't say the thought never crossed my mind. But I already took the scabbard of the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal. There's nothing more valuable here that I could steal. So it's just that the risk outweighs the reward. Are you going to keep making me out to be a shameless old thief? My apologies. I'm just easily startled, so when I see shadows suddenly appearing at night, I have a habit of checking whether it's a person or a ghost. And if it were a ghost? I'd cut it down. What? If something lurks in the darkness, forsaking its humanity, it's bound to be dangerous. So I'd cut it down. Ghost Shadow Thief was silent for a moment before cautiously speaking. My title does have ghost in it, but that refers to my shadow-like stealth. I don't actually consider myself a ghost. I know that much. Do you now? An awkward silence stretched between us. Finally, Ghost Shadow Thief, unable to endure it, stomped his foot and approached. Under the faint moonlight, he truly did resemble a shadowy specter, though not in the way his nickname suggested. As the black silhouette drew closer, his features became more distinct. Only when we were near enough to recognize each other's faces did he clear his throat. Ahem. It's a fine night, isn't it? Yes, it is. So, why exactly are you out here at this hour? You're not letting that go, huh? He gaped at me but then chuckled and nodded. Well, I ran into an old friend I thought I'd never meet again. And then I saw the crescent moon, the kind of night that, in my younger days, I would have called perfect for thieving. So, my mind got a bit tangled, and I decided to take a walk. I see. But isn't a new moon, with no moonlight at all, a better night for stealing? Surprisingly, no. When the moon is completely gone, people become more cautious. It actually makes things riskier. Huh. I had only thrown that question out absent-mindedly, but his answer was unexpectedly insightful. Now that I thought about it, even I had instinctively considered expanding my chi sense because of the darkness. On an even darker night, I would have spread it even further, striking the right balance between making an opponent wary and lulling them into complacency. That was always crucial. As I nodded in understanding, Ghost Shadow Thief added, "And also, I was waiting for you." "For me?" "Yes. There's something I wanted to discuss with you alone. About your martial arts. If it's about the killing intent in my swordsmanship, the third elder of Wudong already confirmed that it's not the 1,000-kill style." At my response, Ghost Shadow Thief shook his head. "No, not your sword. I meant your footwork." "My footwork?" I flinched. I hadn't expected him to bring up my movement technique. His gaze sharpened, piercing through the darkness as he continued. "That footwork of yours. It's changed a lot, but it still carries the traces of the Seo clan's techniques, doesn't it? The person who had taught me my current footwork was the Iron Blood Hall Master. And her name was Seo Munwaran. Seo Munwaran. She was once the second daughter of the Seo clan, a prestigious and renowned righteous sect. The Seo clan was famous for its exceptional swordsmanship, but Seo Munwaran herself had little interest in martial arts. Other than learning the very basics, she never truly devoted herself to it. Since she was expected to marry into another family someday, her clan didn't see this as a major issue. Thus, she spent her days peacefully, preferring embroidery over the sword, until the Seo clan met its sudden destruction. Their home was in Jiangxi province, a place lacking strong orthodox forces like the 5 supreme clans or the 9 great sects. Furthermore, it was adjacent to Zhejiang province, a region where the orthodox and unorthodox factions frequently clashed. For a long time, the Seo clan had maintained a firm grip on Jiangxi, making them a thorn in the side of the unorthodox sects. Eventually, an equally old and ambitious unorthodox sect, the Black Sky Sword sect, gathered its allies and mid-sized sects under its influence to conspire against the Seo clan. Their plan was simple. Feigning an end to their long-standing conflict, the Black Sky Sword sect's leader proposed an arranged marriage between their sects. Weary from the never-ending territorial struggles in Jiangxi, the Seo clan accepted. Thus, a wedding was arranged between Seo Munwaran's younger brother and the Black Sky Sword sect leader's daughter. What should have been a day of celebration turned out to be the Seo clan's final day. The head steward, bribed beforehand, poisoned the alcohol, incapacitating the clan head and his closest retainers. Meanwhile, the guests, secretly allied with the Black Sky Sword sect, drew their hidden weapons one by one. The Seo clan was not weak by any means. However, the Black Sky Sword sect had planned their attack meticulously. The warriors of the Seo clan, who took pride in protecting Jiangxi as a righteous faction, were struck down one after another. Even their patriarch, whose skill was said to be unmatched save for a handful of supreme martial artists, fought desperately while poisoned, yet in the end, he was beheaded by the Black Sky Sword sect's leader. Her younger brother, who should have been a groom, was stabbed through the heart by his bride, his eyes filled with betrayal as he took his last breath. Seo Munwaran survived for one reason: because she had never properly learned martial arts. Lacking internal energy and the presence that martial artists carried, she was deemed unimportant and overlooked. This allowed her to escape. However, it did not change the fact that, in a single night, her entire world had been reduced to ashes. She had watched, with her own eyes, as her family and household retainers were slaughtered. What could she have possibly felt in that moment? Even if no one else knew, I understood it all too well. The unbearable rage burning in her chest. Clenching her fists so hard her nails dug into her skin. Screaming her throat raw, yet the fire inside never dimming. Her hair, once black, turning stark white in a single night, proof of the unbearable torment within her. And there was only one way to quench that fire: revenge. Thus, Seo Munwaran left Jiangxi and began wandering the martial world in pursuit of vengeance. Born a noble lady, she soon experienced homelessness, starvation, and betrayal. And eventually, she learned what it meant to kill with martial arts. To take revenge, she had to survive. And the martial world was not kind to a young woman traveling alone. Anyone who approached with bad intentions had to be struck down. Fortunately, Seo Munwaran had never lacked talent. Though she had never seriously trained, she still remembered the basic fist techniques she had learned for self-defense. What should have been merely foundational exercises, normally practiced before proper sword training, became her focus. She refined them, improved them, and trained relentlessly. By the time she realized it, she had stepped into the ranks of experts. And the moment she became aware of her strength, she began her long-overdue revenge. Of course, no matter how strong a peak-level martial artist might be, they alone could not annihilate all the sects ruling over Jiangxi. So, she started with the weakest sects. She lured them out one by one. Sometimes through deception. Sometimes through ambushes. At first, only a handful of martial artists disappeared. But as time passed, Seo Munwaran's vengeance grew bolder. Partly because her martial prowess was rapidly increasing, but also because she had already wiped out so many sects that hiding was no longer an option. Realizing the threat she posed, the The sects that had conspired against the Seo clan, including the Black Sky Sword sect, began hunting her down. But she survived every single attempt on her life. Instead, she surpassed the peak-level realm and massacred even more sects. Her onslaught was like a wildfire, an unstoppable calamity. By the time her vengeance reached its climax, every enemy sect had been wiped out, leaving only the Black Sky Sword sect standing. She knew the truth. The Black Sky Sword sect's leader had been a supreme master for a long time. And after absorbing the Seo clan's martial arts, he had grown even stronger. But knowing that didn't matter, because by then, the fire of revenge had already consumed her. She slaughtered every warrior of the Black Sky Sword sect. And for 3 days and nights, she engaged in a life-or-death battle with its leader. In the end, Seo Mun-werin crushed his skull. And by then, the martial world had given her a new name, the white-haired Rakshasa. With that, her revenge was complete. But once the flames of vengeance died down, all that remained was ash. The bloodshed she had caused weighed heavily on her. Despite her righteous cause, she had killed far too many people. For someone who had once been gentle at heart, slaughtering hundreds was bound to leave scars. Drained and weary, Seo Mun-werin gathered what remained of the Seo clan's martial arts and went into seclusion. This was the story known to the world, the destruction of the Seo clan and the vengeance that followed. However, there was one more detail the world did not know. After refining her foundation and achieving the supreme realm through endless battle, she finally obtained her clan's secret martial arts. And upon seeing them, she realized they were a clear, perfected version of everything she had painstakingly developed on her own. Her progress surged even faster. Eventually, she ascended to the flowering stage, a realm beyond mortal limits. Yet, perhaps because of the guilt and remorse that haunted her after her revenge, she didn't just undergo the usual rebirth that came with reaching the flowering stage. Her body reversed in age. She became younger. Thus, having returned to the body of her happiest childhood, Seo Mun-werin made a resolution. Now that her revenge was over, and although things had changed somewhat, she had inherited her family's martial arts. She decided to live a new life, a life without the stench of blood, a life befitting a person. So, she erased as much evidence of her identity as possible and headed to Hubei province. She aimed to participate in the Yongbang gathering held at the Murim Alliance in Wuchang City, starting over as an unremarkable yet decently skilled young martial artist from an unknown sect. Well, that was the plan until the Murim Alliance leader, who usually only made an appearance during the finals, decided to spectate from the very first match. As a result, she was discovered immediately. Due to the ruthless hand she wielded during her revenge, Seo Mun-werin was already considered a prominent figure in the unorthodox world. Though, as a master who had reached the flowering stage, they had tried to reason with her diplomatically. In the end, she was expelled without achieving her goal. Eventually, when even her rejuvenated appearance was exposed, she abandoned the idea of a new life. In search of a place to belong, she joined the Black Lotus sect. And there, she met Seo Lihyang. This is the story of the Seo Mun clan and Seo Mun-werin as I know it. She was my teacher, a figure akin to a parent. Though she never formally passed down her martial arts to me, she would occasionally observe and guide my techniques. Thanks to her, I was able to refine my swordsmanship, improve my inner cultivation technique, and adapt my footwork, once a disconnected mess, into something that fit me perfectly. And yet, to think that the footwork Seo Mun-werin tailored for me was actually an improved version of the Seo Mun clan's martial arts. Seo Mun-werin had always drawn a clear line, insisting she had no intention of passing down her martial arts to me. This was entirely unexpected. Ghost Shadow Thief, is this truly the footwork of the Seo Mun clan? It certainly looks that way to me. The Seo Mun clan's martial arts once spread far and wide, didn't they? The white-haired Rakshasa managed to recover most of it, but some techniques were so widely dispersed that reclaiming them was impossible. However, this isn't just any incomplete technique. Ghost Shadow Thief shook his head firmly. Come to think of it, he was someone who had once infiltrated the Seo Mun clan's secret archives. If nothing else, he possessed a genius-level talent in footwork and movement techniques. It was hard to dismiss this as mere coincidence. I understand. Let's assume my footwork is indeed from the Seo Mun clan. But what do you mean by saying it's not just any incomplete technique? I mean it quite literally. By the way, what have you been calling this footwork until now? It doesn't have a name. My teacher created it for me, and she said its true value would only manifest when I used it, so she never gave it an official name. If I were to name it, I suppose it would simply be nameless step. Sigh. Such an exceptional martial art is about to be buried unnoticed. What exactly did you see in my footwork that made you say that? What else? Have you ever heard of thunderclap step? Not at all. Well, that's not surprising. It has been a long time since the Cheon clan was destroyed. Thunderclap step is a renowned footwork technique known for its extreme speed. It gets its name because every step produces a sound reminiscent of thunder. Oh, now that he mentioned it, something did come to mind. My footwork was fundamentally a martial art specialized in instantaneous speed and precise control over acceleration and deceleration. While it lacked in seamless directional changes, it allowed me to explosively accelerate by channeling my inner energy into the Yangchen blood point. Additionally, I could stomp down mid-stride to convert my speed into raw power, enabling me to halt abruptly. Among these features, the explosive release of inner energy at the Yangchen blood point produced a sound that, to an untrained ear, might resemble thunder. Though my current level wasn't high enough to emphasize that sound, in my previous life, when I had reached the transcendence realm, the resemblance had been much clearer. I had always believed this footwork was meant to exploit momentary openings in my opponent's defense. To think it was actually one of the Cheon clan's superior martial arts. If that were the case, then why had Cheon Hwi-da, who so adamantly refused to pass down her clan's techniques to outsiders, lied to me? As confusion clouded my thoughts, Ghost Shadow Thief spoke in a low voice. It seems you had no idea. No. She always told me she had created it just for me. That part is likely true. You never learned the Cheon clan's inner cultivation technique, nor did you study its theoretical principles. Yet, traces of repeated refinements are evident, alterations made so that even someone with entirely different martial arts could use it without difficulty. It must not have been an easy task. Indeed. But the question is, why? Why had Cheon Hwi-da gone to such lengths? The question slipped from my lips before I could stop myself. Ghost Shadow Thief let out a hearty laugh. You ask why? The answer is simple. If anyone were to pass down the Cheon clan's martial arts to you, it would be the white-haired Rakshasa. But she has many enemies. Enemies. Now that he mentioned it, the son of the Black Sky Sword Emperor had somehow survived and, much like Cheon Hwi-da, rose to the flowering stage out of sheer vengeance, only to ultimately die alongside her. Cheon Hwi-da's revenge had been spectacular, but it wasn't perfect. Branded as a figure of the unorthodox world, her reputation in Urim had never been favorable. She didn't want to burden her disciple with her own baggage. The moment I heard those words, I realized I wasn't the only one who saw Cheon Hwi-da as a teacher. Surely, she had also considered me her disciple. As I struggled to suppress the surge of emotions welling up within me, Ghost Shadow Thief shifted the conversation back to the main point. I won't tell anyone about your teacher. However, considering the past wrongs I committed against the Cheon clan, as well as the fact that you saved my life this time, I'd like to repay you for both. Repay me? In what way? I'll teach you half of my footwork. I'll teach you half of my footwork. All or nothing, I don't understand what you mean by half. Just so we're clear, it's not because I only have one leg left that I can only pass down half of my footwork. What exactly do you take me for? I would never be so disrespectful as to think that. It was a joke. Though, judging by your reaction, it doesn't seem to have landed well. He was likely trying to adapt to his condition as a one-legged man in his own way, but it was a difficult joke for me to respond to. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, Ghost Shadow Thief continued speaking. The essence of my footwork, Ghost Shadow Step, lies in deception. It deceives the opponent about distance and even fools the perception of a flowering stage martial artist. Deception, you say? That's right. You've seen my movements, so let me ask, how did they feel to you? They were faint yet fast. More than anything, what amazed me was how you forced your opponent to react half a beat slower. I didn't expect you to grasp that much, but you're correct. Mere speed alone won't allow you to replicate my footwork. Ghost Shadow Thief let out a small chuckle before continuing. The key is to disrupt your opponent's perception, making your movements seem unpredictable, drawing out their openings. Then, you throw yourself into the gaps that appear. That is the core of Ghost Shadow Step. And that's what I will teach you. In other words, you won't be teaching me anything beyond that. Haven't I said from the beginning? I'm only teaching you half. Stealth isn't achieved through footwork alone. It requires movement techniques as well. If I were to teach you everything, I would essentially be passing down my entire martial art. And that I cannot do. Footwork and movement techniques were inherently interconnected. They inevitably influenced each other. It wasn't surprising that there were footwork techniques completed only when paired with a matching movement technique. After all, martial arts were about maximizing strengths and compensating for weaknesses, creating harmony between techniques. However, one thing still weighed on my mind. Senior, I recall that you never wished to leave behind your martial arts. Yet, you're willing to pass down even half of it to me. I'm curious about your reasoning. You've already repaid your debt for saving your life with glacial true chi. It's nothing complicated. I saw you when I mistook you for having succumbed to chi deviation, and I also heard how your duel with John Ilby played out. Ghost Shadow Thief's gaze grew distant for a moment, as if he were looking at something beyond this place. You must have lost something precious before. The scars from that loss must have twisted you. The world of Miram is truly merciless. Your circumstances are unfortunate, but you're hardly the only one who has suffered bitter experiences. I know. It's just that very few people survive such trials, and even among those who do, even fewer manage to rise to prominence, so they remain unnoticed. Even now, somewhere in the world, there must be someone swallowing their own misery. The endless cycle of vengeance breeding more vengeance was not some distant tale. I had experienced it firsthand in my past life. Seo Munwaran, having lost her family, exacted revenge upon the unorthodox sects of Jiangxi province, including the Black Sky Sword sect. The surviving son of the Black Sky Sword sect's master later rebuilt his father's sect and, in turn, sought vengeance upon Seo Munwaran. And I, having lost both Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran in the process, hunted down and killed anyone even remotely associated with the Black Sky Sword sect. Many perished before they could even complete their revenge, but that was simply the nature of Miram. A place filled with swordsmen, warriors with unbending pride. That was what Miram was. It wasn't all camaraderie and honor. There was a reason why the Orthodox sect was so highly regarded. They knew when to cut off grudges, valued gratitude over vengeance, and extended their hands to others first. That's why they were respected by the people. But Ghost Shadow Thief wasn't merely stating the obvious cruelty of Miram. Despite all that, you still formed new bonds. Someone who once lost everything now has something to protect again. I won't ask about your circumstances. And I won't tell you about mine either. But one thing is clear, I don't want to see a young martial artist, not even yet in his 20s, repeat the same mistakes I did. Ghost Shadow Thief looked me directly in the eyes as he spoke. His gaze carried traces of regret, but also a hint of relief. So grow stronger. And when you do, don't forget why you sought strength in the first place. That will be enough. I promise. Your teachings will not be used in vain. This was my genuine vow. Though I was often astonished by the sheer scale of the Tang Clan's resources, I had once stood at the peak of the Transcendence realm. There were more things I could do than things I couldn't. If I had set my mind to it, I could have lived a life of unparalleled wealth and luxury. Instead, I had spent my fortune collecting and studying the martial arts of the Central Plains. Of course, all of that had been shattered with the emergence of the heavenly demon. The world was vast, and there existed geniuses beyond my comprehension. And I had to protect my people from that monster. There was no room for foolish indulgence in power. As if he sensed my sincerity, Ghost Shadow Thief flinched slightly. Then, he let out a satisfied laugh and nodded. Good. Then, let's begin transferring the core principles. You should be able to apply them directly to your footwork. Is that even possible? No matter how I look at it, our martial arts are entirely different. It's possible. My martial art is a patchwork of techniques I stole, so it tends to integrate well with others. Besides, haven't I already examined the Seo Mun clan's martial arts before? I'll make the necessary adjustments for you. I silently narrowed my eyes at him. Ghost Shadow Thief averted his gaze and cleared his throat awkwardly. Don't look at me like that. Didn't your teacher, unlike me, say she would let go of petty grudges from the past? I was just looking at you. Well, for just looking, your stare feels rather murderous. I've been told that often. My expressions tend to be stiff. And yet, when you were with your fiancé, Your lips were loose and relaxed beyond measure. Are you seriously comparing my fiancé to an old man? Enough talk, let's get started. Tisk TSK. And here I am, having to teach while being treated like this. Despite his grumbling, Ghost Shadow Thief straightened his hunched back. After clearing his throat once, he began. As I mentioned earlier, Ghost Shadow Step is fundamentally a deceptive footwork. Speed is merely a secondary aspect. I saw you exploit gaps in perception while fighting the Soul Reaper. When you say deception, do you mean understanding these gaps and using them against your opponent? The blink of an eye, the brief moment when an inhale turns into an exhale, a lapse in concentration, personal habits, weaknesses in one's martial arts. There is no such thing as a perfect technique, nor a perfect human. Everyone, even if only for a fleeting moment, has instances where they are more vulnerable than usual. Given that my martial arts rely on seizing these openings and tearing into my opponent's weak points, I was naturally attuned to this concept. However, it seemed I had misunderstood something. The end result may be the same, but the process is entirely different. Ghost Shadow Thief let out a small chuckle and lightly tapped his foot. In an instant, he had moved behind me. Just now, did you see my movement? Yes. You jumped to my right and moved directly behind me. Correct. Then what about this? As I turned to answer, he demonstrated his footwork again. However, this time, I couldn't quite catch his movement. I could tell he had started toward my side, but suddenly, as if time had skipped, he was back in his original position. Did you accelerate midway? My speed was the same. Can you figure out where the difference lies? I fell silent, carefully comparing his two movements. However, the only thing I could conclude was that this wasn't a simple technique one could grasp with just a moment of thought. I don't know. I don't believe I lost focus, though. Well, not knowing is natural. After all, this technique is designed so that the person experiencing it firsthand won't realize what's happening. Ghost Shadow Thief chuckled and pointed to the ground. I left footprints on purpose. Take a look, you'll understand immediately. At his words, I looked down. And there it was, the clear difference in the angles of the two sets of footprints. Oh, now do you see? Yes. The angles of the two steps are different. Even the depth of the imprints varies. Exactly. They appear similar, but are actually slightly different. However, you instinctively judge the second movement based on what you saw the first time. In other words, it looks the same as before, but in reality, it's different, so it comes across as an unpredictable movement. Precisely. The essence of Ghost Shadow Step lies in refining these deceptions and applying them over a wider range. Rather than exploiting gaps in perception, this technique creates them to exploit. There was undoubtedly an element of illusion in its footwork. But ultimately, the true essence of this martial art was dominance. Not about always being ahead, but ensuring that, in the crucial exchanges of moves, one remained a step ahead, placing one's strongest attack against the opponent's weakest point. A technique designed to ensure one always maintained superiority. It wasn't merely about deception. It was about destabilizing the opponent's rhythm, widening the openings, and pressing the advantage further. That was the Ghost Shadow Step I had witnessed. Am I wrong? If that's what you think, then that's what it is. What kind of irresponsible answer is that? Well, it's not like you'll be using it exactly as I do. I'll teach you properly, but just take the parts that are useful to you. It's easier that way for both of us, isn't it? That's true. Neither of us had ever learned martial arts through proper instruction. We had simply taken bits and pieces from here and there, modified them, and adapted them to suit ourselves. Moreover, Ghost Shadow Thief was someone who preferred evasion over direct confrontation. Even if we used the same technique, our perspectives on it would naturally differ. As I nodded in understanding, Ghost Shadow Thief clasped his hands behind his back and spoke. Now that you've grasped the concept, focus. I will now recite the oral formulas. The martial arts transmission continued until the first light of dawn. I would still need to refine it to suit me and practice until it became second nature. But with this, I had taken another step forward. During the day, I dueled with disciples of the Wudong sect. Occasionally, I would find myself staring absent-mindedly at the sword marks engraved on the sect's plaque. At night, I pondered how to integrate Ghost Shadow Step into Thunderclap Step. And when I returned to my quarters, I spent time idly chatting with Tang Sowol before eventually drifting off to sleep. Several days passed like this. Then, at last, a messenger from the Tang Clan arrived at Wudong. It's been a while, though not too long, young master. It seems Miss Soul is not suited for extended stays away from home. The elderly man greeted me with a genial smile. It was none other than Tang Clan, the leader of the Dark Soul unit, whom I had once traveled with. Just as I was beginning to grasp the essence of Ghost Shadow Step, the people sent by the Tang Clan to escort us back arrived. Has the leader of the Dark Soul unit come in person? Well, we've met once before, haven't we? The clan lord thought it would be better to send someone familiar, so he sent me. I had previously traveled with Tang Clan, the Dark Soul unit leader, on our way to Guangdong province. Though we hadn't spoken much, I knew him to be a highly skilled and loyal member of the Tang Clan. As I nodded in acknowledgement, Tang Clan let out a hearty laugh and turned to Tang Sowol, who was fidgeting behind me. My lady, I hope you aren't displeased that I arrived too late. I came as soon as I received word, so I ask for your understanding. No. I wasn't upset with you at all, Dark Soul unit leader. It's just that, I suddenly remembered what I said before we left, and it made me a little embarrassed. Tang Sowol trailed off, slipping further behind me. Curious, I tilted my head. At that moment, Tang Clan widened his eyes and exclaimed, you mean what you said before departing from the Tang Clan? Yes, I can see why that would be embarrassing. But in this case, it was inevitable. There's no need to dwell on it too much. What exactly are you talking about? I feel a little left out, being the only one unaware. Haha, it's nothing much. As you know, young master, I've been assisting the young lady with her hidden weapon techniques lately. Yes, that's right. At that time, she told me, and likely many others, that not only had she made significant progress in her poison arts, but she had also far surpassed her previous level in hidden weapon techniques. She was so confident that she declared she wouldn't return before completing at least a full month of training outside the clan. How long have we been away from the Tang Clan? About 20 days. If we depart from Jiangnan Mountain today and travel diligently, we should reach the Tang Clan in 4 days. So, she's still short of a full month. She was so certain when she said it, I doubt she ever expected it would turn out like this. I smirked and turned around. There, I saw Tang Sowol peeking out from behind the Blood Venom unit leader, using him as a shield. Why are you hiding? I've known young Master Cheon for quite some time now. I can tell what you're thinking. You were planning to tease me, weren't you? Tease you? That's a misunderstanding. I was simply curious about something. And what might that be? Well, if we stay here for about another 7 days, you'll complete a full month. Were you considering delaying our departure until then? If only Dark Soul unit leader here kept his mouth shut, no one would know the difference. What do you think? Interested? Eek. No. Absolutely not. Even if I forced it to be a full month, nothing would change. In the end, I'd still be the fool who set out on a grand second journey into Murim, only to return after failing to even explore half of Shaanxi province. For someone like me, an aimless wanderer of the unorthodox world in my past life, traveling through Murim was nothing extraordinary. But for young martial artists raised in prestigious orthodox sects, journeys into Murim often held a certain allure. Especially for the young elites, the post-Qi blossoming stage disciples, who often saw their experiences during such journeys as accomplishments worth boasting about. Clearing out bandits who oppressed commoners, defeating ruthless warriors from unorthodox sects, dueling and triumphing over famous martial artists. To them, these were grand tales. For someone constantly roaming Murim with a sword at their side, such encounters were commonplace. But for those experiencing it all for the first time, it was nothing short of exciting. Yet, Tang Sowol had failed to have such an experience, not once, but twice. And this time, despite bringing a personal guard for extra security. Of course, both times, there had been unavoidable circumstances. I understand that breaking your own declaration so quickly must be embarrassing. But honestly, as Dark Soul unit leader mentioned, wasn't this situation out of your control? She survived an encounter against 5 Soul Reapers and nearly 20 elite assassins. Even with the help of Ghost Shadow Thief and the Blood Venom unit leader, any ordinary post-Qi blossoming stage martial artist would have been severely wounded or even killed. Hearing the full story, no one would blame her for returning early. Still, when the next Yongbang gathering comes around, I'll meet familiar faces. What am I supposed to say then? What do you mean? Just brag about your capable fiancé. I shrugged and reached out my hand toward Tang Sowol, who was still hiding. Come on, let's go. We should at least say goodbye to the sect leader before we leave. Tang Sowol stared at me for a moment before placing her hand in mine. Then, with a satisfied smile, she nodded. Well, when you put it that way, I suppose I do have something to boast about. Dark Soul Unit Leader, what about you? I've already bid farewell to the Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal. I also have a letter from the clan lord, so I visited him first. Understood. Then we'll go on our own. Please prepare for our departure with the Blood Venom Unit. Take your time. After exchanging nods with Tang Qiliang, Tang Sowol and I made our way to the sect leader's quarters. When we arrived, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal didn't look any different from before. He seemed busy. He seemed weary. Yet, there was an odd sense of calm about him. As if he knew that at any moment, everything could change. Senior Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal. So, did you come here because you were curious about the contents of the letter I received from the Tang Clan Lord? No, I simply felt that I should pay my respects before leaving. Well, there wasn't much in the letter. Half of it was the usual formalities, thanking me for protecting you too. Another half was an empty promise to share a drink together like in the old days. And the last half was him worrying that, although his son-in-law may be a bit ruthless, at least he isn't thousand kill star. That seems to add up to more than one letter's worth. Who's keeping count? Since we're both addressing each other as clan lord and sect leader out of formality, the letter naturally became 1.5 in length. And I wasn't sharing it because I thought you were curious. I simply needed a light topic to open the conversation. With that, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal let out a long sigh and tucked the letter away. Then, finally turning to face me, he gave a faint smile. First, let me ask, was your stay here comfortable? It was fine. I had no complaints either. As Tang Sowol and I answered almost simultaneously, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal nodded in satisfaction. That's good to hear. I was worried that you might have felt uncomfortable after thoroughly thrashing my disciples in the sparring matches. I thought it was all within the boundaries of fair competition. I was only joking. However, I did hear that you paid special attention to a disciple named Jean Beck. May I ask why? There's no particular reason. It just reminded me of the past. As Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal intended, the sparring matches between Tang Sowol, myself, and the Wudong disciples must have been a valuable experience for them. They got to witness hidden weapon techniques, something rarely encountered outside of special circumstances. They also had the chance to face a killing sword rather than the Taoist school of swordsmanship they were accustomed to. It was a rare and controlled opportunity to experience such a thing. However, due to Tang Sowol's background in the Tang Clan and her reliance on hidden weapons, she occasionally lost to some of the older second-generation disciples during spars. In contrast, I, young in appearance, undefeated in every match except against the third elder, and exuding a lethal aura with my sword had, well, let's just say some of the disciples were wary of me. After facing me once, they rarely challenged me again. Among them, Jean Beck stood out. Even after multiple defeats, he would continue to smile and ask for another match. If he didn't understand something, he would politely ask me to explain it. Winning or losing, pressure during battle, none of it seemed to matter to him. He only cared about the sword. The same unwavering spirit I had seen before my regression, though slightly altered by the Wudong sect's destruction in my past life. Must have been something ingrained in him from birth. Reminded you of the past, you say? You're still young, yet you speak like an old man. Oh, young Master Cheon does have a habit of doing that. Tang Sowol eagerly nodded in agreement, as if she had been waiting for the chance to say so. I stared at her, exasperated. Instead of backing down, she simply tilted her chin up, as if daring me to disagree. Looking up from below usually makes a person look unflattering, so why does Tang Sowol look beautiful? No, more importantly, how would she even look unflattering? No matter how I tried to imagine an unappealing version of her in my head, all I could think of was how stunning she remained. After all, even when half her face had melted away in my past life, I had still found her beautiful. As I nodded to myself, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal let out a chuckle and spoke. I once thought that Jin Cheon must have arranged this marriage because he cherishes his daughter, and because you're a talent he wanted to keep tied to the Tang Clan, but now I see that isn't the only reason. Only then did Tang Sowol realize where my gaze had been lingering. Her face flushed red. Flowing cloud sword immortal's laughter grew even louder. I've never regretted not having children. But now I do feel a little envious of my old friend. He then turned to me with a thoughtful look. But tell me, young Master Cheon, since you're about to leave Jiangnan Mountain soon, did you find what you were looking for? What I was looking for. On the first day, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal had told me that if there was anything I wished to take from Wudong, I was free to do so. And now, though I hadn't learned Wudong's martial arts, I felt like I had gained an understanding of what they sought to achieve through their techniques. Not their philosophy, their Tao, but how they tried to reach it through martial arts. The key lay in unbroken flow. Even when a strike missed or a stance faltered, it was all accepted as part of the technique. Not a sword that severed an opponent's flow to take their head, but a sword that created its own continuous rhythm. It was certainly a deeper martial art than mine, but it was too different from what I pursued for me to adopt it completely. That said, it wasn't without meaning. A sword that transitions into the next technique from any stance. Rather than just the numerous intricate forms and subtle movements, the most important aspect was the distribution of weight. Even if the body swayed or the sword was knocked aside, as long as the center of balance remained intact, one could continue stepping, continue attacking. I didn't know how Wudong solved this problem in their techniques, but by incorporating the principles of thousand gene pendulum or the concept of weight, I could likely mimic their approach. How I would integrate this into my own swordsmanship was something I would need to research and train for, but I had already gained meaningful insights. I respectfully clasped my hands and bowed. I have taken more than enough. Haha, that's good to hear. For a brief moment, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal's weary face softened, taking on the gentle air of a true Taoist. Beneath his kind expression, however, was a gaze that seemed to pierce through everything, laced with a hint of relief. I wasn't sure what his true intentions were, but it seemed that he had been hoping for something. Not that it mattered. Whatever it wasn't a threat to me. With a small nod, Flowing Cloud Sword Immortal clasped his hands together in farewell. Even if not for another disaster like this, you are always welcome here. I would never turn away the daughter of an old friend or her fiancé. I am grateful for your kind words. I'll make sure to tell father not to just send letters next time, but to visit in person. With that, we left the sect leader's chambers. And as we walked down the corridor, I locked eyes with Ghost Shadow Thief, who had been waiting for us from a short distance away. A short distance away in the corridor, my eyes met those of the Ghost Shadow Thief. The old man, leaning lazily against the wall, smirked and curled up the corners of his lips. You heartless brat. Shouldn't you at least show your face before leaving? I intended to. It's just that you were quicker than me, that's all. Huh, you sure know how to talk. With a chuckle, the Ghost Shadow Thief straightened his posture and stepped away from the wall. Then, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. Take it. What is this? The location of my tomb. Just in case, don't go looking for it right away. Wait until rumors spread that the Ghost Shadow Thief's secret vault has been discovered, and then pay a visit. Are you really going through with this? Why act so surprised? I started my life as a thief, ending it as one seems like the cleanest way to go. More than anything, just imagine the countless warriors of the Central Plains swarming to raid my grave. That would certainly be quite the spectacle. The Ghost Shadow Thief never stole anything more precious than a man's life, but within his own principles, he had undoubtedly taken the most valuable things he could. Though his tomb and vault wouldn't contain any legendary martial arts manuals, it would be filled with high-level techniques. Even if there were no divine weapons, renowned swords would surely be neatly displayed. His prime had been nearly 60 years ago, but there were still those who remembered his name. Once word of the vault spread, people would flock to it in droves. It wouldn't just be unorthodox warriors coveting the treasures inside, reputable sects, who had suffered at the hands of the Ghost Shadow Thief in the past, would also rise to reclaim what was stolen from them. Recovering what was once taken, what a simple and just cause to rally behind. It's going to be utter chaos. That's exactly what I want. I've always liked grand funerals. The Ghost Shadow Thief grinned as if just imagining it brought him joy. His smile, oddly pure and childlike, made me chuckle despite myself. Thanks to you, I won't have to die alone in some remote cave, forgotten by all. Instead, the whole world will know my final moments. Now that I think about it, you did say that if I survived the assassins, you'd give me the tomb map without hesitation. That's right. Initially, I planned to tear it into pieces and scatter them across the land, but for you, I'm making an exception and giving you the whole thing intact. You should be honored. I'll save my excitement for after I'm the first one inside the vault. We're heading back to the Tang Clan now, but what about you? Despite your age, you're still in good shape. Haha, I'm not on death's door just yet. But I don't have much time left either. This last injury took a heavy toll on my vitality, and my internal energy won't be able to hold off aging for much longer. The ghost shadow thief looked down at his remaining leg. But rather than regret, his expression held relief. Well, it doesn't matter. I passed on what I learned from the demonic cult. I made peace with an old friend I never thought I'd see again, and I gave you what I needed to. Now, I plan to leave Jiangnan Mountain soon. I see. If time is short, then I'll just have to move quickly. I have a lot to prepare to make sure the rumors spread across the Central Plains naturally, without me lifting a finger. The ghost shadow thief was preparing for his own death. It was clear why he was saying all this. He had already accepted that this was our last meeting. The next time I saw him, it would likely be to pour a drink over his grave. No matter how often I encountered people who knew their time was up and walked toward their own deaths, I could never grow used to it. Had my thoughts shown on my face? The ghost shadow thief shrugged and spoke again. Don't look so grim. I didn't just leave you with the tomb map, did I? He was right. Though incomplete, the ghost shadow thief had also taught me his footwork technique. I wouldn't use it as it was, but its core principles would be woven into my own movements. I had stolen and learned many martial arts, but those who had directly taught me were few and far between. Feeling a strange sense of nostalgia, I found myself glancing down at my own feet, then at the ghost shadow thief's. Suddenly, he reached out and patted my shoulder. We're different in many ways, but we do share one thing in common. And what might that be? Neither of us properly learned martial arts the usual way. What we mastered works fine for ourselves, but it can't be passed down to others. He was right. The raging wave death-stealing art was as formidable as any divine technique, but if anyone else tried to practice it, they'd call it a monstrous, demonic art. After all, it granted complete control over internal energy and immense power, but at the cost of being endlessly tormented by murderous impulses. Even among demonic arts, it would be considered particularly twisted. More than just a set of techniques, the raging wave death-stealing art was a culmination of my life, a collection of martial fragments stolen from various places, pieced together into something that suited me perfectly. It was never meant to be passed on to another. It was crafted solely for myself. History had seen many martial geniuses, but few had ever left behind their full techniques and insights. This was likely the reason why. However, the ghost shadow thief shook his head. I used to think the same. But you, like my younger self, dissect the ghost shadow steps, stripping away the unnecessary parts and incorporating only what fits your own style. You're the one who told me to do that. I'm not criticizing you. It's just... The ghost shadow thief trailed off, choosing his words carefully before continuing. I'm simply surprised. Seeing how you learned martial arts the same way I did, it makes me think you might not just be imitating. You might actually be able to understand it in its entirety. I knew exactly what he meant. The more I studied the ghost shadow steps, the more I could feel the depth of thought behind it. I began to understand why the ghost shadow thief had incorporated certain movements into his techniques, why he sought to deceive others using a martial art meant to kill. When learning other martial arts, I could naturally grasp their fundamental principles and intended purpose. But with the ghost shadow steps, his intent came through even more clearly. As if, by understanding his martial art, I could come to understand the man himself. The ghost shadow thief must have noticed my thoughts, as he let out a quiet chuckle. At first, all I wanted was to make money. But before I knew it, I had become obsessed with the thrill of stealing and the exhilaration of being admired by the world. There are plenty of lunatics in the martial world. A mere obsession with theft is a relatively harmless quirk. You're right. In the end, my madness was nothing more than a case of kleptomania. But do you know what I thought when I tricked an old friend into inviting me to Wudong sect and finally stole the scabbard of the flowing cloud sword? Guilt, perhaps? That disappeared about halfway when I left behind a stolen Chuanjin sect martial manual in the black market. That was rather quick. It would have been better if it happened after hearing the sect leader's declaration that he wouldn't hold me accountable, or after making peace with John Il, at the very least. But when he firmly shook his head, his next words left no room for doubt. What I felt back then was fear. Excuse me. No matter how careless he may have been, I managed to slip past the notice of a flowering stage master and sneak into his private chambers. If I had wished, I could have stolen the flowing cloud sword itself rather than just its scabbard. And if I were an assassin instead of a thief, I could have aimed for the life of the previous Wudong sect leader. Of course, a flowering stage martial artist wouldn't be so easily killed. That's why he had said he could have aimed for his throat, not that he could have taken it. But the simple fact that he had achieved a flawless infiltration against an absolute master, something no one else had ever done, would have been enough to shake the entire Central Plains to its core. As you said, I was just a man obsessed with theft. The harder something was to steal, the more exhilarating it felt. And hearing the world fuss over my exploits was equally entertaining. Even my plan to turn my tomb into a treasure vault and scatter the tomb map was ultimately just a way to boast of my legacy one last time. But not everyone shares your sense of amusement. The true essence of the Ghost Shadow Thief's martial art wasn't simply about deception through unpredictable movements. The half he didn't teach me, the true secret of his skill, was a stealth technique capable of fooling even the eyes of flowering stage masters. No matter how I looked at it, I could only see disastrous consequences. That's why I never passed my martial art down to anyone. I told myself it was because I didn't want to leave behind a legacy of thieves. And yet, you still taught me half of the Ghost Shadow steps. I did feel gratitude toward you, yes. But, to be honest, in my old age, I got greedy. Greedy? No matter how vast the Central Plains is, there are very few people like you and me, people who master multiple martial arts. Even fewer can refine them into something uniquely their own, and those who reach the highest realms are almost non-existent. There are nearly none. Before my regression, my younger self had arrogantly considered himself a Grandmaster-level genius for good reason. I could do what others couldn't. I could instantly grasp martial arts that had been developed and refined for generations, steal their essence, and adapt them into my own. The Ghost Shadow Thief must have been the same in his youth. After all, Seo Munwaran had introduced me to his name not simply because he was a thief who had stolen his clan's techniques, but because he, like me, had collected and refined multiple martial arts into a style entirely his own. This wasn't a matter of innate talent or intelligence, it was a completely different kind of ability. I might not have been a true genius of that level, but still. Thanks to you, I'll have a grand send-off. And I thought that would be enough. But the more I considered the future, the more melancholic I became. The Ghost Shadow Thief's vault would surely cause an uproar across the Central Plains. But eventually, every festival comes to an end. What once burned brightly would inevitably fade into quiet obscurity. Once someone gathered all the tomb maps, found the grave's location, bypassed the myriad traps and competitors, and finally entered the vault. That would be the end of it. And then he would simply be forgotten. But you're different. No matter how much the form may change, what I have left behind will always live on in your martial arts. And if you take on a disciple, it will be passed down even further. A trace. Yes, a trace. My body will decay and disappear, but I've come to desire a more lasting mark. A vault alone isn't enough. I wanted someone who would truly understand and carry on what it means to be the Ghost Shadow Thief. And you think that person is me? I'd like it to be you. Not that I have any right to demand such a thing after only passing down half my technique. Well, I've rambled on long enough. As I said before, old men tend to develop strange habits. The Ghost Shadow Thief let out an awkward chuckle before taking a step back and cupping his hands in a formal salute. Gone was his usual playful demeanor this time. His gesture was as serious as when we had first met. My name is Jang Chiak. The world may call me the Ghost Shadow Thief, but I want you to remember this old man by his real name. That was the last I ever saw of Jang Chiak. Cheon Hwi-da, along with the Dark Soul unit and its leader, descended from Jungnan Mountain and made their way to the Tang Clan. As expected, they encountered an ambush by assassins. However, as long as the King of Assassins wasn't present himself, it wasn't a serious threat. After all, they had the leader of the Dark Soul unit, a seasoned supreme martial artist, on their side. Thanks to that, even though they faced significantly more first-class assassins and soul reapers than last time, they managed to dispatch them with much greater ease. With this matter taken care of, there shouldn't be any major problems later on, even when the ghost shadow thief returns to the grave he has prepared for himself. Aside from the assassins, the journey to the Tang Clan was uneventful. Upon arrival, I and Tang Sowol were met with mixed gazes of concern and relief from the clan retainers and household members who had already heard the news. Then, we heard Tang Jinshin declare, "From now on, the two of you are forbidden from leaving Chengdu for the next 3 years." What? Father, why? To be honest, if every time you two go out, you end up in situations like this, even I would impose a restriction. Be quiet. Whose side are you even on, sir? Wait, was there even a side to take here? As I let out a long sigh, Tang Jinshin spoke again, his voice slightly trembling. Soul. And you, my future son-in-law. To put it plainly, I am anxious and afraid. Father, you are both strong for your age. And I, too, am strong enough to be counted among the 10 greatest martial artists in the Central Plains. But even so, the mere thought of you encountering someone beyond your level, in a place beyond my reach, terrifies me. Well, even Tang Sowol couldn't immediately respond. She hesitated, perhaps taken aback by how directly her father voiced his concerns. The sharpness in her gaze softened, her lips, previously pressed in stubborn defiance, relaxed, and her hands, which had been resting on her hips, slowly returned to her sides. Because she knew that everything we had gone through was far from ordinary, that it had been dangerous, and, most importantly, that it had happened far too often. If all martial journeys were like ours, there wouldn't be so many young prodigies wandering alone after leaving their sex. Of course, I'm not saying you should never leave Chengdu for the rest of your lives. I just wish for my anxious heart to be at ease, at least until you both achieve a higher level of martial attainment. Father. Tang Sowol fell silent for a moment before speaking in a calm voice. In 3 years, the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering will be held. I can't stop you from attending that. Besides, seeing how quickly you both are growing, I believe 3 years will be enough for me to rest easier. In truth, even a first-class martial artist wouldn't be easily beaten up wherever they went. At that level, one could serve as the head of a small martial hall or join the combat units of a respectable sect. That was likely why Tang Jinshin had felt assured enough to allow Tang Sowol to step into the martial world in the first place, only for her to get kidnapped by me right away. Regardless, Tang Sowol was now significantly stronger than she had been back then. Her hidden weapon techniques, which had been somewhat unrefined, had vastly improved after training under the leader of the Dark Soul unit. She had even mastered soul-chasing flying butterflies, albeit only one technique from the set. And as for her poison arts, there was no need to even mention it. It had already been some time since she'd become capable of bringing down supreme martial artists stronger than herself. Though her poison arts had grown more potent due to the purple flower poison-enhancing grass, the real reason for her rapid improvement lay elsewhere. She had fought real battles, faced mortal danger, and, through those experiences, gained a deeper understanding of martial arts as a whole. For martial artists, crisis is opportunity. As long as one doesn't die, one always walks away with something. That was how I had managed to reach the Supreme Realm with an unorthodox martial path. And that was also how Tang Sowol, in my previous life, had broken through her long-standing bottleneck and reached the flowering stage at a relatively young age. But realization alone isn't enough, it must be internalized. Tang Sowol was no exception. She had accumulated an immense amount of high-density experience in a short period, and now she needed time to organize and make it her own. The same applied to me. After all, I had just stolen and learned a portion of Zheng Nan's martial arts and received the essence of the Ghost Shadow Steps. Though I wasn't sure if we really needed 3 full years for this. Then again, perhaps Tang Jinshin wasn't just referring to the time needed to digest martial comprehension. Tang Sowol was already a fully matured first-class martial artist. I had an advantage since I had already broken through once before, so reaching the Supreme Realm was easier for me. But Tang Sowol, she was going to have a much harder time. Countless warriors spend their entire lives as first-class martial artists, never managing to take that next step. The wall to the Supreme Realm was high, immensely so. However, Tang Sowol's talent, physique, and the Tang Clan's resources were a fortuitous encounter in and of themselves. Perhaps when Tang Jinshin said 3 years, he meant, Soul. 3 days from now, I will begin teaching you the universal return divine art. Within 3 years, I will ensure that you break through the bottleneck. W8. Isn't that a martial art only my brother is allowed to learn? Your brother has always been more inclined toward hidden weapons than poison arts. He also has more talent in that area. That is why I have decided to pass down the reverse guiding 3 young return art to him instead. You need not worry. That's not the problem. I understand that the universal return divine art focuses on poison arts and that the reverse guiding 3 young return art suits my brother better. But both of those techniques are exclusively meant for the clan leader and the young clan leader. Father. That is true. However, the decision to pass universal return divine art to you was made long ago. What? The moment you were born with the poison spirit physique within the Tang Clan, it was unanimously agreed upon by myself, the elders, and all the clan retainers. Naturally, Tang Chong was also informed when he officially became the young clan leader, and he agreed to it as well. So, there is no need for you to worry about complicated matters. Just focus on mastering the universal return divine art. It is no ordinary technique. You must take it seriously. Ugh. Tang Sowol couldn't find the words to respond, tilting her head in confusion. Well, I understood her reaction. The universal return divine art was one of the Tang Clan's most treasured techniques. For someone like Tang Sowol, who had never once desired the position of young clan leader, this must have come as a shock. But in the end, she would learn it. At least, in my past life, she did. According to her, the universal return divine art was a technique that allowed one to infuse various poisons into their internal energy. Most poison arts naturally cause the user's internal energy to become poisonous as their mastery increases. However, they typically only develop 1 or 2 types of poison, and their efficiency isn't particularly high. As a result, poison users often carry external poisons to augment their techniques, just like the leader of the blood venom unit had done. But the universal return divine art was different. It allowed the user to refine and absorb various poisons, merging them into their internal energy and using them selectively at will. Thanks to this technique, once mastered, the practitioner would not only attain absolute poison immunity but, upon reaching the flowering stage, their internal energy and even their physical body would become completely infused with poison, transforming them into a true poison entity. Now, doesn't that sound familiar? That's right. The universal return divine art wasn't just about controlling poison, it was about becoming poison itself. It was only natural that this technique closely resembled the poison spirit physique, a constitution that made one more akin to poison itself rather than a human being. Then, does this mean that learning the universal return divine art would be meaningless for Tang Sowol, who was already born with the poison spirit physique? Of course not. Rather, the poison spirit physique was said to maximize its potential when combined with the universal return divine art. The only issue was that, in my past life, she had only begun learning it after reaching the supreme stage. Well, I'm sure Tang Jinshin has his own plans. If she's truly talented enough to reach flowering stage through poison arts, he must have some method in mind, even if it's a little early. More than anything, a father who cherishes his daughter as much as Tang Jinshin would never put her in harm's way. I lightly patted Tang Sowol's shoulder as she remained flustered. Everyone is fine with it, so what are you hesitating for? However, don't tell me you're planning to overthrow your brother and take the position of clan leader? Of course not. I have no such ambitions. Besides, I know very well how much my brother has done for me. I could never betray him like that. Then it's settled. Stop overthinking it and just focus on training. This isn't as simple as you make it sound. There are matters of legitimacy, tradition, things far more complicated than you realize. I don't know about that. Seems to me like you're making an easy decision unnecessarily difficult. The elders are fine with it, your brother is fine with it, and you're fine with it, so what's the problem? Is that so? Tilting her head in confusion, Tang Sowol blinked at me. She might have been troubled, but to me, she just looked adorably lost, which made me chuckle a little. But before I could tease her further, Tang Jinshin spoke with an odd expression. Tell me, son-in-law. I know it's strange for me to say this, but don't you have any ambition? Ambition? It's rare for a woman to become the clan leader, but it's not unheard of in the Tang Clan. If Sowol truly wished for it, she could absolutely take the position. That might be true. Becoming the husband of the Tang Clan's leader would grant you tremendous power and influence over Sichuan. Even if you're a son-in-law rather than a direct successor, that's still an enviable position, don't you think? I have no interest in that. From the very beginning, I was never after the Tang Clan, I was after Tang Sowol herself. Who? Besides, even if I were to take control of the Tang Clan, it wouldn't suddenly grant me enlightenment or help me break through to the flowering stage. More likely, I'd just be buried under political matters and unable to focus on martial arts. Isn't that exactly what's happening to you, father-in-law? And wasn't that also the case for the sect leader of Zhongnan? Because I know that someday the heavenly demon will invade. I know that even those who have reached the flowering stage will be powerless before his overwhelming might. I know that the once glorious 5 supreme clans and 9 great sects will crumble into dust. I know that Tang Sowol's hair will turn white from despair as she watches the Tang Clan fall. Even though the Tang Clan was far more powerful than I had originally thought, it still wasn't enough. Not nearly enough to withstand the inevitable destruction brought by the heavenly demon. Unless Tang Sowol was willing to abandon her clan and run, I only had 2 objectives. To make myself and my loved ones stronger than we were in my past life, so that I could protect them. And to warn the martial world of the demonic cult's impending threat so that they could prepare. Beyond that, no amount of wealth or prestige meant anything to me. Perhaps sensing the truth behind my words, Tang Jinshin sighed and shook his head. A daughter who refuses power even when it's offered, and a son-in-law who couldn't care less about the Tang Clan's authority. You two really are a perfect match. A pair destined for each other. Father. Oh, I completely agree. Cheon Hwi-da. Just what exactly are you agreeing with? Flustered, Tang Sowol's face turned red as she jumped up in place before furiously smacking my shoulder. It didn't hurt. But if I kept teasing her, she might actually get mad, and from past experience, I knew better than to push my luck. So, I just let her hit me as Tang Jinshin let out a small chuckle and gently intervened. Enough. Don't bully your fiancé too much, Sowol. Bully? That wasn't my intention. If you're really that troubled, take 3 days to think about it. But for now, there's something more important. Saying so, Tang Jinshin opened his arms and pulled Tang Sowol into a light embrace. I should have said this sooner, but I'm just glad you're safe, my daughter. Ugh. I am sorry for making you worry, father. Watching the touching father-daughter moment, I clapped lightly before Tang Jinshin released Tang Sowol, only to suddenly turn to me with his arms still open. You worked hard too, son-in-law. How about a hug? I'll pass. Good. Honestly, I regretted offering the moment I said it. Then don't ask in the first place. Later that night, before returning to my room, I made a brief stop at the outer court hall. There, I handed Seo Lihyang a manual on glacial true qi. Pick this up on the way. However, did you seriously just stop by to dump trash on me the moment you got back? What kind of reaction is that? Even after giving her something valuable, she still acts like this. Pick this up on the way. Did you seriously just drop by just to dump trash on me as soon as you got back? What kind of reaction is that? Even after giving her something valuable, she still acts like this. Sure, glacial true qi is notoriously difficult to master, but it's undoubtedly a powerful martial art. And considering Seo Lihyang was born with a pure yin physique, even its usual drawback wouldn't be an issue for her. As I was silently grumbling over her lack of appreciation, I suddenly noticed something. The manual's condition. The exterior was visibly worn, and, likely due to the ghost shadow thief's harsh life on the run, it wasn't in the best shape. The edges had water stains, as if it had gotten wet and then dried, and the spine was slightly warped. I had tried to avoid bragging too much and played it off as something I'd just picked up, but from Seo Lihyang's perspective, someone unfamiliar with martial arts, it was completely understandable why she thought it was actual trash. Shaking my head, I clarified. I was joking. I happened to come across a powerful glacial qi technique and thought it would be useful for you. This thing. Despite how it looks, it's actually the core internal energy technique of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. But is it really okay to just learn another sect's martial arts? Did you even get permission? Nope. Didn't ask. It was stolen in the first place. Stolen. At least she had learned enough under the Blood Venom Unit's commander over the past month to understand that stealing martial arts could lead to serious trouble. Give it back. I appreciate the thought, but there's no need to go that far. Besides, Isn't the Northern Sea Ice Palace a really powerful sect? I think I learned about them before. You're right. It's the strongest faction in the Northern Outer Lands. But don't worry, first of all, I didn't steal it myself, so even if trouble arises, it won't be the worst-case scenario. And secondly, given their own circumstances, there's a good chance they won't even bother making a fuss about it. So, you're saying it's fine? It should be. And even if it's not, I'll make sure it is, so don't worry about that. Just in case, how exactly do you plan on handling it? Through sincere apologies and some negotiations, of course. Wait, so you're not just gonna pull out your sword and fight? I think I'm starting to understand how Seo Lihyang sees me. As I let out a long sigh, Seo Lihyang awkwardly scratched her cheek, looking a little embarrassed. Sorry. I was just so surprised. She hesitated before adding, anyway, you're sure it's fine? Yeah, but don't try learning it on your own. Not like I could even understand it if I tried. Good point. Now that I think about it, maybe it's still a bit too early to give this to you. As I tucked the Glacial True Chi manual back into my robes, Seo Lihyang glared at me in disbelief, her lips twitching in frustration. I'd seen this exact expression countless times before in my past life. You can't just take back a gift like that. I'm not taking it back permanently. I just got ahead of myself and mixed up the order of things. Tomorrow, I'd show this to Tang Jinshin and discuss it with him. He was probably already searching for a suitable ice-based technique for Seo Lihyang, so this might actually help. The fact that it was from the Northern Sea Ice Palace wouldn't be too big of an issue either. According to the Ghost Shadow Thief, Glacial True Chi was an unusual case. Someone like Tang Jinshin would definitely know how it was regarded in the martial world. While it was a legitimate martial art with some symbolic significance, the truth was, because no one had successfully mastered it in ages, it had fallen into obscurity, to the point where people wouldn't even mind if someone else picked it up. And besides, Seo Lihyang wouldn't even understand the manual right now. She had only just begun her martial arts training. So just wait a little longer. Ugh, fine. She slumped her shoulders in disappointment, so I chuckled and reassured her. Don't look so down. In return, I'll tell you what happened while I was gone. Oh, right. Master told me you were in some really dangerous situations. That wasn't even close to dangerous. Listen up, so, in Shaanxi, there's this place called Daimang Mountain. Perched on the edge of the veranda, I started recounting my experiences, though with some minor adjustments. For instance, I downplayed how I discovered the cave, making it sound like a complete accident. Or I toned down the brutality of my fights against the assassins. Perhaps because she had lived in a small world her entire life, Seo Lihyang's reactions were incredibly animated. She gasped just hearing the name Shaanxi, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Then, when I offhandedly mentioned that I used to be considered a genius, her expression turned oddly skeptical. As I continued, telling her about the unusual terrain that led me to the cave, the encounter with the Ghost Shadow Thief, the battle with the assassins, and my visit to Wudong, she hung on to every word, reacting differently each time. I wouldn't exactly call myself a skilled storyteller, but having such an enthusiastic audience made it a lot more fun to recount my adventures. By the time I had squeezed out every last detail, Seo Lihyang was staring at the ceiling with a dazed expression. I'm so jealous. Do you think I'll be able to go on a martial journey someday? If you train hard, there's no reason you can't. Really? Do you think I could be as strong as Sister Tang by the time I turn 20? That might be a bit difficult. Tang Sowol started training at a much younger age and has consumed countless precious elixirs. Then, what about half of that? More than half, definitely. You're not lacking in talent. But instead of aiming for 5 years, I'd recommend aiming for 3. Why? What happens in 3 years? Actually, Tang Sowol and I just got banned from leaving the city for 3 years. Wait, what? We're allowed to move around Chengdu, but we're strictly forbidden from traveling any farther. She blinked, momentarily at a loss for words, before nodding slowly. Now that I think about it, that makes sense. But why 3 years specifically? Because that's when the Yongbang Gathering will be held. It's a massive event that takes place every 5 years, and I guess they couldn't justify stopping us from attending. Oh, the Yongbang Gathering. I actually learned about that. It's the huge tournament where the Muram Alliance gathers all the young martial artists from the Central Plains, right? If you perform well, you can even earn a title or receive rare elixirs. For the most part, yes. But one small correction, it's not open to all young martial artists. Only those from the orthodox sections. The orthodox and unorthodox factions had a bit of leeway, as long as someone wasn't infamous. However, the entire demonic faction was outright banned from participating. In other words, just being a participant in the Yeonbong gathering was enough to prove one's status in the martial world. Cheon Hwi-da was likely planning to use the Yeonbong gathering to wipe his identity clean. Though in the end, she would fail and end up joining Black Blood Lotus. If my memory was correct, that would happen exactly 3 years from now, during the next Yeonbong gathering. Rather than letting her fall into Black Blood Lotus, I wanted to bring Cheon Hwi-da into the Tang Clan instead. Which meant I absolutely had to participate in that gathering. As I nodded to myself, deep in thought, Seo Lihyang hesitantly spoke up. Do you think I could participate in such a huge event too? Anyone can enter. The difficult part is getting a good result. If I train really hard, do you think I could barely make it to second rate within 3 years? She looked up at me anxiously, shifting restlessly. It seemed she had been eating well and resting properly in the Tang Clan. Her cheeks were noticeably rounder now. Compared to how skinny she used to be, she looked much healthier. For a moment, I wondered if this was what Seo Lihyang from my past life might have looked like if she had put on some weight. She was probably feeling discouraged comparing herself to me and Tang Sowol, but Seo Lihyang was actually a genius in her own right. She had once forcefully modified an incompatible martial art and reached the flowering stage. She had also taught herself the basics of sound-based martial arts just by listening to courtesans sing. If someone like her were given a proper environment, proper guidance, and 3 whole years to train, well, if things went well, she might even reach the beginning of the first-rate level. Seeing my hesitant expression, Seo Lihyang began to look uneasy. Ugh. 3 years. Is that really enough? If I end up embarrassing you and Sister Tang, maybe I should just go as a spectator instead. You don't need to worry about that. No one starts off as a strong martial artist. Everyone has had a time when they were weak, so no one will mock you just for that. There were plenty of people like that in the Hao clan. That's because they're an unorthodox sect. I was talking about the orthodox side. Besides, even if you don't reach first rate, keep in mind that you'll only be 18 by then. Reaching first rate at that age is already considered an incredible feat. Most participants will still be stuck between second rate and third rate. Because the Tang Clan produced many first-rate martial artists and attracted other high-level warriors, first-rate masters seemed common here. But in reality, reaching first rate meant becoming a master in one's field. It was no small feat. So, don't overthink it. Just focus on training. Since I'm here, I might as well help you out a little before I leave. Huh? You're gonna train me? But I'm still not that confident. Seo Lihyang hesitated as she stood up, clearly unsure. I shook my head. Not quite. The blood venom unit leader is probably guiding your training just fine. What I'm going to do is something simpler: meridian acupressure. Meridian acupressure? What's that? It's a technique that uses internal energy to stimulate pressure points, relieving fatigue and enhancing recovery. If you think of acupuncture and blood sealing techniques, it's similar in principle. The only difference is that instead of paralyzing or disabling someone, it's used for healing and support. While doctors and skilled martial artists could use it for medical treatments, I wasn't that proficient. For me, it was just a simple trick. But when it came to Seo Lihyang, things were different. In my past life, unlike Tang Sowol, who had maintained a certain level of formality, Seo Lihyang had pestered me constantly with all sorts of unreasonable requests. It was partly because we had started off as bickering rivals and partly because she simply didn't know how to express embarrassment properly. Because of that, she had often asked me for ridiculous favors. And one of them was meridian acupressure. Back then, Seo Lihyang had a limp, and after walking around all day, she would complain about exhaustion and ask me to relieve her pain before bed. So while I might not be an expert in meridian acupressure, I had plenty of experience using it on her. As she tilted her head in confusion, I smirked and tapped the floor. Lie down on your stomach. Huh? Like this. Without hesitation, she lay down in front of me. I then climbed on top of her back. W8, what? Startled, Seo Lihyang tried to push herself up, but I gently pressed her back down. Stay still. W what? What are you trying to do? Though her voice grew louder, she obediently stayed in position. Rather than answering, I simply focused my internal energy into my fingertips. Then, press. Hayakak. Her back arched like a bow in response. The meridians are the pathways through which chi flows, covering the entire body like a vast network. They have no physical form, dissecting a human body won't reveal them, but the overwhelming evidence of their existence is undeniable, and no martial artist doubts their reality. Martial artists circulate internal energy through their meridians, and in some cases, they can stimulate them to trigger various physical effects. For example, they can block their own bleeding, temporarily suppress pain, or even paralyze an opponent by striking their numbing acupoints. Some can even knock someone unconscious by targeting their vital acupoints. Certain basic acupoint techniques are considered essential knowledge for any martial artist, even if they haven't studied meridians in depth. Naturally, Xiao Lihyang had learned the basic concepts from the blood venom unit leader. She still hadn't memorized the names and locations of the acupoints properly, but she understood their effects. Or so she thought. A light press of Cheon Hwi-da's finger landed on the acupoint at her shoulder. She didn't know the name. She only had a vague memory that there was something important around here. However, her body responded before her mind could process it. Press. His fingers pressed down with a firm, unwavering touch. It wasn't painful, but the pressure was just right, enough to feel it, but not enough to hurt. That much was fine. She flinched instinctively, but actually found the sensation a bit refreshing. However, the moment Cheon Hwi-da's internal energy flowed through her acupoint. Hayak. Xiao Lihyang's back arched like a bow. A flood of thoughts raced through her mind as she struggled to comprehend what had just happened. What was that? She understood the process. The moment Cheon Hwi-da's internal energy entered her body, it carried a faint, foreign sensation, which instantly transformed into a wave of heat at her shoulder. Her meridian, stimulated by his internal energy, absorbed it, causing an explosive surge of vitality in her body. The fact that she was able to grasp this process so quickly was proof of her innate talent, but that didn't matter to her at all right now. The real issue was how overwhelmingly intense this surge of vitality was. And the moment this massive energy spread through her body, which had been exhausted from rigorous training, her body reacted in a way she couldn't control. Like dry soil drinking in rainwater, her fatigued muscles immediately absorbed the newfound energy. Her body tensed for a moment, then relaxed. The sensation was so unexpected that she involuntarily jerked. A wave of warmth and satisfaction followed, and she quickly became alarmed. Wait. Hold on. Stop for a second. Didn't I tell you not to move? Meridian acupressure requires a significant amount of internal energy and precise control. I'm doing this for your benefit, so cooperate. That's the problem. It feels too good. It's weird. Stop it right now. She desperately cried out, but her inability to fully describe what was happening made it impossible for Cheon Hwi-da to take her words seriously. Enough talking. Lie back down. We're just getting started. Huh? He gently but firmly pushed her back down. Helpless, Xiao Lihyang obediently lay flat again before she even understood why she wasn't resisting. And before she could process it, Cheon Hwi-da continued. Press. 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 H&N. Hick. His fingers traced her meridians without hesitation, precisely targeting her acupoints. Though he was sitting lightly on top of her, his weight felt immense, and waves of heat bloomed throughout her body. His raging wave death-stealing art radiated its raw, untamed power, but even so, it never once broke free from his control. To Xiao Lihyang, however, it felt like a foreign energy was freely rampaging through her body. It was invasive, almost violating in a way. The problem was that it felt ridiculously good. Hayak. Her voice cracked as she let out a strange, high-pitched sound. Her body continued to heal and recover, but her mind was starting to break down. She struggled to hold on to her sanity and forced herself to think rationally. How the hell is he so good at this? After experiencing meridian acupressure firsthand, she realized. Forget the person receiving it, for the one performing it, this technique required extreme concentration, precise internal energy control, and deep knowledge of the human body. For every touch to elicit such a raw reaction from her body, just how skilled did he have to be? But she was mistaken. Certainly, Cheon Hwi-da's martial understanding was extraordinary, and his deep comprehension of martial arts and human anatomy was far beyond normal. However, his meridian acupressure wouldn't have worked this well on anyone else. And for good reason. Because he had tailored it exclusively for Seo Lihyang. Across both his past and present lives, she was the only person who had ever asked him for this. He knew exactly how much internal energy to use. He knew exactly which acupoints to press first for maximum effect. He knew exactly where she felt the most discomfort. Whether by choice or circumstance, he had no choice but to learn her body inside and out. After all, in their past life, their relationship had become intimate. That's right. Cheon Hwi-da was a monster that she herself had created. Of course, Seo Lihyang had no knowledge of the consequences of her past life's actions. Right now, she was struggling just to hold on to her sanity. This is dangerous. Her body burned with heat, her muscles tensed and relaxed uncontrollably, and her misaligned bones snapped back into place. Her nerves, forcibly realigned, sent waves of pleasure and relief through her body. She had felt something similar before. The blood venom unit leader, who had taken her in and cared for her, often helped massage her muscles after training, carefully working out the tension in her limbs. He had been a true mentor. However, right now, the memory of his gentle care was being completely overwritten, replaced by something far more intense, far more effective, and far more dangerous. I am sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She repeatedly apologized to her former teacher in her mind. But no matter how much she pleaded, she couldn't stop the memory from being rewritten. In that moment, Seo Lihyang instinctively knew. From now on, whenever her body felt sore or exhausted, she would instinctively recall this sensation. Gaga. In the end, she gave up resisting, melting onto the floor like a cat inside a warm box, letting out a helpless sigh. The meridian acupressure continued for quite some time, but like all things, it eventually came to an end. When Cheon Hwi-da finally released her, Seo Lihyang lay limp on the wooden floor, completely drained. Her face was flushed red, and she was panting heavily, as if she had just finished a full sprint. Yet, despite her exhaustion, her body felt lighter and more refreshed than if she had woken up from a deep, restful sleep. The cool morning breeze washed over her, easing the warmth that still lingered in her body, reminding her of just how precious such relief could be. But then, a thunderous revelation reached her ears. For the next 3 years, I'll give you meridian acupressure every day if possible. So focus entirely on your training, Seo Lihyang. What? Every day? Not unconditionally, of course. I have my own schedule, and things might come up. So it's only if possible. I sent that a bit much? You're busy too, and this has to be exhausting for you as well. You've finally built a solid foundation, and now that I've found you a proper internal energy technique, you'll be starting your real martial training soon. It's going to be much harder than before. I was the one who brought you to the Tang Clan, so at the very least, let me help you this much. From Cheon Hwi-da's perspective, he had already given Tang Sowol the self-purging poison grass, yet Seo Lihyang had received nothing from him. So this was his way of making it up to her. But to Seo Lihyang, this was not an easy decision. Every single day. Can I even endure that? Just imagining it made her nervous. She tried to ignore the tiny sense of anticipation creeping up inside her, struggling to find the right response. Until, suddenly, a name popped into her head. And she panicked. Sister Tang. To Seo Lihyang, Tang Sowol was the very embodiment of the noble lady she had always admired. She was also the daughter of the man who had saved Cheon Hwi-da's life, and, because of that, she had always treated Seo Lihyang kindly. Having received so little kindness in her life, Tang Sowol was special to her in a way completely different from Cheon Hwi-da. So it was only natural that she didn't want to do anything that would make her upset. Hey, you can't just waltz into another woman's room whenever you feel like it. Get Sister Tang's permission first. Then it's fine. That sounds kind of strange, but fine. I'll do that. Cheon Hwi-da shrugged indifferently. His casual response irritated Seo Lihyang so much that she instinctively clenched her fists. Then, as he nodded, she let out a sigh of relief and slowly unclenched her fingers. At the same time, a strange sharp pain pricked at her heart, like a needle piercing deep inside her chest. For a brief moment, her eyes burned, as if she might tear up. But Xiao Lihyang didn't understand why. She simply assumed it was because she was finally relaxing after all the tension. Yeah, this is fine, she reassured herself. Tang Sowol knew just how dangerous meridian acupressure was. If she were in this situation, she would never allow it. So this ridiculous tyranny from Cheon Hwi-da would end right here. Xiao Lihyang was still mistaken. She didn't realize that her case was unique. That meridian acupressure wasn't normally this overwhelming. And the next morning, when Tang Sowol casually granted permission, Xiao Lihyang shivered. Chwawa. Whether it was from excitement or fear, only she knew. 3 years later, Tang Sowol had entered secluded training under Tang Jinchen to master the universal return divine art. Xiao Lihyang had officially begun practicing glacial true qi, learning to control the yin energy of her pure yin physique. And I had spent these years integrating the martial arts I had observed in Wudong, incorporating them into my swordsmanship, while also refining my footwork with the ghost shadow steps I had learned from the ghost shadow thief. And so, 3 years passed. Tang Sowol, with the Tang Clan's limitless support and a brilliant master like Tang Jinchen, had finally stepped into the peak stage. Xiao Lihyang, surpassing everyone's expectations, had reached mid-first rate. And as for me, you've gotten taller. I had grown taller than Tang Sowol. By 2 full finger joints. Cheon Hwi-da, is that really such an important achievement to you? Of course it is. I no longer had to tilt my head up to look at her. I no longer had to endure her teasing about being younger. I was finally free from that humiliation. Compared to that, even the fact that I was beginning to glimpse the path beyond the peak stage seemed insignificant. What is growth? There may be countless answers to that question, but to me, it is simple. Growth is being able to do what you once couldn't and seeing what was once invisible to you. This is the difference in our eye level now. How can you talk about eye level while looking at the top of my head? Startled, Xiao Lihyang immediately backed away, naturally weaving her movements to angle herself behind Tang Sowol for cover. Her retreat was flawless, almost instinctive. Your footwork has become quite natural, I see. I really don't want to hear that from you. Peeking out from behind Tang Sowol, Xiao Lihyang gave me a look of exasperation. Tang Sowol nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, well, it's not just her footwork. Her whip techniques have also improved quite a bit. And lately, she's even started practicing sound-based martial arts, seems to suit her well. Sister Tang, aren't you supposed to be on my side right now? Oh my, isn't it only natural to side with my fiancé? With a playful smile, Tang Sowol stepped away from Xiao Lihyang and stood beside me. Betrayed, Xiao Lihyang's eyes welled up with frustration. Eek. Eite. She stomped her foot in protest, but her words failed her. Seeing her reaction, Tang Sowol and I exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Don't feel too bad. Honestly, Tang Sowol and I were always going to reach this level. We were already strong to begin with. Yes. Normally, reaching the peak stage before the age of 30 is considered a remarkable feat, but Cheon Hwi-da here reached it at 15. However, Xiao Lihyang's case is different. And Tang Sowol was right. I had retained all of my insights from my past life, and on top of that, I had incorporated new experiences from this one. Of course, I would grow quickly. In fact, calling it growth felt strange, because for me, this was more like reclaiming my former strength. Tang Sowol was in a similar situation. Born with the poison spirit physique, raised within the Tang Clan, trained in elite poison arts, and fed countless rare elixirs. And in the last 3 years, she had been personally guided by Tang Jinchen, a flowering stage master. Yes, she had worked hard, but her circumstances had also played a crucial role in her achievements. But Xiao Lihyang? While she had received more support than an ordinary retainer, it was nothing compared to what Tang Sowol had. Before arriving at the Tang Clan, she had never even practiced martial arts. She had been severely undernourished, nothing but skin and bones. Your starting point was different from ours. The fact that you've come this far in 3 years is something to be proud of. Well, that's all thanks to Sister Tang and the clan leader, and you too, I guess. When faced with genuine praise, Xiao Lihyang shrank back in embarrassment, her lips twitching as she struggled to suppress a smile. This expression. It was exactly the same as the Xiao Lihyang from my past life. She had always been awkward about accepting compliments, twisting her reactions in strange ways. And just like before, despite her purine physique, she had naturally gravitated towards sound-based martial arts. Even though her body was now healthy, even though her environment had changed, she had still chosen the same path. It was the same with Tang Sowol. Now that she had reached the peak stage and mastered the universal return divine art, her hair and eyes had turned a deep black-green, just like in my past life. By now, I had gotten used to seeing reminders of my previous life. Still, that color is always beautiful. Am I next? At my absent-minded remark, Tang Sowol's expression shifted, half wary, half pleased. I tilted my head, and she narrowed her eyes. As a woman of the Tang Clan, I cannot simply allow myself to be on the receiving end. This time, I shall strike first. What are you talking of? Before I could react, Tang Sowol looked up at me by exactly 2 finger joints and said, "As you mentioned earlier, Cheon Hwi-da, you've grown quite a bit. And I'll keep growing. Ideally, until you have to stand on your tiptoes to reach my lips." Ugh. WL, your face has become more refined, too. It's a shame that your cuteness has faded, but this mature look suits you as well. That's fine. From now on, I'll be the one treating you like the cute one. It evens out. Ag. Your martial arts were already formidable, but now even your words have become more dangerous. Though my martial journey was short, I still met Cheon Hwi-da along the way, so I'll have plenty of stories to share with my friends. I appreciate it. But I won't be boasting about anything. Because everything I like about you, I want to keep to myself. She blinked, processing my words. Then, a few seconds later, Hioa. With a high-pitched shriek, Tang Sowol sprang backward and ducked behind Seo Lihyang. It was the exact same scene from earlier, except this time, Tang Sowol was hiding behind Seo Lihyang instead of the other way around. Of course, even though Seo Lihyang had grown, she was still much smaller than Tang Sowol. Tang Sowol's attempt at hiding was completely ineffective. Her flushed face was still fully visible. Even so, she wrapped one arm around Seo Lihyang's leg for support, while dramatically extending her index finger at me. Foul. That was a foul move. I thought the rule was to embarrass each other with compliments. That may be true, but where was the compliment in that statement? Now that I thought about it, she had a point. As I nodded in acknowledgement, Seo Lihyang, in an exhausted tone, spoke up. Are you two done? We should get going. We can't keep the clan leader waiting forever. Her expression looked as if she had just witnessed something unpleasant. Well, to be fair, we had been wasting quite a bit of time. I reached down and helped Tang Sowol to her feet. All right, let's go see my father-in-law. For the first time in 3 years, we were finally heading out. Sure, our destination was the Yeonbong gathering, but that didn't mean we couldn't enjoy ourselves along the way. Time to secure a generous travel allowance. I still wasn't used to the Tang Clan. Or rather, I had yet to fully grasp the difference between my definition of generous and Tang Jinshin's. Tell me, son-in-law. The first thing you say before setting off on a long journey is that using gold ingots is inconvenient, so you'd like some silver mixed in instead. As long as I'm not indulging in extravagance, silver is still a large sum of money. You're the son-in-law of the Tang Clan, traveling with none other than the Poison King's daughter. You should be staying in Fine Inns and carrying yourself accordingly. Fine Inns have spacious rooms, meaning we could share one without issue. Hold it right there. Before I could finish, Tang Jinshin casually flicked his fingers toward the ceiling, and in the same instant, a surge of internal energy shot out. A decorative pearl ornament embedded in the ceiling rattled. What? Why was he using object manipulation just to make a point? Honestly, I was a bit taken aback. But rare opportunities to witness such techniques didn't come often, so I focused on the moment. I observed how his internal energy remained stable even outside his body, how it changed upon contact with the pearl, and how he controlled it with precision. Of course, I didn't fully understand it yet, but committing it to memory might prove useful in the future. Unfortunately, Tang Jinshin's demonstration was brief. By the time I had absorbed what I could, the pearl was already in his hand. He placed it on the desk, closer to me than to himself. It's a luminous pearl. Hard to see in daylight, but valuable if sold. And why are you suddenly handing this to me? So that you book at least 2 rooms instead of spouting nonsense about sharing one. Wait, did he seriously use object manipulation just to rip a pearl out of his own ceiling? Just to tell me not to share a room with Tang Sowol? It had been over 3 years since our official engagement, and he was still like this? I couldn't just let that slide. Accepting the pearl, I nodded politely. Thank you. I'll take a room with Tang Sowol, and Seo Lihyang can have her own. That way, you'll be seeing grandchildren soon enough. What? Shocked, Tang Jinshin immediately used golden thread snatch to snatch the pearl from my hand, and then threw it back to the ceiling. The pearl curved unnaturally midair, almost like a hidden weapon, before reattaching itself perfectly to its original position. And then, with the most shameless expression, Tang Jinshin cleared his throat. Let's pretend that never happened. Fine. But now that it's been over 3 years since our engagement, I'd like to know when you'll actually allow us to get married. If it were up to me, I'd delay it another 7 years. If you insist on making it 10 full years, I'll take Tang Sowol and elope. Ahem. At my words, Tang Sowol, who had been quietly snickering in the background, suddenly perked up with interest. Tang Jinshin sighed. If I were against it, I wouldn't have agreed to the engagement in the first place. But it's still not the right time. We know who you are and what kind of person you are, but others don't. So, in short, you want me to make a name for myself first. Exactly. It's not mandatory, but it would be ideal. And for someone like you, that shouldn't be difficult. That was an awfully long-winded way of saying, dear best at the Yongbang gathering. That's right, my dear son-in-law. Since you're competing anyway, why not win? And while you're at it, declare to the world who your fiancé is, in the most spectacular way possible. Leave it to me. I answered confidently. Tang Jinshin let out a short chuckle. Heh, you're getting more and more shameless. That just means I feel closer to you, father-in-law. TCH. That's how all men are. Even as he shook his head, a small smile remained on his lips. After laughing and chatting for a while, he finally straightened his posture and stood. Then, placing a hand on each of our shoulders, he spoke. This time, you're traveling without any escorts, but you two should be fine. Don't worry. Even if, by some misfortune, we end up facing a peak stage master, at the very least, we should be able to run away. With all your limbs intact? That, I can't promise. As I furrowed my brows, running through possible worst-case scenarios, Tang Jinshin burst into boisterous laughter and gave my shoulder a hearty slap. I'm joking. If I worried that much, I might as well tell you not to leave at all. That's true. There were barely 100 peak stage martial artists in all of the Central Plains. The odds of not only running into one, but also having them as an enemy were exceedingly low. Go on ahead and enjoy yourselves for a while. I'll be busy, so I'll arrive just in time for the main tournament. You're coming as well, father-in-law? Did you know? Ever since the Yongbang gathering was founded, the Tang Clan has never won even once. Well, the rules aren't exactly in your favor. After all, hidden weapons were restricted to blunt or non-lethal ones. And poison was completely banned. For a sect that specialized in poison and hidden weapons, it was practically like fighting with their hands tied. But thanks to my son-in-law, we finally have a shot at winning this time. So, of course, I have to watch. Though Tang Jinshin's expression was cheerful, there was a faint trace of bitterness in his smile. I've kept you too long. Go on. And remember, separate rooms. Of course. We'll see you in Wuhan City, father-in-law. With a final polite fist salute, I picked up my prepared belongings and stepped through the Tang Clan's grand gates. The 3-year travel ban had officially come to an end. Unlike Tang Sowol, who was rather excited about going on a long trip after a while, Seo Lihyang seemed a bit uneasy about leaving the Tang Clan. She had been glancing around nervously for a while now before finally asking me, Hey, why does the Yongbang gathering even exist? You're asking that now? No, I mean, I know the basics. It's for uniting the Orthodox Murim, fostering camaraderie among the young generation, and giving them rare opportunities to experience real combat. My master told me all that. But even considering all that, isn't it a bit too extravagant? So that's what you're curious about. She had a point. The Yongbang gathering was indeed an event of an astonishingly massive scale. Not only did martial arts enthusiasts from all over the Central Plains gather, but sects looking for talented disciples, merchants hoping to make a fortune, and even high-ranking elders from prestigious sects who rarely left their seats of power all came together in one place. Plus, I heard that the winner is awarded the finest elixir, personally provided by the 5 supreme clans and the 9 great sects on a rotating basis. Even if you don't win, Performing well can earn you access to martial arts manuals or weapons stored by the Murim Alliance. That's right. In the past, even unorthodox martial artists would sometimes enter just for those rewards. But of course, they all got caught. With so many people present, some even at the flowering stage, it was nearly impossible to deceive everyone. However, it seemed that Seo Lihyang's concern lay elsewhere. After training in martial arts and learning about Murim, one thing has stood out to me. Murim people are really closed off. That's hard to deny. Even blacksmiths and physicians were reluctant to share their techniques. But unlike them, martial artists took secrecy to an extreme, training in complete isolation, hidden from all eyes, or hunting down and eliminating anyone who dared to steal their true martial arts. Given that martial arts were directly tied to survival, it wasn't completely unreasonable, but it did make Murim a far more closed-off world compared to other fields. This was exactly what puzzled Seo Lihyang. But then, why would they give out rare elixirs and martial arts just because someone did well in a simple competition? That part seems strange to me. Ahem. Allow me to explain that, Lady Sewol. Tang Sowol smoothly slid between us, clearing her throat with a knowing smile before continuing. In short, the Murim Alliance was established precisely to break away from that closed-off nature. Huh? Really? Yes. Nowadays, Murim is relatively peaceful, so it's hard to imagine, but in the past, bloody conflicts, what they called bloodshed, were quite common. She was right. I had heard a little about it from Seo Munwaran before. Before the Black Lotus sect was founded, Murim had been in utter chaos. There was no clear distinction between orthodox and unorthodox sects like there is today, leading to frequent clashes. Whenever someone was killed, their allies would retaliate, leading to even greater bloodshed. I wasn't particularly fond of the Black Lotus sect master, but even I had to acknowledge his achievements. And yet, even in such times, the major sects still feared the overwhelming power of the Murim Alliance. So, before the Murim Alliance existed, back then, even the imperial court had given up on trying to control Murim. That's when the non-intervention principle was established. Martial artists, swords in hand, were constantly at each other's throats, and they were too powerful to be easily subdued. In the end, the reigning emperor at the time could do nothing but acknowledge that conflicts between martial artists were beyond his control and focus instead on ensuring that the bloodshed did not spill over to commoners. This left the orthodox sects without any external support. And so, they chose to prioritize greater causes over personal vendettas. They set aside their grudges to prevent new victims, risked their lives not just for themselves and their families, but even for complete strangers, and willingly joined hands with their rivals. For the first time in the long history of Murim, a group freed from the chains of vengeance was born, a group that moved solely for the greater good. That was the moment the Murim Alliance was established. Nowadays, the alliance feels more like a corrupt organization clinging to outdated traditions, but I still remember how they stood at the forefront when the heavenly demon invaded the Central Plains. Even though the Murim Alliance collapsed, and more than half of the 9 great sects and 5 supreme clans were wiped out, leaving their survivors consumed by revenge. That didn't erase the noble ideals they once upheld, nor the resolve they displayed in their final stand. As I nodded silently to myself, Tang Sowol, looking a little more mature than usual, playfully wagged her finger as she continued. That's why the Murim Alliance constantly needs to prove its strength. The extravagant rewards at the Yongbang gathering serve exactly that purpose. So, it's a kind of show of force? Like saying, we're this strong, so don't mess with us. Seo Lihyang tilted her head, still looking uncertain. Chuckling, Tang Sowol reached out and gently patted her back. Correct. You're catching on quickly, Lady Sewol. You're becoming a proper martial artist now. It's just that the scale is so huge, I didn't think of it right away. It's not that impressive. And stop treating me like a kid, Sister Tang. I'm already 18. I'm all grown up. Seo Lihyang grumbled, turning her head slightly as if embarrassed. Seeing that, Tang Sowol's smile grew even warmer. Well, you see, that stoic fiancé of yours isn't the type to indulge in this kind of thing. So I'll just have to shower you with all the affection he won't give you. Wait, what? That's not Haya. Tang Sowol didn't just pat her back this time, she started tickling her mercilessly. Seo Lihyang twitched and tried to resist as Tang Sowol's fingers reached her sides, but she didn't actually try to escape. It was proof that their relationship had grown much closer. Ever since Tang Sowol had once mentioned that Seo Lihyang reminded her of the past, she had started treating her much more kindly. I had found it strange and once asked her why. Her answer was, quite something. Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. Apparently, while she couldn't change how I saw her, she believed that treating Seo Lihyang well would make her feel guilty if anything ever went wrong, and would also allow her to sense any suspicious behavior immediately. Hey, HIH. And not my sides, Sister Tang. But watching them now, I couldn't help but think that maybe she just enjoyed having a little sister. Maybe it was because she had always been the youngest before. Ever since Seo Lihyang began receiving regular blood-purging acupuncture from me, she had also started paying more attention to Tang Sowol and treating her better. When I asked why, she only gave me a vague answer, because of you. I didn't quite understand the reasoning, but since the outcome was that the two of them had grown closer, I supposed that was all that mattered. Honestly, when I first revealed the truth to Tang Sowol, I had been anxious about how things would turn out. Though, there were times when their growing closeness felt a bit excessive. There might not be many people around, but we're still outside. How about you two exercise some restraint? Gasp. Could it be that Brother Cheon is jealous? I think so too, Sister Tang. Maybe he's secretly upset about what you said earlier about him lacking any charm. When you put it that way, he does seem kind of cute. I can hear you, you know. I have no idea why they insist on finding me cute. As I let out a long sigh, Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang exchanged glances before breaking into laughter. It's fun precisely because you hate it so much. No special reason needed. Your reactions are just too amusing. The thought of traveling all the way to the Muram Alliance with these two filled me with both excitement and a hint of resignation. By the time we passed Sichuan and were nearing Hubei, Seo Lihyang finally spoke up, looking somewhat surprised. We haven't run into any real danger so far, huh? Considering all the things that happened to you and Sister Tang, I figured we'd have had at least 1 or 2 life-threatening encounters by now. What happened before was the exception, not the norm. This is how it's supposed to be. If incidents like that happened all the time, how do you think the Central Plains would function? But still, you've both been through so many dangerous situations. Which is why Father didn't let us leave Chengdu for 3 years. Calling it worry might be an understatement. We really were just unlucky. Tang Sowol nodded in agreement. She was right. But I was more concerned about something else. The incidents we had faced so far had all stemmed from me trying to change events from before my regression. Stopping the attack on Tang Sowol, which would have caused her poison chi to spiral out of control, naturally meant fighting off the attackers. Uncovering the demonic cult's involvement behind the attack led us to them, and dealing with them resulted in stumbling across Seo Lihyang in a pleasure house, where I ended up taking on an entire Hao clan branch while trying to get her out. Going to retrieve a precious elixir somehow turned into encountering Zhang Chiok, the ghost shadow thief, who was on the verge of death, learning about the demonic cult's recent activities, and eventually fighting off assassins who tracked us down, all before seeking refuge in Wudong sect. People worried because I kept getting caught up in trouble every time I stepped outside. But from my perspective, it felt more like my attempts to change fate were stirring up unintended consequences, like some sort of backlash. Before Tang Sowol got involved, when I was traveling alone, the worst I had encountered were a few petty disputes. Maybe there was some inherent cost to altering predetermined events. Or perhaps it was simply because the demonic cult had a hand in so many affairs that disrupting their plans inevitably led to frequent conflicts. I wasn't sure which it was. But what I could confirm was that, since I had stopped trying to interfere with past events, nothing particularly troublesome had happened. Well, if you think about it, we have had a few small incidents. Like that drunk martial artist at the inn who picked a fight, only for Sister Tang to quietly knock him out with a sleeping poison. Or those third-rate Green Forest bandits we handed over to the authorities. And let's not forget how you got scolded for sneaking into my room in the middle of the night just to ask me to freeze a bucket of water. That last one was unfair. For the record, the actual complaint was that I shouldn't be barging into a young lady's room at night. But the only reason we even ran into each other was that she had also gone out to get water because it was too hot. Still, placing a block of solid ice beside my pillow had helped me sleep much better. Regardless, our journey through Hubei remained relatively peaceful. For several days, We continued traveling without issue, gradually approaching Wuhan City. We decided to stop at a decent inn for the night, and were just about to have dinner on the first floor when we overheard a commotion. "You dare steal from the Golden Flower Merchant Guild?" "It's a misunderstanding. I swear I would never." A large man, stocky enough to appear more imposing than muscular, was angrily shouting at a small, fidgeting woman. And as I caught sight of the woman's back, I immediately recognized her. I hadn't expected to run into her so soon. "You dare steal from the Golden Flower Merchant Guild?" "It's a misunderstanding. I swear I would never." Despite the inn being fairly large, the enraged voice echoed loudly throughout the hall, drawing my attention immediately. And there I saw a familiar figure. I hadn't expected to run into her so soon. Of course, since I hadn't seen her face yet, I couldn't be certain. "I'll go check out the situation." "Brother Cheon? Cheon Hwi? You're not seriously." "I'm just assessing the situation. If there's something that needs mediating, I'll step in. If not, I'll come back. If the food arrives, go ahead and eat. You just want to save a pretty lady and get closer to her, don't you? You can't do that right in front of Sister Tang and me." Despite her words, the sly grin tugging at the corners of Seo Lihyang's lips showed that she was clearly teasing. At this, Tang Sowol blinked in confusion. "Lady Seo? I understand why I should be upset as his fiancé, but why are you? I mean, you can't do that in front of Sister Tang." Seeing her shamelessly revise her statement without a hint of guilt, I couldn't help but flick her forehead. Smack. "Ow." As Seo Lihyang clutched her reddened forehead and trembled in protest, I chuckled and said, "Don't overthink it. Just wait here. Or come along if you really want to. I'm too hurt to move." For now, I'll leave it to Brother Cheon. If it looks like he needs help, I'll step in." Seo Lihyang glared at me, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, while Tang Sowol simply waved her hand with a laugh. Leaving them behind, Tang Sowol gently rubbing Seo Lihyang's forehead, I approached the source of the commotion. "You dare lie so shamelessly. This won't do. I'll recover my stolen gold no matter what it takes. I have no intention of fighting. Just listen to me for a moment. In Murin, words are spoken with the sword." Clang. With a furious expression, the massive man unsheathed his sword. His movements were slow, and the excess fat shaking on his body made the whole scene look somewhat comical. Sr Renji. But the subordinates who drew their swords in unison were anything but laughable. They weren't just bodyguards. Since this was a merchant guild, they must be escorts, hired martial artists to protect their goods. 1 at the peak of first class, 2 barely at first class, 5 at second class. No third-rate warriors. For a merchant guild, that was an impressive lineup. A force to be reckoned with. No wonder the leader was so confident. Unfortunately, he had picked the wrong opponent. As I got closer, I caught a clearer glimpse of the side of her face, confirming my suspicions. A girl, more than a woman, with delicate, youthful features. Even for someone with a naturally petite frame, she was incredibly small and frail-looking. Her long, flowing hair reached down to her hips, pure white as if it had always been that way. Her skin was flawless, smooth like a child's, untouched by any blemish. Even from a distance, I could tell, if I got closer, she would undoubtedly carry a soft, pleasant scent. One of the many side effects of reversing age. I had expected to meet her at the Yongbang gathering, perhaps just before the main tournament started if I was unlucky. Though we were getting closer to Wuhan City, I never imagined I'd run into her this soon. Suppressing the involuntary smile creeping up, I forced my expression into something more solemn and composed. Then, as Seo Mun-Waren, despite pretending to be frightened, was clearly calculating the best way to subdue her opponents without revealing too much strength, I stepped in front of her. Hold for a moment. A sword may be an excellent tool for dialogue among martial artists, but that doesn't mean it should be drawn so recklessly. Who the hell are you to interfere with a Golden Flower Merchant Guild? I am Cheon Hwi of the Tang Clan. From what I've overheard, both of you seem to have grievances. I only wish to listen and mediate. Will that be acceptable? The Tang Clan. You mean the Sichuan Tang Clan? The stocky man's aggressive demeanor wavered for a moment, his tone shifting to something more polite. But after a brief hesitation, his expression grew uncertain as he scrutinized me. If you're from the Tang Clan, then why is your surname different? Because I was not born into the Tang Clan. I entered as a son-in-law. I gestured toward the table where my companion sat, specifically toward Tang Sowol. Recognition flickered across his face as he nodded in understanding. I see. The hair and eyes confirm it. You must have attained a high level in poison arts. Apologies for my suspicion. I did not mean to offend, but I've been on edge and reacted sharply. It's fine. While those who falsely claim to be from the Sichuan Tang Clan don't last long, the Central Plains is vast. It's not unthinkable that someone might try to deceive others in the short term. Your caution was warranted. Much appreciated. Despite his words, I could see the pity in his eyes. It took me a moment to understand why. Hair and eyes turning green was a transformation that only occurred when someone mastered a Tang Clan poison technique to the transcendence level or beyond. And reaching transcendence was something that, even for prodigies, typically didn't happen before 30. Which meant he probably thought I was just a young man who had been married off to an older woman obsessed with martial arts, one who had remained single until old age due to her extreme dedication. After all, if a woman 10 or more years older than me had married me, the reason was self-explanatory. It was all a complete misunderstanding. But since he hadn't voiced it out loud and I found it amusing, I decided not to correct him. Tang Sowol always teased me, saying people mistook me for an old man obsessed with martial arts. Now, the tables had turned. Of course, there was an actual old monster present here. I glanced at Cheon Hwi-da. With a deep sigh, she brushed down the front of her robes, looking as if she had narrowly escaped trouble. But I knew better. To others, she might seem like a mere first-class martial artist barely standing her ground against trained escorts. But in reality, she was a flowering stage master more than capable of taking them down effortlessly. The only reason she was relieved was that she wouldn't have to go overboard. With the Yongbong gathering approaching, people were eager to size each other up. If a supposed first-class martial artist single-handedly took down a squad of elite escorts, it would draw unnecessary attention. For Cheon Hwi-da, who wished to blend into the orthodox world, perform decently, and lose at the right moment to solidify her place as a proper Murim figure, that kind of attention was the last thing she wanted. For now, I needed to establish some rapport through the situation, and then figure out how to help her. As I nodded to myself in thought, the stocky man performed a respectful fist and palm salute and introduced himself. My apologies for the delayed introduction. I am Chu Jongsan, eldest son of the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's leader. Despite his hefty frame, his greeting was both courteous and confident. You never know with people, but in my experience, men like him rarely turned out to be con artists. I returned his salute, and Cheon Hwi-da, who had been standing idly, hastily clasped her small fist in her other hand and spoke. I am Cheon. I am grateful for your intervention. Does Cheon Hwi-da even try to stay inconspicuous? It was good that she avoided her usual self-referential term, this one, which was an old-fashioned way of saying this lady. It would have given her away immediately. But calling herself this one was just as unnatural. And what was with that awkwardly altered name and that aged speech pattern? I wasn't the only one who found it odd. Chu Jiangsan's gaze sharpened every time she spoke. He had every right to be suspicious. If I were in his position, I'd be wary too. However, I knew Cheon Hwi-da. If she wanted something, she'd take it by force. She wouldn't sneak around stealing from people. From what I overheard, a valuable item has gone missing, and you suspect this young this person here to be the culprit. Do I have that right? I hesitated slightly on young lady, remembering her real age. Still, she seemed to understand, nodding with exaggerated enthusiasm. That's right. If you're from the Tang Clan, you must be knowledgeable about poisons. Please, help us resolve this issue, and I promise you'll be well rewarded. I swear on my honor, I am innocent. Since you are of the Tang Clan, I trust that you will see the truth. However, I must admit, I don't have much to offer in return. Cheon Hwi-da's firm declaration gradually trailed off into a defeated mumble. Right. She had recovered the Cheon clan's martial arts, but not their wealth. While she had succeeded in annihilating the Black Sky Sword sect, its leader, when cornered, had ordered his disciples to flee with all their riches. A truly unorthodox display of loyalty. Unless they were family or sworn disciples, people in Murim weren't exactly known for sticking around in life-or-death situations. That was how the Black Sky Sword sect leader's son managed to escape, eventually returning for vengeance, only to perish alongside her. This time, though, I wouldn't let things play out the same way. With a sigh, I spoke up. Let's not just argue. Tell me exactly what happened first. Forgive me, I've been too flustered. Let me explain from the beginning. After clearing his throat, Chu Jongsan calmly recounted the events. The case of the missing golden toad. Recently, the Northern Ice Palace had sent word that they were purchasing anything heavily imbued with Yin energy. So, the Golden Flower Merchant Guild had set out to sell a golden toad they had recently acquired. The golden toad was a rare spiritual beast, its body shimmering gold like the sun. While it contained immense yang energy, it couldn't handle it, constantly releasing highly toxic Yin-infused venom from its body. And since it was still alive, it would continue excreting that poisonous Yin energy. A creature that valuable must have fetched quite the price. You must have taken every precaution on your journey. Exactly. We exercised extreme caution in our travels. But something went wrong. Indeed. The golden toad vanished overnight. And no matter how I think about it, that young lady is the most suspicious. And why do you think that? We rented the entire 3rd floor of this inn. I told the innkeeper not to allow any other guests up there, and my escorts stood watch all night. Yet somehow, come morning, there was a stranger wandering around the 3rd floor. And that stranger was Lady Seo. Precisely. I don't know how she avoided my men's detection, but she's undoubtedly the most suspicious person here. That's a fair assumption. Lady Seo, do you have any defense? I did not steal anything. I merely found it odd that they wouldn't let anyone upstairs, so I went up to take a look out of curiosity. I had no intention of stealing anything, and I did not take the golden toad. She might actually be telling the truth. After years spent pursuing vengeance, this was her first time freely wandering the world. It wasn't unreasonable to think she had been curious about her surroundings. But even if that were the case, no one was going to believe her. Who would buy the excuse that someone snuck past armed guards just because they were curious? And more importantly, how did she even manage to do it? To the others, she was nothing more than a first-class martial artist, a slightly odd but harmless young woman. But I knew better. If I wanted to support her, I needed more than just words. Perhaps in my past life, she had no choice but to fight her way out, escaping to Wuhan City under pursuit. I sighed. Luckily, though golden toads were rare, their venom still classified them as toxic creatures. And among us was an expert on poisons. I turned toward Tang Sowol, who had been watching with great amusement from behind. Can you help me out here? Oh my? And for free. Her lips curled into a mischievous smile, her eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. That look was far from reassuring. Would you mind helping me? Oh my? Just like that, for nothing in return. Tang Sowol licked her lips, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Of course, she was probably half joking. Most of the time, she made such suggestive remarks only to ask for something trivial in the end. However, after 3 years, her beauty had flourished even more. And now that she had reached the peak stage, her body had become more balanced, naturally drawing the attention of those around her. Just a moment ago, Chu Jongsan had been looking at me with sympathy. Now, his gaze was that of someone witnessing betrayal. Shrugging once, I returned to the table where Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang were seated. Tang Sowol, do we really need to act like this? And what exactly is this? I wouldn't know, so why don't you explain it to me, brother? Aren't we engaged? I'd appreciate it if you didn't act so stingy. If someone overheard, they might think I'm asking for something outrageous. Weren't you? As you mentioned earlier, tracking poisons isn't too difficult. So, I'd like to ask you for something that isn't too difficult either, Brother Cheon. Tang Sowol beamed, looking as if she was thoroughly enjoying herself. That expression alone made me uneasy. Just what was she planning to make me do? As I let out a deep sigh, she waved her hand at me. When I leaned in closer, she whispered softly into my ear. The warmth of her breath and her distinct scent instantly melted away any tension in my body. I knew I was walking right into this, and yet there was no way to resist. Like a prisoner awaiting execution, I half resigned myself and waited. Whisper, whisper. Is that really all? Heavens, Brother Cheon, do you not trust me? Anyone would think I make unreasonable demands all the time. Well, you certainly give off that impression. I was expecting to be stripped to the bone today. But aren't we already one and the same? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. So, what would be the point in stripping anything away? Now then, let's get up. Lady Seo has been glaring at us for a while now. Turning slightly, I saw Seo Lihyang with a twisted expression, as if she had just been forfeit something unbearably bitter. Tang Sowol chuckled at the sight, then grabbed her hand and stood up. Come now, lead the way. We should solve the problem quickly and finish our meal in peace. Well, I don't know about you and Tang Sowol, but Seo Lihyang looks like she's going to choke on her food at this rate. I am Tang Sowol of the Tang Clan. I heard you need help finding Golden Toad. Is that correct? Yes. This deal is of utmost importance to our Golden Flower Merchant Guild. If you find Golden Toad for us, we will compensate you generously. I feel the same way. I can't promise you anything grand, but if you can clear my name, I will do whatever I can to help. Chu Jongsan and Seo Munwaren's desperate expressions didn't faze Tang Sowol in the slightest. She simply nodded confidently. I don't need a grand reward. I would, however, like to take a small sample of Golden Toad's poison. Would that be acceptable? As long as it doesn't harm Golden Toad, you may take as much as you wish. Thank you. And this young lady here is. I am Seorin. Tang Sowol tilted her head at Seo Munwaren's strange way of speaking, but quickly turned to me and, as if understanding something, nodded. What? Why was she looking at me like that? Suppressing the sudden surge of frustration, I watched as Tang Sowol gave Seo Munwaren a reassuring smile. Lady Seo, are you also participating in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? That is correct. Though it is a bit early for me, I decided to step into the martial world. Well, if you miss this year's event, you'd have to wait 5 more years. That makes sense. May I ask where you're from? I hail from Jiangxi province. My sect is a small, privately inherited school, and my master instructed me not to reveal our name until I reach a certain level of attainment. I apologize for that. Her speech was oddly formal, like someone reading from a book. She was clearly nervous, but her words flowed smoothly, suggesting she had memorized this explanation in advance. Unfortunately, Seo Munwaren had no talent for deception. Her introduction sounded outright suspicious. Tang Sowol tilted her head again at the awkwardness, but soon glanced at me once more and nodded as if reassured. I had no idea what part of that clumsy explanation had convinced her. At the very least, when I fabricated my backstory, I made it sound natural, mentioning my origins in Zhejiang province, covering up my past, and even explaining my martial arts lineage. I shook my head in disbelief, but only briefly. Tang Sowol, still smiling, continued, well then, how about we have a meal together while you tell me more about Jiangxi province? I've always wanted to visit, but I never had the chance. Though she was smiling, her fingers kept poking my back. Come to think of it, we were originally supposed to pass through Jiangxi province on our journey, but I had abducted her in Hubei province instead. Half of her words were meant for me. Seo Munwaren, oblivious to this, widened her eyes. Are you truly willing? Of course. I'm not doing this for a grand reward. As a member of the righteous sex, I simply wish to do the right thing. Perhaps because every time she tried to set out into the world, something forced her to return home early. Tang Sowol looked quite pleased with her first real attempt at playing the role of a righteous martial artist. Meanwhile, Seo Munwaren seemed deeply moved by such straightforward kindness, something rarely seen in the unorthodox martial world. To any observer, we looked like noble disciples of the Tang Clan, stepping forward to right an injustice. But knowing the truth, I could only suppress my laughter. Still, I barely managed to keep myself from laughing out loud before Tang Sowol cleared her throat and changed the subject. Ahem. Now then, let's get to the details. Could you explain everything that happened leading up to Golden Toad's disappearance? Of course. Up until I went to bed last night, I personally confirmed that it was safely in its cage. Was there anything unusual? Nothing in particular. Oh, now that I think about it. Chu Jongsen slowly began recounting the events, and Tang Sowol listened patiently before nodding, as if reaching an easy conclusion. Well, let's start with the most important part. Lady Seo did not steal Golden Toad. I don't know why she was wandering the 3rd floor, but she certainly isn't the culprit. See? I told you, it was not I. Then, where in the world did Golden Toad go? Seo Munwaren looked triumphant, while Chu Jongsen grew increasingly frantic. Before the tension could escalate, Tang Sowol calmly intervened. First of all, I can see that the Golden Flower Merchant Guild took great care in preparing to transport Golden Toad, seeking advice and making thorough arrangements. However, there seems to be one overlooked detail. An overlooked detail? Yes. As you know, Golden Toad is a spiritual creature that thrives in places filled with yang energy and naturally accumulates such energy within itself. However, being a toad, an entity innately attuned to yin energy, it cannot withstand its own yang energy. To cope, it surrounds itself with a protective layer of poison imbued with extreme yin. That is correct. That's why we not only fed it high-yang food, but also confined it in a specially designed cage to prevent any yin energy from leaking out. That is indeed the proper method to ensure safety. But that safety only applies to humans. Now, could you take us to where Golden Toad's cage is located? Of course. Leading the way, Chu Jongson took us to his room on the 3rd floor. There, in the middle of the room, was the empty cage. Tang Sowol crouched down in front of it, reaching inside and feeling around as she spoke. Ensuring that no one gets exposed to Golden Toad's poison and yin energy during transport is important. However, sealing the yin energy inside also means that it accumulates within the cage itself. Withdrawing her hand, Tang Sowol revealed her fingertips, now dusted with a thin layer of white frost. As I mentioned earlier, Golden Toad is a creature that lives in environments rich in yang energy. But if it were forced to remain inside a cage where its own poison trapped excess yin energy, what do you think would happen? Could it have frozen to death? If that were the case, there would at least be a body left behind. More importantly, a spiritual creature has an incredibly strong life force. It wouldn't perish so easily. Then where could it have gone? To escape the cold of the cage, it would have sought out the warmest place it could find. Even though it's a spiritual creature, a toad is still a toad. It couldn't have gone far. Muttering softly, Tang Sowol lightly licked the traces of Golden Toad's poison from her fingers. Then, without hesitation, she turned toward the window. Creak. She carefully pushed the half-open window wider. There, basking in the sunlight with a drowsy expression, was a golden toad. Fortunately, it's summer. The warmth from the sun must have been enough for it. What? Chu Jongson was initially stunned, but his expression soon shifted to a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. I must apologize to Lady Seo. I was wrong to accuse you so hastily. Huh? Oh, it's fine. I mean, honestly, who would have expected the toad to be up here? It's not like it could have climbed up on its own. Seo Munwaran, still staring in amazement at the living spiritual creature, waved her hands dismissively. Chu Jongsan, too, let out a deep sigh and shook his head with a troubled expression. But still, I did draw my sword and accuse you without proof. I will make amends for that. You mentioned you're attending the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering, correct? That means you'll be heading to Wuhan. Have you arranged accommodations yet? I have not. But as a martial artist, must I be picky about where I sleep? As long as I have a roof over my head to shelter from the rain, it will be enough. In that case, why not stay at an inn run by the Golden Flower Merchant Guild? I will provide you with a letter, present it, and you will be allowed to stay free of charge. Are you serious? Of course. I would also like to extend this invitation to the 3 members of the Tang Clan who helped us. What do you say? Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang, and I exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. There's no reason to refuse. We'll gladly accept. Though we only asked for some of Golden Toad's poison, solving our lodging problem is certainly a bonus. With so many people flocking to Wuhan for the event, finding a good inn later would be difficult anyway. This works out well. Seeing our positive response, Chu Jongson visibly relaxed, exhaling a deep breath of relief. Ultimately, this incident had forged a beneficial connection between the Tang Clan and the promising newcomer, Seo Munwaran. To outsiders, it appeared to be an act of goodwill and trust. But as a merchant, Chu Jongson surely had his own calculations. Not that it mattered, since it benefited us all. Well, honestly, I was quite worried for a moment, but I'm relieved that it all worked out. That said, while we've identified the problem, I'm still unsure of how to prevent it in the future. If you have any advice, I would be grateful. You don't need to overcomplicate it. Tang Sowol repositioned the cage near the window. At that moment, Seo Lihyang stepped forward and placed her hands on it. The frost that had formed inside the cage rapidly melted away, vanishing in an instant. She had likely used her glacial true chi to absorb only the excessive yin energy. As for the lingering poison, Tang Sowol had probably already neutralized it. Before long, the cage was completely free of yin energy. Golden Toad glanced at it, then, with a little wobble, turned around and leaped back inside. Spiritual creatures are much smarter than people think. As long as they are provided with comfortable living conditions, they often prefer the safety of captivity over struggling in the wild. If you maintain the right balance, you won't have to worry about it escaping again. As she gently stroked Golden Toad's back and collected its poison, Tang Sowol smiled in satisfaction and gave a few final instructions on how to properly care for it. That evening, after parting ways with Chu Jong-san, we gathered to drink. Drunk, Tang Sowol threw one arm over my shoulder while wildly waving her other arm through the air. Listen to this. Our dear brother Cheon, he actually. Her words slurred in a ridiculous way, making not only Seo Lihyang but also Seo Munwaran look visibly exhausted. Though for a completely different reason, I, too, found myself utterly astonished. So, this was possible. Even if one's height stopped growing, a poison gland could still continue to develop? Having recovered Golden Toad, Chu Jong-sen wrote us a letter of introduction before immediately departing with his escort guards. We, too, finished our slightly delayed meal and prepared to resume our journey toward Wuhan City. However, there was one significant difference this time. It looks like we'll be traveling together for a while. Please take care of me, Lady Seo. Oh, since we're staying at the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's Inn, that makes sense. I'll be in your care as well. Seo Munwaran had officially joined our group. Since the primary goal of this Dragon and Phoenix gathering was to pull Seo Munwaran away from the Black Lotus sect and into the Tang Clan, this development was a fortunate one for me. She was clearly delighted, even hopping lightly in place. She must have felt that she was taking another step toward the life she had dreamed of, a normal, human life. However, Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang seemed to see things a little differently. This is your first official step into the martial world, isn't it? There must be a lot you don't know yet. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. You're participating in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering too, right? You look a bit younger than me. Even if your sect is a secret, surely your age isn't. The two of them bombarded Seo Munwaran with curious questions, their eyes shining with interest. Tang Sowol seemed excited at the chance to finally act as a kind senior martial artist, helping a junior, a role she had lamented missing out on for the past 3 years. Seo Lihyang, on the other hand, was simply thrilled to meet someone close to her age and skill level for the first time since learning martial arts. But I knew the truth. Seo Munwaran wasn't just some naive newcomer to the martial world. She was once white-haired Rakshasa, a name that had shaken the entire Central Plains with terror. Despite her youthful face and petite frame, she was, in reality, a flowering stage martial artist who had long surpassed the age of 50. While the others enjoyed their conversation, I found myself in an awkward position, unable to laugh along. Seo Munwaran, though flustered, answered their questions one by one. Then, may I ask about the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? I decided to participate, but I don't know much about it. And my age. I am S16. Pfft. I barely managed to stifle my laughter, clamping a hand over my mouth. Tang Sowol, noticing my sudden reaction, turned to me with concern. Brother Cheon? Are you all right? Ahem. I'm fine. I just choked on my saliva. Pay it no mind. Well, as long as you're okay. Though she still looked puzzled, she let it go. Meanwhile, Seo Munwaran, who clearly had many reasons to feel guilty, sighed in quiet relief. How was I supposed to react to this? It felt like seeing a different side of my master and parental figure, one I probably wasn't meant to witness. While I was lost in thought, Tang Sowol clapped her hands together with a bright smile. Oh, speaking of which, we got so caught up in other conversations that we never heard about Jiangxi province. Oh, that's right. Well, let's see. Since we still have a long way to go before reaching the next village, I suppose I can share a few stories. Do you know why Jiangxi, unlike other provinces, lacks any dominant clans or sects worthy of being called its overlords? Wait. Here? She was really bringing that up here? The reason Jiangxi lacked any 5 supreme clans or 9 great sects was simple. Because Seo Munwaran, white-haired Rakshasa, had completely overturned the province over a decade ago. The Seo Mun clan, once a righteous clan, had been wiped out, leading to the rise of unorthodox factions. But even those forces had eventually been exterminated by Cheon Hwi-da's own hands. As a result, only minor sects and small-scale factions remained, unable to dominate the vast province. There was no doubt that Cheon Hwi-da had played a tremendous role in shaping Jiangxi's current state, and she was well aware of that fact herself. Well, considering that she had spent so many years in seclusion training, maybe she just didn't have any other stories to tell. Surely, she wasn't just trying to casually insert her own history under the guise of talking about Jiangxi province. That night, after arriving at the next village without incident, we secured rooms at a decent inn. It was then that Tang Sowol made an unexpected suggestion. We'll be traveling together for a while, so wouldn't it be better if we got to know each other better? What are you getting at? I mean, let's not just eat, let's also have a drink tonight. Of course, Lady Seo should only have a little. I don't mind, but... Seo Lihyang and, Rin. What about you two? For some reason, my tongue stumbled over Cheon Hwi-da's new alias. At first, she looked puzzled. But after a few more times, she simply accepted it and nodded. I don't mind. I, too, am fine with it. But let's not order anything too expensive. You needn't worry about that. I am a daughter of the Tang Clan after all. I have plenty of money, so drink as much as you like. Tang Sowol puffed out her chest proudly, clearly excited about this. No doubt this was another item on her list of things she wanted to do during her martial world journey, having drinks with newfound comrades. Well, whatever. She seemed to be enjoying herself, so that was enough. And given her poison spirit physique, she wasn't likely to get overly drunk, either. So I ordered a strong white liquor without much thought. I really shouldn't have done that. At first, it was fine. We talked about the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, how the grand prize this time was being offered by Shaolin Temple, making it highly likely that the legendary Great Rejuvenation Pill was at stake. We discussed rumors about Wudong Sect's rising genius, who had already been chosen as the next sect leader. We even debated whether the Wangbo clan or the Jinjin clan would claim the title of Dragon of Authority this time. It was an engaging and enjoyable conversation, filled with the latest martial world gossip. But then, Cheon Hwi-da tilted her head and asked a single question, and that was where everything went wrong. There's one thing I'm curious about. You two say you're engaged, but how did that come to be? It doesn't seem like a typical political marriage, since the Tang Clan is too prestigious for that. Are you implying my family name isn't even worth mentioning? That's not what I meant. I was simply wondering how it came about. Cheon Hwi-da flailed her arms in a panic, shaking her head so vigorously that her long white hair swayed in front of her face. Tang Sowol, chuckling at the sight, took a sip of her drink before casually replying. Well, if I had to describe it, it's not an arranged marriage, it's closer to a kidnapping marriage. A kidnapping marriage? Cheon Hwi-da, still struggling to fix her half-messy hair, blinked and looked between us in confusion. Just how brazen does one have to be to kidnap a daughter of the Tang Clan? Hee, right? That's what I thought too. But surprise, it really happened. What? Cheon Hwi-da's eyes went wide as she stared at me, even leaning back slightly, as if genuinely alarmed. Let's get one thing straight, it was an inevitable situation. It's not like I resorted to force from the very beginning. Cheon Hwi-da, skipping straight to kidnapping just because words didn't work isn't normal, you know? You did the same thing to me. Wait a moment. Are you saying this wasn't the first time? It'd probably make more sense to hear Sister Tang's story first, though. That does seem logical. Then, after I finish, Lady Seo can tell her story to Sewol. Ugh, this is confusing. Your surnames are too similar. I've known Lady Seo for a while now. Would it be alright if I just called you sister? Huh? I don't mind at all. I already call you sister anyway, but you always call me lady, and it felt a bit distant. I suppose it became a habit. But I never meant to put distance between us. If anything, considering our similar circumstances, I'd love to treat you like a real younger sister. Sister. Tears welled in Seo Lihyang's eyes as she trembled with emotion. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol wore a suspicious smile, one that suggested everything was going exactly as she planned. Cheon Hwi-da, unaware of any schemes, simply clapped her small hands together, moved by the touching moment. Honestly, what the hell was going on? I took another sip of baijiu, only for Tang Sowol to casually extend her cup toward me. Noticing it was empty, I poured her a refill without much thought. She downed the entire drink in one go before continuing. Ahem. Now, back to the topic at hand. Lady Seo, let's say you just embarked on your first journey into the martial world. Then, suddenly, a complete stranger, who looks much younger than you, shows up and tells you it's too dangerous and that you need to return home immediately. What would you do? I'd at least hear them out first. But would you actually go back home? Unless it was a truly serious matter or their words inspired trust, I wouldn't turn back. Seo Munwaren's voice was firm. Once she made a decision, she rarely changed her mind. But even she was taken aback by Tang Sowol's next words. I said the same thing. And that night, I was forcibly subdued and kidnapped. When I woke up, I was inside a pitch-dark cave. What? Seo Munwaren's gaze snapped to me, as if she were looking at a legendary pervert. This was so unfair. If you phrase it like that, what do you think that makes me? A reckless kidnapper? What kind of kidnapper unties their captive's acupoints just because she complains, travels to the next village to buy food and furs, and even empties her chamber pot for her? Kaya, why would you suddenly bring that up? I wasn't the one who started this conversation. I shook my head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Seo Munwaren physically dragged her chair closer to Seo Lihyang, as if distancing herself from the dangerous criminal. A chamber pot. Her face twisted in visible discomfort. Tang Sowol, laughing gleefully, waved a hand dismissively. Haha, there's no need to be so alarmed, Lady Seo. If I only told half the story, it would sound strange, but Brother Cheon actually treated me quite well. That's why we ended up engaged. Is that so? Yes. Allow me to explain the full story. After taking a sip of alcohol to wet her throat, Tang Sowol launched into a detailed account. Since she was the one kidnapped, rather than the kidnapper, she remembered everything far more vividly than I did. Even I found myself entertained, so Seo Munwaren, who was hearing it for the first time, was completely absorbed. Aside from the moment when she broke into a cold sweat upon mistaking me for an ancient martial arts grandmaster, she listened with fascination, nodding along in admiration. As the conversation flowed, the atmosphere grew warm and lively. We moved on to discussing how we had settled old grievances, how Seo Lihyang had attempted to coax Tang Sowol away, and how, when things didn't go as planned, she had simply kidnapped her instead. Now eager to share, Seo Munwaren cautiously spoke up. This one has yet to experience much of the martial world, so there aren't many stories to tell. However, I can share a tale that happened to this one's master. She was clearly trying to slip in her own past under the guise of someone else's story. But before she could even get started, Tang Sowol abruptly interrupted her. So, let me tell you something interesting about Brother Cheon. Seo Munwaren froze mid-sentence, caught off guard. Tang Sowol, however, continued talking as if completely unaware of the interruption. It was then that I noticed something alarming. She had already finished 5 bottles of alcohol. And rather than expelling the alcohol's effects, she was intentionally letting it spread through her system. Why are you neutralizing the alcohol? Hi, because proper drinking etiquette means not suppressing one's drunkenness. Who the hell told you that? Oh, a beat too late, I realized. No one told her that. She was perfectly capable of neutralizing alcohol, but she was choosing to get drunk, just so she could justify saying nonsense while intoxicated. I really didn't want to learn this particular lesson about Tang Sowol's personality. So, where was I? When I asked for food, Brother Cheon actually pulled out a fasting pill. And, since I was already miserable being stuck in a cave, I got a little irritated and told him to repeat after me that a fasting pill isn't real food. And not only did he actually repeat it, but he even did it in a way that was kinda cute, so... Tang Sowol, why don't you flush out the alcohol? If you don't, I can do it for you. Brother Cheon, you be quiet. I'm still talking. Squish. Suddenly, she threw an arm around my shoulder, wildly flailing the other in the air. I froze. There was a noticeable difference in her physique. Her poison glands, normally small and subtle, had noticeably swollen. That alone made me too stunned to argue further. I had no idea that this was only the beginning of a nightmarish, never-ending drunken rant. Tang Sowol's drunken rambling repeated itself endlessly. I wasn't really paying attention. My focus was more on the sensation of her body leaning against my shoulder. But for Seo Lihyang and Seo Munwaran, it was clearly an exhausting ordeal. Hey, Cheon Hwi-da. Do something about Tang's sister. I think I've heard the kidnapping story at least 7 times now. Well, I suppose it's about time to put a stop to it. Nodding, I lightly shook Tang Sowol, who had practically collapsed against me. So then, Brother Cheon told me, huh? What's going on? Tang Sowol. I think you've had enough. No, actually, you have had enough. Heh. But I'm at the perfect buzz right now. Don't be such a killjoy. I think you've long since passed that point. Then that means I haven't quite passed it yet, right? Just one more. One last drink. Fine. Just one last drink. Shaking my head, I picked up yet another bottle of liquor and poured it into her cup. And then, press. I directly sealed her pressure points, paralyzing her. Tang Sowol's martial realm had advanced considerably, so this wasn't an easy feat. However, since she had been clinging to me so closely, she was completely off guard. Besides, her dulled reflexes from intoxication made it much easier. I hadn't pressed too hard, so she would recover quickly. But before that, I placed my palm on her back, intending to expel the alcohol from her system. Wong! As I channeled my inner energy, the scent of strong liquor began pouring out from her breath. I didn't remove all of the alcohol, but at least enough for her to regain her senses. Indeed, her flushed face was rapidly returning to normal before my eyes. Though she still couldn't move, perhaps that would give her more time to reflect on what she had done. I smirked, choosing not to release her acupoints just yet. Instead, I slid an arm under her neck and legs and lifted her into my arms. Unfortunately, tonight's drinking session ends here. Huh. Didn't expect you to seal her acupoints without hesitation. But hey, at least you did something. I suppose that's to be expected from someone experienced in these matters. Seo Lihyang shook her head with an unreadable expression, while Seo Munwaran forced out an awkward compliment. It was probably because Tang Sowol, in her drunken stupor, had spent the entire night retelling her kidnapping story over and over. Seo Lihyang, you handle the bill. I'll take Tang Sowol upstairs and put her to bed. But I don't have my coin pouch with me. I have it. Just take it. Huh. I simply stood there and waited. Flustered, Seo Lihyang hesitated before slowly approaching me. Then, after mentally preparing herself, she reached a hand straight into my robe. Fumble. Her fingers hesitantly brushed against my chest, awkwardly searching. It tickled slightly, making me raise a brow. What exactly are you doing? You told me to take the pouch myself. And why are you digging through my robe? Because I need to find it. You mean the pouch that's hanging from my waist? Oh. Seo Lihyang blinked. She slowly pulled her hand out of my robe, cleared her throat, and acted like nothing had happened. Ahem. The pouch was here the whole time. She casually reached for my waist instead. But just as she leaned forward, bringing her head closer, I whispered. Careful. You're being awfully bold, considering I have a fiancé. Seo Lihyang jumped back like she had been burned. That's not what this was. Oh? You say that, but Tang Sowol is awake and fully aware, just unable to move. And yet, right in front of her, you shamelessly tried to seduce her fiancé. Hey, you're making it sound way worse than it actually was. But didn't you actually do something suspicious? I chuckled while glancing at Seo Munwaran, who had been rolling her eyes nervously, failing to find a place to interject. Relax. I was just joking. Now go pay the bill. We need to wake up early tomorrow, so don't stay up too late. TCH. Seo Munwaran had been concealing her martial prowess, making her seem like an upper first-rate martial artist at best, similar to Seo Lihyang. So if Seo Lihyang was tired, then Seo Munwaran must have been too. Realizing this, Seo Lihyang let out a long sigh. Fine. I'll go. But first. Before leaving, she gently grasped Tang Sowol's hand and gave it a small shake. Tang's sister, it wasn't like that. Please don't misunderstand, okay? With no response from Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang nodded to herself and left with Seo Munwaran to settle the bill. I watched them leave for a moment before heading upstairs. Inside one of the rooms we had rented, I carefully laid Tang Sowol down on the bed. Then, after sitting beside her, I spoke. So, how long are you going to pretend? You should have regained control of your body a while ago. Ugh. I was hoping you'd pretend not to notice. Tang Sowol flinched. Her green eyes, still slightly glossy from the alcohol, peeked at me with mild annoyance. If you're that embarrassed, drink in moderation next time. Or at the very least, purge the alcohol regularly. Yes, yes. I admit I got too carried away. Lady Co must think I'm some kind of lunatic, huh? She probably thinks your drunk habits are strange, not that you're strange. So don't worry too much. That's a relief, at least. I sighed, brushing her forehead gently before standing up. Finish flushing out the alcohol and get some rest. I was planning to do that anyway. Tang Sowol closed her eyes, reclining comfortably. With her poison spirit physique, she didn't even need to use chi circulation techniques. She could absorb or dispel alcohol with ease. I wondered what it must be like to be physically incapable of getting drunk, unless one actively chose to be. As I silently observed her, she suddenly cracked open one eye and asked, "If you plan on staying longer, why not just lie down next to me instead of standing there? Your father is still terrifying, so I'd rather not." Coward. Heh, just kidding. In that short time, Tang Sowol had already expelled all traces of her intoxication. Now, as if she had never been drunk in the first place, she simply waved her hand at me with her usual calm expression. I smirked, waved back, and returned to my own room. I wasn't as drunk as she had been, but I had definitely had my fair share of drinks. To shake off the lingering buzz and refine my inner energy, I focused on my chi circulation practice before bed. Knock, knock. A familiar presence stood outside my door. I immediately got up. Wait a moment. After quickly adjusting my clothes, I unlocked the door, only to find Seo Lihyang, glancing around suspiciously as if she were up to something shady. "What are you doing here this late?" "Oh, nothing much. I just forgot to return your coin pouch earlier. You could have given it back in the morning." "Yeah, but it was bugging me. I mean, I'm just a guest of the Tang Clan. Tang's sister is their actual daughter, and you're her fiancé. My position is different from yours. We're among friends. There's no need to be so formal." "Maybe, but still. No matter how close we are, holding on to someone else's money all night just feels weird. There's quite a lot in here, too. What if I lost it? Then we'd just track it down using the special poison scent Tang Sowol secretly applied to it." "Wait, isn't that the same poison she once put on you? You're telling me she also put it on the pouch?" Well, considering how much money is inside, precautions were necessary. Although I had told Tang Jinshin to give me a reasonable sum, his definition of reasonable apparently differed greatly from mine. With that much money at stake, we needed to be careful. Seo Lihyang simply nodded in agreement. She hesitated for a moment before speaking in a more cautious tone. "Actually, I have a favor to ask, Cheon Hwi-da." I figured. "What is it?" "Go ahead." "It's nothing serious. It's just that, while I haven't neglected external martial arts, I've been focusing more on internal energy cultivation." "That's true. Due to glacial true chi requiring the control of massive energy reserves, prioritizing internal cultivation often meant sacrificing external techniques. Over the past 3 years, Seo Lihyang's martial prowess had improved rapidly, but her physical conditioning had inevitably fallen behind. I think all the traveling has worn me out. Even when I practice chi circulation or get proper rest, I still feel stiff." "And?" Seo Lihyang hesitated for a long time before leaning in close, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. "Could you do that pressure point massage you used to do for me? It's been a while." So that's what this was about. I had wondered why she was being so roundabout. "Well, we need to wake up early, so let's make this quick. Come in." "All right." She quickly slipped into my room. Then, with an almost rigid motion, she lay down on my bed face down. Maybe it was because we were in a different place, or because it had been so long since I had last done this for her, but I suddenly noticed things that had changed over the years. Her hips had become more defined. Her chest, slightly pressed against the mattress, spilled out just a little to the side. Her once lifeless hair had regained its natural shine, contrasting against her pale, porcelain skin. Her height hadn't changed much, but everything else had. And given her pure Yin physique and Yin-based martial arts, she would likely continue to change even more in the future. Just as she had in my previous life. She probably wasn't even aware of the subtle allure she was exuding. Still lying down, she turned her head slightly and asked, "Well, are you going to start?" "Don't rush me." I was just about to. Shaking my head, I straddled her lower back. Fortunately or unfortunately, we had already seen each other at our worst in my previous life. There was no risk of me being flustered. Rather than anything inappropriate, the feeling was closer to nostalgia. Placing my palm gently against her back, I began. HHT. A small sound escaped her lips. There was still a faint scent of alcohol lingering on her breath. Meanwhile, Seo Munwaran was feeling oddly satisfied. It feels a little strange, but they're all good people. Tang Sowol's drinking habits were a bit troublesome, but aside from that, she was exactly what Seo Munwaran had imagined a righteous martial artist to be. Seo Lihyang had treated her like a close friend, always looking out for her. And Cheon Hwi-da? Well, he kept laughing at her words for some reason, but she could tell he was genuinely considerate. On top of that, they were all exceptional martial artists. Of course, the familiar feeling she got from Cheon Hwi-da's presence and the fact that he was already at peak stage at such a young age did bother her a little. But geniuses were simply like that. Seo Munwaran herself was considered a genius, so she understood it well. The only thing that made her feel a little guilty was the fact that, despite looking like a child, she was actually far older than the others. But in the end, she was happier than she had been in a long time. For the first time, it felt like she was reclaiming a piece of her lost life. She even caught herself grinning when alone. Perhaps it was because she was still savoring the lingering warmth of her first drinking session with friends. Unable to fall asleep, Seo Munwaran finally sat up. Maybe I should go get some fresh air. Though her body had reverted to youth, she still retained her full martial prowess. She wouldn't suffer from fatigue, even if she stayed up all night. However, just as she carefully slipped out of her room, she heard something strange. But the voice was familiar. No way. Lowering her presence, she silently approached the source of the noise. It came from Cheon Hwi-da's room. Perhaps someone had forgotten to close the door properly, because there was a small gap in the frame. Gulp. Swallowing nervously, Seo Munwaran peeked inside. And saw it. Cheon Hwi-da, pressing down on Seo Lihyang's body, massaging her relentlessly. Her fiancé, handling the body of another woman, and Seo Lihyang, not resisting at all. Seo Munwaran's entire body stiffened. She had no idea what to do. This isn't right. Just as she resolved to intervene, she heard. Shoo. Tang Sowol's voice. Seo Munwaran hadn't even noticed her approach. But the real problem was that Tang Sowol didn't seem remotely surprised. Instead, she peered into the room, nodded in satisfaction, and smiled. Seo Munwaran's mind blanked. And then Tang Sowol, as if preventing her from interfering, gently pulled her back. A whisper tickled her ear. It's fine. Everything is as it should be. You should go rest. Seo Munwaran returned to her room in a daze, and updated her opinion of them. From slightly strange, but good people, to good people, but very, very strange. Several days had passed since Seo Munwaran joined our group. Thanks to our steady travel pace, we arrived in Wuhan City well before the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was set to begin. However, for some reason, whenever I got too close to Seo Munwaran or made direct eye contact, she would avert her gaze and subtly distance herself. Did something happen? Our journey had been uneventful, so I couldn't think of anything that would make her act this way. And since she was only subtly avoiding me, asking outright felt unnecessary. Seo Munwaran was a woman who carried herself with confidence, a natural result of her immense skill. So what could possibly have shaken her like this? The worst I could recall was getting drunk and singing along to one of Seo Lihyang's favorite songs. Attempting to cook a meal to celebrate my progress in thunderous stride, only to completely ruin the ingredients. Buying a slightly indecent martial arts novel at a marketplace, because a true martial artist should also understand the world, which ended up messing with my head for days. But none of those seemed relevant right now. Still, I supposed it was a good thing that she had warmed up to us before the gathering. She wasn't avoiding me completely, just acting a little awkward, meaning that if I spoke to her, she would at least listen. If we had met after the Dragon and Phoenix gathering started, I would have had only a short window to convince her before the main event began. And of course, since Seo Munwaran was a much stronger martial artist than me, kidnapping her was simply not an option. Why are you nodding to yourself all of a sudden, Cheon Hwi-da? I couldn't exactly tell her that I was deep in thought about how kidnapping wouldn't work, so I just nodded again. Seo Lihyang gave me a weird look, like she had just caught a dog nodding at thin air. But before she could say anything else, Tang Sowol spoke up, making her expression soften. Hyang, you don't understand. Brother Cheon knew there would be a crowd, but now that he's actually in the middle of it, he feels uncomfortable. Huh? But why? He already knew there would be a lot of people. Seo Lihyang blinked in confusion, while Tang Sowol poked my side playfully. Well, you see, Brother Cheon has a habit of being wary of anyone who gets too close, unless he completely trusts them. So just walking through a crowd like this must be mentally exhausting for him. Really, Cheon Hwi-da? That was completely wrong. I was simply naturally aware of anyone entering my space, which was something any cautious martial artist did. Of course, this ability came from my past life insights and the fact that my current body had reached peak stage. But I wasn't actually exhausted by it. Still, since it worked as an excuse, I just nodded. More or less. You live such a troublesome life. Seo Lihyang shook her head in disbelief, while Tang Sowol giggled, looking pleased that she had guessed correctly. Meanwhile, Seo Mun-warin, who knew firsthand that it wasn't actually that exhausting, held both hands over her mouth, struggling not to correct them. Since all three of them were stunningly beautiful, we were starting to attract attention. If this had been a stronghold of unorthodox martial artists, we probably would have already gotten into trouble. But this was Wuhan City, home to the Murim Alliance headquarters. Not only that, but righteous sect disciples from all over had gathered for the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering, along with countless martial arts enthusiasts who cared more about their reputation than their own meals. I hadn't expected anything major to happen here. But even I was caught off guard by the reactions we received. Incredible. He can't even be 25 yet, and he's already reached the peak stage. I'd heard that the Tang Clan's daughter was a prodigy, but even so, her level of mastery is hard to believe. Senior brother. She was caught up in an unfortunate incident a few years ago. She must have forged herself anew since then. Well, we've been training hard too, so we'll be fine. Right, senior brother? At first, their gazes were drawn by appearance, but by the end, they were genuinely impressed, using this moment as motivation for their own training. Huh. They all seem outstanding, but I have no idea who they are. Do you recognize them? Why overcomplicate it? There's only one highly skilled Tang Clan daughter who has yet to receive a title because she rarely appears in public. Then I suppose the others are in a similar situation. Well, maybe the two in Tang Clan attire, but that smaller girl in different clothing might have just joined them on their journey. That's a fair guess. But that white hair is unusual. The Tang girl's green hair is obviously from her poison training, but white hair, huh? There's no way she just naturally went gray at that age. She must practice yin-based martial arts. Wait, does that mean we might actually see Ice Chi techniques in action? We can't say for sure. But one thing's certain, the number of flowers in the martial world is increasing. Huh. So it's no longer just the 3 flowers of Murim, it's now the 5 flowers of Murim. Impatient enthusiasts were already speculating about our martial styles and potential titles. I didn't expect to run into you here. How have you been? I was a little worried since I hadn't heard from you in a while. Among the crowd, I spotted Jean Beck from the Wudong sect. What are you doing here? What kind of question is that, Brother Cheon? I'm obviously here for the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering. Well, that much is obvious, but wait. What did you just call me? HM? Brother Cheon, of course. I thought we were about the same age. Pfft. Who cares about age? What's important is that you taught me a lot. That alone is reason enough for me to treat you like an older brother. Brother, huh? I never expected Jean Beck to be this grateful for the small kindness I had shown him in my past life. Looking at him now, I could tell he had been training diligently over the past 3 years. He had surpassed the entry level of first-rate martial artists. The last time I had seen him, he was only at the second-rate level, and given what I knew of his mediocre natural talent, this was impressive progress. Considering his young age and the standards of a major sect like Wudong, this level of growth would certainly earn him recognition as a promising talent. In that context, I could somewhat understand his reaction. Jean Beck might not have been remarkable in every way, but he had always been a good person. Even when tensions between righteous and unorthodox sects were high, he had never treated me with hostility. And in the end, he had even sacrificed his true essence to carve out an escape route for others. Yet, despite the life he had given me, I had failed to fulfill my revenge. A mix of complicated emotions and quiet satisfaction curled my lips into a small smile. Well, call me whatever you want. Just don't expect me to return the favor. I'm not the affectionate type. Haha, I'd probably feel weird if you actually called me younger brother anyway. This works better. He let out a hearty laugh, a stark contrast to the youthful innocence I remembered from before. Now he felt more like the Jean Beck I had known in my past life. By the way, Brother Cheon, could you introduce me to your companions? I recognize Tang Sowol, but the others are new to me. Sure. This is Jean Beck, he's from Wudong sect. Tang Sowol and I got to know him during our stay at Wudong. With that brief introduction, Seo Lihyung and Seo Munwaran exchanged awkward bows with him. Afterward, we made light conversation about recent events as we walked. Before long, we reached the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's Inn. This is where we'll be staying. Wow, this place looks way too luxurious. Were there even any rooms left? They'll make room for us. And if not, they'll find us a place elsewhere. I pulled out the letter from Chu Jongsan and waved it. Jean Beck, realizing what it was, gave a knowing nod. That explains it. Even though our Wudong sect arrived early, we struggled to find an inn, so I was a bit worried. But if you already have a connection, that's a relief. Is it really that crowded? You already know, Shaolin Temple is sponsoring the grand prize this time. True. The other 5 supreme clans and 9 great sects have incredible elixirs, but the Great Rejuvenation Pill is on a whole different level. Exactly. That's why even more participants have gathered this year. He sighed, recalling something his senior brother had mentioned. On top of that, where there are people, there's profit. Tons of merchants have come to make money off the crowd. It's even busier than the last Dragon and Phoenix gathering. After that brief exchange, Jean Beck prepared to part ways. I'll be heading back now. If you go a little further down the street, you'll find Mangwon Inn, that's where I'm staying. Feel free to visit if you get bored. Why would I visit you? Pfft. You're right. We should focus on the gathering first. After it's over, let's have a meal together instead. Oh, that sounds great. Honestly, with you competing, I know I have zero chance of winning, but I'll still do my best. His enthusiasm was refreshing. As he walked away, Tang Sowol leaned close and whispered in my ear. He's certainly a lot more energetic than a certain someone we know. I have no idea who you're talking about. But I imagine this person must be incredibly beautiful, an exceptional martial artist, and the kind of woman who could turn the 3 flowers of Muram into the 5 flowers just by existing. Tang Sowol's expression shifted between amusement and exasperation. Seo Lihyung, unable to tolerate us any longer, shuddered before marching ahead. Enough. If you two keep talking, I'll die just from listening. Let's just go inside. Rin, you too. All right. Seo Munwaran hesitated, glancing at me, but eventually followed Seo Lihyung. She looked like someone handling a dangerous explosive, nervous that it might detonate at any moment. It was a bit concerning, but standing around on the street wasn't an option. After exchanging a glance with Tang Sowol, we both sighed and followed them inside. Inside the inn. At first, the innkeeper hesitated, saying there were no available rooms. But after reading Chu Jiangsan's letter, he quickly changed his tone and led us to a reserved VIP suite. Apparently, most of the Golden Flower Merchant Guild's businesses had collapsed, except for their escort service and inns, which were thriving. That explained why the facilities were so luxurious. After all, it was a VIP room. But there was one problem. There was only one room. I requested extra bedding, laying it down in a separate corner of the room. Then, in an unmistakably firm tone, I drew a line. Don't cross this. Are you talking to us? The 3 of them looked at me like I had lost my mind. But I had no choice. Because even I couldn't guarantee what I might do otherwise. Wuhan City was reached with ample time to spare. Having secured a room at an inn, all that remained was to focus on training as usual and maintain physical condition until the preliminary rounds of the Dragon and Phoenix meeting began. It was only later that the realization dawned. This gathering was not just a martial arts tournament, but also a place for fostering connections. I can't do this anymore. This is just too much. Honestly, I don't understand it. How do the 5 supreme clans even maintain their prestige as the 5 supreme clans? At this rate, how can anyone concentrate on martial arts? Well, rather than remaining as mere strong individuals, maintaining a large family requires fostering harmonious relationships with those around them. Still, who would have expected guests to come visiting every day after the first few days in Wuhan City? In any case, I'm done. I can't do this anymore. Just because I'm the fiancé doesn't mean I have to attend every single gathering. From now on, I'll be skipping 1 out of every 3. Even if you're exhausted, you'll still attend 2 out of 3 then. Tang Sowol tilted her head with an ambiguous expression, as if unsure whether to feel disappointed or pleased. But the moment she spoke her next words, any lingering dissatisfaction instantly melted away. Well, all the complicated matters are over now. The only thing left is to greet a few close friends, and that can wait until after the preliminaries are over. Really? Yes. So, how about sparring with me all day today? Sounds good. Let's head down right away. Grabbing my sword immediately, I was about to head toward the open space behind the inn when Tang Sowol chuckled and stood up to follow. You're such an easy person to read. Oomph. I refuse to acknowledge that. You're seriously addicted to martial arts. Whether I'm addicted or not will be decided in a match. Now that I thought about it, it had been a long time since I last sparred with Tang Sowol. No, this would actually be the first time since she had reached the peak stage. I had seen her returning to the origin divine art a few times before his regression, but it had been at such a high level that I hadn't been able to fully grasp it. But now, there was much I could learn. You're the one who suggested sparring all day, so don't regret it now. You're talking about sparring, right? Ignoring Tang Sowol's startled reaction, I grabbed her hand and half-dragged her down. After that, they sparred to the point of utter exhaustion. It was a satisfying day. Are you sure it wasn't just you who was satisfied? After quickly washing off the sweat from the intense training session, I returned to find Tang Sowol, who had bathed earlier, sprawled on the bed, muttering in exhaustion. Beside her, Seo Lihyang was placing a hand on her forehead, likely channeling a bit of cold energy to cool her down. Seo Munwaran, who was watching the scene from a slight distance with an expression of curiosity and envy, cleared her throat. Ahem. So, why did you call us all together? It's nothing much. Since the preliminaries are approaching, I wanted to discuss the schedule for the Dragon and Phoenix meeting. As I sat on the edge of the bed and spoke, Seo Lihyang, who had been preoccupied with cooling Tang Sowol down, widened her eyes and waved a free hand. Hey, why did you torment Tang Uni like this again? Torment? That's an unfair accusation. I was merely taking the sparring seriously. That's the same thing. And didn't you tell me to stay away from your bed? But now you're sitting there all natural and cozy. I can't exactly stand while talking. Just move aside for a bit. I'll handle things from here. What? Cheon Hwi-da, don't tell me you're planning to. For some reason, Seo Lihyang blushed as if jumping to a strange conclusion. I ignored her, pushed her aside, and sat closely next to Tang Sowol. Then I gently placed her head on his lap as a pillow and repositioned Seo Lihyang's hand back on her forehead. With this, Tang Sowol had a comfortable pillow, Seo Lihyang could still cool her down, and I could enjoy the soothing chill from Seo Lihyang while also feeling the pleasant weight on his lap. A perfect arrangement where everyone benefited, except for one person. Seo Munwaran. She glanced around nervously before subtly reaching out to grab Tang Sowol's sleeve, a sight that was somewhat pitiful to witness. Well then, about the Dragon and Phoenix meeting preliminaries. But before that, today's tea must be drunk. Perhaps because Hakryanko was known as a potent poison, Tang Sowol deliberately called it tea in front of Seo Munwaran. Having apparently prepared in advance, she dipped the tip of her pinky into a cup of water and began stirring. With each slow rotation of her finger, the once clear water gradually turned a faint shade of purple. Once it reached the right concentration, she passed it over to Seo Lihyang. Letting out a small sigh, Seo Lihyang wrapped her hands around the cup and infused it with internal energy, rapidly cooling the liquid. Oh! With a short exhale, the tea chilled in an instant, forming a thin layer of ice on the surface. As she took the frost-covered cup, Seo Munwaran asked in a slightly depressed voice, "When will this finally end?" Well, since you can now withstand up to half the full concentration, I'd say you'll develop complete resistance in about 3 or 4 more years. 7 years in total. That's long. Well, it's not just any poison, but one that even affects the Tang Clan's toxins. So, if you can gain full resistance with just a few cups of tea over 7 years, I'd say that's a bargain. Let's correct one thing. This is horrible tasting tea. But didn't you say it's easier to drink when it's cold? Just chug it all at once. Fine. Bracing himself as if swallowing a lethal poison, I downed it in one go. Even now, I still couldn't get used to the taste, causing his brows to furrow deeply. You do know that the dragon and phoenix meeting preliminaries are divided into 2 types, right? Of course, I do. I know there are 2 types, but I don't know the specifics. You don't know at all. Isn't it just sparring between participants? Cheon Hwi-da, who had been staring intently at the cup that once held the poisonous tea, blinked and spoke. Well, she had come to participate in the dragon and phoenix meeting without much preparation, so it was understandable that she wouldn't know the details. That was precisely why I had brought it up. I was also planning to subtly warn Cheon Hwi-da that she might be exposed sooner or later. Fortunately, I had heard about this from her in his past life and had also asked his senior, Tang Chong, who had participated in the last dragon and phoenix meeting. Since there's someone who doesn't know, I'll briefly explain. The preliminaries consist of 2 different methods, and you can choose whichever suits you best. One method, as Cheon Hwi-da mentioned, involved sparring against a martial artist from the Muram Alliance. Winning wasn't necessary. The key was to display a level of skill sufficient to pass the preliminaries. Neither one stage of martial attainment nor the amount of internal energy accumulated mattered. This test evaluated only one thing: how well one could fight. This method was commonly chosen by martial artists from minor sects, wanderers, or bodyguards who had not mastered exceptional martial arts. The other method involves leaving a mark on a chunk of Xian iron. A chunk of Xian iron, you say? That's right. Unlike the sparring method, this one is heavily reliant on internal energy and cultivation level. Even if it weren't ordinary iron but Xian iron, a sufficiently strong sword aura could cut into it. The block was so thick that fully slicing through it was impossible, but it was certainly possible to leave a deep, visible mark. One didn't necessarily need to be at the peak stage. Any first-rate martial artist should be proficient in energy infusion swordplay, the technique of imbuing weapons and one's body with internal energy for reinforcement. Since Xian iron was much heavier and sturdier than regular steel, leaving a mark on it was extremely difficult unless one had exceptional skill or wielded an extraordinary sword. In other words, the depth of the mark depended on how well one could control energy infusion swordplay and how much internal energy one could infuse into a single strike. Since the results could be judged with the naked eye rather than relying on internal perception, this method was well suited for quickly evaluating a large number of participants. Moreover, it allowed one to avoid displaying their combat skills in front of others. Which brings me to my point. Since the second method is faster and simpler, Tang Sowol and I plan to leave marks on the Xian iron. But Xiao Lihyang and Xia Rin, your cases are different, aren't they? That's true. The same goes for me. Xiao Lihyang had barely managed to reach mid-first rate, but her internal energy reserves were lacking due to insufficient time spent cultivating. Moreover, she hadn't benefited from an environment rich in yin energy or rare elixirs. On the other hand, Cheon Hwi-da, despite being an absolute master at the flowering stage, felt guilty for deceiving others into thinking she was only mid-first rate. Each of them nodded in agreement for their own reasons. What will you do? The first method requires displaying a certain level of skill and takes longer. But in return, it allows you to build a reputation early on. The second method allows you to hide your strength, but it makes passing the preliminaries harder, right? I guess I'll just go with sparring against a Muram Alliance warrior. Honestly, I doubt I could even scratch Xian iron with my pitiful amount of internal energy. Your martial arts allow for powerful bursts of energy, but... I see. You're trying to hide that aspect, huh? Yeah. If I have to conceal the part I'm most confident in, this is the better choice, right? You remembered well, Lihyang. Good job. Tang Sowol, still resting her head on his thigh, beamed and reached out towards Xiao Lihyang. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Lihyang leaned in, and Tang Sowol gently patted her head. I observed them briefly before turning to Cheon Hwi-da. What about you, Siren? I don't know your exact capabilities, but if you're really mid-first rate, you might barely pass by striking the Xian iron. This one. Seo Munwaran hesitated, debating how much of her true strength to reveal and how to establish her reputation as a promising junior martial artist. In his previous life, she had chosen the sparring method and garnered some attention, which led to the Muram Alliance leader himself taking an interest in her. His instinct was to tell her to stay as inconspicuous as possible during the preliminaries. But back then, she had gradually started avoiding him, so I hadn't been able to pressure her into making a different choice. Thus, I decided to give her a subtle warning instead. I heard that this year's Dragon and Phoenix meeting is larger than expected. Because of that, the Muram Alliance leader will personally oversee the early rounds of the main tournament. If you perform too well in the preliminaries, you'll attract more attention. The Muram Alliance leader himself? That's right. If you're considering joining the Muram Alliance or seeking support from a clan or sect, sparring in the preliminaries might work in your favor. With this much explanation, Seo Munwaran would understand her vague plan of winning once or twice before dropping out was not an option. Now, she had to make a choice. She could either give up making a name for herself at the Dragon and Phoenix meeting and build her reputation slowly as a promising martial artist. Or she could take the risk, reveal her strength, and immediately establish herself as a righteous faction martial artist. Seo Munwaran pursed her lips tightly, anxiously twisting a strand of her white hair. I silently waited. Before long, her small lips parted. With a voice trembling from a mix of apprehension and anticipation, Seo Munwaran spoke. This one shall challenge the sparring method alongside Li Hyang. Is that so? Now that it had come to this, I needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. The preliminaries of the Dragon and Phoenix meeting had begun. For Tang Sowol and me, it was a simple matter. We left deep marks on the Xian iron block with a moderate level of sword aura, and that was it. Now, all that remained was to wait for Seo Li Hyang and Seo Munwaran to finish their sparring matches. That ended faster than expected. What do you want to do now, Brother Cheon? The sparring matches have drawn a large crowd, so it's possible that Li Hyang and Siren haven't had their turns yet. Heading back to the inn without them seems a bit cold-hearted, so how about we wait and leave together? And take the chance to watch some of the other participants' matches? Well, something like that. I shrugged and turned my steps toward the dueling grounds. As Tang Sowol and I walked for a while, we soon arrived at the Muram Alliance's training grounds. It was an unexpectedly vast space, likely designed from the start to accommodate a large number of people. The grounds had been divided into multiple sections, allowing several participants to spar with Muram Alliance warriors simultaneously. All around, the clashing sounds of weapons rang out, punctuated by cheers and sighs of disappointment. While half listening to the fluctuating fortunes of the competitors, I scanned the surroundings. As expected of the preliminaries, the overall skill level is a bit lower. But seeing so many different martial art styles at once is quite entertaining. I don't see Li Hyang or Lady Seo anywhere. I suppose it's hard to find them in such a large crowd. Tang Sowol and I exchanged glances and smoothly shifted the conversation. Yes, with so many people here, it won't be easy to spot them. Indeed. Regardless of their actual skills, witnessing such a wide variety of martial techniques in one place is a rare experience. We both chuckled at our awkward attempts to change the subject. Shall we take a more careful look around? That seems like a good idea. Both Li Hyang and Lady Seo stand out, so we should be able to find them soon enough. Seo Li Hyang, thanks to her pure physique, had grown even more beautiful, and she unconsciously exuded an alluring charm. As for Seo Munwaran, there was no need for explanation. Her strikingly long, snow-white hair would make her easy to spot at a glance. We wandered through the crowd of spectators who had gathered to watch the matches from a distance. However, despite our efforts, the sheer number of people made it difficult to find them. Eventually, Tang Sowol sighed and gestured for me to come closer. Brother Cheon, I have a great idea. Would you like to hear it? What is it? You should give me a shoulder ride. I blinked in confusion at her sudden suggestion. Tang Sowol chuckled at my reaction and explained further. If we get to a higher vantage point, we'll have a better view. And conversely, Li Hyang and Lady Seo will be able to spot us more easily. Are you serious? I am always serious. Fine. But if you get embarrassed and ask to come down later, don't expect me to let you. Oomph. That's my line. You're the one who gets embarrassed easily, aren't you, brother? Tang Sowol tilted her chin up with a playful smirk. Irritated by her provocation, I crouched down. Let's see you try then. Ei. Before I could even finish my sentence, she eagerly climbed onto my shoulders. The firm pressure of her thighs pressing against the sides of my face, the warmth of her body, and her familiar scent flooded my senses all at once. I had thought she was joking, but her boldness left me momentarily frozen. Judging by the startled expressions around us, others were just as shocked. After all, seeing a fully grown woman riding on someone's shoulders in such a public setting wasn't exactly a common sight. Though they held their tongues upon noticing her Tang Clan uniform, I could tell they were equally bewildered. Tang Sowol, however, seemed completely unfazed. Growing impatient with my hesitation, she lightly tapped the top of my head with her palm. What are you doing, Brother Cheon? Hurry and stand up. This isn't any different from when I was standing next to you. Or could it be that after all your talk, you're backing out now? Surely you're not that much of a coward. TSK. What nonsense. You're so light I barely noticed you were there. With a bit of unnecessary bravado, I straightened up. Immediately, Tang Sowol squeezed her thighs tighter around my shoulders and grasped my hair for balance. Let go of my hair. That actually hurts. Sighing, I secured her by placing my hands firmly around her thighs. Finally, she relaxed her grip on my hair and, as if in apology, gently smoothed out the strands she had ruffled. From my perspective, all I could see were people looking at us like we were crazy, but from her vantage point, she probably had a better view. I recalled that Tang Jinshin planned to arrive just in time for the start of the main tournament. That was fortunate. Letting out a small sigh of relief, I continued scanning the area. Then, I found them. Looks like they're about to start. Tang Sowol suddenly brightened and pointed excitedly in one direction. As we moved closer, the crowd parted as if making way for a charging carriage. I tried to ignore the growing heat creeping up my face, forcing myself to remain nonchalant. Meanwhile, Tang Sowol simply waved with a bright smile. We're over here. Over here. NGH. Seo Munwaran visibly flinched and immediately pretended not to know us. Of course, that wouldn't do her any good. Everyone could already tell we were together. With a flushed face, she turned her focus back to her match preparations. Her opponent, a martial artist from the Muram Alliance, let out a wry chuckle and assumed his stance. You must have strong ties with the Tang Clan. We merely happened to meet on the way here and traveled together, nothing more. Huh. The ease of forming friendships is a privilege of youth. I was the same in my younger days. The judge, overseeing the match, smiled nostalgically. Of course, considering Seo Munwaran's actual age, that comment was more frustrating than anything else. When does the match begin? If you're ready, you may start now. The judge, his smile fading, nodded solemnly. Then he unslung the spear from his back. His upright posture, the precise angle of his raised weapon, and the unwavering stillness of his stance, all of it spoke to the years he had devoted to the path of the martial arts. Though his talent was lacking, and he had failed to break past the peak stage despite approaching 40, the examiner was still a seasoned martial artist at the very peak of the first-rate level. For evaluating the countless hopefuls participating in the Dragon and Phoenix meeting, he was more than qualified. Unfortunately for him, his opponent was not just any martial artist, but a hidden monster, no, rather, an expert at the flowering stage who had refused to give up on her dreams even at an advanced stage. Was it because Seo Munwaran had decided to take the risk and introduce herself to the world as the martial artist Siren? Or was she simply too embarrassed by the situation and wanted to end it quickly? Whatever the case, she revealed more of her skills than she likely intended. Habit. With an explosive burst, Seo Munwaran shot forward. Her movement technique resembled the one she had taught me, but was subtly different. This was likely the original, unaltered form of thunderclap steps. Kwang. What? Even while suppressing her internal energy to a first-rate level, her speed was astonishing. No, rather than sheer speed, what was truly terrifying was the sudden burst of acceleration, like a bolt of lightning striking out of nowhere. Before, I had thought thunderclap steps was just a movement technique that allowed a martial artist to momentarily push past their limits by forcefully surging internal energy. But after learning its name from Jang Chiok, the ghost shadow thief, I began to see it differently. And thanks to that, I could now perceive much more. The thunderclap steps Seo Munwaran had just displayed had the same fundamental principles as my own footwork. The difference was that her version wasn't suited to me. It was fast, flashy, and overwhelming, a technique that not only showcased the user's power, but also applied immense pressure on their opponent. That flashy aspect was what didn't suit me at all. That was probably why she had altered the technique before passing it on to me. The version of thunderclap steps I had learned was merely fast and powerful, lacking the ostentatious display she now demonstrated. Well, considering it was a rising martial art, its flashiness wasn't merely for show. Flashiness, after all, could disorient an opponent's perception. However, it didn't contain the deceptive illusions or misdirection one might expect. Instead, its movements were straightforward and direct. So then, what was the purpose of the thunderclap steps' flashiness? The answer became clear almost immediately. Hup! Startled by the sudden closing of distance, the examiner instinctively gasped and thrust his spear. But his form had already faltered in shock, and his hasty stab wavered ever so slightly. Watching this unfold, I realized the technique's flashiness transformed into oppressive pressure, forcing the opponent into making a rash move. Considering the path of vengeance Seo Munwaran had walked in her youth, it was no surprise that her martial arts incorporated the principles of domination. She tilted her head ever so slightly to avoid the poorly executed spear thrust, then stepped in closer. The examiner desperately swung his spear shaft in a horizontal sweep, but Seo Munwaran's golden silk capture was faster. Her delicate fingers slipped through his guard, one hand gripping his collar while the other twisted his wrist, forcing him to drop his weapon. With his balance thrown off, she lightly kicked his calf. Thud. The examiner staggered before collapsing onto the ground. His expression was one of sheer disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend what had just happened. Seo Munwaran, however, looked as though she had just made a terrible mistake. She must have realized, belatedly, that she had displayed far more of her strength than she intended. But there was no helping it. The moment had already passed. What? A thunderous cheer erupted, the loudest yet. Even those waiting for their turn were openly astonished by the display. Whoa. Brother Cheon, did you see that? Lady Seo took down the examiner in an instant. That examiner wasn't weak either. No wonder she keeps her martial school a secret. She must be from some mysterious, single lineage sect. Well, something like that. The Seo clan had been exterminated, and any outlaws who had stolen their techniques had been eradicated by Seo Munwaran's hands. She was likely the only one in all of Miram who had mastered the Seo clan's martial arts. If I counted myself, having learned her movement technique, then perhaps two. If a sect had disappeared long ago, leaving only one known survivor, then what else could people assume but that she hailed from a mysterious, single-lineage school? Seo Munwaran awkwardly picked up the fallen spear and handed it back to the stunned examiner. Still bewildered, he alternated between looking at his spear and at her before shouting loudly. Pass. Next participant, step forward. Why yes. Seo Lihyang, visibly nervous, stiffly stepped forward to face her examiner. Seo Lihyang, filled with tension, stepped forward with stiff movements before the opponent. It seemed that fighting in a battle against another person, especially in front of such a large audience, was impossible for her to ignore. With Seo Lihyang's skills, she really had no reason to be this nervous. As I shook my head, Tang Sowol, still perched on my shoulder, waved her hand enthusiastically. Lihyang. She didn't say good luck or anything of the sort, just called her name and waved. Seo Lihyang reflexively turned at the sound, her face momentarily blank as she looked at Tang Sowol. Then, as if something clicked, she broke into a bright smile and waved back. Lowering her head, she suddenly smirked and glanced at Seo Munwaran, who had moved close to her side. You see? She responds just fine. Are we really that embarrassing? Well, I'm already feeling plenty embarrassed, so I was hoping you'd just pretend not to notice. Oh dear, and here I thought we'd grown at least a little closer. It seems I was mistaken. That's not the issue at all. Seo Munwaran puffed up her cheeks, clearly holding back words she wanted to say, only to deflate them moments later. She was the type of person to react this strongly to even something so minor. I couldn't help but wonder if she made it to the main tournament and had her identity exposed before the entire Miram Alliance. How would she even handle it? As I let out a deep sigh, Seo Lihyang, now visibly calmer, took the Pajuan stance before the opponent. I look forward to your guidance. By the way, miss, are you also part of this group? These people are far beyond someone like me. With those brief words exchanged, the two assumed their stances. It seemed that the opponents were rotated out when they became too exhausted, but since Seo Mun-Waren had ended her match before the opponent could even attempt anything, this one was continuing on. Both were first-rate martial artists, but the opponent had likely reached that level over the course of a decade or more. He was a seasoned warrior with extensive combat experience. Seo Lihyang, on the other hand, had advanced rapidly in a short period of time. She had barely even dueled against anyone outside the Tang Clan, let alone experienced real combat. On paper, she was at a serious disadvantage. But I didn't think so. Yes, Seo Lihyang had only trained in martial arts for 3 years. Even with her best weapon, the whip, she hadn't yet reached a first-rate level of mastery. However, when it came to handling internal energy, her talent was second to none, even compared to the other geniuses I knew. And now she had fully mastered an advanced internal technique, glacial true qi, a force as cold and piercing as purine energy itself. With that much of a gap, she had more than a fighting chance. Ignoring Seo Mun-Waren's not-so-threatening glare, I focused entirely on Seo Lihyang. Taking a half-step forward, she swung her whip in a wide arc. Hup! Her movements were fluid, as if the whip were an extension of her arm, undulating like a rippling wave. Sweek! At first, the whip's trajectory followed a smooth curve, but then, in an instant, it lashed out with explosive speed, so fast it became nearly invisible, striking straight at the opponent. A solid attack. But not enough to shake a seasoned warrior. Calmly, the opponent extended his spear, letting the whip wrap around it. Papak! The whip coiled tightly around the shaft, but instead of resisting, the opponent smoothly rotated the spearhead in the same direction. It was a textbook demonstration of barrier-seizing strike, one of the fundamental techniques of spearmanship. Then, he swung his arm outward with force. With the spear already spinning and entangling more of the whip than Seo Lihyang had intended, an outward swing only intensified the pull. Ugh! Instead of pulling him, she was the one being pulled off balance. Though she managed to keep hold of her weapon, the sheer difference in physical strength and in external martial arts training made the outcome obvious. If this continued, she would either lose her grip on the whip or have her stance completely broken. Even though this was just a battle and not an actual fight, that would be enough to call the match. Her first strike had been fierce enough that she would still receive a decent evaluation. But if Seo Lihyang was the type to settle for decent, she wouldn't have reached mid-first rate in just 3 years, nor would she be this tense over a mere preliminary match. The faint panic in her eyes suddenly sharpened. Now it was the opponent's turn to be surprised. Unlike hers, his reaction was genuine. Bingong! His eyes widened as he readjusted his grip on the spear. At some point, the entire shaft, along with the whip wrapped tightly around it, had turned an eerie white, coated in frost. If this continued, it wouldn't take long for the glacial true qi to seep through the weapon and reach his hands. Determined not to let that happen, the opponent gritted his teeth and began to squeeze every last bit of internal energy from his core. But neutral, orthodox internal energy was poorly suited to counteracting Seo Lihyang's yin-based force, which spread like piercing needles through every opening. In the end, all he could do was pour out twice as much energy as her to purge the encroaching cold and forcibly shake off the whip. His robes fluttered wildly from the sheer surge of energy, and the spear trembled in his hands. He was likely already preparing to rotate out after this match. Perhaps that was why, so focused on concentrating his energy, he failed to notice when Seo Lihyang's lips parted. Puff! It wasn't exactly a song. Just a single sustained note, drawn out in her clear, pleasant voice. Yet, imbued within it, her internal energy slipped into the opponent's ears. TCH. Caught in the midst of channeling energy into his spear, the opponent had left his body's circulation vulnerable. Now, his muscles locked up, freezing stiff. If this continued, He would either succumb to the glacial true chi spreading from the spear or suffer internal injuries from the yin energy seeping in through the sound. In the end, he was forced to release his grip on the spear, redirecting all his energy inward to force out the invading chill. With a complicated expression, he finally spoke. "That's enough. The battle ends here. I concede." Okay. This was quite an eye-opening experience. Now I truly understand why yang energy techniques and yin cold techniques are considered so dangerous. Thank you. As soon as the battle ended, Seo Lihyang dropped the frosty, razor-sharp expression she had worn moments ago and respectfully performed a Pajuan bow. The moment she lifted her head, she sprinted toward us and began bouncing excitedly in front of Tang Sowol and me. Sister Tang. Sister Tang. She clearly wanted to say something, but the words wouldn't come out. Tang Sowol, watching her with a gentle gaze, finally spoke. "You did well, Lihyang." "Yes. I hate to interrupt while you're still riding the high, but could we perhaps continue this conversation after you get off my shoulders? You really have no sense of timing, you know. At a moment like this, you should at least say a few words of praise to Lihyang." Yeah. Hurry up and praise me. Say I was amazing. Tell me I did well." I glanced at Seo Mun-weran, wondering if I was the one in the wrong here, but she was too busy stifling her laughter to offer any help. In the end, I took a deep breath and gave Seo Lihyang the response she wanted. All right. You did well. That was so half-hearted. Do it again. In a battle, countering an incoming whip by slicing through it or wrapping it around your own weapon to disarm the opponent is the standard response. Using that knowledge to channel glacial true chi into the weapon was a clever move. More, concealing a portion of your strength to lure an opponent into complacency is a fundamental survival skill in the martial world. Today, you proved yourself as a true martial artist, beyond any doubt. Oh, what else? Her eyes sparkled playfully as she waited for more. I simply stared at her for a moment before shaking my head. Leaving right now wouldn't be such a bad idea. I turned around with Tang Sowol still on my shoulders. In a panic, she reached down and tugged at my hair. Brother Cheon? You're not seriously planning to go all the way back to the inn like this, are you? Cheon, why? Hey, come on, just say it one more time. That's all I'm asking. Are you really leaving? Instead of answering, I simply kept walking. After all, I wasn't the type to fight battles I knew I couldn't win. After returning to the Golden Flower Inn, it seemed our eccentric display had sparked some rumors. Not that it mattered. Everyone had passed the preliminaries, so now there was nothing left to do but wait for the main tournament to begin. Although I wasn't quite as eager as Seo Mun-weran, I had high expectations for the Dragon and Phoenix gathering as well. It was a rare opportunity to observe countless martial arts styles in one place, and, more importantly, to study techniques from orthodox sects that I was unfamiliar with. My approach to martial arts was simple: gather and refine. By analyzing various techniques, incorporating their strengths, and adapting them to suit me, I gradually evolved my own style. For someone like me, the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was nothing short of a grand feast. And I wasn't the only one anticipating it. Before I left the Tang Clan, Tang Jinshin had mentioned that, due to the rules of the competition, there had never been a Dragon and Phoenix gathering champion from the Tang Clan. The Tang Clan frequently produced Dragon and Phoenix title holders, but never a winner. It wasn't a matter of pride or reputation, but still, the fact that they had placed such high expectations on me was undeniable. Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang, too, harbored their own hopes. They were already debating how they should introduce me to their close acquaintances after the tournament ended. However, for me, there was something even more important. Seo Mun-weran. I couldn't allow her to walk the path of the Black Lotus sect in this lifetime. I knew too well how much she had longed for a normal life, even in her final moments. Seo Mun-weran had left something behind, something that had traveled through time and still lived on inside me. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? Even as I swung my sword in practice and circulated my chi, my mind churned endlessly with possibilities. No matter what I did, I couldn't stop the inevitable meeting between Seo Mun-weran and the Muram Alliance leader. Who was I to ask the Muram Alliance leader to delay his arrival by a few days? And I certainly couldn't stop Seo Mun-weran herself. I had already tested the waters by bringing up the topic indirectly. Her response had been clear: she was willing to take the risk. She saw this dragon and phoenix gathering as her chance to forge a new path. Like most martial artists, once she had made up her mind, there was no turning back. Even if I revealed that I knew her true identity, even if I told her she would definitely be exposed, nothing would change. Because she had already made peace with the possibility. The goal was clear. The conditions were set. There was little I could do. To gain something, one must either wield overwhelming strength or sacrifice something else. And so, I made my choice. Perhaps it was fate. My first opponent was Seo Manwaran. Her white hair swayed in the wind as I gazed at her. Then, in a quiet whisper, I sent a sound transmission directly to her. White-haired Rakshasa, Seo Manwaran. Kidnap me. This was the best plan I could come up with. White-haired Rakshasa, Seo Manwaran. Kidnap me. This was the best plan I could come up with. I had no confidence in persuading Seo Manwaran. I also had no confidence in deceiving the Muram Alliance leader. So, the only thing left for me to do was to overshadow this entire situation with an even bigger issue. What mattered most was that Seo Manwaran did not join the Black Lotus sect, that, no matter the trials ahead, she would not give up and would instead live a proper life. Of course, upon hearing my sound transmission, Seo Manwaran reacted as if I had just exposed her greatest secret. Hiccup. Halfway up the battle stage, she suddenly let out a hiccup. Her wide, trembling eyes quaked as if an earthquake had struck her soul. Her lips opened and closed soundlessly, and her fingers twitched, itching to clamp my mouth shut before I could say anything else. Anyone could see that she was utterly flustered. But as a master who had reached the flowering stage, she quickly regained her composure. Her expression smoothed out, and soon enough, her lips moved as she replied through sound transmission. What nonsense are you speaking of? This one no idea what you mean. Oh? So her face had calmed down, but her mind was still in complete chaos. Outwardly, she maintained her indifferent stance on the battle stage, performing a proper bow. Meanwhile, she continued to send sound transmissions at a rapid pace. I know everything. And, by the way, not only did you respond through sound transmission, but you also referred to yourself as this one instead of this humble one. NNGH. Seo Manwaran smacked her own lips as if trying to punish them for their betrayal. Her abrupt action drew the attention of both the referee and the audience. Realizing her mistake, she hurriedly performed another bow, pretending nothing had happened. After that, the Muram Alliance master serving as the referee began explaining the rules of the battle. I only half listened, letting his words pass through one ear and out the other, while I focused on sound transmission once more. Since I could no longer call her the Ireblood Hall Master, and she disliked the title white-haired Rakshasa, I figured the safest choice would be to simply call her Senior. It was just a pseudonym, but after traveling together for so long, I had gotten used to calling her by name. Senior Seo Manwaran. I understand this must be overwhelming. But please, for the sake of the time we've spent traveling together, just listen to me for a moment. Why are you speaking so formally? It's creepy. And yes, I did slip up and call myself this one, but what does that have to do with this white-haired Rakshasa nonsense? Sound transmission isn't a skill exclusive to peak-level masters, you know. She rubbed her arms as if trying to shake off an unpleasant chill. Since she had outright referred to herself as a demonic cultist while denying it at the same time, it was clear she planned to feign ignorance until the end. Technically, she wasn't wrong. Sound transmission required exceptional internal energy control rather than a high cultivation level. But I had expected this much. If I could have simply talked her into reason, I wouldn't have needed this elaborate plan. Since persuasion wasn't an option, I had no choice but to set up a different strategy, one that involved me getting kidnapped. If you want to feign ignorance, so be it. But just know this. I am aware of why you entered the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. My name is Seo Rin, not Seo Manwaran. And my only purpose here is to gain experience and make a name for myself. As I mentioned before, the Muram Alliance leader is seated in the VIP section above us. He is probably already suspecting you. And why should that matter? I am not this Seo Manwaran person, so I have nothing to hide. You may believe you can conceal yourself, but you will fail. Your identity will be exposed to the entire world, and you'll be branded as a disgraceful fugitive with no place left to go. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? She pouted slightly, looking rather dejected. Now that I had made my point, I got to the real issue. That is why you must kidnap me. What? Your cover is going to be blown anyway. But if you take me hostage and release me after some time, I can vouch for you. I can say that Seo Munwaran was a good person at heart. I told you, I am not Seo Munwaran. And besides, what difference would that make? A single person's claim won't overturn the entire Murim's judgment. The Murim as a whole? No. But the Tang Clan is a different matter. Seo Munwaran had no intention of avoiding the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, which meant she had no way to avoid the Murim Alliance leader's scrutiny. When her identity was revealed, people would undoubtedly react with shock and condemnation. And if she kidnapped me, the Tang Clan's future son-in-law, it would only make things worse. But what if I returned unharmed? What if I claimed that Seo Munwaran had helped me rather than harmed me? What if I testified that she truly wished to leave her past behind and start anew? Other factions might not believe me, but the Tang Clan would, because I was already one of them. The Tang Clan repaid both grace and grudges in full measure. If I asked Tang Jinshin to give Seo Munwaran a chance, he might hesitate, but he wouldn't refuse outright. Of course, at first, they would be wary of her. Even if they provided her with accommodations, they would keep a close eye on her. But I knew the truth. I knew that Seo Munwaran was not the villain that Murim rumors made her out to be. Given enough time, the Tang Clan would slowly come to accept her, just as they had accepted me and Seo Lihyang after we left the Heir Blood Hall. So, Senior Seo Munwaran, kidnap me. Leave the rest to me. The referee was almost finished explaining the rules. The crowd's excitement over the first match of the tournament was building, and the Murim Alliance leader's suspicions were deepening. It was time for a decision. Seo Munwaran subtly shook her head, so faintly that only I could notice. I appreciate the thought, but I told you I am not Seo Munwaran. I am Siren. Is that so? She said nothing more and simply assumed her stance. Seeing her prepare to fight, I let out a bitter chuckle and sent one final sound transmission. But you will end up kidnapping me. If she had agreed willingly, that would have been ideal. But if she refused to cooperate, I had no choice but to force her hand. I squared my stance, making sure she saw my movements clearly. Left foot forward, knees slightly bent. The key was to keep my soles pressed to the ground while lifting my heels just a fraction, allowing me to explode forward at a moment's notice. This stance had been adjusted to fit my style, incorporating elements of ghost shadow steps, but its foundation was unmistakably thunderclap steps. And if there was anyone who could recognize thunderclap steps, it was the person who had taught it to me, Seo Munwaran herself. At first, she seemed uncertain. But then, her mouth fell open in shock. That's. The moment her stunned voice escaped, the match began. Dong. I didn't answer her. Instead, I charged. Kwang. The ceremonial gong rang loud enough for the audience to hear. But an even louder boom erupted from beneath my feet. A burst of internal energy propelled me forward like an explosive cannon shot. And it didn't stop at just one step. Kwang. Kwang. Korung. A series of internal energy bursts erupted beneath my feet. It was thunderclap steps, or at least, something close to it. The sound was a little dull, likely because it had been mixed with various other techniques. Still, in terms of speed, it was nearly on par with the original thunderclap steps. For steps. Just 4 steps were all I needed to cross the vast battle stage and arrive before Seo Munwaran. She still wore a dazed expression. I took advantage of the moment, slashing upward with my sword, which had been hanging low at my side. Sweek. The blade, now wrapped in a crimson sword aura, shot toward her neck at blinding speed. But, tap. Seo Munwaran, her hand cloaked in an even darker crimson internal energy, casually struck my sword with a single palm. My trajectory was instantly thrown off course. She had used only the bare minimum amount of fist energy to block, effortlessly inserting her hand into the sword's path and deflecting it. It was a blow that hadn't even required her full strength. Of course, that was to be expected. She was a flowering stage martial artist, the very wall I had failed to surpass. I had never intended to win this fight in the first place. Ever since I lost my cultivation and had to rebuild from scratch, I had known all too well that insight remains, even when power is stripped away. So victory was never my goal in this battle. My purpose was simple, to show her what I had inherited from her. That alone would be enough to force Seo Munwaran into kidnapping me. Where did you learn that footwork? You know exactly how to make me talk, don't you? I smirked and began swinging my sword in earnest. A downward slash. A diagonal cut. A horizontal sweep. There was nothing particularly flashy about my movements. No extravagant techniques, no overwhelming force, just an unbroken series of basic sword strikes. Yet, each one was aimed precisely at her weak points. Each one followed the exact trajectory needed at the exact moment. This nameless sword art, like raging wave death-stealing art, was an amalgamation of various sword techniques I had pieced together. Ordinarily, such a patchwork style should have been crude and ineffective. But thanks to my understanding and Seo Munwarin's teachings, it had become something deadly. Yes, in a way, this was a sword forged from everything I had learned from her. From the skills she had imparted to me. From the battles I had fought for her vengeance. Seo Munwarin's expression grew more and more conflicted as she deflected each of my strikes. This sword. Who taught you this? I can't say. I shook my head slightly and pushed my internal energy even further, activating raging wave death-stealing art. The sword aura wrapped around my blade surged, expanding in size and unleashing a ferocious presence. At the same time, I could no longer suppress the killing intent embedded within the technique. A chilling aura honed through countless battles and deaths. Of course, for someone like Tang Sowol or Seo Lihyang or Seo Munwarin, this level of killing intent was no threat. It wasn't about martial prowess. It was simply that they knew why I had come to wield such an aura. Still, for Seo Munwarin, the fact that I could wield restrained killing intent rather than raw, unhinged bloodlust seemed to strike a different chord. You've gone this far? Muttering under her breath, she reached out once more. Just as before, she aimed a fist at my sword path. But this time, something changed. Even before our weapons physically clashed, our respective sword aura and fist aura met midair. And at that moment, Seo Munwarin's crimson fist aura trembled, then took on a distinct form. Chi manifestation. A technique that only those who had reached the flowering stage could wield. A symbol of absolute martial dominance. Her manifested chi did not deflect my sword. It pulled it in instead. I didn't resist. Allowing myself to be drawn in, I stepped closer. Seo Munwarin, her face still complicated, pressed a finger against my pressure point. Tuck. It seems you got your way in the end. Now, close your eyes for a moment. A surge of internal energy sealed some of my meridians. My eyelids grew heavy against my will. I could have resisted if I truly wanted to, but I didn't. My vision blurred. In the distance, I saw the Muram Alliance leader abruptly rising from his seat. I saw Seo Lihyang attempting to rush onto the battle stage, only for Tang Sowol to stop her. I had told Tang Sowol about my plan, but I had forgotten to inform Seo Lihyang. Well, she'd figure it out soon enough. With that last thought, my vision faded into darkness. The camellia flower, when it withers, does not shed its petals one by one. Instead, it falls as a whole blossom. Fascinating, isn't it? It's a little unsettling. It reminds me of a severed head. Bloodwolf, you are likely the only person who would see it that way. Seo Munwarin let out a deep sigh. Despite her youthful appearance, the weight of her burdens was evident, perhaps made even more jarring by her long, cascading white hair. I knew that her body had simply reverted to a younger state through rejuvenation arts, but it still felt strange every time I looked at her. She must have noticed that my gaze had shifted from the camellias to her, because she shook her head. Even if you look at me like that, today's sparring session is over. Saying it like that makes it sound like all I ever do is ask you to spar with me. That hurts, you know. Isn't that exactly what you do? Well, I have been pestering the Heir Blood Hall Master for sparring sessions every day, but this time, I was just watching because you seem to be in a good mood. That sounds like a flimsy excuse, but since I am in a good mood today, I'll let it slide. With that, Seo Munwarin turned her gaze back to the camellia tree in front of her. It had grown massive, so large that even I had to crane my neck to look up at it. Standing before it, Seo Munwarin looked so small that I blurted out, "Do you want me to carry you?" Blood Wolf. Do you realize how insolent you are toward me at times? It's not just toward you, Heir Blood Hall Master. I'm apparently rude to most people. That's probably why I ended up locked away in Heir Blood Hall in the first place. I shrugged. It wasn't meant as an insult, I just thought it'd give you a better view. I appreciate the thought, but I'll pass. At least for now. Look closely, the buds have just begun to form. Soon, they'll bloom. When that happens, let's invite the demonic sound witch and watch together. You're talking about flower viewing? In the middle of winter. Camellias bloom in winter. You probably wouldn't know that since you care about nothing but the sword. Well, I only just learned that this tree is a camellia. I figured as much. Haven't I told you time and again? Even as a martial artist, you can't live your life only looking at your sword. There are people whose tongues are sharper than swords, and even the strongest hand cannot always handle 10 weaker ones. If my sword is sharper than any tongue, then it doesn't matter. And if my one hand is stronger than 10 combined, then what's the issue? Cheon Hwi-da, still gazing at the camellia tree, let out a light laugh. A laugh so pure, it was hard to believe she had witnessed the depths of the Muram's darkness. Hee. You talk big, blood wolf. Do you realize what you're actually claiming? Is it that significant? Of course it is. Wielding a single sword to cut through every problem in the world, that is a dream even I, the narrow-minded Black Lotus sect leader, and even the Muram Alliance leader cannot achieve. Even the Imperial family? Huh. The names she had just spoken still felt distant to me. And yet, even they weren't enough. I stood there, stunned, mouth slightly open. Cheon Hwi-da continued, her voice carrying a hint of bitterness. You don't have to be discouraged. If anything, there are more things you can do than things you cannot. Then what matters is what I want to do. Exactly. No matter how many things I can do, if the one thing I want is impossible, then what meaning is there? I already knew what Cheon Hwi-da truly wanted. She had revealed it during a drunken conversation on a particularly lonely night. But I couldn't understand it. What was so wrong about taking revenge on those who had wronged her? If someone who held a grudge against her sought vengeance, she could simply cut them down. That was the nature of the Muram, or at least, the accursed unorthodox Muram. In the end, whether you were orthodox or unorthodox, survival always came down to a simple choice: kill or be killed. Wasn't that just the natural order of things? Perhaps Cheon Hwi-da sensed my unspoken thoughts, because she suddenly turned toward me. As she moved, her long white hair fanned out before settling back down. I found my gaze following the movement unconsciously. Cheon Hwi-da shrugged and stepped closer, now standing directly in front of me. She wasn't as tall as the camellia tree behind her, but the difference in our height was still considerable. The old master in a young girl's body looked up at me, her faded smile as enigmatic as ever. Let's head inside. The sparring session is over, which means it's time to study. Do I really have to? I've lost count of how many times you've asked me that. We already settled this, didn't we? I agreed to mentor your martial arts in exchange for you studying things outside of martial arts. I know. I'm not saying I won't do it. I just want to skip today and make up for it tomorrow. And why all of a sudden? Cheon Hwi-da paused, then her face turned red. For the first time in a long while, she actually looked her age. Today is, with the demonic sound witch. Yeah, pretty much. I nodded, recalling the white pear I had received that morning. Cheon Hwi-da's face flickered through a range of emotions: embarrassment, relief, envy, curiosity, and even a hint of resignation. So many emotions passed in an instant before she settled on a forced calmness. Well, if that's the case, I suppose I have no choice. Since I was the one who originally suggested it, I'll allow you to postpone today's lesson until tomorrow. Thank you. But you won't be postponing it again. In 2 days, you have a mission to carry out. I keep my promises, don't worry. That's all I needed to hear. With a small nod, Cheon Hwi-da turned and walked away. I watched her retreating figure for a moment before calling out. By the way, Heir Blood Hall Master, you never told me. Why were you in such a good mood today? Oh, that? It's nothing special. She glanced back at the camellia tree she had been admiring earlier. The first snow is coming soon, and the buds have already begun to form. If we're lucky, we'll get to see camellias blooming amidst the snow. So when you said we should watch them with Cheon Hwi-da, this is what you meant. Indeed. So don't take too long with your mission, return before it's too late. It's a long way out, but I'll do my best. I gave a small nod and made my way to Cheon Hwi-da's room, while Cheon Hwi-da headed to hers. But that promise would never be kept. By the time I returned from my mission, it was already too late. The halls of Heir Blood Hall, now blanketed in snow from the past few days, were consumed by raging flames. And Seo Lihyang, who had once said we would watch the blooming flowers together, lay lifeless in my arms. I gently set her down, unable to complete the final words she had left unfinished. She leaned against the wall as if peacefully asleep. I memorized that expression, staring at her face for what felt like an eternity before I finally stood up. I looked up at the burning halls, then drew my sword. SRRNG. Seo Lihyang was right. Apart from being able to wield a sword, I was good for nothing. So, I would fight alongside Seo Manwaran, who was still battling Black Sky Sword Emperor inside. And I would take revenge in Seo Lihyang's place. My emotions burned hotter than I had expected, forging my fury into killing intent as I stepped forward. The once white snow had melted beneath the flames, mixing with the blood of the fallen, turning the ground into a filthy mire. I ran, pushing off the blood-soaked earth. I didn't know how far I had gone before a warrior from Black Sky Sword sect blocked my path. I cut him down. Others came, some drawn by the commotion, some fleeing, some foolish enough to stand and fight, and others begging for their lives. I cut them all down. Was it because this sect had already been annihilated once before? Or was there another reason? The warriors I encountered were only second-rate or first-rate at best. None were difficult to deal with. I pressed forward, slashing through them one by one until, at some point, I noticed something different about the corpses littering the ground. They were no longer the bodies of Heir Blood Hall members. More and more, the corpses belonged to Black Sky Sword sect warriors instead. That should have been good news. But instead, an uneasy feeling crept up my spine. A battle had clearly taken place, so why was it so quiet? Even Black Sky Sword Emperor was said to have reached the flowering stage. If two warriors of such caliber had clashed, this place should have been echoing with their battle. But instead, there was only silence. I gritted my teeth and forced more internal energy into my legs, launching myself forward. The corpses grew so dense that it became difficult to find a place to step. Then, suddenly, they stopped. A clear boundary. As if a massive boulder had crashed down, the entire Heir Blood Hall stood in ruins, shattered beyond recognition. Except for one place. Amidst the wreckage, one courtyard remained untouched. Snow lay undisturbed, as if the fire had never touched it. The camellia tree stood there, its red blossoms in full bloom. And beneath it, Seo Manwaran knelt, gazing up at the flowers. My breath caught in my throat. She was alive. But only barely. 5 swords were embedded in her small frame. One of her arms was gone. Her legs twisted at unnatural angles. Heir Blood Hall Master. The fire I had barely contained flared up all at once, setting my blood ablaze. No, I couldn't lose her too. Not after Seo Lihyang. Fueled by that single thought, I dashed toward her with everything I had. Snow scattered in my wake. Seo Manwaran, struggling for breath, turned her head toward me. Our eyes met. Her fading gaze flickered with warmth. You've come. Yes. Please hold on, I'll treat you right away. It's no use. This isn't something that can be healed. Don't say that. I have to do something. I pulled out the sword lodged in her back and immediately sealed the pressure points around the wound to stop the bleeding. One after another, I continued pulling them out. Until I saw it. A gaping hole in her chest. The place where her heart should have been completely hollow. She was right. This wasn't something I could heal. The only reason she was still breathing was because of her immense internal energy as a flowering stage master. But even that was reaching its limit. Seo Manwaran, seeing my expression, forced a faint smile. Blood Wolf. What if the demonic sound witch? I saw her off. I see. That's a relief. I'll be joining her soon. But I'm glad I got to see her face one last time. I'm sorry. HM? For what? I was too late. Huh. So that's what you meant. She shook her head with an exasperated expression. Blood Wolf. You weren't late. If anything, you arrived right on time. Is that so? Yes. Look. Seo Manwaran lifted her gaze. I followed her line of sight. There, amidst the white snow, red camellias had fully bloomed. Just as she had said. For a moment, I simply stared in a daze. Then, a single camellia fell. Not petal by petal, but the entire flower, just as she had described. It landed at her feet. Seo Manwaran looked down at it and spoke softly. Blood Wolf. Yes. I will die soon. But you will survive. Even in this state, her voice carried certainty. She must have known Black Sky Sword Emperor was dead. I glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground. Among them, one stood out, a body clad in particularly ornate robes. His head had been crushed beyond recognition, but based on his attire, there was no doubt. That was Black Sky Sword Emperor's corpse. All that remains are those as strong as you or weaker. Her voice softened. So run. Save yourself. You know better than anyone how much I value my life. And yet, you're telling me to flee. Heh. I suppose that's true. Her voice had weakened. She was still staring at the fallen camellia. That was good. It meant she hadn't noticed my lie. I had no intention of running. Even if Black Sky Sword Emperor was dead, there were still plenty of his sex warriors left. I would not leave until I had cut down every last one of them. Just one last thing, she murmured. Do not seek revenge. Black Sky Sword Emperor is dead. There is no one left for you to take revenge on. I never sought revenge in the first place. A lie. I had already inherited Seo Lihyang's revenge. And I would make them pay for Seo Munwaren's blood as well. Not just the warriors here. Anyone who had ties to them. Unlike the young Seo Munwaren, I would make sure no one slipped through the cracks. Then my last request. Seo Munwaren picked up the fallen camellia flower with one hand and continued speaking. It is called blossoming years. It means the time we bloom like a flower. The most beautiful moment in life, isn't it? I whispered. She smiled faintly. That's right. You remembered. How could one ever forget? Seo Munwaren had taken on the appearance of her younger self through reversal of age because she longed for the time when she lived without knowing vengeance. Blood Wolf. No, Cheon Hwi. Do not remember my death. Instead, I wish for you to remember only the joyful memories we shared together. I shall do so. Forever and always, the iron-blooded master. No, my teacher, you will remain in my memory as a single camellia blossom. A teacher, you say? That's a little disappointing, but not bad. Yes, not bad at all. Seo Munwaren murmured softly, turning her head to look at me. Her voice gradually faded away. And then, thud. Like the moment a flower falls, her head drooped powerlessly. From her hand, the camellia she had been holding slipped away, rolling across the snow. With acupoint sealing undone, blood began to flow from her body, pooling around her. A vivid crimson stain bloomed over the pure white snow, just like a camellia in full bloom. I etched that sight into my heart. I burned into my memory the sight of our shared hall engulfed in flames, the lingering scent of Seo Lihyang left behind, the flower painted in her blood, and the pain of losing everything. And with that, I carved my own personal hell into my soul. Seo Munwaren had told me not to remember, but I could not forget. I did not want to forget. So instead, I carved it into my mind so deep that it would remain forever, even if it became a scar that could never fade. The acrid scent of burning flesh and the metallic tang of blood filled my nostrils. My vision twisted, dyed in red. The overwhelming killing intent surging within me was a clear precursor to demonic deviation, but it didn't matter. The only thing that mattered was that the remnants of the Black Heaven Sword sect, having confirmed Seo Munwaren's death, were now rushing toward me. Staggering, I rose to my feet and pointed my sword at them. Come. Thus, half-mad and consumed by demonic deviation, I carried out my revenge. By the time I had finished, I had ascended to the pinnacle. And people had begun to call me the Sword Demon. When I opened my eyes, the acrid smell of something burning filled my nose, and I felt an intense wave of heat. Are you insane? In such a small cave, and blocking the entrance with bushes, what were you thinking starting a fire here? Put it out immediately. Hing. All right. A clumsy kidnapper, Seo Munwaren, pouted as she sullenly put out the campfire. I had barely regained consciousness, and I had already almost died. The cave was thick with smoke. Seo Munwaren and I, eyes brimming with tears, the smoke was quite acrid, had no choice but to step outside. Naturally, the grass that had been placed to conceal the entrance was cleared away. Senior Seo Munwaren, I did ask you to kidnap me, but if you're going to take my life along with it, that's a bit too much. Oh, this is a misunderstanding. I merely wished to warm your body because the cave floor was cold. Seo Munwaren frantically shook her head. Perhaps it was because she had dreamed of the past after so long, but seeing her white hair flutter left and right felt oddly nostalgic. Had I been staring at her without realizing it? Seo Mun-werin began shifting her feet restlessly, an anxious look on her face. Don't misunderstand, all right? This one did not even the slightest intention of harming you. I know. More importantly, you don't even bother hiding the fact that you refer to yourself as this one anymore. There is no point in hiding it when you already know everything. But tell me, how did you know that I refer to myself as this one? I'm from Zhejiang province. I heard plenty of rumors about the white-haired Rakshasa when I was young. Even before reaching the flowering stage, during her time as a peak stage martial artist, she had sent countless enemies to their graves with that arrogant way of speaking. It was only natural that she became famous. However, it seemed that Seo Mun-werin was taken aback by something else entirely. When you were young. It still feels like just a few years ago, but you're telling me that much time has passed already. It's been well over a decade. Also, I'm not even 20 yet. Seo Mun-werin stiffened. She looked like someone being forced to confront a truth she didn't want to face. Of course, her shock didn't last long. Now that I think about it, there's a lot I need to ask you. She erased her previous flustered demeanor and looked up at me with a serious expression. Her face, having undergone both rebirth and reverse aging, looked youthful and adorable, but the overwhelming presence of a flowering stage martial artist and the atmosphere that allowed no deceit drastically altered her impression. She wasn't displaying hostility. It was simply that her sheer presence was overpowering. Though the degree and nature varied, every flowering stage martial artist I had encountered so far possessed something inhuman, making it difficult to resist their aura. I swallowed dryly without realizing it, and at last, Seo Mun-werin's small lips parted. Reaching the peak of the peak stage before even turning 20 is something that even I find astonishing. But it's not entirely incomprehensible. Niram is vast, and geniuses are plentiful. And besides, one must be at least that strong to become the Tang Clan's son-in-law. She could say this because she herself had started her martial arts training late yet still reached the flowering stage. However, there is something I simply cannot understand. Until now, I thought it was just a feeling, but seeing it firsthand has confirmed it. Seo Mun-werin locked eyes with me, as if trying to peer into something beyond them. That familiar aura. Though altered, the footwork is undoubtedly from the thunderclap phantom steps. And while it wasn't directed at me, the bloodlust I sensed was strong enough to make me frown. Seo Mun-werin listed out the inconsistencies she had noticed one by one before taking a step closer. She was now so close that, if I wanted, I could probably count the strands of her eyelashes. In this distance of fists rather than swords, she continued speaking. Cheon Hwi, what connection do you have with the Seo Mun clan? I couldn't say anything. No, more accurately, I was deciding what to say. Due to certain restrictions, I couldn't reveal anything about my regression. So, I couldn't claim that I had learned to fight and mastered the thunderclap phantom steps from Seo Mun-werin herself. But for Seo Mun-werin, anything related to the Seo Mun clan wasn't a topic she could simply overlook. If she wasn't satisfied with my explanation, she wouldn't let it go easily. After a brief deliberation, I slowly opened my mouth. I can't explain in detail. What? Seo Mun-werin's brows twitched, revealing her displeasure. If she were the type to let things slide, she wouldn't be so fixated on this matter despite her suspicions. In the end, I had no choice but to answer as honestly as possible, even if it wasn't entirely convincing. I have my own circumstances, so I can't explain everything. However, I can assure you that I did not learn these techniques through any dishonorable means, as you might fear. Seo Mun-werin narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing me. Though she was a head shorter than me and looking up from below, the pressure she exuded was immense. As I met her gaze without avoiding it, she eventually let out a deep sigh. Then, as if trying to maintain a threatening stance, she shifted her weight onto one hip and spoke again. This will never end at this rate. Fine, at least show me again, slowly this time. I'll decide after seeing for myself. Should I just demonstrate as usual? I want you to display it with full strength. Understood. The reason behind Seo Mun-werin's reaction was simple. Seo Mun clan's martial arts had already fallen into the hands of unorthodox sects once before. No matter how talented one might be, unless they had regressed like me, they would need time to grow stronger. Seo Munwaran had also taken a long time to exact her revenge, and during that period, there was no way she would have left the famed martial arts of the Seo Mun clan unattended. The clan's techniques had been scattered across various unorthodox sects and thoroughly analyzed, to the point where, back then, there were those more proficient in Seo Mun clan's martial arts than Seo Munwaran herself, who had only learned the clan's basic self-defense techniques as a child. So now, anyone using Seo Mun clan's martial arts could only be one of two things, either a surviving member of the Seo Mun clan, or someone affiliated with the sects that had annihilated them. That was likely what Seo Munwaran sought to determine. Having modified the basic martial arts and reached a higher realm before reclaiming all of the Seo Mun clan's techniques to advance to the flowering stage, Seo Munwaran undoubtedly had a discerning eye for identifying where and how someone had learned these techniques. Since we had already stepped outside the cave, I took some distance and assumed my stance. I stepped forward with one foot and bent my knee slightly, my heel hovering just above the ground. A stance designed to maximize the Thunderclap Phantom Step's greatest strength, explosive acceleration. There were many footwork techniques that focused internal energy into the Yangchen acupoint, but most served as supplementary movements to create unexpected shifts in motion. After all, blindly bursting internal energy was simply wasteful, and if the recoil was strong enough to send one's body flying, one's feet wouldn't remain intact either. However, the Thunderclap Phantom Step skillfully regulated this, ensuring minimal strain on the body, maintaining a reasonable level of internal energy consumption, and utilizing recoil to enhance acceleration effectively. Other footwork techniques dazzle the eyes with elaborate movements or use mystical steps to evade an opponent's sword. But Thunderclap Phantom Steps didn't rely on such tricks. It was simply a direct, linear movement, striking the moment doubt crept into the opponent's mind. Or so I had thought. But after seeing Seo Munwaran's execution of it, my perspective changed. Perhaps it was because my level had increased since my regression, allowing me to perceive things differently. Or maybe it was because I had learned the true meaning of this technique's name from the Ghost Shadow Thief. Seo Munwaran's Thunderclap Phantom Steps weren't just fast, they were an overwhelming, relentless assault. A footwork technique as dazzling as it was oppressive. However, since she had asked me to demonstrate it the way I usually used it, I would do just that. Though I appeared motionless, my stance was set to launch forward at any moment. For me, the sword had always been my primary weapon. I gained the upper hand little by little with precise strikes, and when my opponent faltered, I ended it in a single decisive slash, beheading them or piercing their heart. Seo Munwaran's version, however, was more aggressive and reckless. Rather than continuously pressuring the opponent, it was designed to stake everything on a single step. SSS, who? I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with scorching air. At the same time, the faint natural energy I had absorbed blended into the flow of raging wave death-stealing art, rushing through my meridians. In an instant, my internal energy, tinged with the killing intent inherent in the raging wave death-stealing art, surged toward my dantian. And at the moment it reached the peak, Kwang! With a thunderous boom, the energy exploded from the Yangchen acupoint in my soles, tracing an intricate trajectory. It felt as though an invisible force had propelled me forward. The world blurred into streaks of light at the edges of my vision, and a violent gust of wind battered against me from the front. In that instant, my body shot towards Seo Munwaran at extreme speed. But Seo Munwaran merely waved her hand lightly toward my incoming form. The moment her small hand made contact with my shoulder, my body spun midair. In the blink of an eye, I had come to a halt, standing right next to her. Just as I could redirect throwing daggers mid-flight by entwining them with my sword technique, Seo Munwaran had redirected my momentum, stopping me with a controlled rotation. Originally, I had intended to pass right by her. I blinked rapidly, shaking off the brief dizziness. Meanwhile, Seo Munwaran, who had maintained a serious expression since the topic of footwork had been brought up, suddenly relaxed. The way your aggression has grown to match the brief burst of killing intent you just showed, but there are no traces of vengeance in it. In fact, it feels quite familiar. Is that so? Well, of course it did. Seo Munwaran had personally modified and passed down this technique. Not that I could tell her that. So, I simply nodded without much reaction. More than anything, I don't get the sense that you're in the middle of adapting the technique to suit yourself. It feels as if a highly skilled martial artist had already refined it for a single person from the very beginning. Am I right? More or less. Then that's a relief. That means another survivor of the Cheon clan exists aside from me. Just the fact that they're alive is something to be grateful for. Cheon Hwi-da's voice softened slightly, and she looked at me expectantly. May I ask who it is? I might even know them. That would be difficult. As I said before, I have my own circumstances. I see. Cheon Hwi-da nodded, looking a little disappointed. But that disappointment quickly transformed into a mischievous smile. If you refuse to tell me about your master, so be it. But regardless, the fact remains that you have learned the Cheon clan's martial arts. And I am the rightful heir of the Cheon clan, am I not? That is true, but what are you getting at? Experience had taught me that whenever she smiled like that, trouble was about to follow. Feeling a learned sense of unease, I involuntarily shivered. Seeing this, Cheon Hwi-da placed her hands on her hips with a confident expression. Then, puffing out her chest, which, due to her reverse aging, wasn't all that imposing, she proudly declared. Then, why don't you try calling me mother? Shouldn't clan leader come first in this situation? The martial world was in an uproar over the sudden abduction that had taken place during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. And understandably so. After all, a supreme martial artist who had achieved reverse aging had kidnapped the Tang Clan's future son-in-law. There was no more sensational story than that. Of course, within the Muram Alliance, things had completely turned upside down. How can this even be possible? During an event hosted by the Muram Alliance, right in the heart of the alliance, a member of the 5 supreme clans, kidnapped by some lowly unorthodox scum? A middle-aged man leaped to his feet, livid. His hair, streaked with gray, and his neatly groomed beard trembled as if reflecting the sheer intensity of his rage. Watching him, a woman dressed in monastic robes spoke in a calm voice. Namu Amitba. Lord Yun, perhaps it would be best if you composed yourself. Everyone here understands the gravity of the situation, and we have gathered to discuss a solution. More importantly, there is someone here who is even more distressed than you or me. That is Yun Sahu, a middle-aged man born of a collateral branch of the Jinju Yun clan, and now the leader of Chongpeng Unit, one of the Muram Alliance's armed divisions, hesitated and fell silent. Although he was known for his righteous character, his fiery temper and strong sense of pride, along with his actual martial prowess, had allowed him to live without ever having to consider others' opinions. But this time was an exception. And for good reason among the gathered warriors, all of whom were at least vice-leader rank in the Muram Alliance, there was one clear outlier. Tang Sowol, who had just lost her fiancé. Yun Sahu, who wasn't completely oblivious to social cues, softened his tone and pounded his chest in reassurance. Do not worry. The Muram Alliance will mobilize all its forces to find your fiancé. We will have news soon. Right, everyone? Looking around for agreement, Yun Sahu sought confirmation. Everyone responded with either quiet nods or murmurs of agreement. They didn't openly express it because Yun Sahu was already reacting strongly enough, but the abduction had enraged them all. After all, this had happened in the Muram Alliance's own territory, during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, in front of countless witnesses. It was an unforgivable humiliation. Moreover, the culprit was none other than the infamous white-haired Rakshasa, Cheon Hwi-da, an unorthodox martial artist whose name struck a nerve with many. The enmity between the orthodox and unorthodox factions was as ancient as it was inevitable. Tang Sowol, feeling the pitying gazes directed at her and the determined atmosphere in the room, offered a faint smile and cupped her fists in a polite gesture. Lord Yun, and everyone gathered here, I sincerely appreciate your concern. Thank you for taking action on my behalf. Some warriors exchanged glances at her unexpectedly calm demeanor. After all, the person who should have been the most distraught was the one acting the most composed. But there was a simple reason for Tang Sowol's attitude. Didn't he say he'd return within a month at the latest? What is he even planning, stirring up all this trouble first? She was internally sighing in exasperation, but ultimately, she had been forewarned by Cheon Hwi that he would be abducted for a while. For someone who trusted Cheon Hwi completely, this incident was absurd and tiring, but not dangerous. I told Seal last night, but what am I supposed to tell father this time? She couldn't hold back a quiet sigh. Noticing this, an older man in white robes slowly rose to his feet. He was short and lean, his graying hair making him appear elderly. But his eyes were sharp, his body packed with taut muscle, and his skin, surprisingly, was smooth, free of even the faintest wrinkles. This was Guaku, the Divine Sky. Once the leader of the beggar sect, he had been renowned for his chivalry. After passing his position to a successor, he had retired only to later assume the mantle of Murim Alliance leader, making him a towering figure of the Orthodox world. As Tang Sowol instinctively swallowed nervously under his gaze, the Divine Sky finally spoke. Do not worry too much. The white-haired Rakshasa is not inherently cruel. Her infamy comes from the brutality of her vengeance, not her temperament. From what I observed, she seemed more startled than hostile when taking him. She may have suspicions, but she isn't certain yet. Let me ask, does your fiancé have any connection to the annihilation of the Cheon clan? No, none at all. Though he is from Zhejiang province, the only sects he was ever affiliated with were small unorthodox clans from rural areas. And even those, he dealt with himself. The Divine Sky pondered Tang Sowol's words before letting out a wry smile. Born in Zhejiang, tangled with minor unorthodox sects. I can imagine the situation without even seeing it. But that alone is not enough. Do you know anything else? That surge of killing intent from him earlier, it has been on my mind. That must be due to the nature of his martial art. He never explained it in detail, but he has mentioned having a master. It may be related to that. Could you share whatever you do know? Capturing a flowering stage martial artist who is determined to flee is nearly impossible. But if the white-haired Rakshasa is still uncertain, we might be able to manipulate the situation to draw her back willingly. Understood. Tang Sowol carefully began recounting what she could remember from her conversations with Cheon Hwi-da. Thus, while Tang Sowol worked to keep their staged abduction under wraps and the Murim Alliance mobilized under the banner of righteousness, tirelessly devising ways to pursue the culprit. What were the most important figures in all of this, Cheon Hwi and Seo Munwaran doing at that moment? Senior Seo Munwaran, the smell is really strong. How rude. I bathed properly this morning. The two were arguing over whether or not Seo Munwaran smelled as Cheon Hwi hovered his face near the top of her head. Perhaps due to the height difference, when Cheon Hwi leaned in, his nose naturally ended up near Seo Munwaran's crown. Startled, she quickly stepped back, shielding the top of her head with her hands. I am clean. The problem is not with me but with you, getting so close and sniffing around. Being clean doesn't change the fact that there's a smell. NNGH. Seo Munwaran stomped her foot in frustration, unable to bring herself to actually hit him. It lacked any real force, about as threatening as a cat hissing. Cheon Hwi observed her for a moment before shaking his head. Perhaps I misspoke. It's not a smell, it's a fragrance. That's the same thing. I've heard that those who achieve rebirth undergo a physical transformation based on their deepest desires. Tang Jinshin, who had mastered poison arts, had undergone rebirth to become a being of pure poison, allowing him to generate and manipulate toxins within his body, much like Tang Sowol. Through rebirth, Seo Munwaran had achieved reverse aging. Her desire had been to return to her childhood. A complete reconstruction of the body, capable of transforming an ordinary person into a poison human, and in some cases, even regrowing lost limbs with ease. Given that, it wasn't strange for her rejuvenated body to carry the natural scent of an infant. It's not an unpleasant smell. In fact, it's a rather calming fragrance. But regardless of whether it's a scent or a fragrance, it's far too strong. This makes you an easy target for tracking, doesn't it? Was that what you meant? Well, now that you mention it, those who specialize in tracking techniques don't just sharpen their energy senses, they enhance all 5 of their senses to extreme levels. Seo Munwaran sighed in relief, running a hand over her chest, but soon tilted her head in thought. But how do you erase a scent that naturally emanates from the body? It's not like it's due to not washing properly. There is a way to remove scents. Let's give it a try. I pulled out an odor-neutralizing poison that I had received in advance from Tang Sowol. As far as I knew, it was the most effective solution available. If this didn't work, then we'd just have to accept being tracked. I sprinkled a bit of the poison around the cave entrance and then placed a few drops onto Seo Munwaran's hand. It's safe as long as you don't ingest it, so don't worry. Not that it matters, I'm already immune to most poisons. Was that another effect of reverse aging? No. That is simply because my internal energy is deep and profound. Seo Mun-Waren scratched her head awkwardly, then surveyed the area around us. By now, the trackers would have started moving. We couldn't stay in this cave for long anyway, so I was looking around to decide on our next destination. But no matter where I looked, all I saw was an empty mountain range. Even after climbing to a high vantage point, there wasn't a single village in sight. Where the hell are we? I do not know either. I merely ran until I sensed a suitable cave. I blinked in disbelief, and Seo Mun-Waren, noticing my reaction, hastily added, But I do know that we're in Anhui province. Excuse me. Wait. We had already crossed into another province? How many days was I unconscious? A little over a day. And yet we were already in Anhui province? The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. Even a peak stage martial artist could run faster than a horse. It was just that humans tired easily. However, at the supreme peak stage, stamina ceased to be much of an issue. Back in my previous life, when I was fleeing from the demonic cult, I had once run for an entire day without stopping. If that was the case, then how fast could a flowering stage martial artist travel? Even while carrying someone, crossing an entire province overnight seemed entirely possible. It's not that the pursuit squad can't find us, it's that they physically can't catch up, isn't it? Most likely. Huh. All my earlier concerns about erasing our scent, leaving quickly, suddenly felt foolish. Right. Tricks like that were useless in the face of overwhelming strength. I nodded in resignation, and Seo Mun-Waren chuckled. I thought you were just messing with me, but you were actually serious about it. I'm always serious. Then will you answer me now? About what? About why you asked me to kidnap you. If it's that, then, as I told you before, it was to help you transition to the orthodox side. No, not that. I meant why you won't call me mother. I had let that comment slide earlier, but she was actually bringing it up again. I hesitated for a moment, and Seo Mun-Waren, wearing a serious expression, continued speaking. During our time together, I've learned a bit about you. You lost your parents at a young age, did you not? That's true. And I lost my entire family. Not just those related to me by blood, but everyone I shared meals with, all of them. That's also true. Hearing this, I began to understand what she was getting at. Seo Mun-Waren had always searched for a place she could belong. In my previous life, she had chosen Blood Hall as that place. I knew this well. After all, I had lived under her command for a time. This was likely an extension of that same desire. The only two people who have properly inherited the Seo Mun clan's martial arts are you and me. So tell me, what issue is there with me officially adopting you as my son? Seo Mun-Waren wanted to rebuild the Seo Mun clan. Or, more precisely, she wanted to restore the home she had once lost. And she hoped that I would help her do it. After a long moment of contemplation, I finally opened my mouth. That would be difficult. After rejecting Seo Mun-Waren's proposal for the second time, something about her demeanor changed. Thanks to the unexpected distance she had covered while carrying me, we had some breathing room. Instead of immediately leaving the cave, we decided to explore further, hoping to locate a village. We couldn't live in the mountains forever. I had brought some fasting pills, given that this whole abduction was somewhat pre-planned, but there was nothing in the way of basic necessities. That was why we were retracing Seo Mun-Waren's path, relying on her memory. Suddenly, Seo Mun-Waren spotted something, her short legs carrying her swiftly toward the bushes. A moment later, she returned with a handful of red berries. Look at this. What is it? Raspberries. They usually ripen until early summer, so they should be hard to find by now, but it looks like some were still clinging on a little longer. Seo Mun-Waren beamed, delighted at the unexpected find. She extended her hand, offering some of the berries. It's not much, but let's share. Thank you. I gave her a small nod before taking turns eating the berries with her. You seem to know quite a lot about wild berries. I recognize raspberries when I see them, but finding them in the mountains is a different matter entirely. Perhaps it's because I used to eat them often. You mean back when you were still in the Seo Mun clan? Indeed. Whenever I wanted to avoid martial arts training or studying, I would sneak away to a small hill behind our estate. I'd snack on these to stave off hunger. So it wasn't just about the taste, it was a food tied to her memories. We continued chatting as we walked along the mountain path. Eventually, only one raspberry remained, and since it was Seo Munwaren's turn, it should have been hers. However, she hesitated, staring intently at the lone berry. Then, as if making some grand decision, she squeezed her eyes shut and thrust it toward me. This one is for you. Huh? But don't you like these? I've already had plenty. And besides, she paused for a moment before continuing with a solemn expression. A mother should always want her child to have more to eat, should she not? She still hadn't given up on this. I stared at her in disbelief, but she smirked and began waving the raspberry in front of me. This is the last one. If you miss it now, you won't get another until next year. However, if you agree to become my son, I just might give it to you. Well, would you like to become Seo Munwai? No thanks. You should just eat it, Senior Seo Munwaren. How heartless. But if you insist, I suppose I have no choice. I shall eat the last raspberry myself. She pouted for a moment, but ultimately popped the berry into her mouth, a satisfied smile forming on her lips. Despite what she had said, she must have felt a little reluctant to give it up, knowing it was her last one for the year. I simply shook my head and continued walking. At the time, I didn't know that this was only the beginning. We had to walk quite a bit, but we finally managed to spot a village in the distance. It was small, and there was no way rumors about Seo Munwaren and me had spread this far yet. The plan was simple: hide her distinctive white hair, enter the village, and rent a room. But I wasn't expecting an inn, but I didn't think there wouldn't be a single spare house or a room either. Even in a small village, there's usually at least one empty place. Unfortunate. With nowhere to stay, and since it was too late to return to the cave, we ended up borrowing a barn and some bedding instead. A handful of copper coins was all it took to convince the owner. After sweeping out the dust and spreading out our bedding, I decided to loosen up my stiff body before bed by swinging my sword in an open clearing behind the barn. That was when... Question mark. Seo Munwaren suddenly appeared, clearing her throat conspicuously. She gazed off into the distance, speaking to herself as if she weren't really talking to me. I suppose that since I focused on fist techniques, the Seo Mun clan swordsmanship will be lost with me. What are you going on about? To think that the renowned sword techniques of the Seo Mun clan will fade into obscurity like this. As the last true heir of the clan, as a martial artist, this is truly lamentable. If you're bored, just go to sleep. Seo Munwaren flinched at my blunt remark, but quickly pretended nothing had happened and continued her exaggerated monologue. It would be nice if someone could inherit it, but I can't just pass it to anyone. Maybe if it were my adopted son. Was she seriously using martial arts to bribe me into becoming her adoptive son? I unconsciously made a strange expression and paused mid-swing. Sensing an opportunity, Seo Munwaren began speaking faster. Sigh. Even though you're impressive for your age, watching you practice those techniques, sometimes it's frustrating. I might not use a sword, but I certainly know how to fight better than you. I'd love to give you some advice, but it's improper to do so for someone who isn't my child. And now she was offering personal martial guidance as an extra incentive. The funny part was that I had already experienced all of this before in my past life. Seo Munwaren had personally taught me martial arts, and I had learned the Seo Mun clan's techniques under her guidance. Back then, I knew she held Heir Bloodhall and especially Seo Lihyang and me in high regard. But I hadn't realized she saw us as family-level close. I smirked slightly and resumed swinging my sword. Maybe I'll consider it if I ever hit a wall. But for now, I don't think it's necessary. Grr. Seo Munwaren let out a strange, frustrated growl, clearly irritated that things weren't going her way. Her not-so-subtle attempts at persuasion continued. The next morning, as we traveled further away from the Muram Alliance, she would rush over whenever she saw something nice and offer it to me as a gift. Most of the time, they were nothing more than smoothly polished stones. In the next village, when we found an inn, she would coincidentally appear during my training sessions, offering advice, but only up to a crucial point before stopping. And when I was meditating, focusing on my breathing techniques, she would creep up behind me and whisper in an ominously hushed tone, "Do you desire power?" Eventually, I had enough. I firmly tapped Seo Munwaren on the shoulder, meeting her expectant gaze with a serious expression. "Sit down." At last. The hopeful look in Seo Munwaren's eyes made me sigh deeply. This is the third time I'm telling you. I have no intention of becoming your adoptive son. Seo Mun-waren's eyes trembled slightly at my unexpected words. Why not? I give you the best of what I have. I offer to guide your martial arts, and though I haven't said it outright, I fully intend to be a strong backing for you. You do understand what it means to have a flowering stage martial artist supporting you, don't you? Of course, I do. And I still stand by my decision. Seo Mun-waren's expression flickered with disbelief, as if she had just heard something incomprehensible. In the end, the emotion that settled on her face was disappointment. Don't tell me you're rejecting me because I look too young? That's not it. I know your real age. Why would your appearance matter? That makes it worse. Then what reason do you have to refuse? Because I can't be bound by the name Seo Mun. Bound? Are you afraid of being tied to my reputation? I won't deny that I have a fair number of infamy attached to my name. If I were to revive the Seo Mun clan, perhaps it would tarnish the honor of a once proud orthodox lineage. Perhaps even bring trouble upon you. She wasn't wrong. If word spread that Seo Mun-waren was rebuilding the Seo Mun clan, the world would remember it as a sect of the unorthodox path. In my previous life, Seo Mun-waren despised that idea. That's why she never taught the Seo Mun clan's martial arts to anyone. That's why she never claimed the title of clan leader. To her, the Seo Mun clan had perished, and she was merely the last remnant of a name that would fade into history. But now, it seemed she had started longing for it once again. As I stared at her in silence, Seo Mun-waren trembled slightly before speaking again. But don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to use you or the Tang Clan's name to wash away my infamy. If that is the problem, we can keep the adoption a secret. I never once thought you were trying to use me. Why, you already understand what I want, don't you? You were right. I've already seen more blood than one lifetime should allow. What meaning is there in seeking more? Even if it isn't immediate, if I take my time and prove I've changed, then things will surely get better. That would take far too long, and I don't think it would make much of a difference. It would be good for you as well, wouldn't it? Becoming the Tang Clan's son-in-law as an orphan must be difficult. Even though you seem to get along with with Sowol, surely the rest of the Tang Clan isn't so welcoming. It seemed she was used to calling Tang Sowol Uni, as she quickly corrected herself mid-sentence. I simply shook my head. I get along well with my father-in-law. And while the Tang Clan is indeed insular and wary of outsiders, once someone is accepted into the family, they don't impose the same harsh standards on them. Then what about martial arts? If you become my adoptive son, I'll grant you the entirety of the Seo Mun clan's techniques. It might not be on the same level as the 5 supreme clans, but the Seo Mun clan's swordsmanship was once regarded as just beneath them. That was honestly tempting. Before its downfall, the Seo Mun clan had been a renowned sword sect. Seo Mun-waren herself had never learned swordsmanship, as she hadn't been interested in martial arts as a child. But that didn't diminish the power of the clan's techniques. They weren't divine arts, but at the very least, they were top-tier martial techniques, especially their swordsmanship. Still, no is no. I swallowed once, as if severing any lingering attachment, and shook my head again. I'm sorry. Why are you so stubborn about rejecting me? At least explain yourself properly. Because even if you rebuild the Seo Mun clan, you won't achieve what you truly want. What? Seo Mun-waren blinked in confusion. I met her gaze steadily and continued. What you desire isn't simply to restore the Seo Mun clan. Nor is it just about escaping the unorthodox path you became entangled in. She knew it too. She had likely struggled with that realization countless times, through the agonizing self-reflection that had pushed her to reach the flowering stage, through the trials of rebirth and reverse aging. I had learned this about her in my past life, both from what she told me and from the time I had spent under her command. But for Seo Mun-waren, this wasn't some new revelation. She had merely lost herself in the sudden discovery that another had inherited her clan's martial arts. Even without wealth or luxury, even if life is sometimes difficult, you want a life where you can find happiness in small things. You want to surround yourself with good people and enjoy meaningful relationships. You want to live not as a warrior, not as a seeker of vengeance, but simply as a person, a woman. Seo Mun-waren clenched her lips shut, her gaze trembling as she stared at me. Her expression was different, yet somehow, I saw the Seo Mun-waren from my past life overlapping with her. Maybe that's why. I couldn't help but relax my brow and smile faintly. The reason I want to help you is simple. It's because if my master were in my place, he would have done the same. I paused, then reached out and gently grasped her trembling hand. And the reason I understand your desires so well is because you and I are the same. In my past life, I had once asked Seo Munwaran, "Why do you keep teaching me? Why do you treat me so well?" She had responded with a bitter smile. "Because you remind me of myself. That's why my eyes keep following you. That's why I keep reaching out to you." Back then, I had only received her words. Now, at last, I was able to return them. A life forced into bloodshed. A path consumed by vengeance, so much so that one forgets what lies beyond it. But still, despite everything, we long for something more. I smiled. "Let's be happy together." NNGH. Seo Munwaran's face instantly turned bright red. Maybe I worded that poorly. Since that day, Seo Munwaran's demeanor had become strange. Before, she would take every opportunity to treat me well, urging me to hurry up and become her adoptive disciple. But now, whenever our eyes met, she would stiffen like a board and scuttle away sideways. Sometimes, she would sit curled up in a corner, clutching her head while mumbling to herself. What was she saying? I could only catch fragments. That night, Tang Sowol, Shu, but the meaning eluded me. If I got too close, she would scurry away again, making it difficult to hear clearly. It was amusing to watch in its own way, but we couldn't go on like this forever. For now, it wasn't a problem, but even at this moment, the Muram Alliance's pursuit was slowly closing in. It was time to discuss our plans. We needed to bring Seo Munwaran into the Tang Clan, clear my name from the kidnapping incident, and reverse any notoriety that had arisen. Thus, I approached her guest room door and made my presence known. We needed to have a proper conversation about what to do next. "Senior Seo Munwaran, could you please open the door? I'd like to talk for a moment." "Hick. Why you want me to open the door?" Crash. There was a loud clattering sound, followed by a voice cracking in distress. Even a master at the flowering stage was still human, it seemed. She likely hadn't fallen herself, but it sounded like she had accidentally knocked over something nearby. After a moment of frantic rustling, the room fell silent, and then, cautiously, the door creaked open, just slightly. Through the narrow gap, Seo Munwaran's small head peeked out. "What business do you have, seeking this one's chamber at such a late hour?" "I wish to discuss our future plans." "Our future plans?" Seo Munwaran jolted as if she had stepped on a needle. Her head, which protruded through the gap, bobbed up and down in an odd motion. Absolutely not. That kind of future can only bring disaster. You mustn't even think of it. More importantly, don't you feel guilty towards your fiancé? I've already spoken to Tang Sowol about it. What? Hyuk. Don't tell me, that night, was it meant to imply that? Seo Munwaran suddenly flailed in a panic. Something felt off, like our conversation wasn't quite aligning. She was probably imagining something ridiculous again. It wouldn't be the first time, even before my regression. While she was busy overreacting, I took advantage of the half-open door, pushing it wide open and stepping inside. "Excuse me for a moment." This one did not give permission. Seo Munwaran grunted as she struggled to push me out with her small hands. However, the force behind it was pitiful, clearly. She wasn't putting any real effort into it. Ignoring her half-hearted resistance, I locked the door behind me and deployed an energy barrier around the room to prevent our conversation from leaking out. Seo Munwaran's face turned bright red, and she trembled visibly. "Huh. With this, no one outside will know what happens inside." "Yes? That was the whole point." What exactly do you intend to do?" You haven't forgotten that this one is a warrior at the flowering stage, have you?" "Did I not already say? We need to align our stories regarding what comes next. Align our SD. Wait. Are you seriously just here to talk? What else would I be here for?" Seo Munwaran let out a sigh of relief, waving a hand to cover my energy barrier with her own. Then, she wrapped her long silver hair around her face and spoke in an oddly composed tone. "This conversation might take a while. This one has just returned from training and is exhausted, so this one shall maintain the energy barrier. Why are you suddenly covering your face? Enough about that. So, by what comes next, are you referring to this absurd kidnapping incident? Why are your words so sharp all of a sudden? Covering your face doesn't hide your embarrassment, just as lacing your words with thorns doesn't erase your shame. If you understand, then be silent." Seo Mun-werin screeched, letting her hair fall loose again before crossing her arms with an indignant scowl. Humph. You must have thought of something if you came to me first. Speak. After all, this entire situation arose because this one fell for your schemes. Throwing all the blame onto me makes my shoulders heavy, but you're not wrong, so I suppose I have no choice. I shrugged and began to explain the plan I had formulated. For starters, we should mix truth and lies appropriately. What do you mean by that? I mean we should reveal some things while concealing others. For example, we could say that you kidnapped me after recognizing Seo Mun Clan's martial arts in my skills. As for why you participated in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, instead of saying it was to toy with young warriors or mock the Muram Alliance, we could claim that you were simply disillusioned with the ways of the unorthodox faction. You thought that's why this one was hiding her identity to attend the gathering? Not me, but that's how the world will interpret it. Seo Mun-werin's expression darkened, and she fidgeted with her toes in silence. It seemed the idea had struck a nerve. I smirked slightly and continued. The point is, we need to craft a narrative that people will accept. For now, I believe the best explanation is that you kidnapped me because you couldn't control your emotions after seeing Seo Mun Clan's techniques in my skills. It's not entirely false. And if my identity is already exposed, then the rumors about my time as the white-haired Rakshasa must have spread as well. That part will be easily believed. Exactly. But what's important is what comes next, why you joined the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, and what happened while I was kidnapped. And nothing happened. This one is completely innocent, so there is nothing to explain. I don't know what you're imagining again, but simply saying nothing happened isn't enough. At the very least, we need to show that you've changed since your time as the white-haired Rakshasa. That is no easy task. Even though this one remained in seclusion for some time, the reputation of the white-haired Rakshasa was built over 20 years. It will not be undone with mere words. So, we must show it through actions rather than words. The most straightforward way would be chivalrous deeds. If I seriously commit to performing chivalrous deeds, simply driving out minor unorthodox faction groups won't suffice. I'll end up making a lot of enemies. Yes. And if things go wrong, there will be significant bloodshed. I doubt that aligns with what you want, Senior Seo Mun-werin, so I wouldn't recommend it. This one has no intention of going that far either. Then what do you suggest? I honestly don't know. I just figured that since your identity was bound to be exposed, instead of being disgracefully chased away, it would be better to cause some kind of commotion and secure another opportunity. Ugh. Are you saying that you got yourself kidnapped without a proper plan? Without a plan? Please. I prefer to say I overturned the board before things got worse. That's the same thing. No, wait. Now that I think about it, you've kidnapped Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang before, haven't you? I should have known you'd turn the tables when brute force wasn't an option. Is kidnapping the only thing in your head? But isn't it the most efficient method? Most people would call it the craziest method. Surely there were other ways. There were, but Senior Seo Mun-werin, you kicked them away. I did subtly warn you that having the leader of the Muram Alliance participate in the preliminary rounds was too risky. Ahem. What's done is done. Let's focus on making a plan. Let's see. The key point is proving change without antagonizing either the orthodox or unorthodox factions, correct? Correct. However, it's difficult to prove change without taking extreme measures. Ugh. This one agrees, but finding a suitable method is difficult. Seo Mun-werin pouted, her eyes drooping. I had heard in my previous life that one of the side effects of her rejuvenation technique was an inability to fully control her expressions. Because of that, she sometimes seemed as though her mind had regressed along with her body. At times, though, I wondered if this was simply how she had always been. Actually, after hearing your story the other day, I came up with an idea. Would you like to hear it? What is it? This one has no clear solution, so speak freely. I may not be able to become your adoptive child, but wouldn't it be fine if we framed it as me learning martial arts under you? Huh? Seo Mun-werin tilted her head, her mouth slightly open in confusion. I then proceeded to explain my rather improvised plan. She originally kidnapped me under the mistaken belief that I was connected to her enemies. However, after realizing it was a misunderstanding, she couldn't just let me go, especially since I had indeed learned Seo Mun Clan's martial arts, even if I had obtained them legitimately. Thus, instead of making a show of change, she would simply do nothing at all. By remaining within the Tang clan and overseeing my training, she could gradually allow public perception to shift. Instead of struggling to prove anything, you just avoid showing anything at all. As you said, people will be watching at first, but the Tang clan's influence should shield you somewhat. So you're saying that if this one stays within the Tang clan for a long time, doing nothing, people's wariness will eventually fade? Exactly. Even if you are never fully accepted by the Orthodox faction, it would allow you to live quietly at peace. You're suggesting using the Tang clan as a shield to temporarily bury this one's past. It sounds sweet, but the Poison King, Tang Jinshin, would never allow it. To bring a flowering stage warrior, one who has actually incited massacres before, into his household? Even if this one were the Tang clan's patriarch, this one would never permit it. Seo Munwaran let out a bitter chuckle, shaking her head. But she was overlooking one crucial point. Convincing Tang Jinshin isn't your responsibility. That's my job. What? I'll handle it. Tang Sowol, Tang Jinshin, and the elders of the Tang clan, I'll persuade them. If necessary, I'll take responsibility for the consequences. Why are you going this far for this one? Just to learn some martial arts? That seems like too steep a price. I know it won't be easy. More importantly, your martial arts aren't lacking. You might have room for improvement, but you're already progressing toward mastery at an astonishing pace for your age. There isn't much this one can teach you. I know. But in the end, I have to walk my own path, don't I? Then, the only reason I was able to escape my past was because of Tang Sowol. And if I was able to change, then so can you, Senior Seo Munwaran. I closed my eyes for a moment. A memory surfaced, Tang Sowol reaching out her hand to me, and Seo Munwaran gazing at the camellia tree with a bitter expression. I opened my eyes again and looked directly into hers. I want to be that person for you too. Seo Munwaran blinked in a daze, her mouth slightly open. She didn't avert her gaze, but tilted her head slightly. However, if that's your goal, wouldn't it be most effective to simply become this one's adoptive son, as this one originally suggested? Damn it. That was actually a good point. But I didn't want to admit it, so I kept my mouth shut. This required more thought. I needed time to consider it properly. Unfortunately, time was not on our side. Despite all our efforts to evade pursuit, it only took a few days before we were finally tracked down. But the ones who found us weren't from the Murim Alliance. After roughly establishing our course of action, Seo Munwaran and I spent several days arguing over whether I should become her adoptive son. Even today, she had been trying her hardest to tempt me by listing the benefits of accepting her offer. But suddenly, her mood darkened. They're faster than I expected. If you needed the restroom, you should have gone before we set out. Hey, that's not what I meant. I was talking about the pursuers. In that case, yes, they're quicker than expected. Seo Munwaran pressed down hard on the back of my hand, though she refrained from pinching me outright. I couldn't sense anything yet, but her perception was far keener than mine. She must have picked up on something. It was earlier than expected, but perhaps it was time to leave. As I silently nodded to myself, Seo Munwaran's usually composed face suddenly stiffened. How? Now what? We must leave at once. No, it's already too late. Get behind me now. Her words came out of nowhere. But unlike the slightly careless demeanor she usually displayed, she now exuded the sharp presence of a true master at the flowering stage. I didn't know what was happening, but it was clear that this wasn't the time for jokes. And then I felt it, a presence both familiar and utterly impossible to get used to. My sensory perception was precise, but its range wasn't particularly wide. Yet, I could feel it from this far away for a simple reason. Because they were deliberately spreading their aura across such an enormous distance. Even among top-tier warriors, most would either suppress their presence or at least maintain a certain level of restraint. It wasn't just to hide their true power, but also a basic courtesy to those weaker than them. But this person was different. Rather than concealing it, they were recklessly scattering their overwhelming, oppressive presence in every direction. There was only one martial artist I knew who would be this desperate to flaunt their existence. The Lord of the Black Lotus Society, Sangwon-guk. Also known by the moniker Twin Tyrant Spear King, he was a notorious tyrant who subjugated the entire unorthodox faction with his 2 spears and founded the Black Lotus Society, the first large-scale organization in unorthodox martial history. And knowing that only made the situation even more shocking. What the hell was he doing here? Even if we were at the outskirts, this was still within the Nangong clan's territory in Anhui province. While I reeled in disbelief, Sangwon-guk must have noticed that we had sensed him. His distant presence began closing in rapidly. The small speck visible at the horizon grew larger and larger until it took the form of a massive middle-aged man. Standing before me now, he looked exactly like I remembered, no, even younger and fiercer than in my last memory of him. Well, it made sense. The last time I saw him was over a decade later in my previous life. I hadn't expected to encounter him so soon, and I let out a quiet sigh as I observed the uninvited guest. He stood well over 7 feet tall, his entire body packed with massive, swollen muscles. Strapped across his back were 2 spears, one long, one short, and, even though they remained sheathed, their sharp presence was palpable. His sheer size alone was intimidating, but the true source of his oppressive aura lay elsewhere. His wild, unkempt mane of hair, his thick and pointed beard, and above all, his eyes, burning with unrestrained ambition. A raw, blatant hunger to devour everything in his path. That insatiable greed, that was the true essence of Sangwon-guk. Just standing within his line of sight felt like sticking my head into the jaws of a predator. It had been a while since I last felt this kind of pressure. And honestly, I'd kind of missed it. However, Seo Mun-waren seemed to mistake my stillness for being overwhelmed, and she immediately stepped in front of me. Her stance was clear, she was shielding me from Sangwon-guk. A flicker of interest passed through his gaze at her reaction. But before he could say anything, I gently pushed Seo Mun-waren aside and stepped forward. Even as his violent aura bore down on me, demanding submission, I remained composed and greeted him properly. I, a humble junior of the Tang Clan, greet the Lord of the Black Lotus Society. My name is Cheon Hwi-da. Oh? You know of me? I have never seen your face before, but how could I fail to recognize your presence after sensing this overwhelming aura? Heh, this is interesting. Sangwon-guk stroked his beard, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk. It was a playful expression, strangely at odds with the savage aura radiating from him, as if he had just found an entertaining new toy. Seo Mun-waren, clearly alarmed, jabbed at my back, as if urging me to fall back. But of all people, Sangwon-guk was not someone to be timid around. A warrior who walked the path of tyranny, one of the strongest in the flowering stage, even among his peers. He was a man who followed the brutal laws of the unorthodox faction to the letter. He despised the weak and revered the strong. A person who expected those weaker than him to kneel, but also hated those who submitted too easily. He was a twisted kind of warrior. In my past life, after Seo Mun-waren and Seo Lihyang had died, I had become infamous as the Sword Demon. And Sangwon-guk had liked that version of me. Because back then, I had been utterly fearless, even toward him. Regardless of my past life, dealing with him now required a delicate balance. I had to show respect without being crushed beneath his authority. After all, this was a man who exuded his oppressive aura even in his sleep, and he found amusement in those who refused to cower before him. If I thought about it, he was completely insane. Then again, most warriors of the unorthodox faction were insane. And if that was the case, then it was only natural that the most powerful among them, Sangwon-guk, was the most insane of all. Predictably, he let out a booming laugh, clearly pleased. Ha ha ha. So, the white-haired Rakshasa kidnapped a mere brat, and I wondered what that was all about. But now I see. A young warrior already standing at the pinnacle of the peak stage, possessing this much presence. I can understand why she'd want to devour you. What nonsense are you spouting? Devour? What do you mean by that? Seo Mun-waren's face flushed red as she shouted in protest, but Sangwon-guk simply waved a hand dismissively, unfazed. Whoa. Calm down. No need to be embarrassed. This Lord of the Black Lotus Society isn't the type to judge someone else's tastes. I already told you it's not like that. So, are you planning to fatten him up a little before devouring him? You bastard. Seo Mun-waren's energy surged as she stepped in front of me once again. The two auras clashed violently. Before my regression, Tang Sowol had told me that the flowering stage was a realm where a martial artist achieved complete mastery over themselves. That was why each master exuded a unique presence. Right now, the clashing auras of Seo Mun-waren's bloodstained past and Sangwon-guk's tyrannical might filled the air with suffocating intensity. It would have been strange if the atmosphere wasn't so lethal. However, the standoff did not last long. To my surprise, Sang-Wen-guk stepped back, ending the confrontation. Let's stop here. I didn't come to fight. Huh. Then why did you come all this way? More importantly, how did you even find me? I arrived first because you were too damn slow. But someone else gave me your location. And as for why I'm here, I came to hear your answer regarding my previous proposal. You mean your offer to join the Black Lotus Society? I already refused. That was then. Things are different now. Don't tell me you still don't realize that your pathetic little dream is over. Seo Mun-waren's lips pressed tightly together. I turned to her and asked, Senior Seo Mun-waren, you know the Lord of the Black Lotus Society? Don't misunderstand. We've only met once before. Before she could answer, Sang-Wen-guk spoke first. When I was considering extending my reach from Zhejiang province into Jiangxi province, I recalled the rumors of the white-haired Rakshasa and sent my men to find her. By the time I arrived, however, she had already undergone her rejuvenation technique. So I didn't force her. I simply made an offer. I asked if she wanted to join the Black Lotus Society. So that's why Seo Mun-waren immediately joined the Black Lotus Society after her identity was exposed during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering in my past life. And in the end, Sang-Wen-guk did establish a Black Lotus Society branch in Jiangxi province. Though due to resistance from the Nangong clan in Anhui and the Zhuge clan in Hubei, he only managed to take half the region. That much I understood. But that led to another question: why did he turn on Seo Mun-waren after she joined? Even after her death, he never openly insulted her, but while she was alive, he constantly kept her in check. I had no intention of voicing my thoughts, but perhaps my expression gave me away. Sang-Wen-guk smirked. You look like you don't understand something. Indeed. Wouldn't having another flowering stage master in the Black Lotus Society be an asset? It would. But because she wasn't the kind of Rakshasa I expected, it would also be inconvenient. But even so, the Black Lotus Society must be able to accommodate her. That's the reason I created the Black Lotus Society in the first place. Even if I were to stick her in some insignificant position, I need to at least put on the appearance of accepting her. Otherwise, the fools who follow me wouldn't trust me. So you never actually planned to make her a real part of the organization. It was just for show. Correct. But that doesn't mean it's a bad deal for the white-haired Rakshasa either, does it? Seo Mun-waren sighed and nodded. Since my identity has already been exposed, all I need now is a quiet place to live. I have no interest in power struggles, so if the Black Lotus Society can act as my shield, I don't see why I should refuse. But, exactly. This is essentially the same thing that Cheon Hwi-da proposed to me. What? Sang-Wen-guk's face, which had been relatively amicable despite his overwhelming presence, twisted into a deep scowl. Then, suddenly, an unbearable pressure wrapped around my throat. Are you trying to interfere with my plans? Don't think that just because you're in orthodox territory, or because you belong to the Tang Clan, that you're safe. I wouldn't count on that. It was a death-laced threat. Any ordinary warrior, even a top-tier martial artist, would have instinctively recoiled. Not because of weak resolve, but because their body would refuse to move in the face of such an overwhelming gap in strength. But I was someone far too familiar with killing intent. Would it be a lie to say it wasn't burdensome? Yes. But was it enough to make me bow my head? No. I looked up at Sang-Wen-guk and responded in a calm voice. Neither I nor you have the right to decide where Senior Seo Mun-waren goes. She decides that herself. Isn't that right? That is correct. Seo Mun-waren nodded and gathered her own aura to shield me. Then, she narrowed her eyes at Sang-Wen-guk and added a subtle edge of killing intent to her voice. He is my hostage. I would appreciate it if you didn't touch him without my permission. Huh. Sang-Wen-guk let out a dry chuckle before finally withdrawing his murderous aura. He shrugged, his usual smirk returning. There really is something going on here, huh? All I did was poke the kid a little, and you're already baring your fangs at me twice. Well, like I said, I didn't come here to fight. Then let me give you my answer one more time. I will not join the Black Lotus Society. Now, get lost and return to Zhejiang. Heh. You must be mistaken if you think I came back just to offer again. Sang-Wen-guk raised his thumb and gestured behind him. Because of the overwhelming pressure of his aura, I hadn't even noticed. But now I saw them, dozens of warriors clad in black robes standing in formation behind him. The ones he had left behind earlier for being too slow. Each of them wore swords at their waists, and on their sleeves, the embroidered characters, Black Sky, stood out clearly. Every single one of them was at least first-rate, with a few even having reached the peak stage. But their strength didn't matter to me. What mattered was, I recognized their faces. A visceral rage surged up inside me. I could never forget them. Because in my past life, they were the ones who took the lives of Seo Lihyang and Seo Manwaran. Black Sky Sword Sect. I clenched my fists, barely containing my fury. The Black Sky Sword Sect. Just speaking their name made the killing intent in my core boil over. These were the ones who had taken the lives of Seo Lihyang and Seo Manwaran in my past life. My hand instinctively tightened around my sword hilt. The urge to cut them down immediately surged within me. Just as I was struggling to suppress my rising bloodlust, a cold voice came from Seo Manwaran's small back. So, if you're not here to fight or make another offer, are you saying you came to threaten me? With a bunch of vermin I didn't finish off. Huh. Don't be ridiculous. This isn't a threat, it's a negotiation, white-haired Rakshasa. Thunk. Sangwon-guk pulled the 2 spears from his back and slammed them into the ground. If you agree to join the Black Lotus Society right here and now, I will spare you. I will also spare that little one you're so desperate to protect. And as a bonus, I have a gift prepared just for you. With a wide grin, he gestured towards the Black Sky Sword Sect. They, too, glared at Seo Manwaran with undisguised hatred. Yet, despite Sangwon-guk blatantly offering them up as a bargaining chip, none of them so much as flinched. No, one man at the front of their ranks was even openly exuding killing intent. I didn't recognize his face. But the moment I saw him, I knew. A warrior at the sub-perfection stage. A sword, its hilt, scabbard, and likely even the blade itself dyed in pure black. And those eyes, filled with nothing but vengeance, just like mine and Seo Manwaran's had been once before. The Black Sky Sword Lord. He probably wasn't famous enough to be called that yet. But in my past life, I had only seen him with his skull crushed by Seo Manwaran. Even so, I recognized him. This was the man who had pierced Seo Manwaran's heart. The one who had died before I could exact my revenge. TCH. I clenched my teeth unconsciously. Sangwon-guk chuckled. But if you refuse my generosity, well, then I have no choice. The gift will have to become a dagger instead. Huh. Negotiation? Please, this is nothing but a threat. Did you really think I would fear you? Of course not. But if you refuse me, then I will have no choice but to side with the Black Sky Sword Sect, who are now my new subordinates. His smirk deepened as he pointed toward me. Seo Manwaran's eyes wavered slightly. If you had truly wanted him dead, you would have killed him already. You could have done it during the Dragon and Phoenix gathering or after you kidnapped him. But you didn't. Instead, you two have been running around like star-crossed lovers, hiding together. Because of that, it wasn't hard for these vengeful bastards to track you down. TCH. Seo Manwaran clicked her tongue and glared at the Black Sky Sword Sect. Their leader trembled slightly under her sheer presence, but still turned toward me with a mocking smile. At the very least, you should suffer the same pain as us. Have you already forgotten that the Black Sky Sword Sect attacked first? Maybe. But in the end, my father died by your hands, white-haired Rakshasa. I refuse to let you walk away and live happily. His voice dripped with hatred. I see. So that's how it was. The incident of Seo Manwaran kidnapping me had undoubtedly spread. And the Black Sky Sword Sect, consumed by revenge, must have caught wind of it. But when they heard that Seo Manwaran had ascended to the flowering stage, they must have despaired. Their leader might have reached sub-perfection, but flowering stage was an entirely different realm. I knew that one day, this man would ascend to the flowering stage himself and be called the Black Sky Sword Lord. But neither he nor anyone else knew that now. Even he couldn't be certain of his future breakthrough. In my past life, Seo Manwaran had immediately joined the Black Lotus Society after being exposed at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. That had given no time for this situation to unfold. But this time, she had been on the run with me. And in that window of time, the Black Sky Sword Sect had made a gamble. If they couldn't kill Seo Manwaran, they would at least make her feel their pain. They must have approached Sangwon-guk with an offer. Let us join the Black Lotus Society, and in return, we'll give you Seo Manwaran's whereabouts. All we ask is one thing, the chance to kill the one she holds dear. For Sangwon-guk, it was a convenient deal. He needed Seo Munwaran in the Black Lotus Society, so he had agreed to use the Black Sky Sword sect to pressure her. If she accepted his proposal, then that was the end of it. The Black Sky Sword sect would lose their chance at revenge, but they would likely fight to the death here, unwilling to let things end quietly. But if Seo Munwaran refused, then things would change. Sangwon-guk would restrain Seo Munwaran, and the Black Sky Sword sect would take that opportunity to attack me. They probably assumed that no matter how strong I was, I couldn't handle a sub-perfection master, several peak-level warriors, and dozens of elite fighters all at once. In other words, if Seo Munwaran didn't want to watch me die right in front of her, she had no choice but to join the Black Lotus Society. This way, the Black Sky Sword sect would get their revenge in some form, even if they couldn't kill me. And Sangwon-guk would get exactly what he wanted. The only real losers in this scenario were the Black Sky Sword sect themselves. Because in either outcome, Seo Munwaran would slaughter them all. And yet, they knew this. They knew, and they still threw themselves into the fire. Fools driven by nothing but vengeance. It was difficult to understand. But I had to remember, this wasn't the same Black Sky Sword sect that Seo Munwaran had annihilated in the past. Their leader was merely the son of the former master. The warriors here were survivors, those who had lost everything to Seo Munwaran's revenge. They had no future, no purpose beyond their hatred. To them, it didn't matter if they lived or died. All they wanted was to strike Seo Munwaran down, no matter the cost. If they could kill me, it would be the perfect outcome. But even if they failed, as long as they could brand her with the Black Lotus Society's name, it would be enough. Even if she spent the rest of her life living virtuously, Seo Munwaran would never escape the brand of the unorthodox faction. And now, the Black Sky Sword sect sought to shackle her to the Black Lotus Society, ensuring that she would never break free. All because they wanted her to be miserable. In my past life, Seo Munwaran had lived in endless regret and remorse. That was why she had taught me everything she could so that I would never walk the same path she did. But this time, I wouldn't let it happen. Lord of the Black Lotus Society. From what you just said, you're only stopping Seo Munwaran from interfering. You don't actually plan to kill me. Am I correct? Oh? You're sharper than I thought. That's right. My goal is to bring the white-haired Rakshasa into the Black Lotus Society, not make an enemy of her. Then what if I kill every single member of the Black Sky Sword sect? What? For a moment, Sangwon-guk looked completely baffled. Then, he threw his head back and let out a loud, boisterous laugh. Huh. You crazy bastard. You might be talented, but there's a limit to recklessness. Are you actually serious? If I don't want Seo Munwaran to leave, then there's only one path left. This fight is inevitable. If my plan fails, then I only ask that you step aside peacefully. Huh. Well, I can't say you're wrong. Sangwon-guk's grin widened as he crossed his arms. Fine. If you really manage to kill every last one of them, I'll keep my word. I'll walk away from this fight. Sticking around any longer would just lead to a battle to the death with the white-haired Rakshasa. Thank you. Sangwon-guk was violent and ruthless, a warrior who worshipped strength yet had no qualms about deception. He acted magnanimous, but was narrow-minded to the core. Yet despite all that, he had still reigned as the supreme ruler of the unorthodox faction until the day he died. He protected those within his sphere of influence and, for the most part, honored his own words. That was why so many unorthodox warriors followed him, because he was consistent. I nodded lightly in his direction and turned to Seo Munwaran, who had been standing protectively in front of me the entire time. Senior Seo Munwaran. Her body tensed. Wait. This is too dangerous. If it means keeping you safe, then I will join the Black Lotus Society, so just. Anyone listening to you would think I'm walking to my death. I smirked as I pulled her behind me. I wouldn't do this if I wasn't confident. Just trust me and watch. Don't waste your strength fighting the Lord of the Black Lotus Society over nothing. How dare you talk nonsense? Do you really expect me to stand here and watch another Seo Mun clan member die right before my eyes? I haven't even accepted your offer to be my adoptive parent yet. That's not the point. I grinned, deliberately repeating the words that had caused a misunderstanding before. This time, however, I meant them with all my heart. Didn't we promise that we would be happy together? I'll make sure it happens. Skying. Seo Munwaran's eyes widened as I slowly unsheathed my sword in front of her. Besides, I angled the blade toward the Black Sky Sword sect. I have my own debts to settle with them. Vengeance wasn't their privilege alone. It had only been buried beneath the surface, buried because of Tang Sowol, who had helped me suppress it. But I still remembered. I remembered Seo Lihyang's dying words, left unfinished. I remembered Seo Munwaren's crimson blood, spilling across the white snow. She had told me to forget. But I never could. I had engraved the memory into my very soul, branding it deep with the edge of my own blade. I had done it once before, so there was no reason I couldn't do it again. The Black Sky Sword sect had faced extinction at Seo Munwaren's hands once before. And in my past life, I had destroyed them a second time. This life would be no different. Ignoring Seo Munwaren's desperate resistance, I stepped forward and pointed my sword straight ahead. The rough hilt pressed into my palm. The slightly heavier weight settled into my grip. And before me stood my enemies. The clarity of the situation dispelled all doubts. This was a problem I could solve with my sword, which meant it was simple. I just had to cut down every last one of them. The sub-perfection stage sect master, the 6 peak stage warriors, and the dozens of first-rate fighters. Even the obstacles standing before me now. I would cut through them all. As I settled into my stance, the Black Sky Sword sect's leader scoffed. Unbelievable. Did you come here to commit suicide? Did you know? I tilted my head and smirked. I'm actually engaged to Tang Sowol. Huh. And why should I care? From the moment we heard that the white-haired Rakshasa had undergone rejuvenation, we were already prepared to die. Did you really think we'd back down because of the Tang Clan? Of course not. But since I'm part of the Tang Clan now, wouldn't it be appropriate to uphold their family motto? I took a deep breath. Then I let go. I released the killing intent I had been suppressing for so long. And along with it, the hell I had forced myself to ignore. My inner world turned blood red, filled with the sights and scents of that day. The stench of burning flesh stung my nose. The metallic tang of blood clung to my tongue. Beyond the inferno engulfing the halls, I could see the corpses scattered across the blood-soaked ground. And at the very depths of my mind, buried within my oldest, deepest scar, a single camellia flower bloomed. Its delicate petals swayed gently in the wind, carrying a faint, lingering fragrance. Shiver. An uncontrollable chill ran down Seo Munwaren's spine. What is this? Cheon Hwi stood with his sword drawn. The killing intent radiating from him did not touch Seo Munwaren, yet she could still sense it. And she knew. This was not something ordinary. Killing intent was not supposed to have substance, yet his aura dragged the surroundings into a murky swamp, making the very air feel heavy and suffocating. Of course, as a master at the flowering stage, Seo Munwaren would not be affected even if she stood directly beneath his aura. A martial artist who had achieved self-completion and awakened their willpower had near absolute resistance to mental influences like killing intent or bewitching techniques. But if that was true, then that also meant anyone below the flowering stage would not be free from Cheon Hwi's killing intent. That was utterly absurd. Killing intent was merely a rudimentary expression of one's will. Everyone was born with Jing, Qi, and Shin mind, energy, and body, but most could not fully utilize them due to an imbalance of power. Even those who had not reached a high level of martial arts could wield killing intent to a degree, proving that willpower could be exercised at lower levels. But killing intent always required sincerity. And it always had limits. Because the human mind is not inherently cruel. The stronger one's intent to kill, the closer one came to deviation. If one's killing intent grew too deep, they would inevitably fall into inner demons. And if they succumbed to inner demons, their will would lose clarity, thus weakening their killing intent in return. That was how it should have been. Yet, Cheon Hwi stood there, perfectly composed. He hadn't even swung his sword, yet dozens of first-rate warriors were clutching their throats, gasping for air. Even among the peak stage warriors, many had trembling fingers. Only the sub-perfection ranked sect master of the Black Sky Sword sect remained standing, though even his forehead was drenched in sweat as he drew his jet-black sword. During the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, Seo Munwaren had sensed that Cheon Hwi wielded a remarkable killing sword. But she had never imagined it would be like this. Even if he was on the verge of breaking through the peak stage. No, even if he had already reached sub-perfection. This was far too thick of a killing aura. It was as if he was a demon star born to kill. Unless... Seo Munwaran stared blankly at Cheon Hwi's eyes. His gaze was heavy, as if it carried the weight of the world. And within those depths, an unmistakable crimson glow flickered, the very mark of inner demons. At that moment, Seo Munwaran instinctively understood. It was brutal. There was nothing else to describe it. Cheon Hwi's killing aura was monstrous, and the sword he wielded was even worse. How could a human possibly contain such immense bloodlust? It was horrifying. But that wasn't all. Willpower was the manifestation of one's mind. Every martial artist who had reached a high realm possessed a personal inner world, a heartscape. That meant that with willpower alone, one could glimpse into another's mind. And so, Seo Munwaran saw it. The deep sorrow buried beneath Cheon Hwi's overwhelming bloodlust. Now I understand. The acrid scent of burning wood. The lingering fragrance of camellia blossoms. A single red flower drifting in a pool of blood. And beyond that, an emptiness. And an unbearable sense of guilt. Cheon Hwi did not carry murderous intent. He carried grief. His killing aura was not bloodthirst, it was mourning. Did you say we were alike? Seo Munwaran did not know what he had lost or what haunted him so deeply. But she did understand why he wept in such a violent way. That was true, after all. Because he knew no other way. Tears meant weakness. And weakness meant death. The warriors of the unorthodox faction were like starving wolves. If they found an opening, they would tear it apart without hesitation. Seo Munwaran had lived that way. And Cheon Hwi had surely lived the same. A life like a precarious dance atop a blade's edge. It had taken Seo Munwaran a long time to come to terms with her own weakness and regrets. But in the end, she had accepted them. And through that acceptance, she had reached the flowering stage and her rejuvenation technique. But Cheon Hwi was different. He refused to accept it. Even though his blade only wounded himself, he still clung to it. He held on to the pain, buried it deep inside, and refused to let go. It was a foolish act, one that would only fester his wounds further. But Cheon Hwi did not yield. Then I shall also make up my mind. When Cheon Hwi was with Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang, he was capable of smiling freely. Seo Munwaran wanted to smile like that too. And since Cheon Hwi had promised they would find happiness together, she would hold him to that promise. Seo Munwaran rolled the words she had never spoken aloud on her tongue. Then, she clenched her fists. One day, when the time was right, she would say them. A surge of inner energy spread through her fists, condensed to an impossible degree, then solidified through sheer willpower. White hair whipped through the air as she opened her eyes. Lord of the Black Lotus Society, I am taking Cheon Hwi with me. If you wish to stop me, then try. I will gladly smash your skull in. I've made many concessions, but I've also given many opportunities. Accepting another flowering stage master would have elevated the Black Lotus Society. But defeating a warrior of equal rank would elevate my personal status even more. Your path of tyranny nonsense does not interest me. I have spoken, and I shall act. If you wish to stop me, draw your spear. I had heard your personality was different. But now I see your true self. Sangwon-guk let out a low chuckle, amused. Yet despite his words, his eyes never left Cheon Hwi. Even at his advanced age, like an excited young boy, he sat down on the ground and made no move to draw his spear. I've changed my mind. I won't stop you, so if you want to go, then go. But don't you want to see just how far that guy can go? The longer one remains in a state of chi deviation, the more dangerous it becomes. Chi deviation? Hearing the words as if they were absurd nonsense, Sangwon-guk slapped his knee and laughed. Did you just say chi deviation, white-haired Rakshasa? Where in the world does that look like a martial artist suffering from chi deviation? Excited, Sangwon-guk pointed his thick arm forward. There, Cheon Hwi was wielding his sword with eyes that blazed like bloodied flames. A single sweeping sword strike, its energy stretched long and deadly, severed the necks of 5 or 6 first-class martial artists, whose inner strength had already been half neutralized. Perhaps out of fear, or perhaps in a last desperate struggle, the warriors of the Black Sky Sword sect charged at him all at once. Cheon Hwi calmly shut his eyes for a moment, then began to respond with measured precision. Wherever strength was needed, his sword energy flared like roaring flames, pressing down with overwhelming force. When enemies grouped together in an attempt to encircle him, he slipped between their gaps and performed a fierce dance of blades. Even when swords thrust at him from blind spots, he parried them effortlessly, as if he had foreseen their attacks. A first-class martial artist was someone acknowledged as a skilled swordsman in any part of the world. They were individuals who had reached the threshold of being recognized as true masters in Miram. And yet, these first-class warriors were falling far too easily. No, it wasn't just the first-class warriors. Even those at the peak stage, who had steadied their trembling hands and summoned their sword energy, found their stances crumbling within just a few exchanges before their hearts were pierced. It was overwhelming martial prowess. However, what truly astonished Cheon Hwi-da was something else entirely. Not even for a single moment had Cheon Hwi lost his composure. His responses were calm, unwavering. So he isn't in chi deviation? No, he is. Cheon Hwi has definitely fallen into chi deviation. But he had succumbed to chi deviation, and yet he had regained his reason. A contradiction, madness, yet complete clarity. However, for Cheon Hwi-da, who had glimpsed even a fragment of Cheon Hwi's mental state, it somehow felt natural. Cheon Hwi must have fallen into chi deviation a long time ago. Only now, he had already overcome it. Instead of casting aside the demon he had conquered, he continued to embrace it. Sang-Wen-guk chuckled slyly and spoke. Isn't it fascinating? To see just how broken a person can become, and how strong they can grow in such a broken state. It drives me mad with curiosity. There is nothing amusing about this. Even so, we should watch for now. You feel it too, don't you? That he is standing at a crucial turning point. Cheon Hwi-da pressed her lips together tightly. Once a martial artist's mindset was set, the intent that flowed from it was not something that could be easily changed. If it were something that could shift so easily, it would never hold such power in the first place. So then, what about Cheon Hwi right now? His momentum as he fought against the Black Sky Sword sect was beginning to waver. Not in the sense that he was about to collapse, but rather, that he was shaken. Did he say I wasn't the only one who had a grudge against the Black Sky Sword sect? Cheon Hwi-da didn't know what had happened in Cheon Hwi's past. Whenever she subtly probed, he either sealed his lips shut or blatantly steered the topic elsewhere. But from the fragmented stories he occasionally let slip, from the subtle expressions he unconsciously revealed, she could at least make a few guesses. To Cheon Hwi, the Black Sky Sword sect must be an irreconcilable enemy. Perhaps even the very reason why he had come to possess such a twisted will. Cheon Hwi-da clenched her small brow tightly. She understood, at least in her mind. Even if he weren't in chi deviation, Cheon Hwi was pushing himself beyond his limits. At this very moment, his reckless inner energy manipulation, coupled with the strain of wielding a willpower beyond his current level, must be throwing his blood pathways into chaos and draining his upper dantian dry. If not for the interference of the Black Lotus sect master, she should be stopping him immediately. However, if this moment was when Cheon Hwi would finally confront the festering wound buried in the deepest part of his heart, then she must not interfere. A martial artist, in the end, could only surpass themselves. No one else could do it for them. If Cheon Hwi truly wished to let go of his own personal hell, then he must first face it. And he must overcome it. Alone, without anyone's help. Cheon Hwi had once extended his hand to Cheon Hwi-da. And yet, she had nothing to offer him in return. All she could do was watch from afar and rush in only if he reached the very brink of danger. Because ultimately, this was a battle only Cheon Hwi could resolve. That bitter truth made Cheon Hwi-da clench at her own chest in frustration. However, unlike the Black Lotus sect master, who merely sat back to spectate, she leaned forward, prepared to rush in at any moment. In a voice so small that no one could hear, Cheon Hwi-da whispered to herself, "This one shall be watching over you." His vision was dyed in endless red. Was it fire? Was it blood? Or was it merely the light of his own sword energy? He could no longer tell. In this cursed world, there was only himself and his sword. Nothing else remained. His senses were hazy. His mind was dazed, as if he were trapped in a dream. His ears were filled with the pounding sound of his own heart, and in his vision, there was only what needed to be cut down and what had already been cut down. Phew! A deep exhale. But the air he inhaled was thick with the stench of burning and blood. I simply swung my sword, chasing the faint echoes of the past, the trajectory of the most beautiful moment I had ever known. Skakak. Unable to clearly distinguish between illusion and reality, I relied on my chi senses instead of my dull, half-useless five senses. What is the difference between inner energy infused with killing intent and killing intent infused with inner energy? In the end, there is no difference. Those who tremble at my killing intent cannot escape my perception. Not a single one among the Black Sky Sword sect could elude my awareness. Some collapsed to the ground, shaking in fear. Some clenched their teeth, brandishing their swords. Others screamed wildly, as if trying to deny their own terror. But I could feel it all. I knew what they were doing, what they were aiming for. Even if I couldn't see them, I could sense it. Especially those who harbored killing intent toward me. The only thing left to do was to slip my sword into the already dismantled sword techniques of the Black Sky Sword sect. By severing the flow of their swordplay, I severed their lives. Skakuk. How? A man, addressed as an elder, yet barely at the peak stage, clutched his blood-soaked abdomen, his face twisted in shock. You wretched spawn of our enemy. Where did you steal the Black Sky Sword sect's techniques from? Spawn? Did they think they had seen us hiding together? It seemed Cheon Hwi-da's efforts hadn't been entirely in vain if that was how they perceived us. But there was something far more important right now. I see. So to you, I am the spawn of an enemy. But to me, the Black Sky Sword sect is the enemy itself. To speak something aloud gives it power. Black Sky Sword sect. Enemy. Just uttering those words caused my vision to reflect a scene from my mind. The boundary between past and present collapsed, and, before I knew it, I was standing in the heart of the crumbling Iron-Blood Hall. Cheon Hwi-da told me to forget. But how could I possibly forget? I know this is chi deviation. I am fully aware that I am forcefully recalling and clinging to a demon of my past. But even knowing that, there are some things one simply cannot control. My time had been frozen in this moment for far too long. Tang Sowol had pushed my back, urging me forward, yet she too had crumbled before my eyes. Nothing had changed. I had always lost the things most precious to me. Even when I swore I would never let go again, I lost them. My birth parents, my newfound family, my lover, my future. Even the life they wished for me to preserve in their final moments. Nothing remained. Everything slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. And those losses had accumulated, layer by layer, at the bottom of my heart. Resentment that had nowhere to go. Regret. Wailing grief. Killing intent. How could I possibly deny the existence of the demonic cult within me? I could insult them as foolish, ridicule them for heading in the wrong direction, but I could never bring myself to tell them to abandon their vengeance. Not when I had built up such a towering demon within myself. And now, the dam I had barely been holding together was crumbling. Once a dam bursts, it does not stop until every last drop is spilled. Before I realized it, a low growl rumbled from my throat. Today, all of you will die. The warriors of the Black Sky Sword sect trembled violently under the suffocating pressure of my killing intent. Struggle all you want, you will die. Beg for your lives, you will die. Run away, you will die. Do nothing, you will still die. Most of the first-class warriors who had accompanied them had already breathed their last. Only 2 peak stage warriors remained, their resistance futile. Grinding his teeth, the sect master of the Black Sky Sword sect stood before me, having lost nearly all his subordinates before he could even make a move. I pointed my sword at him. The Black Sky Sword sect will be annihilated once more today. You bastard. The sect master, consumed by rage, surged forward, black sword energy streaming from his blade. His momentum was fitting for someone at the sub-perfection stage. His force was intimidating enough to slightly dull my movements. But that was all. He was still a master above my current level, and one day, he would likely reach the flowering stage. He had the talent and the tenacity. But what of it? What mattered was that this man had once cut down Seo Lihyang, that he had pierced Cheon Hwi-da's heart. Though those events had not yet happened, his blind thirst for vengeance would inevitably reach her someday. The endless cycle of resentment. If I didn't sever it here, I would lose again. And so, I had no choice but to end it now. By ensuring there was nothing left to fester. Grit. I clenched my teeth and pushed the raging wave death-stealing art to its peak. A dark red aura surged over my blade, enshrouding it completely. The violent sword energy pulsed with thick, tangible killing intent, its potency beyond comparison to ordinary sword chi. But it was still not enough. I squeezed the very core of my dantian, not just drawing out my mindscape, but layering it onto myself. Remember. What had I thought about as I swallowed the blood of countless foes? Swinging a sword simply because I was hungry wasn't enough. Pride alone, the refusal to be disregarded, was not enough. I cut. Because I must. Because I want to. Because even if it is something I cannot cut, I will cut it nonetheless. My dantian twisted, my energy channels contorted. But in exchange, my inner energy erupted with even greater ferocity. A sharp pain spread through me, and my narrowing vision was stained red. So red that I could no longer distinguish whether it was fire, blood, or sword energy. But there was one thing I knew with absolute certainty. In this cursed world, there was only myself and my sword. Only myself and my sword remained. Gripping my sword's hilt, I felt a peculiar sensation, as if its roots had embedded into my palm. As if my arm had elongated, seamlessly becoming the sword itself. Or perhaps, the sword had become a part of me. Every swordsman carries a blade within their heart. But what do you call someone who has nothing left but their sword? Before my regression, the Black Lotus sect master had called such a being a sword demon. Even if the path I took was twisted, this was the greatest enlightenment I had grasped after devoting my entire life to the sword. A state infused with my very existence, the culmination of a life where I had lost everything except the sword in my hand. The unity of body and sword. Ewa. Letting out a fierce battle cry, I swung my sword at the Black Sky Sword sect master. The blood-red sword energy that had been rising like smoke coalesced, merging upon itself until it took on an entirely different form. Sword flame. A pure manifestation of technique, refined to its densest form without the aid of willpower. A flame of inner energy so intense that only those who had reached the sub-perfection stage could barely ignite it. And now it blazed from my hand. Then, Kwang. A deafening explosion, too powerful to be the mere clash of two swords. The first to be pushed back was the Black Sky Sword sect master. Perhaps because he sought a swift conclusion, he had shrouded himself in nothing but raw, overwhelming sword energy, rather than the more delicate yet consuming nature of sword flame, which required precise concentration. Sub-perfection. How in the world? The sect master's face twisted in disbelief as he hastily widened the distance. But I had no time to waste answering such meaningless questions. My body had not yet broken through the wall of the sub-perfection stage. I had partially cracked it, but I had not crossed it. And yet, I was forcing my body to wield the enlightenment of my past life. It was a miracle I had not shattered under the strain already. To make matters worse, I had just directly exchanged blows in a head-on clash. There were no shortcuts in external martial arts training. Even if I had improved significantly, my body was still not fully matured. It was not prepared to withstand the recoil of such collisions. Quulk. I tried to suppress it, but in the end, blood seeped through my tightly clenched lips. Whether it was due to my reckless energy manipulation or an internal injury from the last exchange, I couldn't be certain. Upon seeing the thin trail of blood, the Black Sky Sword sect master's expression brightened. Ha ha. Yes, I knew it. There's no way a mere late-stage prodigy could reach such a level. TCH. You talk too much. Spitting out the blood that pooled in my mouth, I raised my sword once more. My inner energy consumption was extreme, meaning I wouldn't be able to maintain this for long. Every clash of swords inflicted small and large injuries due to the recoil. My senses flickered unpredictably under the lingering effects of chi deviation. But, as long as I was enveloped in sword flame, I could cross swords with a sub-perfection martial artist. That was enough. If I could match swords, I would not lose to anyone. Yes, anyone. To say that nothing remained but my sword was also to say that my sword had never once left my grasp. I reigned in the rampant killing intent that had been too wild to control. The inferno raging within me continued to burn black, but it was not to indiscriminately consume everything around me. That was the way of the demonic cult. Not mine. Only one thing mattered. To fix my gaze solely on the enemy, I had to cut down. The distorted vision where past and present overlapped began to clear. The stench of burning and blood that had clouded my senses faded. The one facing me now was not the Black Sky Sword sect of my past, but the Black Sky Sword sect master of the present. As I said earlier, you will die today. The suffocating killing intent that had enveloped the entire battlefield, that had even left first-class warriors gasping for breath, now focused entirely on a single man. Even for a sub-perfection martial artist, bearing the weight of such killing intent alone was no easy feat. The sect master involuntarily swallowed dryly. I spoke to him with unshaken certainty, because I have decided so. The moment I finished my words, I launched forward. Pu Wing. The explosive force from my Yangshan acupoint propelled my body forward. A thunderous roar echoed as I slid across the battlefield with unnatural speed. For those who had never seen it before, my thunderclap steps would have been utterly disorienting. But perhaps it was ineffective against those who had once annihilated the Cheon clan and stolen its techniques. The sect master's eyes flashed with sharp intent as he calmly swung his sword. Not merely sword energy, but sword flame, burning fiercely. The black flames flickering from his sword were menacing. But I would not waver, because I had seen something far greater. Before my regression, in the final moments of my life, I had witnessed the overwhelming sword aura of heavenly demon divine art. Compared to the endless darkness that had swallowed the world, a mere black flame covering a single sword was insignificant. I pressed forward without hesitation, closing the distance into the sect master's range before twisting my upper body. Skakuk. The sound of flesh being cut. Along with the fluttering of his robes, a part of the sect master's upper body was sliced away. Perhaps due to the searing sword flame, the wound was jagged, like the trail of a serpent slithering across his flesh. Yet, though the strike had cut through fabric and flesh, it had failed to reach muscle and bone. A shallow wound alone would not stop me. Hup. Using the momentum from my twisting motion, I spun my entire body. A horizontal slash aimed to sever the sect master at the waist. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to forego defense entirely. His eyes widened in alarm as he hastily retreated. My sword strike cut through empty air. But that was fine. I had never expected to end it with a single stroke. I launched forward once again, the deafening thunder of thunderclap steps roaring louder than before. The sect master tried to counter as he had earlier, timing his swing at just the right moment. But this time, he was too early. Mixed within my movement was the footwork of ghost shadow steps, deceiving both distance and speed. His sword swung into empty space. A miscalculation. And that was all I needed. Seizing the opening, I struck his sword head-on. Kong! The clash of sword flame against sword flame sent shockwaves rippling through the battlefield. My entire body groaned under the impact, my organs churning violently. But this was the opportunity one had been waiting for. Even in this battle, my sword flame held greater purity. And now his attack had lost its strength due to his mistimed strike. The moment his posture faltered and his body recoiled instinctively, I drove my sword forward. Are you looking down on me? The sect master bared his teeth in fury and unleashed a relentless flurry of techniques. Precise thrusts aimed at vital points. Sweeping slashes infused with vortex-like force. Crushing overhead swings meant to cleave me apart. His movements were refined and heavy, fitting for one who had once ruled Jiangxi. But I had already dismantled these techniques long ago. Ching, Chong, Kaduk. Each thrust was dodged with subtle shifts in my stance. The vortexing slashes lost their power when I pierced through their core. And the overhead strike, too simple to block conventionally, was crushed before it could even begin. I, too, had overexerted myself, my form breaking slightly under the strain. But it didn't matter. Because even as my stance wavered, my sword never stopped. This was the culmination of my teachings from Wudong, and the power of unity of body and sword. The duel reached its conclusion in a blur of clashing steel and raw hatred. In the end, only I remained. Kong. With a final, resounding clash, the sect master's sword was sent flying. His defenseless form staggered, shaking his head in disbelief. No, this can't be. This mustn't be. It's not for you to decide. I thrust my sword toward his head, a spiraling thrust of sword flame. Puck. His lifeless body collapsed. The vengeance I once thought unattainable had, at last, been realized. And in that moment, I knew. My long, endless mourning had finally come to an end. Just because the Black Sky Sword sect master had fallen did not mean the battle was over. There were still survivors of the Black Sky Sword sect remaining. But the problem was that I had expended far too much strength fighting him. I could still swing my sword a few more times, but cutting down 2 peak stage warriors would be difficult. Perhaps realizing this, the warriors, who had been paralyzed in shock by the battle and frozen at the sight of their master's death, once again raised their swords. And now, avenge the sect master. Don't let him catch his breath. Even if you die, don't die alone. TCH. What a damn mess. With a deep sigh, I quickly assessed the approaching enemies. 2 peak stage warriors at the front, slightly fatigued, but still with plenty of fight left in them. If this continued, it would turn into a grueling brawl. But since I had already cut down the sect master with my sword, there was no need to engage them honorably. Planting my sword into the ground, I reached into my robe and pulled out a small cylindrical container. And then, poo-wing! A loud explosion erupted, followed by a rain of countless black needle-like projectiles, engulfing the face of the nearest peak stage warrior. The ink smoke needle barrel, a hidden weapon launcher that used a small amount of gunpowder to fire a spread of deadly needles. It was one of the self-defense tools I had received from Tang Jinshin before leaving the Tang Clan. What? Panicked, the warrior swung his sword desperately, trying to deflect the oncoming projectiles. But how could he possibly block so many of them with mere sword energy? To counter something like the ink smoke needle barrel, one had to either anticipate it and dodge preemptively or create a broad, extended sword energy barrier. Unfortunately, he managed neither. Needles embedded themselves into his flesh, and within moments he collapsed, coughing up blood. Kuhuk. His complexion quickly turned a sickly shade of purple. Of course, the needles alone had little killing power. That's why they were always coated in lethal poison. The others stood frozen, watching him convulse. Even though he was peak stage, it seemed he wouldn't die instantly. Perhaps, given time, he could expel the poison. But for now, he wouldn't be able to move, completely focused on circulating his energy to suppress the venom. That left me with only one peak stage opponent to deal with. I could likely handle one in my current state. But if there was an easier way, why not take it? Gripping my sword with one hand, I reached into my robes with the other and pulled out a fist-sized glass orb. No need for precise throwing techniques. I simply hurled it. The moment it shattered, the toxic mist trapped inside would spread. The poison inside was extremely potent, and due to its nature, it did not discriminate between friend and foe. But thanks to Tang Sowol, I had developed an immunity to plant-based poisons through years of consuming purple flower poison-enhancing grass. I had nothing to worry about. With this, even the remaining first-class warriors would collapse. Realizing that he was the only one left to face me, the last elder of the Black Sky Sword sect clenched his jaw, veins bulging in his neck. Why you? How dare you call yourself a warrior, a swordsman, when you fight so disgracefully? And what's so wrong with someone from the Tang Clan using hidden weapons and poison? I wasn't even using any real assassination techniques or poison arts. Just relying on external tools. But those were still techniques of the Tang Clan. And I was the Tang Clan's son-in-law. If you have a problem with it, you should have prepared for it beforehand. I smirked. His trembling eyes were filled with fury. But perhaps realizing that there was no way out of this alive, his gaze hardened with grim determination. Fine. Then bear witness to the final sword of the Black Sky Sword sect. Puck. Before he could finish, something struck him like a hammer blow. His body was flung backward, rolling across the ground. His chest was caved in with a clear imprint of a fist. A fatal strike. I turned around in disbelief. And there stood Seo Mun-Waren, fist clenched, lips tightly pressed together. That last attack had been her fist wind. For some reason, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. I tilted my head in confusion. Weren't you supposed to stay out of this? This one changed her mind again. Wait. Could the Ireblood Hall Master really afford to be this fickle? Though this worked in my favor, it was still baffling. I turned to Sangwon-guk, seeking an explanation. He had already slung his twin spears back onto his back and was now walking toward us, chuckling. The only promise this one made was to let you go peacefully if you defeated the Black Sky Sword sect. Lies. You promised to help our sect master and stop the white-haired Rakshasa. A surviving first-class warrior from the Black Sky Sword sect shouted in despair. But Sangwon-guk merely shrugged. And your sect master's dead. Why should I honor a deal with a dead man? Then, with a smirk, his lips curled in mockery. A sneer, filled with contempt for the weak. Did you really think anything would change just because the white-haired Rakshasa stood aside? The warrior fell silent, lips trembling. Because deep down, he knew. Even if she hadn't interfered, the outcome wouldn't have changed. His shoulders slumped, yet his eyes burned with seething resentment. My brother was killed by the white-haired Rakshasa. And this one's brother also perished at the hands of the Black Sky Sword sect. Even knowing it is meaningless, I cannot stop myself. Do you think this one is any different? Seo Munwaran let out a scoff, lowering her stance as if ready to unleash another fist wind. Sensing what she was about to do, I quickly stepped between her and the surviving warriors. Move aside. Don't tell me you're trying to protect them. She stomped her foot in frustration, but I simply shook my head. Have you forgotten? Forgotten what? I was the one who said I would annihilate the Black Sky Sword sect. That's... Before she could argue, I threw the glass orb in my left hand. Crash! The toxic mist spread instantly. Some of the remaining warriors tried to resist by covering their mouths and circulating their inner energy. But none of them fled. Even as blood dripped from their eyes, noses, and mouths, they charged at me. Most collapsed before they could even reach me. But a few managed to swing their swords. Their attacks lacked strength, lacked even proper weight. I easily dodged and deflected them, swiftly ending their suffering. The last warrior, even in his dying moments, clutched my blade with his bare hands, his grip tightening as blood dripped from his palms. Between ragged breaths, he coughed up blood. And with his final ounce of strength, he spoke. Curse you. Do as you wish. But I understand why you hate us. What? That was unexpected. My body tensed involuntarily. His fading eyes met mine as he continued. I saw your hatred. I felt its weight. I always knew that those we wronged could hate us as much as we hated them, but only in theory. And now? Are you seeking forgiveness? Hardly. I only hope that one day your own sins will crush you. With those final words, his head slumped forward. I scoffed. What nonsense. I've known that for a long time. Before my regression, as the Sword Demon, I had cut down every last member of the Black Sky Sword sect. How many people must have considered me their mortal enemy? Perhaps one day, just as that dying man had cursed, I too would fall victim to the endless cycle of vengeance. But in the end, the force that had come for me had not been my own karma. It had been something else entirely. A monster that turned all the grudges of Muram into nothing more than ancient, petty feuds. The greatest being of all time. The Heavenly Demon. I wonder if such a day will ever truly come. If I were to die at the Heavenly Demon's hands again in this life, then all the grudges I had accumulated would scatter into meaninglessness. And if I were to defeat the Heavenly Demon, I would stand as the greatest under the heavens. In which case, there would be no one left to enact their vengeance upon me. Either way, my grudge against the Black Sky Sword sect ended today. For now, that was enough. Hugh. Turning back one last time, I looked toward the warrior who had been struck by my inksmoke needle barrel. But all that remained was a lifeless corpse, its head bowed in silent defeat. It seemed that, while trying to expel the poison from the needles, he had been overwhelmed by the additional toxins in the poison mist. His insides had likely melted from within. Is it truly over? Seo Munwaran approached, speaking cautiously. I nodded. For now, it seems so. Then stand still. With a self-assigned permission to approach, she moved closer, struggling to support me with her small frame. It was only a slight improvement, but standing became just a little bit easier. I glanced at her in mild surprise, but she was too focused on assessing my injuries, sweat beading on her brow. Your external wounds are severe, but your internal injuries are even worse. Your blood pathways are in shambles, and your dantian is twisted. You'll need a long time to recover. Well, as long as I have time, I'll heal. Do you even know how many years that might take? It won't take years. Although I had modified it extensively, the Raging Wave death-stealing art was fundamentally a flawed technique. Its foundation was unstable. It sacrificed the stability that came from pure refinement in favor of sheer destructive power, incorporating elements of explosive blood technique. Every change I made had been tested on my own body. Naturally, over time, I had learned the least deadly ways to injure myself. And, more importantly, the quickest ways to recover. I wasn't sure about the external wounds, but the internal damage? 3 months at most. I was debating whether to explain this to Seo Munwaran, when suddenly Sangwon-guk, who had been watching the battle with satisfaction, tossed a small pouch toward me. Catch. This is. I opened the pouch to find it filled with small medicinal pills. A strong herbal scent wafted out as I loosened the drawstrings. It's a special internal injury remedy used by the Black Lotus sect. It has almost no effect on boosting inner energy, but it's excellent for healing. Made by Golden Venom Physician himself, so you can trust it. Golden Venom Physician? Seo Munwaran's eyes widened in shock. Well, it made sense. The Golden Venom Physician was infamous. A man who always wore extravagant golden robes to hide his protruding belly. A peculiar healer who treated anyone, regardless of righteousness or villainy, as long as they had the money. His fees were outrageously high, and his refusal to treat those who couldn't pay made him a controversial figure. But no one doubted his skill. Still, I appreciate it, but why are you giving this to me? Shouldn't you check if it's actually from the Golden Venom Physician first? They say even a village dog can recite poetry after 3 years in a school. I've lived in the Tang Clan for 3 years, so at the very least, I can tell the difference between medicine and poison. Oh, in truth, I wasn't suspicious because I had seen Sangwon-guk purchase medicine from the Golden Venom Physician in my past life. He often handed out medicine to those he favored, using it to win over promising individuals. And even if he did try to poison me, I had the best antidotes from the Tang Clan. As I stared at Sangwon-guk, my body weary yet steady, his expression shifted. A glimmer of goodwill. And beneath it, a persistent, calculating greed. You really are something. What was your name again? Cheon. Cheon Ho? Cheon Hwi. Right, Cheon Hwi. Here, take this too. From his robes, he pulled out an ornate token. Black lacquered ivory with golden engravings. Prominently etched in red were the characters, Black Lotus Sect Master. Wait, what? I knew Sangwon-guk was always looking for talent, but I never expected him to hand me a Lotus Lord's token. Especially when I was someone from the Orthodox faction. That's a Lotus Lord's token. If you present it at the main headquarters of the Black Lotus sect, they'll treat you as an honored guest. You can visit whenever you like, though you won't be able to leave again. Excuse me. Just once. If you bring that token to the Black Lotus sect, I'll grant you any request within my power. But after that day, you'll belong to my sect, you'll be my subordinate. It was a bold offer. One that clearly displeased Seo Munwaran. No, throw it away immediately. This one will grant you anything you ask, so throw that token away at once. It reeks. She slapped my wrist as if I were holding something filthy. But I knew exactly how valuable this was. I had no intention of joining the Black Lotus sect. But one could never predict the future. It was always wise to have a backup plan. Avoiding her flailing hands, I tucked the token into my robes and clasped my hands in a respectful salute. Thank you for the token and the medicine. I can't promise I'll ever accept your offer, but I do appreciate the gesture. Heh, that's enough for now. I have a feeling I'll be seeing you for a long time to come. With that, Sangwon-guk turned and began retracing his steps. I have other gifts for you, but let's save those for later. For now, enjoy your victory. Without a backward glance, he left. Seo Munwaran watched him go, her expression sour. But she quickly sighed and softened her tone. This one has much to say about you accepting that token, but I shall postpone it for now. First, we need to find a place to rest and recover. If we check into an inn and wait, the Muram Alliance will come find us eventually. I'll let them handle the rest of my treatment. I leaned slightly against her for support, preparing to head toward the nearest village. But then, I suddenly stopped in my tracks. What is it now? We should take what's worth taking. Lying on the ground was the Black Sky Sword Sect Master's sword. Its sleek, black blade completely unscathed, despite the intense battle. Solid black iron? I didn't care for the man. But a fine sword had done no wrong. Is the Black Sky Sword Sect's sword really that good? Lying on the bed, I was carefully inspecting my new sword when Siren, standing with her hands on her hips, puffed out her cheeks in mild annoyance. Suppressing the urge to poke her slightly puffed cheeks, I lifted the newly acquired sword for her to see. Look at this. Not only the blade, but even the hilt and guard are entirely made of black iron. Except for the leather wrapped around the grip, it's essentially a single solid chunk of metal. Is that really such a big deal? There are many swords that maintain structural integrity whether through interlocking designs or other methods. However, one forged entirely from solid black iron like this is probably the only one in existence. I don't even understand why black iron swords are supposed to be so special in the first place. Hugh. This is why martial artists. What was that? Siren's eyes flared with irritation. Letting out a sigh at her unreasonable anger, I continued my explanation. First of all, black iron is magnificent by nature. High-purity black iron absorbs all light, giving it a pure, jet-black appearance, yet when polished, it can shine like a mirror, reflecting one's face. Isn't that already impressive? I suppose, but... Siren wavered as if she had accidentally stirred a hornet's nest and was now terrified by the swarm rushing out at her. Poor thing. For someone who doesn't understand the greatness of black iron swords, I figured I should explain further. But first, I made sure she couldn't escape by firmly gripping her wrist. Wah. And that's not all. Black iron is much heavier than other metals, but in return, it's far more durable. For someone who hasn't fully mastered both external and internal cultivation, it might seem cumbersome. But once one reaches the peak stage, a black iron sword undergoes a complete transformation. However, aren't weapons made of cold iron generally considered superior? I just don't understand why you're so excited about this, Cheon Hwi-da, especially when it's a weapon from an enemy sect. A surge of heat boiled deep in my stomach. I could no longer hold back. The moment I spoke, Siren jumped in place, startled like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Her expression was a mixture of shock and indignation, and I couldn't help but put on a stern tone. Senior Siren, have you never encountered bandits while traveling, defeated them, and looted their corpses for valuables? This one has never done such a thing. Well, that was expected. Unlike the 5 supreme clans or the 9 great sects, Siren didn't wield overwhelming influence. However, if she wished, she could have easily dominated an entire region. Even if she hadn't, simply defeating sects like the Black Sky Sword sect and other unorthodox factions, and looting their wealth could have made her family rich for 3 generations. But Siren never did. She only took what she needed, her sole focus being revenge, with no interest beyond that. The only thing she took entirely for herself was the martial arts of the Tang Clan. A single-minded obsession. Perhaps that was what had allowed her to reach her current level. Well, that was that, and this was this. If you don't understand, just accept it. Normally, people take what they can use. It's not the object that is guilty, but the person who misuses it. That is true. Siren gave a small nod. Good. At least I had managed to get her to accept that much. Lightly pulling on her wrist, which I was still holding, I continued. Now, let's get back to the point. The world considers swords made of 10,000-year cold iron to be the best. I agree. Other than its extreme rarity, it has nothing but advantages. A sword made from 10,000-year cold iron was so durable that it could withstand sword energy without breaking. It wouldn't be completely impervious. Eventually, it would get chipped or bent, but the fact that it could endure such power was already remarkable. Moreover, it had the ability to amplify internal energy, allowing one to unleash stronger sword chi or sword energy with the same amount of force. In Murim, the only known sword made of 10,000-year cold iron was the Righteous Heaven Sword, a symbol of the Murim Alliance and an heirloom passed down among its successive leaders. Since that was the extent of publicly available information, the sword might be even more extraordinary than people realized. But since 10,000-year cold iron is so rare, in reality, famed swords are usually made of either cold iron or black iron. I already explained about black iron, so let's move on. How much do you know about cold iron? Its defining traits are that it retains yin energy, always feels cold to the touch, is resistant to rust, and shines with a silver hue. It's also lightweight yet durable. Those should be its main characteristics. Other than its resistance to rust, I consider all of those traits inferior to black iron. Huh? Siren tilted her head in confusion, as if asking what nonsense I was spouting. Seeing that, I began explaining in more detail, keeping my voice calm. Being lightweight is an advantage, but once a martial artist gains strength through external training and supports it with accumulated internal energy, all swords become relatively easy to handle. If you can wield your sword comfortably with one hand, any further reduction in weight becomes meaningless. On the other hand, heaviness is different. That makes sense. As long as one can handle it, a heavier weapon can be an advantage. For swift swords, a lighter weapon is obviously beneficial, but as you said, beyond a certain point, weight ceases to matter. Exactly. The essence of speed lies in how explosively one can concentrate power in a short moment. Of course, things change when considering flexible swords or illusionary sword techniques that rely on the blade's elasticity. But those weapons have specific purposes and are often custom-made, so we can set them aside. What about durability? There's no need to explain. The reason they use black iron blocks instead of cold iron blocks in the Dragon and Phoenix meeting preliminaries is because black iron is stronger. That's all there is to it. More importantly, black iron is capable of withstanding even rough internal energy use without issues. Huh. When you put it that way, it does sound convincing. Right now, I was using the White Lotus steel sword that had been crafted for me by the Tang Clan, so I had no issues. But before my regression, there were times when I had no money or couldn't find a decent craftsman, forcing me to use cheap swords. The heart-dropping moment when my sword suddenly snapped in battle. Anyone who had experienced that would naturally become obsessed with obtaining a good sword. After listening to my explanation, Siren let out a deep sigh. Hugh, I understand now. If a black iron sword is that important to you, then even if it belonged to an enemy, it's only right that you continue using it. Siren gazed at the black sword in my hand with a slightly regretful expression. At that moment, I realized there was a misunderstanding. Senior Siren, I need to correct one thing. What do you mean? I do plan to make use of this sword, but I won't be using it as it is. Huh? Siren blinked in confusion, her face blank. I chuckled at her reaction and continued. It's a solid piece of black iron, isn't it? That means if I melt it down, I'll have this much black iron to work with. I plan to take it to the Tang Clan, have it reforged, and request a new sword to be made. See, can you really do that? It seems like it was crafted by a skilled blacksmith, but I'd say the Tang Clan's artisans are a step ahead. Just as martial arts evolve over time, so too does the art of blacksmithing. And the Tang Clan was a family where the most talented blacksmiths gathered. Given the exchange of techniques among them, it was only natural that their craftsmanship had progressed. If this sword had been made by a truly legendary blacksmith, then perhaps age wouldn't matter, but I didn't get the impression that this was such a masterpiece. Hearing this, Siren, who had been slightly downcast, immediately brightened and began nodding enthusiastically. HM. In that case, this one has no objections. No, this one wholeheartedly supports it. Do as you wish. I plan to. Siren and I exchanged amused smiles. But our lighthearted moment was short-lived as she quickly shifted to a more serious topic. By the way, how's your body? It seems you've taken half of the Golden Boar physician's medicine. Is it working well? Yes. Haven't I been bedridden for a week now? Most of my external wounds have healed, and the internal injuries, some of the torn meridians, have started to mend. The medicine was remarkably effective. Originally, I had expected my recovery to take 3 months, but at this rate, it would be reduced to just 1. Of course, I was still far from a full recovery. But once I did heal completely, I would undoubtedly be much stronger than before. Though it had been reckless, I had wielded an insight that touched the realm of the transcendent peak. It was only natural that my body would evolve. At this point, my condition was practically halfway into the transcendent peak stage. By achieving sword heart unity, I had merged my qi and spirit, 2 of the 3 fundamental energies, Jing, qi, and Shin. Now, the only thing left was to cultivate more internal energy to reach full mastery. Though, to be honest, the amount of qi I needed to accumulate was quite a lot. Still, expanding one's vessel was always harder than filling it. This time had been a bit risky and perhaps a bit too aggressive, but in the long run, it would certainly prove beneficial. As I nodded to myself in thought, I noticed Siren watching me with a firm expression. Sensing that she had something important to say, I straightened my posture. Her delicate lips parted slowly. This one has been thinking. About what? You claim that this happened as a result of your own choices, but to this one, it seems as though you were injured because of this one. Now, that's quite the narcissistic assumption. I do feel a sense of kinship with you, Senior Siren, and I do wish for your success, but it's not to the extent that I am MPH. Suddenly, a soft, warm sensation pressed against my lips. Siren, her brows slightly furrowed, had clamped her small palm over my mouth. Shoo. If this one says so, then it is so. Be quiet and just nod. Nod, nod. As I slowly bobbed my head, Siren finally flashed a faint smile, seemingly satisfied. Satisfied she might be, but she still wasn't letting go of my mouth. Regardless, after much thought, this one believes that this one bears significant responsibility for your injuries. If Siren had carried out her revenge thoroughly and left no loose ends. If Siren had listened to my words and refrained from participating in the Dragon and Phoenix meeting. If Siren had not wavered at Sangwon-guk's words and had stayed true to her path from the beginning. As I quietly listened to the countless ifs she muttered, our gazes met. Gulp. For some reason, Siren swallowed once before resolutely patting the bed beside her. I'll lie down. This one will personally use qi circulation acupoint therapy to aid your recovery. Was it just my imagination? Or did the way she said qi circulation acupoint therapy sound just a little bit sinister? Qi circulation acupoint therapy was something that was usually only done between those who shared a close relationship. First, because of its difficulty. It required the practitioner to continuously infuse precise amounts of internal energy into the correct acupoints, which meant that both the giver and receiver had to be completely at ease. More than simply allowing someone into your personal space, it meant letting them directly inject their qi into your meridians. That was why qi circulation acupoint therapy was something only entrusted to those who were both skillful and trustworthy. Similarly, those who could perform it often hesitated to offer it. Unlike bone-cleansing acupressure, which purified one's meridians, or qi transfer technique, which directly passed on internal energy, this technique simply accelerated healing and promoted general well-being. Hardly an ability that was deemed necessary. I had performed it for Seo Lihying multiple times, but that was a special case. Back before my regression, various circumstances had led to it, and besides, the current Seo Lihying was unfamiliar with many of Miriam's unspoken rules. More importantly, she trusted me completely, making it an easy decision. From that perspective, it was quite surprising that Siren, who was well aware of such conventions, was offering to do this for me. Even before my regression, when we had spent far more time together, she had never made such a suggestion. Had something changed? You mean qi circulation acupoint therapy? I must say, this is quite unexpected. Why so? Don't tell this one that you don't trust. Of course, I trust you, Senior Siren. But is there really a need to go that far? It's just a month of recovery. Besides, we've left traces everywhere, not to mention the fact that we're practically announcing our presence to the world. It won't be long before the Miriam Alliance sends people our way. So you're saying you won't accept it? Siren's face fell slightly, looking a little dejected. I chuckled and shook my head. Of course not. If it's your qi circulation acupoint therapy, I'll gladly accept it. I was just curious about the sudden offer. As this one said before, it is because this one feels responsible for your injuries. More than that, is it not a parent's duty to care for their sick child? You're still holding on to that? Look, I acknowledge that I've learned the Seo clan's martial arts, and I don't mind considering you my teacher. But suddenly gaining a foster mother at my age is a bit. I carried all my memories from before my regression. Even if I added up my past life and this one, I was still younger than Siren, sure. But that didn't mean my sense of age had changed. Perhaps she wasn't too pleased with my stubbornness. Siren frowned slightly and tapped the bed again. We shall discuss that later. For now, lie down. Fine. I nodded and slowly turned onto my stomach. If I moved too roughly, something might tear open again, but as long as I was careful, it should be fine. Shortly after settling in, I felt a slight weight press down on my lower back. Siren had climbed on top of me. Hugh. All right, let us begin. Why are you trembling? Oh. I had been concerned at the tremor in her voice, but the moment her small hands settled onto my shoulders, followed by a gentle pressure and the flow of qi into my meridians, any lingering doubts faded away. Now that I thought about it, I had performed qi circulation acupoint therapy for others before, but I had never been on the receiving end. The warmth entering through my shoulders spread throughout my body, intensifying with each touch as Siren's hands slowly moved downward. Unlike when I performed my own qi circulation, this sensation was different, almost like a languid, comfortable energy filling me from within. Yes, it was similar to lying on a wooden porch on a sunny day, a cool breeze blowing, dozing off under the warm rays of the sun. Even as I thought it, I found the comparison absurd, but it really did feel like that. No wonder Seo Lihyang would turn into a puddle of mush every time I did this for her. Or was it a bit different for her? Regardless, even though Siren had only just begun, the effects were already apparent. The flow of my internal energy had become smoother, and the damaged areas of my meridians were gently wrapped in warmth, accelerating their healing. I wasn't sure exactly how much of a difference it would make, but it was clearly far more effective than simply circulating my own chi. Squish, squish. Siren's hands, which had reached my lower back, slowly glided up again to my shoulders. The flow of chi momentarily paused. Taking advantage of the break, I let out a slow, contented sigh. Phew. Was that all right? Yes. This is my first time receiving chi circulation acupoint therapy, but it feels better than I expected. Foo-foo. This one was slightly nervous since it is also this one's first time performing it, but seeing your satisfied expression, it seems this one is doing well. However, there is one problem. What is it? Siren hesitated for a moment before taking a deep breath and speaking. This one cannot reach. Pardon. This one is too small. Sitting on your back, this one struggles to extend her arms all the way to your shoulders. I never thought you were that small, though. Well, of course, if this one really tries, it is possible. But this one had hoped to replicate something seen before, yet it seems to be quite difficult for this one. Was it because my body wasn't fully healed yet? She mumbled softly, her last words almost inaudible. Instead of answering me directly, Siren simply leaned in closer and reached forward. Her soft palms pressed against the back of my shoulders. Her breath, warm, almost ticklish, brushed against my ear. Now I understood. She could reach, but doing so meant she had to press in too closely. It wasn't quite full contact, but considering her actual age despite appearances, she was probably somewhat conservative about such things. Just as I was feeling a bit disheartened at the thought that she might stop after just one attempt. Insolence. Do not look at this one that way. There is a solution. Oh? Is that so? Oh, of course. For swordsmen, only after reaching higher realms and achieving sword-heart unity can they wield their blades with true mastery. However, for martial artists like this one, the body is the foundation, and thus, such techniques can be learned much earlier. That makes sense. But this one is capable of something even more impressive. More impressive? Yes, beyond simply utilizing the body to its utmost limits. This one can, to some extent, surpass the very restrictions of the physical form itself. And what exactly does that mean? Fist techniques must be executed with fists, palm techniques with the palm, and kicking techniques with the legs. That's just a conventional notion that does not truly bind martial arts. In the end, both arms and legs were part of the body. So was there really any meaning in the distinction between punches and kicks? Siren's answer was clear: no, there wasn't. At first glance, it seemed trivial. But when considered deeply, it was an incredible realization, an integration of martial disciplines. A singular, unwavering insight that connected all of one's martial arts, an understanding that became more profound the higher one's mastery grew. I was still absorbing the weight of her words when she suddenly added something that made me freeze. In other words, this one can use her feet just as well as her hands. Surely not. Indeed. Would it not be simple to perform chi circulation acupoint therapy with my feet instead? Was this really correct? A storm of doubts raged in my mind, but before I could voice them, Siren abruptly stood up and placed her foot on my back. Somehow, she had taken off her socks, and I could clearly feel the soft, smooth texture of her small foot pressing against me. Well then, let us begin once more. Wait a moment. Press. With just the right amount of pressure, Siren's foot pressed down on my shoulder. It seemed she wasn't just boasting, because surprisingly, the effect was excellent. Though the point of contact had changed, the force of the pressure was nearly the same, and the chi she infused into my acupoints was just as steady as before. Huh? What was that? Nothing. I was just saying thank you. Hearing it out loud makes this one a little embarrassed. With a light chuckle, Siren began pressing and kneading my back with her feet. As the drowsy relaxation set in and her chi guided a smooth circulation through my meridians, I closed my eyes and let myself drift. It looked a bit odd, but the effectiveness was undeniable. The Dragon and Phoenix gathering had been temporarily halted. The legendary Grandmaster, the white-haired Rakshasa, had appeared in her rejuvenated state, only to kidnap the Tang Clan's prospective son-in-law and vanish. And she had even traveled alongside him for a brief while. What an incredible tale. The Murim gossipmongers found this far more intriguing than the dragon and phoenix gathering itself. Of course, the real reason the Murim alliance had suspended the tournament was their desperate need to salvage their plummeting reputation. After all, wasn't it a member of the 5 supreme clans, the Tang Clan no less, whose kin had been abducted? Considering the Tang Clan's extreme sensitivity to matters of vengeance, the alliance had to tread carefully. Still, outright canceling the dragon and phoenix gathering would have been a humiliating defeat. Thus, they settled on a temporary suspension while secretly directing all their efforts into tracking down Cheon Hwi-da, just as I had predicted when I spoke to Tang Sowol. Finally, their patience bore fruit. So that is why we have come. It is an honor that the alliance leader himself is showing such concern. There is no need for gratitude. Though we have found another trail and are pursuing it, I suspect we will soon receive the same frustrating reports as before. Guaku, the divine fist of righteousness, leader of the Murim alliance. Few dared to speak to him so bluntly. Unless it was someone like Tang Jinshin, the Poison King, a master of the flowering stage and the leader of a supreme clan, who had also just lost his future son-in-law. Tang Jinshin stood with his arms crossed, seemingly restraining his temper, or at least giving that impression. When he first heard in Wuhan City that Cheon Hwi had been kidnapped, he had erupted in fury, nearly summoning both the Blood Venom unit and the Dark Soul unit on the spot. But Tang Sowol had stopped him, secretly informing him that Cheon Hwi had been taken intentionally. So he knew the situation wasn't as dire as it seemed. Even now, his sharp demeanor was mostly an act, reinforced by Sowol's words. But the Murim alliance leader, unaware of this, continued speaking with firm conviction. This time, it is not just a trail, we have confirmed information. He has been staying in a small village in Anhui province. What? Tang Sowol's eyes widened. Cheon Hwi had assured her that he would return on his own. If he successfully escaped and returned of his own will, it would strengthen their argument that Siren was not a monstrous demon, but a victim of circumstance. But now he was staying somewhere? Something must have gone wrong. A grave look crossed Sowol's face. Seeing his daughter's concern, Tang Jinshin spoke up. Alliance leader. You know as well as I do that with the white-haired Rakshasa involved, a mere tracking unit won't be enough. You were already planning to go yourself, weren't you? That is precisely why I brought it up. The alliance leader nodded without hesitation. Thus, Tang Jinshin, Tang Sowol, and even Seal Lihyang joined the expedition to Anhui province, where Cheon Hwi was supposedly staying. And when they arrived, they were met with an unexpected sight. Eight. Is that still not enough? No. Please step a little harder. There, lying face down, was Cheon Hwi. And on top of him, pressing her feet into his back, was Siren. People must constantly prove themselves in life. Or rather, everyone already does. The only difference is whether they are aware of it or not. But among all people, martial artists have an even greater burden of proof. They must prove that, despite wielding a blade, they are not mere butchers. They must prove that they are still strong, unyielding, and not to be challenged lightly. A martial artist carries countless proofs on their shoulders. If one who wields a sword wishes to coexist with those who do not, and if they wish to stand tall among their fellow swordsmen, then proving themselves is unavoidable. And now, at this moment, I too was faced with a moment of proof. This is a misunderstanding. Tang Sowol looked down at me, her eyes cold as I lay on the bed. Beside her, clinging closely, was Seal Lihyang, wearing a similar expression. They didn't believe me at all. Still, I had to prove it. I had to prove that what had just happened was not something indecent. Senior Siren, could you please step aside for a moment? Hiccup. Startled beyond measure, Siren let out a hiccup as she scrambled off of me. Perhaps it was thanks to the Golden Boar physician's medicine, Siren's chi circulation acupoint therapy, and my focused chi circulation training, but my body was now almost back to normal in terms of basic movement. I would still need more time before I could handle internal energy as smoothly as before, but at least I could move without issue. Rising from the bed beside the now barefoot Siren, who stood there awkwardly, I spread my arms lightly and approached Tang Sowol. It was best to ease the tension first before trying to explain anything. It's good to see you again. How have you been? On my end, I've had some experiences that are almost too unbelievable to. Stop. Do not take another step. Tang Sowol extended a single finger, halting me mid-motion. Her gaze held distrust, unease, and a hint of reluctant understanding. Understanding what exactly? As I hesitated, she spoke in a trembling voice. Brother Cheon, do you realize? Everyone here has come searching for you. Both Li Hyang and I have been overwhelmed with worry, and yet we stand here now. I'm sorry. Tang Sowol had already heard my explanation before. And precisely because she had, seeing me suddenly holed up in one place like this must have made her even more anxious. I am not looking for an apology. After all, had I been in your position, you would have done the same for me. Of course. Even if you were at the very edge of the Central Plains, or even in the Outer Lands, I would find you. Yes, I know that well. That's why, after these past few days of torment, just seeing your face safe and sound has turned all that anxiety into relief. A few days. A middle-aged man, dressed in fine clothes yet giving off an oddly disheveled aura, likely the Muram Alliance leader, raised an eyebrow in confusion. Tang Sowol ignored him and pressed on with her words. However, there is something else that is troubling me right now. I had a bad feeling about what was coming next. Before I could brace myself, she lifted the same finger and pointed between me and Siren. The two of you. Just how did you become so close? And Brother Cheon, do you actually have such a peculiar taste? No, absolutely not. Siren and I denied it in unison, reacting with such urgency that we nearly tripped over our own words. That was not anything strange. It was purely a medical procedure. That is correct. I was using my feet, yes, but it was still chi circulation acupoint therapy. Nothing more. Siren flailed her arms dramatically, as if trying to physically convey her innocence. But then, Seo Li Hyang's eyes widened, and she let out a startled cry. Chi circulation acupoint therapy? Why yes. Is there something wrong with that? Of course, there's something wrong. Tang Sowol's voice dropped to a calm yet firm tone. Take your time adjusting to new titles, but for now, speak freely and explain. What exactly is so problematic about this? What's wrong? The problem is that Lady Siren herself performed chi circulation acupoint therapy for Cheon Hwi. Lady. Siren's eyes widened in shock, her mouth left hanging open. She had only recently regained her youth, but she had long been used to being addressed with titles of respect. So she wasn't reacting to that. No, what likely stunned her was that Seo Li Hyang, who had always treated her like an equal, had just addressed her with such formal reverence. Even if their bonds had been forged while her identity was hidden, Siren had clearly cherished her relationship with Tang Sowol and Seo Li Hyang. Siren, still stunned, could only blink as Seo Li Hyang's face turned red. Chi circulation acupoint therapy. That's. Unable to finish her sentence, Seo Li Hyang seemed lost in a spiral of thoughts. Perhaps she had imagined something far beyond reality. Siren tilted her head, looking puzzled, and took a step forward. But before she could move any closer, a weathered wooden staff quietly intervened between her and the rest of us. We have a more pressing matter to settle first, do we not? The Muram Alliance leader had finally made his move. Tang Jinshin, observing from the side, took a step forward as well, positioning himself naturally in front of Tang Sowol and me. The scene had shifted. It was now clear the Muram Alliance leader and Tang Jinshin were containing Siren while ensuring we remained behind them. The situation was just as tense as before, but now the focus had changed. The air grew sharper, teetering on the edge of violence. Siren recognized this and took a step back before speaking in a calm voice. First, this one apologizes for concealing my identity and entering the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. Additionally, I apologize for causing a disturbance by taking Cheon Hwi with me. Destroying half the tournament grounds and escaping leisurely with a hostage. That seems like too much to dismiss with a simple apology. You are not wrong. Then how about this? Since this one has disrupted the Muram Alliance's affairs once, I shall now assist the Muram Alliance on the condition that it is a just and honorable cause. The Muram Alliance is not always purely righteous, but we strive to be. I did not expect to hear such words from the white-haired Rakshasa of all people. I rejected the Black Lotus sect's invitation. That alone should tell you where I stand. The Black Lotus sect? This situation seems more complex than I expected. Explain in detail. That was my intention from the start. Shrugging, Siren took a few steps back and sat down on the very bed I had been lying on. The reason I took Cheon Hwi. No, before that, I should first explain why I chose to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. She let out a small sigh before turning her gaze toward me. I gave her a small nod. Only then did she finally begin. When one reaches the flowering stage, they undergo a profound transformation. But do you know why so few reach the level of rejuvenation? Siren explained everything. Everything except for a few key details. She omitted the part where I had asked her to kidnap me. She left out the overwhelming killing intent I had unleashed against the Black Sky Sword sect. But aside from those, she told them everything. Her days as the white-haired Rakshasa, consumed by revenge. Her self-imposed exile, tormented by guilt over the excessive blood on her hands. Her rise to the flowering stage while mastering the Tang clan's recovered martial arts. How her regrets and lingering attachments influenced her transformation, allowing her to achieve rejuvenation. How she descended the mountain, now bearing the forgotten face of her childhood, and encountered us. How she impulsively took me after recognizing traces of Tang techniques in my swordsmanship, interrogating me for answers. How she met the Black Lotus sect master due to the unfinished remnants of her past. And finally, how I had wiped out the Black Sky Sword sect. By the time she finished, Siren nodded slightly, a trace of exhaustion visible in her expression. That is how it happened. Honestly, it's difficult to believe. The Muram Alliance leader turned his gaze toward me and spoke. But, thinking it through, it's not entirely unreasonable. He continued, his voice calm but calculating. It is not uncommon for survivors of supposedly annihilated clans or sects to exist. Nor is it unheard of for a dying master to pass their martial arts onto a fated successor. As the leader of the Muram Alliance, he was privy to the fates of many sects. He had undoubtedly heard countless tales of sects falling, of their martial legacies being passed down and resurrected. It also makes sense that the Black Lotus sect master would approach you personally upon hearing that the white-haired Rakshasa had reached the flowering stage. The Black Lotus sect master was a man utterly consumed by ambition. A man who sought greater power, more wealth, higher status, a vast army, one who desired to bring the world itself under his heel. His natural talent aside, it was that insatiable greed that had driven him to reach his current level. Though the Alliance leader had lowered his staff, the sharp glint in his eyes showed he was still wary. However, there is one part one simply cannot believe. You expect me to accept that this young man, this lone individual, annihilated an entire sect. A sect led by a sub-perfection stage martial artist. His words carried skepticism. Frankly, it is easier to assume that the white-haired Rakshasa is hiding something and using this poor boy as a cover. Siren let out a sigh, clearly troubled by how absurd it sounded. But before she could respond, Tang Jinshin, the Poison King, spoke up. Alliance leader. I don't think she's lying. Tang Clan leader. No matter how highly you regard your future son-in-law, there are limits to what one can believe. At the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, his strength was undoubtedly impressive, astonishingly so for his age. But sub-perfection stage is an entirely different level. Tang Jinshin smirked, his arms crossed. Even when he was merely a first-rate martial artist, my son-in-law took down 4 peak stage experts. What? The Alliance leader's brow furrowed. Tang Jinshin nodded and continued. It was some time ago. A group with a grudge against the Tang Clan attempted to assassinate my daughter, Sowol. My son-in-law killed them. The leader of the assassins had already entered the sub-perfection stage, though just barely. Who? A flicker of interest crossed the Alliance leader's face. Tang Jinshin smirked. Then there's the time he avenged us against a demon cultist. He was unstable at the time due to demonic influence, but he still took down 2 fully matured peak stage masters back-to-back. In the end, he even briefly manifested sword energy. The Alliance leader let out a slow exhale. That is remarkable indeed. I know that martial prowess alone does not always determine victory, but sword energy is no trivial matter. Then, as if something had just occurred to him, he asked. By the way, who is the last one? The branch leader of the Hao clan. That fight was slightly different. The man was suffering from an internal cultivation backlash and was unable to utilize his full strength. Even after hearing the full story, The Muram Alliance leader still looked unconvinced. I smiled slightly and offered a respectful gesture. It seems I've delayed my introduction. I am Cheon Hwi-da. Then I straightened my posture and met his gaze head-on. I understand that my internal injuries have dampened my presence, but if you will permit me to draw my sword, I will prove myself. The Alliance leader studied me for a moment. Then he nodded. If you are that insistent, go ahead. Draw your blade. At his approval, I reached for my sword. Not the Tang Clan's blade, which had been dulled and chipped from my last battle. Instead, I drew the newly forged black iron sword. I wasn't fully recovered yet, so my capabilities were limited. But revealing a glimpse of my presence was still well within my ability. Focusing my mind, I gripped the cold hilt, my fingers wrapping around the metal like roots digging into the earth. Somewhere deep inside, something clicked into place. Like roots merging with the soil. Like branches extending from a trunk. A singular connection, uninterrupted and absolute. Wung. Though I had infused no chi, the blade trembled, letting out a low, resonant hum. A sound not of steel, but of something far greater. The sound of a sword narrowing the gap between itself and its wielder. The sound of sword-heart unity. A sound that proved my worth. The body moves as the heart desires, and for one who has survived countless brushes with death, the sword has become an extension of the body itself. The state of truly wielding a sword with absolute freedom is called divine sword unity. However, this is not a realm that can be naturally reached simply by increasing one's martial prowess. Ultimately, martial prowess depends on how well one has unified their mind, energy, and body, and how skillfully they can control them. To achieve divine sword unity, one must not only unite their energy and spirit, but also possess a profound understanding of the sword itself. The Muram Alliance leader, who had been watching with skeptical eyes, was stunned. Even Tang Jinshin, who had been wondering how to intervene, widened his eyes in shock. The only ones in this place who were not surprised were Seo Munwaran, who already knew, and Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang, who, despite sensing something unusual, had yet to grasp what it was. Receiving the collective gaze of those around, he slowly raised his sword. And then, a vertical slash followed. Even though it was swung slowly, the tip of the sword did not waver in the slightest. The clean, singular line that traced through the air showed no hesitation. Heavenly Mountain Press, a technique from the three-talent sword art that is too simple to even be called swordsmanship. It is nothing more than the most fundamental method of swinging a sword. Because of this, there is no room for any refined techniques, nor is there an opportunity to showcase the strength of a trained body. What it contained was pure enlightenment, nothing more. In the past, he had been able to imitate something similar. But after achieving divine sword unity, the level had completely changed. No matter how much a movement is ingrained through repetitive training, it can never perfectly align with the ideal image drawn in one's mind. But now, it was different. The sword moved exactly as he thought. As long as his heart remained unwavering, the sword would not waver. As long as his will remained unbroken, the sword would not break, no matter what it faced. Of course, this was only in theory. Against a greater force, it could still be deflected or even shattered. However, that would merely be the outcome. It did not mean there would be any flaw in the process. Each strike was his absolute best, the most perfect blow he could currently deliver. For someone like him, who wielded a style that relied on drawing forth whatever was needed in the moment rather than overwhelming an opponent with predetermined forms, divine sword unity was an invaluable enlightenment. Or perhaps it was the other way around. After all, it was only after achieving divine sword unity in his past life that he began wielding such an unconventional sword style. With a faint chuckle, he retrieved his sword. His body, not yet fully healed, was already beginning to feel the strain from exerting his mental strength. Maintaining his stance, he sheathed his sword, took a steady breath, and turned toward the Muram Alliance leader. Would this be sufficient proof? It is. It most certainly is. The Muram Alliance leader let out a deep sigh, his voice drained of energy. Shaking his head in disbelief, he muttered, "I'm nearing 60 now. I've lived long enough, experienced enough, and though I was born a beggar, I managed to rise to the position of the Muram Alliance leader. I thought I'd seen it all. And yet, here I am, astonished once more. I have only grasped the beginning of enlightenment." I have not yet fully reached the sub-perfection. Bah. Modesty taken too far is just arrogance. Divine sword unity, of all things. Huh. No matter how I think about it, this isn't an enlightenment that someone barely past 20 should have achieved. The Muram Alliance leader tilted his head repeatedly, as if he still couldn't comprehend it. And that was only natural. The most crucial aspect of divine sword unity was how one understood the sword. Even those who had wielded the blade for a lifetime, those at the very pinnacle of the martial world, often failed to reach this state. And even among those who had achieved divine sword unity, the way they integrated it into their martial arts differed vastly. For instance, his approach was to place the sword entirely under his will, manifesting the ideal swordplay he envisioned within his heartscape. But in his past life, Cheon Hwi-da, the sword demon, one of the few true masters of the unorthodox sect, had a completely different perspective. Rather than making the sword a part of himself, he sought to become the sword. Thus, he wielded swordsmanship not with a blade, but with his hands and feet. Frankly speaking, whether he was strong or at a level beyond measure was beside the point. What mattered was that, from his own standpoint, it was nothing short of bizarre. Of course, most of the unorthodox sect's masters were eccentric, but the sword demon was particularly unsettling. Perhaps it was because his enlightenment was the complete opposite of my own. Shaking his head, he cast aside the memories that had surfaced. Meanwhile, the Muram Alliance leader also seemed lost in some strange thought, for he, too, began shaking his head. Surely, you're not another old monster who has reversed aging, are you? Hook. At those words, Seo Munwaren's eyes widened in shock. Her expression was strangely serious. Well, technically speaking, I had experienced something similar. The only difference was that it wasn't just my body that regressed, but everything except for my memories. Senior Seo Munwaren, the Alliance leader, was only joking. Don't take it too seriously. But if you, like this one, had reversed your aging, and if you were simply far better at concealing it than this one, wouldn't that explain everything? Do you really think the Tang Clan would take me in as a son-in-law without verifying something like that? Caught off guard, Seo Munwaren turned to look at Tang Sowol, her mouth slightly open. Tang Sowol, meeting her gaze, hesitated before shaking her head with an awkward expression. White-haired Rakshasa Senior, at first, I also thought that Cheon Hwi-da might be an old monster disguising himself after reversing his aging, but... Huik. Seo Munwaren clutched her chest as if she had suffered a fatal blow. Perhaps, unconsciously, she had been comparing herself to Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang. It was an amusingly innocent scene. Tang Sowol, having unknowingly stabbed Seo Munwaren with her words, flashed a bright smile and continued. But in the end, it turned out he was just ridiculously talented. I see. Seo Munwaren barely managed to force out a response, slowly gathering herself. Kuhum-hum. Ahem. I understand now that you can no longer address this one as you did before. But could you at least refrain from calling this one by that title? Perhaps because she had heard a bit of Seo Munwaren's story before, Tang Sowol recalled that she did not particularly like her epithet. She nodded in understanding. Very well. Up until now, I have called you Lady Seo, so, how about Lady Seo Mun? This one is not so shameless as to insist on such formalities. Seo Munwaren seemed a little downcast, but she made an effort not to show it. Well, considering her age, it had been a long time since she could be called lady. Tang Sowol pondered briefly before clapping her hands together as if she had come up with a good idea. Clap. Then I'll just call you Sister Waren. Sister? Seo Munwaren blinked in confusion. Tang Sowol, still smiling brightly, nodded her head. Yes. If using your title is out of the question, then that leaves only your name. We've traveled together for some time now, and judging by your appearance, there's no way I could call you an elder. Besides, you did oversee Cheon Hwi-da's martial arts, didn't you? That is true. Now that she thought about it, Seo Munwaren had mentioned sparring with him when she explained what had happened after his abduction. Of course, it was all just an act, an attempt to gain his favor so she could adopt him as her son. But knowing that such an explanation was a convenient distortion of the truth, Seo Munwaren awkwardly fidgeted with her hair. For a brief moment, she remained silent, until Tang Sowol, still smiling, lowered her voice and whispered softly. And besides, there are quite a few things I'd like to discuss with Sister Warren. Mostly about Cheon Hwi-da. Hiccup. Seo Mun-Warren let out an involuntary hiccup, glancing warily at Tang Sowol. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded cautiously. For some reason, even Seo Lihyang flinched and started eyeing Tang Sowol nervously. I had no idea what this was about, but I hoped it would resolve itself smoothly. As I took a step back to distance myself, the Murim Alliance leader, who had been watching the exchange with interest, nodded in understanding. Well, I see how things are. While the reputation of the Murim Alliance has taken a hit, no one was killed or gravely injured. Given the circumstances, if we have received a pledge of assistance from a flowering stage master like, Seo Mun-Warren, then there is no need to escalate matters further. Is that truly the case? Of course, it is not a final decision. Even though I am the Alliance leader, I cannot unilaterally decide everything within the Murim Alliance. However, I can suggest that we put an end to this here. And the Murim Alliance leader paused for a moment. Then he straightened his posture, raising his head high. But in his stance, there was no arrogance, only unwavering righteousness. Steady and firm. A presence that could only be exuded by a man who had upheld his principles through the relentless trials of the world. At this moment, he was not merely the leader of the Murim Alliance, he was Gwakhu, the righteous celestial blade, a renowned chivalrous warrior of the orthodox sex. After this incident, I conducted my own investigation into you. I found that, during the destruction of the Seo Mun clan, you did not indiscriminately slaughter those who were uninvolved. The Black Sky Sword sect, which I had annihilated, was not famous enough to be called a prestigious sect, but it was a sizable martial school. They had one sub-perfection stage master, 3 peak stage masters, and numerous first-rate martial artists. The reason they had been able to produce so many skilled warriors in just a few decades, despite being a sect rebuilt from the ashes of the Seo Mun clan, was simple. It was because of Seo Mun-Warren's standards. Although she had been consumed by vengeance in the past, she had still made an effort to avoid crossing the line as a human being. During her rampage against the Seo Mun clan's enemies, she had only slaughtered those directly involved and those who had actively tried to stop her. In other words, if someone had been a mere child or a youth back then, she had let them flee. Because of that, the Black Sky Sword sect had been able to flourish. And Seo Mun-Warren had no choice but to watch as the grudges she had spared grew stronger and returned to haunt her. In the end, it had all been settled by my hand. Because of this, many fear you for your ruthless methods and the blood you have spilled, but not a single person has denied that your vengeance was justified. That is, except for you. The Murim Alliance leader smirked slightly, lifting the corner of his mouth. His voice was filled with certainty. It is infuriating that you concealed your identity and caused a disturbance at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering, pretending to be a mere junior. But wanting to escape the brand of the unorthodox and live a proper life, no matter how you went about it, I cannot bring myself to say that desire was wrong. The man who had spent his entire life chasing righteousness, who had devoted himself to the ideals of chivalry, now looked Seo Mun-Warren in the eyes and spoke words of unreserved encouragement. So prove it. Prove that your wish is not misguided. This one. Seo Mun-Warren opened her mouth, as if she had something to say, but in the end, she could not bring herself to voice it. Her lips moved silently. She was clearly shaken by the unexpected support from the Murim Alliance leader. But if it was Seo Mun-Warren, she would do well. And if needed, I could help her. I still remembered the words she had spoken to me before her death, her final wish. She did not want to be remembered as the flames that had consumed a manor, nor as the blood that had stained the white snow. She wished only to be a single, crimson flower. And when the winter-blooming camellia finally withered, spring would come at last. Seo Mun-Warren would find her spring, too. By the way, you mentioned you sustained internal injuries. Are you all right, Cheon Hwi-da? Well, the medicine worked well. And Senior Seo Mun-Warren's acupuncture blood release helped too. As I shrugged, Seo Mun-Warren flinched and glanced nervously at Tang Sowol. Seo Lihyang, who had been shrinking back at the mere mention of acupuncture blood release since earlier, did the same. Despite their awkward reactions, Tang Sowol paid no mind. She placed her hands on her hips and urged me forward. Don't just say you're fine, explain your condition in detail. Would you like to check for yourself? I casually extended my arm. Without hesitation, Tang Sowol grasped my forearm and ran her fingers over it, nodding in satisfaction before releasing it. Your arm is quite firm. I rather like that. Weren't you supposed to be checking my internal injuries? How could I examine someone else's body properly while we're walking, let alone my own? Then why did you touch my arm? Because I wanted to. Is there a problem? She said it so boldly that I had no response. After all, she was my fiancé, and it wasn't as if I particularly disliked it. However, her behavior must have been quite the sight, as Seo Lihyung and Seo Munwaran leaned in and whispered to each other. It's good that they seem to have a strong relationship as an engaged couple, but watching them is a little much. Tang Sowol and Cheon Hwi-da have always been like this. Haven't you seen it a few times, Elder? Elder? No, it seemed like Seo Lihyung was just using the opportunity to tease Seo Munwaran out of sheer pettiness. As I glanced at Seo Munwaran, who looked dispirited by Seo Lihyung's oddly cold remark, another request for my arm came from a different direction. Son-in-law, let me see your arm for a moment. All of a sudden, I instinctively looked at Tang Jinshin with wary eyes, but he merely shrugged. Now, is that how you look at your father-in-law, who rushed all this way out of concern for your safety? Unlike Sowol, I can at least perform a basic pulse diagnosis while moving, so just hold out your arm. Yes, sir. He must have already heard about my condition from Tang Sowol, but he had likely been deeply worried before that. For the past 3 years, I had been a part of the Tang Clan, and Tang Jinshin was someone who cherished his family. With an awkward smile, I extended my arm. Tang Jinshin checked my pulse, sending a faint trace of internal energy into my body to assess my condition. After a thorough examination, he let out a relieved sigh and nodded. From the way you wielded your sword earlier, I could tell your condition wasn't too severe, but I see now that your internal injuries were worse than I thought. You're much better now, but still. Yes, I was lucky. I had known that the Golden Venom physician had taken a liking to me, but I hadn't expected him to go as far as to provide me with such a rare and valuable remedy. And then there was acupuncture blood release, something even Seo Munwaran hadn't done for me in my past life. With all these miraculous treatments, it would have been strange if my recovery had been slow. Still, you need to rest for a while. Unfortunately, it looks like you'll have to sit out the rest of the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering. The Dragon and Phoenix Gathering isn't over yet? It was temporarily suspended, but now that the situation has settled, it'll resume soon. Huh. I had assumed they would push forward with the competition, even if it wasn't outright cancelled, and that a winner would have been decided by now. I had already given up on obtaining the Great Return Pill. But now, things were different. TSK. Don't get any funny ideas. And what idea would that be, exactly? What else? You're probably thinking it's worth giving it a shot. I've spent enough time observing you to know. Is it not possible? I think I could manage even without using internal energy. Don't talk nonsense. If you push yourself unnecessarily and reopen your wounds, it'll be a much bigger hassle. I let out a long sigh of disappointment. Tang Sowol, noticing my reaction, crept closer and asked, "Why do you suddenly look so down, Cheon Hwi-da? Did father scold you again?" She shot a playful glare at Tang Jinshin. In response, he simply chuckled and shook his head. I was scolded by my father-in-law, but I also gave him reason to. Then let me take a guess. Go ahead. You were thinking that since the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering isn't over yet, you might as well participate, weren't you? How did you know? I was standing right behind you, listening the entire time. Tang Sowol smirked, shrugging her shoulders. Then, as if scolding a stubborn child, she lightly patted my back and continued. If your injuries are bad enough that you can't even sense someone this close, you should really just rest. Given your age, you can always aim for the next gathering. 5 years is too long. If you're only worried about missing out on the chance to observe high-level martial arts, you don't need to fret. Even after the Dragon and Phoenix Gathering ends, many participants stay in Wuhan City to hold private sparring matches. Some do it to fight opponents they didn't get to face during the tournament, while others challenge those they already fought for a rematch. That is good news. But that's not my only reason. Then why push yourself despite knowing you're not in the best condition? It's because of the Great Return Pill. No, more precisely, it's because of internal energy, isn't it? That's right. As a child, I had never doubted that I was a genius. I had even suspected that I possessed a special constitution. But in truth, The only thing I was born with was sword talent. Since I started learning martial arts late, my meridians had already hardened, my muscles and bones were nothing exceptional, and my foundation was built on unorthodox techniques, making my internal energy impure. Of course, thanks to the insights I gained from my past life and the numerous elixirs I received from the Tang Clan, my meridians had expanded significantly. But compared to those who had undergone bone cleansing and marrow washing from childhood and consumed all sorts of rare elixirs, I was still lacking. I had refined my internal energy by tempering it with my killing intent, making it more obedient to my will and significantly increasing its potency. However, in the end, I would have to keep wielding my killing intent, and the more I fought at full strength, the greater the strain on my mental energy. In a short battle, it wouldn't be an issue. But in a prolonged fight, I would quickly find myself at a disadvantage. That said, I wasn't in a bad situation. Even though I had started receiving support late, the Tang Clan's backing was something I couldn't have even imagined in my past life. And above all, my greatest strength was how quickly I could elevate my martial realm through enlightenment. If I could just replenish my internal energy, I could step into the early peak stage. That would be enough to handle most opponents. The problem, however, was that my ultimate enemy was the heavenly demon. To surpass not just the strongest under the heavens, but the greatest across all ages, I needed to push myself harder and move faster. I must become stronger. Aren't you already growing stronger at an incredible pace? It's not enough. It only seems like I'm advancing rapidly because I'm regaining my past strength. Once I reach the sub-perfection stage and face the wall I couldn't break even in my past life, I will struggle just like everyone else. Or worse, I might never break through it at all. For a while, I had only been facing warriors my own age. But when I witnessed the clash of auras between the Black Lotus sect master and Cheon Hwi-da, I realized something. Even if I regained all my past martial prowess, the realm of flowering stage masters was still an unfathomable peak. And even those flowering stage masters had been slaughtered like insects before the heavenly demon. The image of the world engulfed in demonic energy, with that man standing at its center, expressionless and unmoving, flashed through my mind. My brow furrowed involuntarily. Watching me in silence, Tang Sowol suddenly reached out. Press. She gently pressed on my creased brow, smoothing it out before speaking in a calm voice. There's no need to be so impatient. But I may not fully understand, but I can see that you're frustrated with yourself, Cheon Hwi-da. If that frustration doesn't turn into obsession, it can be a powerful drive for growth. Even so, I will still say this, there's no need to rush. Why? If you're worried about chi deviation, you don't have to be. I'm always cautious, and my obsession isn't anywhere near the level that would lead to inner demons. That's good to hear. But that's not what I meant. Saying that, Tang Sowol suddenly pulled Tang Lihyang, who had been eavesdropping while pretending not to, closer. Tang Sowol. Tang Lihyang flailed in surprise, but Tang Sowol held her firmly, pressing their shoulders together. Then she spoke. It was a while ago, but do you still remember? Just as you are my strength, I promised that I would also be your strength. Of course, I remember. There's no need for you to do everything alone. Where you lack, we will make up for it. Me too. Tang Lihyang looked around anxiously, uncertain, but Tang Sowol merely tilted her head as if it were obvious. Isn't that right? Lihyang, didn't you say you wanted to become someone who could one day repay Cheon Hwi-da for his help? Kaya. Why are you saying that out loud, Tang Sowol? Tang Lihyang hastily clamped her hands over Tang Sowol's mouth and darted a glance in my direction. So she had been thinking that way. The two of them bickered back and forth for a moment until Tang Sowol bit Tang Lihyang's fingers lightly, making her pull away with a defeated huff. Finally free, Tang Sowol took a deep breath and continued. Anyway, if you remember that promise, then just watch us this time. See how strong Lihyang and I have become. See if we are still just people you need to protect. I felt like I had been struck on the back of the head. Tang Sowol was right. I knew that both she and Tang Lihyang had talent equal to or greater than mine. And yet, I had been thinking only of how I needed to handle everything alone, even after she had scolded me for this exact mindset before. I understood why. Their deaths had left the deepest scars in my memories. Tang Sowol had been slain by the heavenly demon before I was. And Tang Lihyang had died in my arms. Cheon Hwi-da was different. She was already an absolute master at the flowering stage, and in my past life, she had been like a mentor to me. But for Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang, my failure to protect them had left behind an overwhelming sense of helplessness. However, that wasn't the case anymore. Tang Sowol and Seo Lihyang were still alive. They weren't injured or suffering like they had been in my past life. Fine. I'll just watch quietly this time. Fufu. A wise decision, Cheon Hwi-da. I might struggle a bit, but Lihyang here will definitely win and bring back the great return pill. Wha? Me? Seo Lihyang, still trapped in Tang Sowol's grasp, practically jumped in shock. Chao. You do realize I'm still just a first-rate warrior, right, Tang Sowol? Tang Sowol chuckled and teased her. But you can't use poison techniques in the competition. That's true, but... Seo Lihyang looked utterly overwhelmed as she struggled to break free. At that moment, our eyes met. I clenched my fist slightly and gave her a nod. I'll be cheering for you. Cheon, why you too? Ugh, fine. Fine. I'll do it. I don't know about winning, but I'll make sure to shock everyone, so just you wait. Alright. I'll be looking forward to it. I smirked and nodded, and a warm atmosphere settled around us. I could feel it in the air. Tang Jinshin and the Muram Alliance leader were both watching with satisfied expressions, nodding to themselves. Well, I could understand why. It was the kind of youthful, innocent scene that could only be witnessed at this age. Perhaps because the mood had relaxed too much. Or perhaps because she thought it was the perfect moment. Seo Munwaran suddenly dropped a bombshell. That is all correct. And do not forget, Cheon Hwi-da, you have this one, your mother. Should the need arise, you may rely on this one as well. This is going to drive me insane. That is all correct. Cheon Hwi-da, you have this one as your mother. Should the need arise, you may rely on this one as well. At Seo Munwaran's words, everyone except for her froze in place. Even Tang Jinshin and the Muram Alliance leader, who had intentionally stayed out of the conversation and simply laughed along, stopped in their tracks and turned to look back. Tang Jinshin's expression, in particular, was priceless. His eyes were wide open, his mouth hung agape, and for a brief moment, he even forgot to breathe. The Tang Clan had a rule that, if possible, family members had to share at least one meal together daily. Since I had been part of the clan for quite some time, Tang Jinshin and I had spent plenty of time together. And yet, I had never seen him this shocked except for that one time when Tang Sowol, feeling bloated after a night out at the capital's night market, rubbed her stomach while looking at me. For the record, that was only because we had overeaten. We hadn't done anything beyond holding hands, but I still had to spend the entire night defending myself from baseless accusations. Anyway, Tang Jinshin, who was currently experiencing a shock of similar magnitude, turned to look between Seo Munwaran and me before hesitantly asking in a trembling voice, What did you just say? Are you telling me my son-in-law is actually your long-lost son? That is not the case. This one was consumed by revenge, and afterward, this one lived buried in regret. There was never any room for romance. Then what in the world is with this mother talk? No matter how you look at it, Cheon Hwi-da has learned the martial arts of the Seo Mun clan. It seems he learned it through a proper source and by legitimate means, so this one does not intend to challenge that fact. However, it is not something this one can simply ignore, either. Perhaps because he understood Seo Munwaran's circumstances, Tang Jinshin carefully chose his words before speaking. Are you planning to restore the Seo Mun clan? By adopting my son-in-law as your heir. If Cheon Hwi-da were to accept this one's wishes, then yes. That sounds like you intend to respect my son-in-law's decision above all else. That is correct. In the end, this is merely this one's selfishness. This one has already been rejected multiple times. Seo Munwaran slumped her shoulders. She shot a glance my way before continuing. Even so, this one cannot simply give up. Aside from this one, Cheon Hwi-da is the last remaining trace of the Seo Mun clan in this world. How could this one turn a blind eye to that? I understand. But you must also understand that, from the Tang clan's perspective, this is an extremely delicate matter. Of course, this one knows. If Cheon Hwi-da were to suddenly gain the name of the Seo Mun clan, it would be one thing. But if word spread that the infamous white-haired Rakshasa was his adoptive mother, his reputation would undoubtedly suffer. Seo Munwaran looked at me and spoke in a careful voice. That is why this one intends to prioritize Cheon Hwi-da's opinion above all else. That does not mean this one will give up, however. The moment I saw her eyes, I understood. I finally realized why she had chosen to bring this up now. Much of our recent conversations had revolved around Seo Munwaren's future. Unlike in my past life, she had not joined the Black Lotus sect. But that didn't mean she was welcomed among the orthodox factions either. For now, she had resolved the situation at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering by assisting the Murim Alliance. But that didn't mean she could just join the Murim Alliance either. There were too many eyes on her, too much doubt weighing on her shoulders. And she had no allies in that world. That was why I had quietly suggested an alternative. A path that could benefit both her and myself. She could take refuge with the Tang Clan. Everything she had set up until now had been building up to this. She was silently pleading with me to handle the situation well. Acknowledging her desperate gaze, I gave a small nod before speaking. Father-in-law, I have a suggestion. Would you be willing to hear me out? What is it? To be honest, the idea of becoming senior Seo Munwaren's adopted son is a bit difficult to imagine. However, it is also true that the martial arts of the Seo Mun clan form a significant part of my foundation. So, what if? I paused for a moment before lowering my voice slightly. What if senior Seo Munwaren were to become a guest of the Tang Clan? A guest? Yes. I would benefit from learning her martial arts. She would gain an opportunity to persuade me. And the Tang Clan would gain a powerful ally should the need ever arise. Wouldn't that be a mutually beneficial arrangement? A mutually beneficial arrangement. Tang Jinshin stroked his chin, lost in thought. Then, after a brief silence, he smirked and nodded. Son-in-law, be honest with me. Did you two plan this out in advance? I hadn't intended to propose it this way, but I was planning to ask you eventually. Huh. You sly little fox. Fine. There might be some initial pushback, but having a flowering stage master as an ally far outweighs any concerns. Just don't go beating around the bush next time. You can just tell me directly. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Let's do this properly. Tang Jinshin let out a hearty laugh, patting me on the shoulder. Then, as if he had suddenly remembered something, he casually asked, "Oh, so all this talk about adoption was just a formality then? There's no need for that. The elders might hesitate at first, but I can convince them soon enough." Well, I trailed off awkwardly, causing Tang Jinshin to give me a puzzled look. Beside him, Seo Munwaren placed her hands on her hips and cleared her throat. Ahem. This one is entirely serious about this matter. Son-in-law. Yes, well, it turned out like this. I avoided his gaze. Seo Munwaren let out a long, deep sigh. Cheon Hwi-da, you need to take more responsibility for your words. You told this one that we should be happy together, and yet now you cast this one aside so coldly. What is this one supposed to do? Son-in-law, just what kind of things have you been saying? Shock. And then, rising in gradual waves, pure outrage. Tang Jinshin's sharp energy flared as he glared at me, causing me to shake my head frantically. This is a misunderstanding. I did say something like that, but I meant it literally. It wasn't meant in any strange way. As I hurried to explain myself, Tang Sowol suddenly stepped in and placed her index finger against my lips. Shoo. It's fine, Cheon Hwi-da. After all, Sister Waren and I already planned to discuss this in private. So they had already planned this out. Then again, if I had traveled all this way, only to find my fiancé stepping on some other woman and demanding more, I probably would have arranged for a private conversation too. I had no idea what Tang Sowol intended to discuss with Seo Munwaren, but I was certain that I would be next. Not that knowing this would change anything for me. Gulp. I swallowed nervously and nodded. Thanks. Foo-foo. What for? I'm your only fiancé, aren't I? For some reason, I felt a chill run down my spine. We arrived at Wuhan City by carriage from a nearby village. As expected, there was quite a bit of resistance upon Seo Munwaren's return. However, after she made it clear that she wished to abandon her unorthodox past and promised to assist the Murim Alliance as atonement, the backlash subsided. Of course, rumors continued to spread among those who had gathered to watch the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. But given that the subject of those rumors was none other than the white-haired Rakshasa, people quickly learned to keep their mouths shut. More than anything, the excitement over the tournament resuming quickly drew attention away from her. As for me, Cheon Hwi-da, how is your body holding up now? It's still tough, but I can at least circulate my energy lightly. I was still struggling with my internal injuries. I had run out of the Golden Venom physician's medicine, so I was now using the Tang Clan's remedies, provided by Tang Jinshin. While they were effective, they weren't quite on the same level. Well, the Tang Clan's medical expertise was more of a byproduct of their poison research, whereas the Golden Venom physician was entirely devoted to medicine. It made sense that his concoctions were superior. It probably didn't help that I had been avoiding acupuncture blood release from Cheon Hwi-da due to all the eyes on us. Still, my recovery was progressing steadily, if a little slower than before. If your injuries are severe, you should refrain from circulating your energy altogether. You don't need to push yourself. That warning is only for cases where one's body is in complete shambles. I'm not that bad. Even so, I can't help but worry. I've already requested a few additional elixirs from the Tang Clan that are good for internal injuries. You'll be fine soon enough, so just rest until then. It's not like I enjoy getting caught up in problems. But even without that, I plan to stay quiet today. Oh? And why is that? You already know. Today is your and Seal Lihyang's match. I'll be watching and cheering for you with father-in-law. That's right. With the Dragon and Phoenix gathering now resumed, I had officially withdrawn due to my injuries, and Cheon Hwi-da had been disqualified. Now it was finally time for Tang Sowol and Seal Lihyang to take the stage. The tournament was still in its early rounds, but every participant had passed the qualifiers, meaning they were all skilled peak stage warriors. Who's your opponent, Tang Sowol? A dark captain from Tianbong Trading Company. I believe his title is Lightning Blade, but I don't know much about him. I've never heard of either name. Perhaps they were using this tournament to boost the reputation of their trading company. If their dark captain performed well, it would attract more business. I nodded in understanding. Tang Sowol simply shrugged. It doesn't matter who my opponent is, I plan to give it my all regardless. Good mindset. The real issue is Seal Lihyang's match. Yeah, her matchup luck isn't great. Seal Lihyang's opponent was Wei Jisulian, a peak stage warrior from the Mount Hua sect. She was also a close friend of Tang Sowol's, whom we were supposed to meet during our previous trip to Shaanxi province. Instead, we had encountered the Dying Ghost Shadow Thief instead. Sulian is a highly promising warrior within Mount Hua, and she's been training since childhood. She'll be a tough opponent for Lihyang. Probably. But it will still be a valuable experience. It's not every day one gets to see Mount Hua's martial arts firsthand. That's true, but I do feel a little guilty about hyping Lihyang up so much. I have jokingly told her she'd bring back the championship. That's on you. She barely has any competition experience, and you dumped that pressure on her. But Lihyang's reactions are just too cute, I can't help it. After exchanging some playful banter, we were interrupted by the sound of a door opening. Seal Lihyang peeked her head in. Tang Sowol. Cheon Hwi-da. What are you two talking about? It's almost time, we need to go. Her expression was tense, but her eyes burned with determination. Seeing her, Tang Sowol and I exchanged glances. Then, unable to help ourselves, we both chuckled. Yes, it's time to go. Tang Sowol and I will head to the waiting area. Father and Sister Warren, make sure to watch us closely. Tang Sowol lightly pushed Seal Lihyang forward, and the two disappeared down the hallway. At last, the Dragon and Phoenix gathering was truly beginning. The late-stage juniors, faces tense yet filled with anticipation, crossed fists, testing each other's martial arts. As I watched from the spectator stands, a sudden thought struck me. Could it be that I, who possess memories from before the regression, am essentially someone who has undergone a reversal of aging? If so, wouldn't squeezing in among them and quarreling to take the victory be rather childish? Of course, the grand return pill is tempting, but frankly, isn't this behavior rather immature? Specifically, it's like how Cheon Hwi-da tried to make an impression at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering to wash away her past. Amen? Why are you looking at this one like that? It's nothing. Just thinking I've become a bit pickier lately. The ones I usually see are people like Tang Sowol, born with the poison spirit constitution in the Tang Clan, or geniuses like Seal Lihyang, who show overwhelming talent in wielding Yin-type internal energy. Lately, I've seen desperate life-and-death duels with martial artists from the Black Heaven Sword sect, and clashes of aura among supreme flowering stage masters like Cheon Hwi-da or the Black Lotus, sex master of Black Lotus sect, Sangwon-guk. And now, watching a mere above-average duel among late-stage juniors. The fighting spirit is admirable, but honestly, it's a bit of a letdown. Still, setting aside their skills or the content of their duels, the martial arts they're displaying are genuinely interesting. Before my regression, I obsessively collected sword techniques, but most of them were from unorthodox sects or had been corrupted following the invasion of the demonic cult. Martial arts focused heavily on killing, steeped in killing intent. Effective in real combat, yes, but the problem is martial arts aren't just about slashing swords. Of course, to me, martial arts are simply techniques for killing people, and many unorthodox martial artists would agree. But that's just my truth, it isn't some universal principle. In reality, orthodox martial arts often carry different philosophies and ideologies beyond simply harming opponents. But to ask whether orthodox martial artists are weaker because of that? Absolutely not. Unorthodox martial artists may attain achievements faster, but when it comes to true mastery, those who transcend are overwhelmingly from the orthodox side. Swords that weren't meant to make you strong, yet end up making you stronger than any other. I still can't understand that, which is why I find it all the more fascinating. Father-in-law. Soul is up next? That's not what I was going to ask. Seal Girl comes after that. That's not it either. I already know the order. Then what is it? Tang Jinshin turned his head slowly toward me from the dueling arena. What do you think makes a martial art strong? I thought he'd spout some nonsense, but surprisingly, it was a difficult question. After thinking for a moment, Tang Jinshin spoke. Defeating the enemy is one kind of strength, and protecting oneself is another, but the hardest thing is protecting others. That's why I believe the strongest martial arts are those that can protect others. That's a very orthodox answer. Could you give me an example? What need is there for an example? For me, it would be Universal Convergence Divine Art. Or rather, the Tang Clan's poison arts. Poison arts. Hearing my puzzled tone, Tang Jinshin chuckled and continued. Because the Tang Clan upholds a moral line and wields power, we don't get criticized openly. But in the martial world, those who use poison usually get called out for it. That's true. Do you know why? Isn't it because the opponent collapses before they even get a chance to showcase their skills? Exactly. For proud martial artists, it's unbearable to have the martial path they've poured their life into denied like that. But that's only the victim's perspective. Tang Jinshin raised one hand to the sky. A slight surge of internal energy began to stir, then coalesced into a swirling, ominous black smoke atop his palm. He wasn't born with the poison spirit constitution, but through a complete transformation, he became a perfect poison wielder. Perhaps because I've grown somewhat accustomed to poison after ingesting Tang Sowol's toxins daily, I instinctively knew the moment I saw it. That's dangerous. If I touch it, I'll melt away instantly with no chance to resist. I reflexively assumed a defensive stance. Tang Jinshin, seeing my reaction, gave a soft chuckle and clenched his fist. At that moment, the poisonous smoke vanished without a trace. See? You weren't poisoned, yet just the possibility made you hesitate. Who wouldn't be surprised to see the Poison King's poison? Enough with the flattery. Even if it weren't mine, if it were any poison you couldn't resist easily, you'd have reacted the same. From the user's perspective, just holding it grants the advantage. He's not wrong. Unless the difference in power is overwhelming, fights always come down to strategic reads. If poison can shut down most of your opponent's moves, there's no greater advantage. Tang Jinshin nodded and continued. Poison ultimately eats away at the body. But because of that, you can fight more enemies, take fewer risks, and even if you face a vastly superior opponent, you can still land a blow if you're willing to bet your life. The first thing that came to mind was from before the regression, the annihilation of the Tang Clan in Sichuan. Only the heavenly demon, Qianma, who destroyed them, would know the full details. But the poisoned land, where no life could survive, and the countless hidden weapons covering the ground left a vivid impression. No doubt they all gave their lives to poison the heavenly demon just a little, to pierce him with even a single hidden weapon. If one person failed, the next stepped up. If that still wasn't enough, then another. All for the greater cause, for vengeance, and to protect their family. Thanks to that, Tang Sowol was able to escape, and though the Tang Clan's members scattered, many survived. Though the Tang Jinshin of my previous life couldn't defeat the heavenly demon. I remember his deeds clearly, and so I fully understood what he was trying to say. I see. Though the cost may be great, poison arts offer a chance to make the impossible possible. That's why you believe they're the strongest martial arts. Exactly. You really are my son-in-law, catching on so quickly. Tang Jinshin chuckled with satisfaction. It was a short exchange, but I felt like I'd gotten a glimpse into what he truly valued. He chose to be the head of the vast Sichuan Tang clan, rather than just a lone martial artist. What mattered to him was protecting the clan, the family that had thrived for generations, even at the cost of his own life. He wanted to become an unassailable wall that no outsider could dare challenge. Truly a fitting answer for an orthodox sect, or more precisely, for the Tang clan. Even though I've grown somewhat used to living here, their values still feel foreign to me. But if the people you must protect aren't a grand clan, but just a few people close to you, then I can relate. For instance, Tang Sowol, Seo Lihyang. Even though it's unlikely for a flowering stage master like Seo Munwaran to be in danger. If she were in peril before my eyes, I wouldn't hesitate to draw my sword. Victory or death doesn't matter. I just have to do it. Otherwise, I'll lose my mind. With that lingering ticklish sensation swirling in my chest, I bowed my head. Thank you, father-in-law. I feel a little more at ease now. Think nothing of it. As someone who's walked this path ahead of you, and as your father-in-law, I can always offer advice. Though honestly, I was a bit surprised you even asked this kind of question. Pardon. Think about it. Questions like, what's the strongest martial art, are one's children ask when they've just started learning. Now that he mentions it, I never had such questions when I was young. I already knew advanced arts were better than third-rate ones. That was enough. Rather than wondering beyond that, I just focused on getting stronger with whatever was in my hands. To me, martial arts were just a tool to survive. That hasn't changed. But after losing everything once before my regression, I've realized that surviving alone means nothing. Of course, Tang Jinshin's answer isn't necessarily the right one for me. Ultimately, I have to find and decide my own path. Still, as advice, what he said was incredibly valuable. And as long as you don't let yourself be swayed, the more advice, the better. I nudged Seo Munwaran in the side as she sat pretending to watch the duel, but clearly eavesdropping. Nyat, why are you poking me? Use words. What do you think, Senior Seo Munwaran? Think about what? No need to pretend. You heard everything. This one truly has no idea what you're talking about. She awkwardly averted her gaze, clearly dodging. But before long, she cautiously glanced back and spoke. Kum. Well then, to answer seriously, this one believes strong martial arts are like shouting loudly. Excuse me. Shouting at the world. Proclaiming, this is the injustice I suffered, and I will return it in kind. It's something I tell myself, something strangers might hear, but the one I most want to hear it is the enemy of this one. Seo Munwaran spoke in a calm voice with a faint smile. No matter how far away they are, so they can hear. Even if they block their ears, so it reaches them. Even if I can't face them directly, I shout so loud they lose sleep in fear. That's the martial art this one values. The louder the cry, the stronger it becomes. I understood what she was saying. I knew what she once pursued. But in the end, what was left after all that? Eyes swollen from crying. A voice too hoarse to come out properly. A body so exhausted it could collapse at any moment. And eyes that look at me as if repulsed. Tang Jinshin wanted to leave something behind, even if he died. But Seo Munwaran had nothing. Her martial arts only dragged herself and those around her into ruin. So when she finally achieved her revenge, she realized it had been too much. She'd gained the strength she longed for, achieved her vengeance. Yet in her hands remained only blood. It was only after facing and accepting that emptiness that she could ascend to the flowering stage. So the strong martial arts she spoke of must be what her past self had once sought. If so, Senior Seo Munwaran. And then, what about now? At my abrupt question, she pondered for a moment, then smiled gently and shook her head. Strength in martial arts no longer matters to this one. What matters is whether I've obtained what I truly desire. You will. What Seo Munwaran wants is to return to the past, to the happiest time of her life. Of course, unless she experiences regression like me, she can't go back. But she can start building it anew from now on. It's not too late. With that thought in mind, I lightly placed a hand over hers. She stiffened immediately, but soon relaxed and chuckled softly. Everyone said their piece. Now it's your turn. What do you think makes a martial art strong? Well, is there really any deep meaning to it? Hearing Tang Jinshin and Seo Munwaren's thoughts gave me some insight, but a lifetime of beliefs doesn't change overnight. A martial art that kills people well is a strong martial art. Looking down at the martial arena, the duel had ended. A peaceful bout where both had shown their all, yet no one had died. Next up was Tang Sowol. Tang Sowol steps onto the martial arena. The generous folds of her green robe flutter lightly, and beneath her neatly tied-up hair, the pale nape of her neck gleams. Only moments ago, the arena had reeked of sweat and tension, yet now it feels as though a flower has bloomed upon it, the entire atmosphere shifting. I'm clearly not the only one who feels this way. The crowd, who had been noisily gossiping about the previously inactive daughter of the Tang Clan, suddenly goes silent. Amid that unnatural stillness, Tang Sowol scans the area and, spotting me, cheerfully waves her hand. Wah! Cheers erupt all around me. Suppressing a chuckle, I quietly wave back. Startled by the unexpected reaction, Tang Sowol giggles toward me, then calmly takes her place. Watching her side profile, I hear Tang Jinshin beside me begin to chuckle. They're all excited, not even knowing who Sowol waved to. Indeed, if they thought for a second, they'd realize the truth. Well, what can you do? Our Sowol's beauty is enough to stir up a fuss. As a fellow man, I have to admit we can be a bit simple at times. I get that. Sowol waved to this father of hers, but look at the uproar. Clearly, she waved to me, her fiancé. They're just delusional. As Tang Jinshin and I tilt our heads at each other in confusion, a low sigh sounds beside us. Yeah. You two know that you're wearing the exact same expression, right? Enough now. Focus on the duel. Her opponent's already arrived. It'll begin any moment. Turning my gaze back to the arena, just as Seo Munwaren said, the opponent was already in place. A large-framed, middle-aged man holding a broadsword. Though I can't fully gauge his energy due to lingering internal injuries, his confidence in standing before Tang Sowol and revealing his fighting spirit suggests he's surpassed first class and reached the peak stage. I hadn't heard of him before and assumed he wasn't much, but his martial level is higher than I thought. Maybe he's an escort who specializes in bodyguarding and has simply remained unknown. Of course, such details don't seem to matter to Tang Sowol. She turns to face me and mouths something clearly. Please watch me. It must be a continuation of what she said days ago. She's not someone who only needs to be protected. I nod deeply so she can see it clearly. Soon, the referee steps up, says a few words, and the two exchange formal fist salutes. With the sound of a bell signaling the start, they move at the same time. Tang Sowol leaps backward, flinging concealed weapons from her sleeve. The opponent, with his broadsword, charges in to chase her down. Metal balls, Jamo Huan, bounce off the ground and scatter in every direction, with thin plume needles hidden among them aiming for the opponent. Clenching his teeth, he swings his sword with one hand while the other uses internal energy to flap his stiffened sleeve. Kagang. He knocks aside the Jamo Huan with his sword, blocks the plume needles with his clothes. He doesn't completely stop them, several plume needles hit him, and a small Jamo struck his shin. Still, for a defense under such pressure, it's not bad. But Tang Sowol doesn't let up. Whir. Her wide sleeves flutter as she spins in place. The flowing motion intersects, releasing a barrage of concealed weapons. What's unusual is that these aren't Tang Clan weapons, but ordinary copper coins. Not coin-shaped darts, but actual currency. I glimpsed short, broken strings in her hand, the kind used to bundle coins. Seems like a waste of money. Or maybe it's worth every penny. Now that I think about it, Tang Clan's concealed weapons are all complicated and costly to make. Plume needles are difficult to forge thin, Jamo Huan require precision to bounce properly. So throwing actual coins isn't much of a loss. The Tang Clan certainly isn't a penny-pinching family. Though, this is a lot of money. Still, the truly impressive part is elsewhere. The sheer volume of coins flying out is incomparable to before. Rather than flinging them individually between her fingers, she must have swung an entire bundle and snapped the string with internal energy at the right moment. That would explain the volume. Of course, the trade-off is that she loses the fine control you get with single coin throws. In fact, about 30% of the coins miss their mark. But the impact was unexpectedly strong. Perhaps thinking it would be similar to before, the opponent wrapped his body with his reinforced sleeve and sword. But the fabric, despite being hardened with chi, was pierced in an instant. And when his sword struck a coin, the coin's recoil bent the blade's tip. In a panic, he infused blade chi into his sword, managing to shield his vital points just barely, but his body was battered and tattered all over. Judging by his solid build, he didn't slack on external body training, so no bones were broken. But the pain made him grimace deeply. Still, he hadn't given up. His eyes locked on Tang Sowol with undiminished will. Once again, he stomped forward. His sleeve shredded, unable to block plume needles. His sword alone couldn't fend off all the weapons. Dodging them wasn't easy due to his bulk, and if he hesitated, he'd be bombarded by coins again. So he chose to charge straight ahead. Holding his sword upright to guard his centerline, he ignored minor defenses and dodging. Since backward movement is always slower than advancing, it wasn't a bad strategy. Focusing solely on closing the distance, he built up explosive speed. Tut-tut. However, Tang Clan's movement techniques were a level above. Tang Sowol's steps were light, and though graceful, she widened the gap effortlessly. Her movement art, tailored for adjusting distance while deploying poison and hidden weapons, allowed her to maintain high speed even while retreating. As she widened the gap again, she resumed launching concealed weapons. Since sharp-edged ones were unusable now, most were needle or pellet type, but each followed unique trajectories suited to its type. They didn't strike pressure points precisely, but they caused pain with every movement. And the areas hit by the steel balls were swelling to the point of immobility. The match wasn't ending quickly, but like clothes soaking in the rain, damage accumulated little by little. It was a methodical but clever fighting style. I was quietly impressed by how skillfully she wielded hidden weapons. When, noticing my expression, Tang Jinshin gave me a mischievous grin. "Looks like you're a bit surprised, son-in-law." "Yes. Honestly, I didn't expect this much from Tang Sowol." "Why?" "Thought she only focused on poison arts." "To be honest, yes. It's not that Tang Sowol lacked hidden weapon skills, but compared to her poison arts, they were clearly secondary. She typically used them to support her poison. Spreading poison via soul-chasing flying butterflies, or using difficult-to-avoid weapons to inject poison directly. That's how she fought, even when sparring with me. And her recent mastery of the Universal Convergence Divine Art, a supreme poison technique. Just learning that one art would be exhausting. I assumed she had no room to focus elsewhere. Plus, she reached the peak stage after mastering it, so it was natural to think poison was her focus. But to be clear, said Tang Jinshin, Sowol has been focusing on poison arts. Then, what you're seeing now is what she accomplished with the spare time left over from studying poison. Excuse me. I turned from the arena to look at him in disbelief, but I'd heard correctly. It's true. Sowol is much stronger than you think. I've never thought she was weak. Of course not. But you are far too strong, and you've become very familiar with the Tang Clan's martial arts. His words made me realize. I had grown far too used to Tang Sowol's martial arts. From before the regression, we'd matched rhythms. After regression, we'd sparred countless times, even from her lower stage days. And I always fought by disrupting my opponent's flow. Given how well I understood her style, cutting her rhythm must have prevented her from displaying her full strength. Even Tang Chong, the dark dragon, found it hard to land his hidden weapons on me. So she probably thought there was no point in showing off her comparatively weaker skills. Her poison, on the other hand, could still affect me meaningfully. Also, added Tang Jinshin, once you reach the peak stage, you can finally embed internal energy into thrown weapons. That's when hidden weapon techniques evolve dramatically. That makes sense. At first-class level, one can already channel chi into held weapons through energized weapon infusion. That's how the opponent reinforced his sleeves earlier. But that only applies to weapons in hand, or in direct contact with the body. Maintaining internal energy in something detached, like a thrown weapon, is much harder. Unless done at the moment of throw, the energy disperses quickly. To do it stably, you need to be at peak stage or higher. That's why even unorthodox sects, who don't care much for honor, rarely rely on hidden weapons. They can't make full use of internal energy. So in all of Central Plains, only two places truly train in hidden weapons: the Sichuan Tang Clan and Sal Valley. Sal Valley teaches them for practical assassination, treating their assassins as expendables. Only the Tang Clan properly studies and passes down hidden weapon techniques. And now, those very techniques were finally showing their true power in Tang Sowol's hands. The hidden weapons flew relentlessly. Even if blocked, more followed in rapid succession. Eventually, the opponent, battered and full of needles, raised both hands in surrender. After saluting the defeated martial artist, Tang Sowol bounced over in my direction and shouted loudly, "Brother Cheon, I won. Did you see?" I watched her bouncing form, along with certain other things that bounced, and waved back with a grin. Then turned toward Tang Jinshin, who looked absolutely crushed. "Told you." She really was waving at me. After finishing her match, Tang Sowol only bothered to retrieve the fallen hidden weapons before heading straight back to our seats in the audience stand. Then, she pushed aside Tang Jinshin's seat and claimed the spot next to me, planting her hands on her hips and puffing out her chest. Ahem. Her eyes curved into a mischievous crescent, as if savoring what's to come. Her lips twitched, like she wanted to say more but was holding it in. Her chin tilted upward, not in arrogance, but in playfulness. With her hands at her waist, she naturally leaned her upper body toward me. Maybe because of that, or perhaps the curve beneath her generously cut martial robe, I found my eyes drawn in despite myself. Did she notice I'd been momentarily distracted? She slowly cracked open her eyes again and spoke once more. Ahem. What the? I gave a short, incredulous laugh and clapped my hands loudly, making sure she noticed. Well done. More praise, please. I knew your poison arts were remarkable, but I didn't expect your hidden weapon techniques to be at this level. More. This was your first official match in the main tournament, and yet you elevated the Tang Clan's prestige in front of countless spectators at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering. The baseless rumors that followed your inactivity should end here. Not bad, but something's still missing. Tang Sowol tilted her head, arms still at her waist. Her once neatly tied hair had loosened slightly from her earlier movements, and a few stray strands danced about. As I watched, a sudden thought popped out of my mouth. As expected, my fiancé is the best? Hiya. That's it. I knew it. I'm the best for you, right? Yep, I knew it. Yuskuk. She wriggled her shoulders in joy, happier than when she actually won her match. Meanwhile, Tang Jinshin, bumped one seat over, looked sour watching the exchange. And across from us, Seo Munwaren's eyes started to cloud with gloom. Tang Jinshin's reaction made sense, but why was Seo Munwaren affected? As I blinked in confusion, Tang Sowol leaned even closer toward me. Her upper body naturally pressed against my abdomen. The soft, yet weighty sensation left me frozen, barely able to breathe. But she didn't seem to notice at all. Instead, she reached out and grabbed Seo Munwaren's hand, shaking it excitedly. Sister Waren. You saw, right? What did you think? What? Flustered, Seo Munwaren made odd noises before clearing her throat. Kuhum. Of course I saw. The true strength of the Tang Clan is shown in life-and-death battles. In a regulated match like this, one is bound by many restrictions, so I had little expectation. But you far exceeded my imagination. Thank you, Sister Waren. Tang Sowol smiled sweetly at her fluent, seemingly rehearsed answer, patted the small hand she held, and then pulled back. Ever since the three of them, Tang Sowol, Seo Munwaren, and Seo Lihyang, had a private talk some time ago, their dynamic had shifted slightly. No matter how many times I asked, they wouldn't tell me what they discussed, which irked me a little. Still, their relationship didn't seem worse. In fact, it might have gotten better. Even if there was some awkwardness, it was probably a good change. I nodded to myself in thought, but then, perhaps because that soft pressure on my stomach vanished, I felt a sudden emptiness and awkwardly swallowed. To distract myself, I brought up something else. Anyway, it's almost Seo Lihyang's turn. You said her opponent, Lady Wei Jisulian, is a friend of yours, right? Could you tell me what kind of person she is? Tang Sowol puffed her cheeks and said nothing. I mentally reviewed what I said and corrected myself. Could you tell me what kind of martial arts Lady Wei Jisulian, your friend, uses? Puhu. Finally deflating her cheeks, Tang Sowol nodded. Well, I don't know Su Ryan's martial skills in detail either. I tried to visit her while I was traveling through Shaanxi province, but due to some incident, I ended up staying at the Zhengnan sect for a while before returning home. Right, I remember. After that, we only exchanged letters. When I arrived in Wuhan City, our schedules didn't align, so we couldn't meet. Oh, I did see her briefly when you were kidnapped, but I was pretending to be heartbroken, I was heartbroken, so we didn't talk much. I see. Hearing it laid out like that, I felt guilty for being so reckless back then. I took her hand in mine to convey both thanks and apology. But Tang Jinshin had been glaring at us from earlier, so instead, I gently brushed the back of her hand. Thankfully, Tang Sowol seemed content with even that, letting out a giggle with crescent moon eyes. Foo-foo. Once the dragon and phoenix gathering settles down, I'll set up that proper meeting we discussed, so don't worry. Also, while I don't know the details of her martial arts, I've got a general idea. A general idea? Yes, I've seen her briefly, heard some rumors, and now that my level's higher, my energy sensitivity has improved too. With that, Tang Sowol turned her eyes toward the arena, where the next match was nearly ready. Her level is first class, but she feels like she's already half a step into the peak stage. She's said to be among the top juniors of the Huashan sect. If she's being called that, it's only natural. Generally, reaching first class before the age of 20 is enough to be called a prodigy. Reaching the peak stage before 30 marks you as a genius. Of course, within the 9 great sects or the 5 supreme clans, with excellent martial arts and ample support, such geniuses appear at least once every generation. Tang Sowol had reached the cusp of first class around age 20 and attained peak stage at 23. Her older brother Tang Chong reached peak stage even before 30, and though he wasn't as talented as Sowol, with continued training, he'd likely reach flowering stage like Tang Jinshin eventually. That would mark a true generational shift for the Tang Clan. Anyway, if Wei Jisulian was one of Huashan's top juniors, then nearing peak stage wouldn't be strange. She must have long surpassed Xiao Lihyang's current level. I just hope Lihyang doesn't get too discouraged. Oh, so that's what you're worried about, young Lord Cheon. Tang Sowol blinked wide-eyed in amusement, then chuckled. Lihyang isn't as weak as you think. Sure, it'll be hard for her to win. But she turned to look toward the arena. Indeed, the referee was calling the names of Xiao Lihyang and Wei Jisulian. From here, I could see Xiao Lihyang stepping onto the arena, her face tense as she took a deep breath. Opposite her, Wei Jisulian waved confidently toward her fellow Huashan disciples with a relaxed expression. 2 starkly contrasting figures. Yet perhaps Tang Sowol saw something different, for she rested her chin on her hand and murmured quietly. She won't break that easily. Win or lose, she'll show us something. I'd be relieved if she doesn't lose heart. Yes, and this part is the most important. Tang Sowol leaned in and whispered directly into my ear. Both I and Lihyang, if we show something unexpected at this dragon and phoenix gathering, it's all to show you. As I flinched, she pulled back and smiled brightly. At the same moment, Xiao Lihyang and Wei Jisulian exchanged formal salutes atop the arena. No wonder she looked familiar. You were the swordswoman with Soul back then, weren't you? Yes. That's right. I'm Xiao Lihyang. Oh my, I'm Wei Jisulian, 11th generation disciple of the Huashan sect. Whatever the outcome, let's make this a duel without regrets. Wei Jisulian bowed with a flawless, radiant smile. Xiao Lihyang returned the gesture, but her expression was far from calm. She said she's a friend of Tang Sowol, right? Tied neatly into one braid, her black hair framed her fair face. Her robe, in shades of white and red, bore elegant plum blossom embroidery on the sleeves. And her gentle voice and composed confidence only added to her aura. To Xiao Lihyang, Wei Jisulian was a graceful person. But not just graceful. Now that her purine physique had begun to awaken through proper training, Xiao Lihyang, gifted in internal energy control, could sense it. The sharp edge hidden beneath Wei Jisulian's soft demeanor. Not quite on par with Tang Sowol, but she must be strong. A beautiful and strong woman. They say friends resemble each other, and Wei Jisulian was very similar to the Tang Sowol that Xiao Lihyang had admired and aspired to catch up with. And now Xiao Lihyang was standing across from her on the martial arena. I know. If we fight, I'll lose. She hadn't been slacking these past 3 years. Fainting from exhaustion was a daily occurrence. Her hands never went long without blisters. Though she hated to admit it, if it weren't for Cheon Hwi-da's persistent pushing, she might have given up long ago. But her opponent would have gone through even more. What Seo Lihyang had learned from her master, the Dark Soul unit leader, wasn't something that could be mastered quickly. Time, effort, discipline, that's what training was. The weight of Wei Jisulian's accumulated training from childhood surely exceeded Seo Lihyang's 3 years by far. But after saluting, Seo Lihyang briefly raised her head. Even among the vast crowd, there were two faces she could clearly see. Cheon Hwi-da with his usual stoic look, and Tang Sowol offering a faint, encouraging smile. I have to show them that she'd grown this much since they helped her. That even if she's lacking now, she'll repay them with more than what she received someday. If that time comes. Swallowing the rest of her thoughts, Seo Lihyang took her stance. 1 foot forward, the other sideways behind. She unraveled the whip from her waist, letting it hang loosely, gripping the handle tight. It was the most fundamental stance, ready to strike, move in any direction. Wei Jisulian also pointed her sword towards Seo Lihyang with relaxed grace, assuming her posture. And then, ding! The bell rang, announcing the start of the duel. And with it, a cold, biting chill surged through Seo Lihyang's meridians. A chilling cold swirled along Seo Lihyang's bloodstream. The glacial true chi she had cultivated was a martial art created solely to accept cold in energy and to wield it. It was not so powerful that it could shake heaven and earth, nor did it possess any miraculous capabilities. However, in terms of the amount of internal energy she could unleash in one go, it stood second to none. This was the one thing in which Seo Lihyang, lacking in physical strength, internal energy, and even years of accumulated training, surpassed Wei Jisulian. I need to make this a short battle. Seo Lihyang threw herself forward, without hesitation, toward the only path where a sliver of victory existed. Ta-dot! She advanced. A basic, honest footwork unfolded from her, faithful to the fundamentals. Originally, it was a foundational technique one would practice for a few years before switching to a different form. Wei Jisulian's brow twitched upon seeing it. To bring out basic techniques at the Dragon and Phoenix gathering? A martial artist who had reached the level of first rate would not be unaware of the gap between herself and her opponent. To deliberately use basic techniques here could only mean one thing: she anticipated defeat and was preparing an excuse in advance. What on earth is she? Wei Jisulian was about to speak, but upon seeing the eyes of Seo Lihyang, who was preparing to wield her whip, she could no longer say a word. Eyes opened wide as if determined not to miss a single thing. Lips tightly pressed as though even the energy to let out a battle cry would be wasted. And, lightly gathering atop the whip, a thin layer of frost. That presence, though not exuding killing intent, was fierce enough to rival a martial artist ready to fight to the death. That spirit seeped into her technique as well. Her arm, swept back behind her shoulder, drew a wide arc and fell straight down. Squeak. Though she was wielding a whip, what Seo Lihyang chose was a simple trajectory stripped of all flair. However, that did not mean it lacked variation. Her shoulder, elbow, and wrist each accelerated in their own circular motion. And in the end, what received and unleashed all that power was a whip coated in white frost. By the time the long whip had completed its arc, its tip had reached a speed even Wei Jisulian's eyes struggled to track. The fact that Wei Jisulian could respond at all was purely the result of her accumulated training. Thud! Seo Lihyang's whip struck against the sword Wei Jisulian had raised a half-beat earlier. Though she blocked it, it neither fully struck nor cut through. The whip's path had been obstructed, but the rotational force behind it remained, wrapping the whip several times around Wei Jisulian's sword. The moment she realized that her whip was firmly entangled with the opponent's sword, Seo Lihyang opened her mouth for the first time and let out a fierce battle cry. Huh! She activated her glacial true chi. At the utmost of her capacity, or rather, pushing past her usual limit, she poured internal energy into the whip. Responding to her burning will, her internal energy surged through the whip. From the already frost-covered whip, a white mist began to rise. Though it was inferior to the 9-in pulse, the pure-in physique was also a rare innate constitution. Seo Lihyang's natural yin energy, following the incantation of the glacial true qi, gathered as thick, cold yin qi in her dantian, becoming an internal energy more refined than anything else. If not properly countered, even YG Sulian would not easily be able to fend it off. If she let it in even once, she'd suffer internal damage and collapse. However, it was well known that practitioners of Yang or Yin-type techniques often transferred internal energy into their opponent via connected weapons to assert dominance with their unique energy traits. Seo Lihyang had already demonstrated this technique in the preliminaries. You planned this from the start. But I won't fall for it so easily. Seeing Seo Lihyang charging in with her full power, YG Sulian drew up her internal energy with a pleased expression. While it was true that Seo Lihyang, thanks to her glacial true qi and innate pure yin physique, could wield far more internal energy than someone of her level typically could, that was only within the context of a fight between those of equal standing. YG Sulian was already a martial artist with one foot in the peak stage. It was hard to consider her an ordinary first-rate martial artist. HRMPH. With a short breath held in, YG Sulian's sword began to glow with a faint pink hue. Too faint to be called sword energy, but too dense to be mere aura elevation. Seo Lihyang's internal energy was so pure even Tang Jinchen, the Poison King, had once praised it, but the martial arts of the Mount Hua sect were not lacking in purity either. Wang. Their internal energies clashed, and the whip entangled with the sword began to vibrate finely. Neither had fully materialized their energy into visible form, so the silent struggle remained largely unseen. However, being so close to Seo Lihyang's intense yin energy, both could observe the state of the internal energy struggle with their eyes. Frost flowed along the whip and covered over half the sword blade. But that boundary was slowly retreating upward. The frost, overpowered by the opposing internal energy, began to melt under the heat, and the remaining droplets were shaken off by the vibrating sword, returning to its original state as if nothing had happened, or rather, now gradually overlaid by a pink radiance. Once YG Sulian's internal energy completely overwhelmed her opponents, the outcome would be obvious. Yet, Seo Lihyang's eyes remained calm. I figured it might come to this. Resolutely, she braced herself. Originally, she might have disrupted the opponent's focus by unleashing a bewitching technique here. However, she had already revealed that trick during the preliminaries. Unlike the unsuspecting judges then, YG Sulian had remained vigilant from start to finish. Using a bewitching technique here would likely have little effect and only waste her internal energy. Since her only advantage was her internal energy, squandering it recklessly would be foolish. So Seo Lihyang threw a gamble at a slim possibility. Ugh. She gritted her teeth. At the same time, her previously subdued gaze blazed with intensity. Their weapons were already entangled, unable to move. Yet with the whip's length, close combat techniques like wrist strikes or joint locks couldn't reach. In such a situation, what Seo Lihyang chose over a bewitching technique was a stealth technique she had learned from the Dark Soul Unit Vice Leader, her master. The whip was a weapon wielded not through strength, but through flexibility and wide joint movement. Thus, most unconventional techniques involved using only one hand. Naturally, Seo Lihyang had one hand free. In the brief moment it slipped into her sleeve and came back out, two small metal balls glinted between her fingers. Throwing weapons? YG Sulian's eyes widened. Had she known of this beforehand like she had with Seo Lihyang's glacial arts, she could have been prepared. But this was unexpected, hence her surprise. Take this. Seo Lihyang shouted on purpose. She swung her arm loudly and theatrically. Each of her movements carried the intent to threaten, and the projectiles were aimed directly at YG Sulian's eyes. A human being would reflexively flinch in such a situation. But martial artists trained their entire lives to suppress such reflexes. YG Sulian, raised in the Mount Hua sect from childhood, might have been surprised, but not enough to lose her composure. She stared straight at the flying projectiles and tilted her head. It wasn't enough to fully dodge them, of course, and one of the metal balls grazed her forehead. Puck. It wasn't a blade, so her skin wasn't cut, but the impact caused her head to jolt. Her bangs, now disheveled, covered one eye. It must have hurt considerably. But even with one eye hidden by her hair, YG Sulian wasn't grimacing, she was smiling. As if impressed by Seo Lihyang's move, or perhaps anticipating what would happen next. Impressive, heroine. Since you've shown me something good, I must return the favor. With those words, the tip of Seo Lihyang's whip, which had been entangled with YG Sulian's sword, limply fell to the ground. Thud. What? Seo Lihyang's eyes shook with disbelief. Even while fending off the projectiles, YG Sulian had managed to drive out Seo Lihyang's internal energy and completely reclaim her sword. Though not quite sword energy, the radiance from her blade was strong enough to slice clean through Seo Lihyang's whip. At the same time, the footwork of Mount Hua unfolded from YG Sulian. Light, graceful steps, but with each one, the distance between them shrank rapidly. Before Seo Lihyang could even retrieve her whip, YG Sulian surged forward with overwhelming momentum. It was clear she intended to end things now, and Seo Lihyang could feel it in every fiber of her being. If I try to retrieve the whip, I'll be too late. Choosing to retreat instead of reclaiming her whip, Seo Lihyang threw herself backward, just as YG Sulian's sword swung. Skukuk. She wasn't too late, the sword didn't reach her yet. But what YG Sulian cut wasn't Seo Lihyang, it was her whip. Ugh. Seo Lihyang let out a pained grunt, her brow twisting. The remaining length of the whip was barely longer than a standard sword. No matter how she swung it, its power would be greatly reduced. And there wasn't even time to swing it anymore. YG Sulian pressed the attack without pause, her sword dancing in fluid, unpredictable arcs. The trailing pink traces her blade left resembled flower petals, but Seo Lihyang had no time to appreciate them. The now useless whip had already been discarded. She had no chance to take out more hidden weapons, and even if she did, they'd be shot down easily. Her gamble had failed. Was it time to pay the price? Seo Lihyang was helplessly being overwhelmed. No. Each swing of YG Sulian's sword left small cuts across her body. They stung slightly, but weren't painful. The bleeding was minor as well. But that was only because YG Sulian was deliberately holding back. This was a martial duel, not a life-or-death battle. The gap in skill was obvious. That's why she was restraining herself. Indeed, Seo Lihyang had failed to respond properly once YG Sulian closed the distance. This can't go on. For every step YG Sulian took forward, Seo Lihyang retreated. Each swing of the sword left thin lines on her forearms. Her hidden weapons were nearly depleted, and even those might not land. There was no trick left to pull. YG Sulian was strong, and Seo Lihyang was weak. That was all there was to it. Then what about me? Of course, no one would blame her. YG Sulian had long been known as a prodigy, and Seo Lihyang was a newcomer to the Murim world, appearing for the first time in this competition. Even if she slowly got pushed back, surrendered, or fell out of the ring and was disqualified, people would still applaud her effort. But this isn't enough. Winning or losing wasn't the point. There was a different reason she was standing here. A cold breath escaped Seo Lihyang's lips.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.